In an era of famine, a man finds himself transported into the body of a notorious scoundrel named Chunda, who is on the brink of starvation in a desolate village. With memories of cruelty and theft haunting him, he struggles against the dire circumstances that led to this body's near demise. As Chunda's past misdeeds come to light, he faces the harsh reality of survival in a world devoid of compassion. With the weight of his predecessors' sins upon him, he must navigate a landscape filled with despair, seeking sustenance while contending with the scorn of villagers who once feared and loathed him. In this fight for survival, can he redeem himself and carve out a new existence? Or will he fall victim to the same fate he once inflicted on others? As hunger gnaws at his insides, the will to live ignites a desperate quest for food, forcing him to confront both the physical and moral hunger that defines his new life. Chun Yuan was awakened from the depths of darkness by a ravenous hunger gnawing at his very core. This sensation felt as though his stomach had transformed into a spiked, torn pouch, writhing and twisting violently within him, each spasm tugging at the nerves throughout his body, rendering him momentarily blind with pain. As he opened his eyes, his vision remained blurred for a time before gradually sharpening. The first thing that captured his gaze was the thickly mud-coated wall. The earthen wall was cracked, the fissures winding like dying earthworms, with the largest crevice wide enough to admit a finger, allowing a glimpse of the gray-white daylight outside. The roof was thatched with straw, and several beams of light pierced through the holes, carving clear paths through the dust-laden air. He lay on a makeshift bed, if one could indeed call the rough wooden planks resting upon earthen bricks a bed. Beneath him lay a layer of hay, the coarse stalks digging into his skin through the thin, rigid fabric of his clothing. A dark, hard blanket, glistening with a dubious sheen, was draped over his waist, emanating an indescribable melange of odors, mildew, sweat, and a sour stench reminiscent of something rotten. Fragments of memories surged like a tide, memories that did not belong to him. Chunda. This body was known as Chunda, the infamous cursed one of Chenjiago. It was not that he truly lacked family. Rather, his actions had earned him hatred beyond measure. His parents had succumbed to despair and passed away from the torment he inflicted, leaving behind 2 acres of meager farmland that he had squandered entirely. He had resorted to thievery, bullied the weak, harassed widows, and extorted the elderly. At over 30, he had become a figure so loathed that even the most respectable villagers would spit upon hearing his name. 3 days prior, Chunda had heard tales of early ripening wild berries in the ravine behind the mountain and, in darkness, had ventured forth alone, only to stumble and tumble down the slope. By dawn, those who ventured into the mountains for firewood discovered him and dragged him back, clinging to life by a thread, and unceremoniously discarded him in this dilapidated shack to fend for himself. No one summoned a doctor, nor did anyone bring food. Whispers circulated in the village that this scourge would be better off dead. Then, Chun Yuan arrived, a soul from the 21st century who had perished suddenly from a heart attack while laboring over a project at his computer, inexplicably thrust into this ailing, notorious vessel. Chun Yuan wished to laugh, but only a raspy sound emerged from his throat, igniting a sharp pain and a fit of coughing. Struggling to prop himself up, he found that this simple motion sent stars swirling before his eyes and a buzzing in his ears. He felt as though he might collapse at any moment. He surveyed this so-called home. The earthen dwelling was barren, with only this bed to speak of, while the corner was cluttered with indistinguishable debris. A cracked earthen water jar and a rudimentary stone hearth, upon which rested a battered clay pot. The door was a haphazard assembly of broken wooden planks, askew, with gaps wide enough for cats and dogs to slip through. The hunger surged upon him once more, fiercer than before. Accompanying it was a bone-chilling cold and a pervasive weakness that threatened to overwhelm him. Chun Yuan realized this was no mere illusion. This body had sustained injuries from its fall and had endured days of starvation, teetering on the brink of physiological collapse. He had to find food immediately. Otherwise, he might become the shortest-lived time traveler in history, arriving only to starve to death. He attempted to rise, but his legs felt as limp as noodles. The moment his feet touched the ground, he crumpled to the cold, hard earth with a thud. Dust enveloped his face, and pain radiated from his elbows and knees. Lying there, he gasped for breath, cold sweat quickly soaking the foul-smelling garment. No, he could not give up. Those who have faced death understand the preciousness of life, even in such a hellish beginning. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength, inching toward the water jar. Inside, There remained a little murky water, its surface dotted with fine impurities. Chen Yuan disregarded the filth, plunging his head in for a few desperate gulps. The cool water coursed down his throat, momentarily alleviating the burning sensation and some of the dizziness, yet the cramping in his stomach became even more pronounced. Water alone held no nourishment. He could not rely on it for long. Leaning against the jar to catch his breath, his gaze swept the dilapidated room once more. The remnants of the original owner's memories were disjointed, filled predominantly with sordid tales of oppression and a greedy yearning for food, drink, and gambling, with precious little useful information. Wait, that heap of debris in the corner? Chen Yuan's eyes fixed upon it. There appeared to be some rags, rotten ropes, and some plant roots. He crawled over once more, disregarding the dust and cobwebs, and began rummaging through the pile. The texture beneath his fingers was damp and decayed. He unearthed several pieces of filthy cloth and a few lengths of rotten hemp rope, and finally, his fingers brushed against something hard and earthy. Pulling it out, he discovered several grayish-brown roots, roughly the thickness of his thumb, somewhat shriveled and wilted. Fragments of the original owner's meager knowledge of plants surfaced. Could it be that these were cattail roots? They might be edible, though their taste would be abysmal, mainly a source of moisture. Without hesitation, Chen Yuan seized one, wiped the dirt on his equally filthy garment, and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing vigorously. It was tough, with coarse fibers, carrying a potent earthy flavor and a hint of nearly non-existent sweetness. He labored to swallow the rough fibers along with the scant juice. 1 root, 2 roots, 3 roots. A semblance of solidity began to settle in his stomach, though far from full. The maddening, life-threatening cramping had finally lessened somewhat. His body seemed to regain a modicum of strength. Bracing himself against the wall, he wobbled to his feet. His legs still trembled, but at least he could stand. He had to get outside. There was nothing left to eat within. He needed to venture out and search for anything that could satiate his hunger. He shuffled toward the broken door, took a deep breath, and pulled it open. A more intense light flooded in, causing him to squint. Outside lay a similarly dilapidated courtyard. Half the earthen wall collapsed, overrun with yellowing weeds. Beyond the yard were several muddy paths connecting to dozens of other low, dilapidated earthen homes or thatched huts. In the distance rose the barren, gray-yellow mountains. It was late autumn, trees stood stripped bare, fields appeared desolate and withered, with scarcely a hint of green or any crops in sight. An overwhelming sense of desolation, barrenness, and despair pervaded the entire landscape. This was Qinjiagu, a village slowly awaiting death in the years of famine. As Chen Yuan stepped out of the courtyard, a sudden clang echoed nearby, the sound of a door being hastily shut. He turned to see a woman's startled face fleetingly appear behind the window of the somewhat tidier earthen house next door, only for the window to be swiftly sealed. The memories of the original owner surged forth. The adjacent dwelling belonged to Widow Wang. In the past, Chunda had often uttered lewd remarks over the wall and had even attempted to scale it, only to be driven away by Widow Wang wielding a firewood stick. Disgust, fear, and aversion. This was Thul Kamathat Chunda, no longer, but now Chen Yuan, received upon entering this world. He managed a bitter smile, wet his cracked lips with his tongue, and began to survey his surroundings. He needed to find food, anything edible. Drawing upon his limited knowledge of survival in the wild, gleaned primarily from documentaries and the occasional survival video, he knew that the first priority in such circumstances was to seek out edible wild vegetables, plant roots, or insects, perhaps even rats. He trudged along the muddy village path, his steps uncertain and unstable. Occasionally, he encountered a villager. Without exception, their expressions shifted from shock, perhaps astonished that he had not perished, to blatant disgust and wariness, before they swiftly sidestepped him, as if he were a harbinger of disease. One person even spat contemptuously on the ground in front of him, exclaiming, "Pa, a calamity that will last for 1,000 years." Chen Yuan remained expressionless, or rather, his feeble body was incapable of conveying any emotion. He merely lowered his head, his gaze flitting over the withered grass along the roadside, the edges of the fields, any place that might harbor a hint of green. Most of the plants had already turned yellow. He strained to identify the few that retained a semblance of greenery. Shepherd's purse, purslane, gray herb. A few names of familiar wild vegetables flickered through his mind, but the plants before him appeared ambiguous at best. He dared not take any chances. This frail body could not withstand the torment of food poisoning. After what felt like the duration of a stick of incense, he arrived at the village's edge, near a barren slope at the base of the back mountain. Here, human presence was even scarcer, and the land was more desolate. Hunger and weakness surged once more, and he leaned against an old locust tree, gasping for breath. Could it be that he was truly to starve to death here? Like a wild dog, to perish silently in this foreign, malevolent world? At that moment, from the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of something inconspicuous nestled against the earth at the base of the old locust tree. A small patch of low-growing plants, their leaves oval-shaped with blunt serrated edges, and dark red stems sprawling across the ground. Chen Yuan's heart quickened. He crouched down for a closer inspection. The shape of this plant bore a resemblance to a wild vegetable from his memories. He extended his hand, carefully plucking a tender leaf, bringing it to his nose to inhale its faint, refreshing scent reminiscent of cucumber. He lightly touched the leaf's edge with his tongue, and a distinct sourness spread across his taste buds. Oxalis. The name leapt from the hazy recesses of the original owner's memory. It seemed edible. It was a snack that village children occasionally chewed for fun, quite sour, yet reportedly harmless. No longer hesitating, Chen Yuan acted immediately. He carefully harvested that small patch of oxalis, roots and leaves included, disregarding the dirt clinging to it, and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing vigorously. The intense sourness flooded his mouth, causing him to shudder involuntarily as saliva gushed forth. Yet, amidst the pulverized plant fibers, the minuscule amount of juice mingled with his saliva brought a faint semblance of solace, a whisper afoot. He consumed the handful of oxalis with an almost reverent demeanor, even licking the juice from his fingers clean. After finishing, he leaned against the old locust tree, feeling the debilitating weakness and dizziness retreat just a fraction. At least he could stand with a bit more steadiness now. Hope, however insignificant, was kindled by that meager, tart wild vegetable, offering him a glimmer of life. Straightening up, he resolved to search the vicinity for any other edible items. Just then, he heard an exceedingly faint rustling sound emanating from the nearby patch of dried grass. Chen Yuan instinctively held his breath and slowly turned his head. Not far away, near a dried-up ditch, the yellowed grass stirred slightly as a small, gray-brown figure cautiously peeked out. It was a field mouse, not particularly plump, perhaps a bit lean, but its small, black eyes darted with alertness. Meat. Chen Yuan's pupils constricted sharply, and a rush of blood surged to his head. An overwhelming, primal desire eclipsed all else. Almost instinctively, he bent down, seizing a fist-sized clod of earth from the ground, and with all his might, hurled it toward the field mouse. Thud! The clod struck the hard ground beside the field mouse, shattering into pieces. Startled, the field mouse squeaked and, with a powerful push of its hind legs, darted swiftly into the depths of the grass. "Don't run," Chen Yuan growled, fueled by an unexplainable surge of energy as he stumbled after it. His vision narrowed to that gray-brown morsel in motion. Weakness, dizziness, and self-image were all cast aside. Survive. Devour it. This was the most primal cry of his body. He plunged into the patch of dried grass, his view obscured by the towering stalks. The field mouse scurried with remarkable speed, seemingly on the verge of vanishing into the ditch on the other side. It could not escape. In a moment of desperation, Chen Yuan calculated the mouse's escape route and lunged forward. Thud! He crashed onto the hard, dry ground, dust billowing around him. Yet, as he fell, his right hand seemed to brush against something cool, slick, and fast-moving. It was the field mouse's tail. Chen Yuan had no time for contemplation. His fingers instinctively closed around it with a fierce grip. Eek! The piercing, desperate shriek erupted from his grasp, accompanied by frantic writhing and the sharp sting of tiny teeth. He had caught it. Chen Yuan's heart raced, nearly bursting from his chest. He held fast to the squirming field mouse, which was desperately trying to turn and bite his fingers, pinning it down with his weight. With his left hand, he fumbled about, grasping a shard of sharp stone from the ground. The field mouse continued to struggle frantically, its piercing cries echoing with sheer terror and madness in its dark bean-like eyes. Chen Yuan could feel the small, warm body convulsing violently beneath his palm, could detect a foul odor emanating from it, and felt the sharp pain and wetness of his bitten fingers. He raised the stone shard, his hand trembling ever so slightly, not from fear, but from overwhelming excitement, tension, and an intense, primal desire for survival that surged from the depths of his soul. "I am sorry," he murmured, unsure whether his words were directed at the field mouse or at the remnants of his former world. With all his will to survive, he struck down fiercely. The struggles and screams ceased abruptly. Chun Yuan lay on the cold ground, gasping for breath. In his grip was the lifeless body of the field mouse, warm, with viscous liquid dripping along the edge of the stone shard and his fingers. His face and body were smeared with dirt and grass, a picture of disarray, yet his eyes shone brilliantly through the dust. He had survived. At least, for the moment, he had survived. Just as he prepared to rise and tend to this first trophy, a timid, tearful child's voice emerged from the edge of the withered grass behind him. Chunda, did you catch a mouse? Chun Yuan froze, slowly turning his head. There stood a frail boy of about 7 or 8, little more than skin and bones, clad in tattered clothing, his small face so dirty that it was hard to discern his features. He was parting the dried grass, gazing intently at Chun Yuan, or rather, at the dead field mouse in his hand. The child's large eyes, accentuated by his gauntness, brimmed with a complex mix of fear, longing, and a hint of pleading. Fragments of the original owner's memories surged forth. Stones, the village orphan, parents who had starved to death the previous year, surviving by scavenging and stealing what little he could. Chunda had once, seemingly stolen the half-piece of a coarse cake that this child had painstakingly found. Chun Yuan looked into the boy's ravenous, green-tinted eyes, fixated on the field mouse, then glanced down at the meager meat held, barely enough to fill a gap in his teeth, and felt the gnawing emptiness of his own stomach, still twisting painfully. A cold wind, tainted with the scent of blood, swept past, swirling with dried leaves from the desolate slope. Chapter 2. The Field Mouse and Choices. The voice of Chunda pierced through the fragile warmth that had just begun to envelop Chun Yuan after he had captured his prey, like a cold needle. He maintained a half-prone position on the ground, his fingers tightly clenching the lifeless field mouse, its warm, slightly viscous blood trickling down its fur and onto his filthy fingers. Slowly, he turned his head to meet a pair of exceptionally large and bright eyes set in a grimy little face. Sure to. The name from his memories matched the emaciated child before him. Fear, longing, pleading, and a hint of childlike, insatiable greed swirled in those large eyes, eventually solidifying into a heart-stopping focus, fixated on the lifeless gray-brown body of the field mouse in Chun Yuan's grasp. The child's throat visibly constricted, and his cracked lips parted slightly, almost unconsciously. At that moment, Chun Yuan's own stomach audibly protested, emitting a loud, hungry growl. The field mouse was small, and after skinning and gutting it, there would be barely a few bites of meat. Yet, in these desperate times devoid of any fat or sustenance, those few morsels could mean the difference between life and death. This was the first genuine food he had acquired since his arrival in this hellish realm. Every cell in his body screamed to consume it, to transform it into the strength necessary for survival. But Shidu's appearance, the child seemed even worse off than he was. Chun Yuan, despite his frail adult form, held some semblance of strength. Shidu's spindly arms, sunken eye sockets, and the almost protruding ribs beneath his tattered clothing painted a picture of a child who might faint from hunger at any moment, perhaps never to awaken again. Chunda. I'm so hungry. Shidu's voice dropped lower, tinged with a whimper and cautious trepidation, as if he feared to disturb something, yet mustered all his courage. His filthy little hands clutched tightly at the ragged hem of his clothing, dirt caked beneath his fingernails. Fragments of the original owner's memories surged uncontrollably within Chun Yuan. The recollection of snatching the half-blackened, hard biscuit from the child's hands, watching him fall to the ground in tears, while he himself savored the moment with a vile sense of satisfaction. The imagery was coarse yet vivid, accompanied by the original owner's nauseating pleasure and cruelty. Chun Yuan shut his eyes, forcing down the rising wave of revulsion along with the intense hunger. He was not Chunda, at least, the persona that resided deep within him, shaped by over 2 decades of civilized education in modern society, would not permit him to become that version of Chunda. Survival is instinctual, but the manner of survival is a choice. He pushed himself off the ground, slowly rising. The dirt and grass clippings that clung to him fell away as he sat up. He glanced at the now cooling field mouse in his hand, then at Shidu's eyes, which seemed to glow with an insatiable hunger. Come here, he rasped, his voice hoarse from thirst and weakness. Shidu flinched, instinctively taking a half-step back, the fear in his gaze intensifying. Every time Chunda called him, it was never for good. Chun Yuan sighed inwardly, attempting to soften his tone, despite it rendering him somewhat peculiar. I do not wish to harm you. Can you make fire? Shirtu paused, confusion evident in his dark, grape-like eyes, but he eventually nodded slightly. Children in the village, especially those like him with no guardians, learned fundamental survival skills such as fishing, foraging, and fire-making. Over there, Chen Yuan pointed to a small, wind-sheltered depression nearby, where some dead branches and leaves lay scattered. Collect some dry leaves and thin twigs, and make a pile. Be cautious, do not start a wildfire. Shirtu remained motionless, his gaze still glued to the field mouse, filled with distrust. Chen Yuan forced an awkward and rather unattractive smile, shaking the field mouse in his hand. If you do well, there will be something for you. Those words seemed to possess a kind of magic. Shitu's eyes suddenly brightened. Although fear and suspicion lingered, desire overpowered all else. He resembled a frightened yet food-driven little creature, hesitating for a couple of seconds before swiftly turning and rushing towards the small depression, using both hands and feet to gather dry leaves and small twigs from the ground. His movements were surprisingly deft, clearly indicating he was accustomed to this task. Only then did Chen Yuan lower his head to begin processing the field mouse in his hand. With a sharp-edged stone shard, he laboriously sliced through the skin at the creature's neck. Warm blood gushed forth, carrying a strong, fishy scent. He meticulously peeled away the skin, trying to preserve it as intact as possible. Though small, it could potentially be treated for use as ear coverings. Next, he carefully opened the mouse's abdomen, detaching the internal organs, intestines, stomach, and some indistinguishable organs, casting them aside. What remained was dark red, still warm flesh connected to fragile bones. He weighed it in his hands. Indeed, there was not much, enough for a grown man to consume in just a few bites. Yet at this moment, in his eyes, it was more precious than any delicacy. Meanwhile, Shirtu had skillfully gathered a small pile of dry leaves and propped them with thin twigs. He looked up expectantly at Chen Yuan, glancing back and forth between him and the meat in his hand, swallowing an imaginary lump in his throat. Chen Yuan approached the edge of the depression, crouching down to inspect the makeshift pile of kindling Shirtu had assembled, which was commendable. Do you have a fire starter? Shirtu shook his head, but quickly rummaged in his pocket, producing 2 blackened flint stones and a small tuft resembling dry moss. These were treasures he had either scavenged or stolen from who knows where. Chen Yuan accepted the flint and the tinder, once again reflecting on the hardships of this era. Recalling survival videos he had watched, he brought the tinder close to the dry leaves and struck the flint together with force. Clack, clack, clack. Sparks flew, but several attempts failed to ignite the tinder. Chen Yuan's hands trembled from weakness and unfamiliarity. Shirtu watched anxiously from the side, his little hands clenched tightly, yet he dared not make a sound. After several more attempts, finally, a faint spark landed on the tinder, producing a wisp of nearly invisible blue smoke. Chen Yuan leaned in closely, carefully blowing on it. The smoke gradually thickened, and then a flicker of orange-red flame appeared, trembling yet fiercely igniting. It worked. It worked. Shirtu could not help but let out a soft cheer, his grimy little face illuminated by an overwhelming sense of yearning and excitement. Fire signified warmth, as well as cooked food. Chen Yuan carefully coaxed the flame beneath a pile of dry leaves, watching as the flames gradually licked the parched foliage and slender twigs, growing more vigorous with each passing moment. He then arranged a few slightly thicker branches atop the kindling, forming a small fire pit. Subsequently, he sought 2 relatively straight and resilient twigs, roughly sharpening one end with a shard of stone, and divided the rodent meat into 2 uneven pieces, one approximately 2/3 the size, and the other about 1/3. He skewered the 2 pieces of meat onto the twigs. Instead of immediately roasting the meat over the flames, he first picked up the small, still bloodied rodent skin and, with a twig, positioned it at a safe distance from the fire. The skin gradually shrank under the heat, emitting a faint sizzling sound, while the pungent odor was forced out by the steam, permeating the air. Shirtu gazed at him in confusion, yet his attention was quickly drawn to the 2 dark red pieces of meat skewered on the twigs, his eyes unable to look away. He incessantly licked his cracked lips, and his stomach rumbled loudly. The sound particularly pronounced in the relative quiet surrounding the fire. Chen Yuan remained silent, patiently adjusting the angle of the rodent skin to ensure even heating. He understood that direct roasting could easily result in a charred exterior with a raw interior, and the smoke from the flames could attract unwanted attention. By initially drying the skin, he could also eliminate some parasites and odors. This was a fragment of knowledge he recalled from his limited experiences in the wild. Once he felt the rodent's skin had dried sufficiently, becoming tough and brittle, he shifted his gaze to the two pieces of meat. He handed the larger piece of meat skewered on the twig to Shirtu, instructing him to hold it and roast it at the edge of the fire, cautioning him not to place it too close lest it burn, and to keep turning it slowly. Shirtu, eyes wide with disbelief, glanced at the meat presented to him, then at Chun Yuan's face, which, though dirty, bore an unusual calmness, hesitating to accept it. Chunda. Would he truly share the meat with him? And the larger piece at that? This was more unbelievable than the sun rising in the west. Take it. Chun Yuan's tone grew firmer, leaving no room for refusal, urging him to comply if he wished to eat soon. Shirtu, startled by his insistence, instinctively took the twig. The weight of the meat was tangible, sending a shiver through his body, and tears welled in his eyes instantly, but he bit down hard on his lip to prevent them from falling, nodding vigorously instead. Mimicking Chun Yuan, he cautiously brought the meat near the fire and began to awkwardly turn the twig. Chun Yuan took the smaller piece for himself, also placing it beside the flames to roast. The warmth of the fire dispelled the chill of late autumn and brought a comforting sense of security. As the meat roasted, its color deepened, transforming from dark red to light brown, the edges curling slightly as droplets of translucent fat were rendered, falling into the fire with a gentle sizzle, producing a small plume of smoke carrying an enticing aroma. To the two famished individuals, this scent was akin to the most tantalizing fragrance in the world. Shirtu's stomach growled even louder, and his hands trembled slightly as he turned the twig, his eyes fixed on the increasingly alluring meat, his breathing quickening. Chun Yuan too struggled to suppress the impulse to shove the meat into his mouth immediately. He forced himself to observe the meat's color and degree of contraction, gauging its doneness. After about 7 or 8 minutes, the meat had taken on a uniform brown, glistening with fat, and the aroma reached its zenith. "It's ready," Chun Yuan announced, simultaneously removing his smaller piece from the fire. Shirtu, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly withdrew his own skewer, gazing at Chun Yuan with anticipation, as if awaiting a command. "It's a bit hot. Let it cool before eating," Chun Yuan advised, blowing gently on the rodent meat in his hand before, unable to resist any longer. Carefully bit into the smaller end. It was hot, but immediately, he was met with the long-forgotten richness of animal fat and protein. The meat was firm, imbued with a subtle earthy flavor characteristic of the field mouse. Yet in the face of his extreme hunger, this slight gaminess was negligible. The absence of salt, nearly devoid of seasoning, rendered it almost bland, but the pure essence of its freshness, combined with the charred aroma from the flames, exploded in his mouth, conquering every food-craving taste bud within him. He almost swallowed that small morsel whole, the scalding meat sliding down his throat and settling in his stomach, a warmth radiating from within. Though insignificant, he distinctly felt as though the flickering flame of life within him, on the verge of extinguishment, had been reignited by a drop of lamp oil, burning steadily once more. He restrained the urge to devour ravenously, instead consuming it in small bites, chewing each piece meticulously to allow his saliva to break it down, maximizing the absorption of those precious nutrients. Meanwhile, Shirtu, disregarding the heat, imitated Chun Yuan's actions, blowing on his piece a couple of times before eagerly biting into the larger rodent meat. His bites were far larger than Chun Yuan's, causing him to gasp from the heat, yet he couldn't bear to spit it out, chewing clumsily a few times before desperately swallowing. Nearly choking as he did so, yet unwilling to pause. Tears finally escaped his control, mingling with the meat juices and the grime on his face. He was not crying. Rather, it was the primal response of his body to the satisfaction of an intense craving. A modest piece of meat was swiftly devoured by the two, with Chun Yuan meticulously gnawing even the small morsels clinging to the bones. Shirtu, too, licked the skewer clean, as if he wished to consume even the taste of the wood. After finishing, both leaned back against the earthen embankment, momentarily silent. The fire crackled softly, its warmth enveloping them. With sustenance in their bellies, their bodies began to warm, and though far from satiated, the life-threatening weakness and dizziness that had plagued them had indeed subsided significantly. A fleeting sense of tranquility, akin to surviving a calamity, enveloped this small corner of the world. Shirtu stole a glance at Chun Yuan, who sat beside him with his eyes closed, his face smudged with soot and blood. The flickering firelight danced across his chiseled profile, rendering him somewhat unfamiliar. Today, Chunda was remarkably different. He had neither struck nor scolded him, and had even shared the larger piece of meat. Shida's little mind brimmed with confusion, but more so, it was filled with a warmth intertwined with unease and faint hope. He stealthily inched closer, absorbing the warmth emanating from the fire and the unfamiliar heat radiating from the individual beside him. Chen Yuan, too, was acutely aware of the changes within his body. The energy derived from a morsel of meat had rekindled a flicker of cognitive clarity. He began to assess his current predicament. Food was the foremost concern, yet relying solely on catching field mice was hardly a sustainable strategy. While the water supply posed no immediate threat, it was not entirely pure. His body bore injuries that required attention. Additionally, there were the messes left behind by Chunda, creditors, enemies, and the villagers' profound disdain for the identity of Chunda. He opened his eyes and gazed at Shirtu, who was still mindlessly licking his lips. This child represented a potential breakthrough and was the first to lower his guard, perhaps merely out of hunger. Shirtu, Chen Yuan spoke, his voice still hoarse, yet markedly steadier. Which family in the village is in the direst situation? I mean, the kind that is on the verge of starvation. Shirtu jolted back to reality and sat up straight, a hint of anxiety crossing his features. After a moment's hesitation, he replied in a hushed tone, "Everyone. It's pretty bad. The harvest this year was already poor, and recently we had a hailstorm. Our supplies have long run low." However, he glanced at Chen Yuan furtively, lowering his voice further. "Grandma Lu's family seems to be struggling even more. She is elderly, her legs are weak, and since her son passed away, she is all alone. I passed by her house the other day and heard her coughing terribly, as if she had fallen." Grandma Lu? A vague image of a stooped, indifferent elderly woman flickered in Chen Yuan's memory. Was she not the one whom the original Chunda had stolen dried vegetables from, hanging in her courtyard? A weight settled in Chen Yuan's heart. Another person he had wronged. "Where's her house?" Chen Yuan inquired. Shirtu pointed towards a more secluded corner at the western edge of the village, that house at the very end, with its crumbling walls and a solitary yard. Chen Yuan nodded, falling silent as he observed the flickering flames. His mind racing with calculations. Grandma Lu, knowledgeable in herbs, living alone, gravely ill, lacking sustenance. This could be an opportunity, an avenue to rehabilitate his image, acquire information, or even seek assistance. However, this hinged on his ability to present something of value, rather than malice. He required more food, at the very least enough to sustain him while he sought alternative resources. His gaze fell upon the dry, hardened skin of a mouse beside the fire, as well as the entrails he had previously discarded. An idea began to form faintly in his mind. Just as he prepared to rise and attend to the entrails, attempting to devise a rudimentary trap, a piercing, shrill voice shattered the brief tranquility. "Chinda, you worthless scoundrel. Get out here." The voice, sharp and filled with fury, echoed from the direction of the path below the slope, startling both Chen Yuan and Shirtu. They turned to see a robust woman, clad in a patched blue gown and a gray apron, striding purposefully towards them, wielding a hefty firewood stick. Her hair was disheveled, her face contorted with rage, and her eyes, wide and glaring, were fixed on Chen Yuan. It was Zhao Wangshi, the notorious shrew of the village and one of Chen De's creditors. Her husband, Zhao Dehu, was one of the few strong laborers in the village, known for his fiery temper, yet possessing a sense of reason. In contrast, his wife was infamous for her refusal to yield, always stirring trouble. "You, Chinda, pretending to be dead for 3 days, thinking you can escape your debts? Do you believe you can hide on this slope and that I wouldn't find you? Dream on." As she approached, her stick pointed directly at Chen Yuan, spittle flying as she continued. "You owe my family 3 shung of millet. If you do not provide me with an explanation today, I shall break your legs." Upon reaching them and noticing the fire, the remnants of oil on Chen Yuan's and Shirtu's lips, as well as the bloodied mouse skin and entrails strewn on the ground, her eyes widened further. "Oh, so you have money and food to roast meat, yet you cannot repay your debts? Where did this meat come from? Did you steal it from someone else's chickens? If you do not return what you owe today, along with the stolen goods, I will drag you to the village head." Shirtu's face turned pale, instinctively shrinking behind Chen Yuan, clutching his tattered clothing tightly. Chen Yuan slowly rose, brushing the dirt from his clothes. Faced with Zhao Wangshi's barrage of accusations and the firewood stick nearly poking his nose, he wore a calm expression, though his mind raced with thoughts. The first debt, the first genuine conflict, had unexpectedly arrived at his doorstep. Should he resort to the original Chunda's tactics of evasion, or He glanced at the dying embers of the fire, then at Shi Tu, who was trembling slightly, before finally returning his gaze to Zhao Wangshi's enraged visage. Taking a deep breath, he spoke in a tone markedly different from the former Chunda, direct and somewhat dry. Sister Zhao, I acknowledge the debt of 3 sheng of millet. However, at present, I truly do not have it. Zhao Wangshi's brows furrowed, her firewood stick raised. Do you mean to say you? But I have an alternative way to repay you. Qin Yuan interjected, his voice low yet remarkably clear, resonating in the open expanse of the slope with an unusual, compelling calmness. 3 days. Grant me 3 days, and I shall return 4 sheng of millet. The extra sheng shall count as interest. Zhao Wangshi's raised stick froze mid-air, her expression shifting from fury to sheer astonishment, as if confronted with an absurdity. She scrutinized Qin Yuan, as though seeing the village's notorious rogue for the first time. You, what did you just say? Chapter 3. The creditor and the bait. When Qin Yuan uttered the words, I shall repay you with 4 sheng of millet, the desolate hillside fell silent for a moment, interrupted only by the occasional crackling of the embers in the fire. Zhao Wangshi, holding a fire poker, wore an expression on her sunken, rough, and yellowed face, one that had become hardened by years of toil and malnutrition. Her demeanor shifted from astonishment to skepticism, and finally to unabashed derision. A dry, hollow laugh escaped her lips as the poker nearly jabbed Qin Yuan's face. Chinda, have you lost your wits from hunger, or have you fallen into the ravine and knocked your soul out? Her voice was sharp, and she spat venomously in his direction. 3 days? For sheng? What do you intend to repay with? Will you resort to thievery again? Do you think I am a mere child of 3, easily deceived? She advanced a step, her gaze sweeping over the quaking stones nearby, which appeared as frightened as quails, before returning to Qin Yuan's face with a certainty that pierced through any pretense. Let me make this clear. Do not attempt to fool me. You must provide a proper explanation for this debt. Either you return home with me right now and repay the millet you owe, even if it means resorting to theft, I shall accept it, or... She paused, driving the poker forcefully into the ground, raising a small cloud of dust. We shall go see the Li Zhang, and let him adjudicate this matter. Failing to repay a debt is a grave offense. Let us see if he won't strip the skin from your back. The Li Zhang, akin to a village chief, bore the surname Chun in Qinjiagu, making him a distant relative of Qin Yuan. He was known for his strict adherence to tradition and his disdain for the disgraceful conduct of the original Chunda, which had tarnished their family name. Should this matter escalate to the Li Zhang, a thorough reprimand would be unavoidable, and he could face public humiliation or even be punished by kneeling in the ancestral hall, an unbearable fate, especially amidst a food shortage. Qin Yuan understood that Zhao Wangshi's threats were not mere bluster. The memories of the original owner revealed that he had been reprimanded by the Li Zhang on several occasions for petty theft, leaving him thoroughly humiliated each time. The child, Shi Tu, tugged harder at his sleeve, trembling with fear. It was evident that the boy harbored a deep-seated dread of the Li Zhang and the clan's rules. Qin Yuan remained still, refusing to resort to the original owner's tactics of tantrums or bluster. Instead, he subtly shifted his body to shield Shi Tu from Zhao Wangshi's fierce gaze, then pointed to the half-dried mouse skin on the ground and the discarded entrails nearby. Sister Zhao, he spoke, his voice dry yet clear, this is what I have procured today, a single field mouse. Zhao Wangshi's brows knitted tighter as she followed his gesture, her face a mask of impatience. A mouse? Not enough to fill a tooth gap. Are you suggesting that you plan to repay 4 sheng of millet with this? You must be dreaming. 1 is insufficient, Qin Yuan replied calmly, continuing the conversation. He bent down to poke at the pile of dark red entrails with a stick. But what if there are many? Zhao Wangshi paused. Qin Yuan pressed on, speaking deliberately and ensuring each word carried weight. This field mouse was caught just now. I have devised a method to use these entrails as bait, crafting a trap along the mouse's common paths. If I can catch one today, perhaps tomorrow or the day after I may catch more. In these times of scarcity, if humans are starving, the field mice are also in search of food and will be active. I need not steal or rob. With this skill of mine, catching field mice and drying them would provide meat. Even if the quantity is small, if I cure the skins, I could accumulate enough to trade for some grain. He paused, locking eyes with Zhao Wangshi. 3 sheng of millet, you're aware of its market value. Even if I sell the mouse meat and skins cheaply, within 3 days, it may be possible to gather enough to exchange for 4 sheng of millet. This is certainly a better option than driving me to desperation or handing me over to the Li Zhang. If I have nothing, you shall gain not a single coin and alienate someone who might still owe you. Chen Yuan spoke with little confidence. He had no certainty that he could reliably catch enough field mice to exchange for 4 sheng of millet within 3 days. In these times, food was precious, and 4 sheng could sustain an adult for nearly half a month. Yet, this was the only feasible plan he could present, one that sounded reasonable enough. He had to gamble on Zhao Wangshi's potential for rationality, hoping she would choose to wait 3 days for a better outcome rather than confront him immediately, risking nothing in return. Indeed, the anger on Zhao Wangshi's face began to dissipate, replaced by uncertainty. She scrutinized Chen Yuan anew, her gaze traversing his face, body, and the pile of mouse entrails. Today, Chindo was behaving unusually. He was not throwing a tantrum, nor was he being obstinate. His words were coherent, and he had even proposed a seemingly plausible plan. Though it seemed outlandish, it was a far cry from his previous obstinate demeanor. Could it be that a fall had knocked some sense into him? She glanced at the small mouse skin on the ground, alongside the cleanly gnawed bones that still hinted at their original shape and the remnants of the fire. It appeared that Chundo was not lying. He had indeed roasted a mouse here earlier and shared it with Shirtu. This behavior was not characteristic of the former Chinda. Can you truly catch field mice and gather enough within 3 days? Zhao Wangshi's tone softened slightly, though skepticism remained. Let me tell you, Chinda, do not think of pulling any tricks. If you cannot produce 4 sheng of millet in 3 days, I will hold you accountable for both new and old debts. At that point, it will be more than just a visit to the Lijiang. Chen Yuan quietly exhaled, sensing the wavering of her resolve. He nodded earnestly, even feigning a hint of sincerity in his voice. I dare not play tricks. In 3 days, we shall meet here again. Either I shall give you 4 sheng of millet, or, he trailed off, glancing at the fire poker in Zhao Wangshi's hand, leaving the matter in her hands. Humph. Zhao Wangshi snorted dismissively, momentarily accepting his proposal. However, her gaze shifted to Shirtu, and she raised an eyebrow. That little brat. Shirtu trembled in fear, shrinking further behind Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan subtly shifted half a step, fully shielding the child from view. Shirtu helps me gather firewood. I share my food with him. He is quite nimble, and if he assists with the traps, it may expedite matters. This explanation was reasonable. Zhao Wangshi had no genuine desire to trouble a starving orphan. Her frustration was merely habitual. She sniffed dismissively, no longer fixating on Shirtu, but her warning gaze returned to Chen Yuan's face. Fine, I will trust you this once. 3 days. Just 3 days. If you dare to run, you won't succeed. Chen Yuan interjected. Chunjia Go is my route. Where else could I flee? This statement was indeed straightforward. In these tumultuous times of war and famine, departing from a familiar village, with no money and a tarnished reputation, would lead to a swift demise. Zhao Wangshi's expression softened slightly, yet she still wore a scowl. Remember what you said. She glared fiercely at Chen Yuan before grabbing a firewood stick and turning away, muttering curses about the sun rising in the west and what mischief he might conjure up in 3 days. It was only after Zhao Wangshi's robust figure vanished at the end of the dirt path that Chen Yuan released a breath he had been holding, the cold sweat soaking his back, clinging to his skin like ice. His earlier composure had drained away, leaving behind the exhaustion of confronting the original owner's creditor and making an almost impossible promise. The pressure was immense. He was indeed walking a precarious tightrope. Chen Shu. Shirtu peered out from behind him, his small face still showing traces of fear, but his eyes reflected confusion and a barely perceptible reliance. Are you really going to repay her with 4 sheng of millet? Can we catch that many rats in 3 days? Chen Yuan glanced down at the child. Shirtu now addressed him as Chen Shu instead of Chinda, and though his voice trembled, it was at least a less hostile appellation. It seemed the half-roasted field mouse and his earlier defense had made some impact. How will we know unless we try? Chen Yuan refrained from giving a definitive answer. He could not show weakness before the child, yet he could not guarantee success either. He crouched again, using a twig to poke through the pile of rat entrails. Come, lend a hand. Our ability to catch more rats depends on these good baits. In the ensuing hours, Chen Yuan focused his attention on crafting rudimentary traps from the scarce materials at hand. Lacking wire and springs, he had to improvise. He instructed Shirtu to gather flexible twigs, vines, and suitably sized stones. His first attempt was a pressure trap, where he would find a relatively flat, thin stone slab, prop one end up with a slender stick, and tie a piece of rat entrails as bait to the stick's lower end with vines. When a rat came to nibble, it would trigger the stick, causing the stone slab to fall and crush the rat. This trap's principle was simple, yet it required perfect balance between the slab's weight and the pivot point, and the speed and position of the slab's descent were not guaranteed. Next, he attempted a snare trap. He secured one end of a flexible vine to a sturdy stake, fashioned a noose at the other end, and gently placed it along a path the rats might traverse, using dry leaves for camouflage and placing bait in the noose. When a rat burrowed through to grab the bait, it might pull the vine and tighten the snare. This trap had a potentially lower success rate, demanding greater sensitivity and skill in arrangement. Chen Yuan was fully absorbed, recalling snippets of survival knowledge from wilderness programs while experimenting and adjusting with the materials he had. His movements were somewhat clumsy due to unfamiliarity and fatigue, and his fingers bore scratches from the rough twigs and vines, yet he paid no mind. Shirtu, watching from the side, transitioned from confusion to curiosity and finally could not resist lending a hand. The child was clever and nimble-fingered, quickly assisting with securing the vines and concealing the trap's traces. Together, they set up 4 traps on the sunny side of the slope, sheltered from the wind, near the grassy thickets of a potential drainage area. 2 pressure traps and 2 snares, all camouflaged with dry leaves and loose soil, with the most pungent entrails serving as bait. Once this work was completed, the sun had begun to dip in the west. The chill of late autumn intensified in the afternoon air. Chen Yuan felt the warmth from the morsel of rat meat he had consumed rapidly dissipating, and hunger began to gnaw at him again, fatigue weighing heavily on his body. Yet, a sense of reassurance settled within him. Regardless of the outcome, he had acted, establishing a clear objective and hope. Chen Shu, do you think this will work? Shirtu asked, gazing at the unremarkable little setups with skepticism. In his limited understanding, catching rats relied either on cats or quick human reflexes. This method of setting bait felt somewhat mystical. It depends on luck and the rat's hunger, Chen Yuan replied, offering no further elaboration. He dusted off his hands and stood, only to be struck by a wave of dizziness, hastily steadying himself against an old locust tree. Chen Shu, Shirtu exclaimed worriedly. I'm fine, just hungry. Chen Yuan waved his hand dismissively, regaining his composure and looking at Shirtu. Do you have a place to go tonight? Food. Shirtu lowered his head, his toes scuffing the dirt clods, his voice barely above a whisper. I'll return to the grass shed behind the earth god temple, but there's no food left. Today, he had consumed only the meager portion of roasted rat meat Chen Yuan had shared. Chen Yuan fell silent for a moment. The dilapidated grass shed behind the earth god temple served as a refuge for the most destitute beggars or drifters in the village, drafty and unsuitable for habitation, cold in winter and hot in summer. He glanced at the sky and touched his empty pockets. With his own survival in question, how could he provide for this child? Let us leave it at that for today, Chen Yuan finally said. Come back here first thing in the morning. If the traps yield something, we'll have food. If not, he paused, not wanting to finish the thought. Shirtu nodded vigorously, a flicker of hope rekindling in his eyes. Yes, I'll come early tomorrow. The two tidied up briefly, thoroughly burying the fire pit to ensure no embers remained. Together, they descended the slope and parted ways at the village entrance. Shirtu ran towards the earth god temple in the west, his small figure quickly vanishing into the twilight. Chen Yuan, dragging his weary body, made his way back to his own drafty home. As he passed by the lonely, crumbling house of Granny Lu, whose courtyard wall was on the verge of collapse, he instinctively slowed his pace. The courtyard door was tightly shut, and an eerie silence enveloped the interior. Only a few wisps of grayish-white smoke drifted weakly from the roof's holes and crevices. So faint it was nearly invisible, as if it might extinguish at any moment. Shirtu mentioned she was gravely ill and had suffered a fall. Chen Yuan stood outside the decaying gate for a moment, the cold wind sweeping through his thin garments, making him shiver. He raised his hand, intending to knock, to inquire about her well-being, but halfway through the motion, he hesitated. As Chunda, reflecting on the actions of the original owner, he now stands at the door, questioning whether he is here to exacerbate Granny Lu's illness or to genuinely assist her. Even if his intentions were sincere, what could he offer? Empty words? Or that worthless field mouse skin? Ultimately, his hand fell weakly to his side. The gnawing emptiness in his stomach and the chill in his body reminded him that his immediate priority was to address his own survival. Only once he secured his own footing could he even consider the well-being of others. He tightened the tattered garment around him, lowered his head, and quickened his pace back to his equally frigid abode, which was referred to as home. That night proved particularly arduous. The autumn chills seeped through the cracks in the walls, the gaps in the door, and the holes in the roof. The hard wooden bed and the dark, coarse blanket provided little warmth. Chun Yuan curled up amidst the hay, listening to the howling winds outside, feeling the increasingly distinct pangs of hunger in his stomach, along with the bruises and aches that had accumulated from the day's labor. He mentally reviewed his plans for the next day, inspect the traps, process any potential catches, and then perhaps venture nearby to search for edible plants or consider alternative methods. The 3-day deadline imposed by Zhao Wangshe loomed over him like a sword suspended above his head. And then there was Granny Lu, the elderly woman, solitary and gravely ill. Now that he was aware of her plight, could he truly turn a blind eye? The moral dilemmas of modern society clashed violently with his current predicament of self-preservation in his mind. In a half-dreaming state, he seemed to hear a faint cough in the distance, old and heart-wrenching, echoing with stark clarity in the still, cold night. The following day, as dawn broke, Chun Yuan awoke, chilled and famished. Struggling to rise, he felt a heaviness in his head and a bitterness in his mouth. Yet, he dared not linger, splashing his face with the remnants of cold water from a broken pot to rouse himself before hastily stepping outside, heading straight for the desolate slope beyond the village. The morning air enveloped the barren slope in a thin mist, with frost clinging to the blades of grass. The cold air stung his lungs, and his heart raced with a mix of anticipation and anxiety. He tread lightly as he approached the points where he had set the traps the previous day. The first pressure plate trap remained undisturbed. The stone slab was intact, and the bait had vanished, but the slab had not fallen. It was likely taken by birds or insects. The second pressure plate trap also failed to trigger. Chun Yuan felt a sinking sensation in his heart. He turned towards the location of the first snare trap. The dry leaves and loose soil exhibited signs of having been slightly disturbed. The vines had been straightened. He hurried forward, crouched down, and carefully brushed aside the camouflage. He discovered that the snare had been triggered but had only captured a few strands of gray fur and a bit of flesh. Nearby, the ground bore small paw prints and signs of struggle, along with a few drops of darkened blood. The prey had escaped. It had managed to break free at the last moment, perhaps due to the snare's insufficient sensitivity or the vine's lack of sturdiness. Disappointment washed over him like icy water. His last hope rested on the second snare trap. He arrived at the final point, which appeared unchanged. Holding his breath, he gently cleared away the covering of dry leaves. The trap had been triggered. The snare was taut, and at the other end. Chun Yuan's eyes brightened. He saw that the snare's other end was fastened to a wooden stake, pulled tight and still trembling slightly. In the shallow pit beside the stake, a field mouse, slightly larger than the one from yesterday and with a gray-black coat, was struggling desperately. Its hind leg was ensnared by the vine's noose, and the more it fought, the tighter the snare became. He had caught it. Success! Chun Yuan suppressed his excitement, swiftly approaching and using a prepared stone to end the field mouse's struggles cleanly. He lifted the still-twitching mouse, weighing it in his hands, and found it considerably heftier than the previous one. Although he was still far from the goal of 4 shung of millet, this catch validated his methods. This was not merely a field mouse. It symbolized hope, proof of his ability to secure tangible rewards in this harsh world through ingenuity and hard work. He meticulously inspected the snare. The noose had been expertly crafted. The mouse was ensnared by its hind leg, which only tightened further as it struggled. The bait had been mostly consumed. This trap had been well placed, perfectly situated along a narrow path frequented by field mice. Chun Yuan processed the mouse, skinning it and extracting the innards. This time, the innards were more plentiful and fresher, serving as superior bait. He reset 4 traps, adding 2 new snare traps near the 2 successful locations, utilizing the fresh innards. By the time he finished, the sun had risen higher, and the mist had dissipated. Chun Yuan gazed at the fresh field mouse in his hands, the pangs of hunger intensifying. Yet, he refrained from consuming it immediately. He needed more. Carrying the mouse meat and skin, he did not return directly to the village but instead turned toward another direction, recalling that at the far end of the village near a small creek, there was a patch of desolate land that had once hosted some reeds and aquatic plants. Perhaps he could find something else. As he gingerly traversed the muddy terrain, he discovered that the area was even more barren than he had anticipated. The creek had nearly dried up, leaving only a muddy riverbed and a few stagnant pools of murky water. Most of the plants in the patch had withered and collapsed onto the ground. Disappointment washed over him, and just as he prepared to leave, His eye was caught by a low-growing plant in the muddy riverbed. The plant had thick, ovate leaves and a purplish-red stem, sprawling across the ground. Though somewhat wilted, it still exhibited signs of vitality. It was Portulaca oleracea, a common wild vegetable known for its resilience and drought resistance, with edible properties and a tender, slightly sour taste. Chen Yuan felt a surge of joy and hurried forward. This small patch of Portulaca oleracea, though not lush, was a rare find in this desolation. He carefully harvested the tender stems and leaves, being cautious not to damage the roots. In no time, he gathered a small handful. Though modest, it was genuine green leafy vegetables that could replenish some vitamins. Just as he prepared to rise, he noticed out of the corner of his eye a cluster of grayish-brown mushrooms growing at the base of a patch of dry reed roots, with small caps that appeared relatively thick. Mushrooms? Chen Yuan's heart tightened. Wild mushrooms should not be consumed indiscriminately, as many are toxic. He leaned in closer to examine them carefully. The caps of these mushrooms are a muted gray-brown, their gills a pristine white, and their stems relatively short, adorned with a ring. He struggled to recall the popular science knowledge he had previously encountered, pondering if they bore a resemblance to the edible genus Pingua. Yet, uncertainty loomed over him. The peril of sampling unknown fungi was too great. However, abstaining from exploration might result in the loss of a potential food source. Ultimately, he refrained from taking action. Hunger may compel one to take risks, yet it should not drive one to folly. He marked the location, intending to return if he could later acquire a more reliable method of identification or perhaps test the mushrooms after capturing small animals. With a handful of purslane and a prepared field mouse, along with a fresh mouse skin, Chen Yuan made his way back to the village. As he passed by Granny Lu's home, the dilapidated door remained firmly shut, devoid of any sign of warmth or life, the stillness unnerving. He paused for a moment, gazing at the tender purslane in his hand, then glancing at the field mouse. After a few seconds of contemplation, he seemed to have resolved to act. He turned and approached the crumbling wall of Granny Lu's yard, carefully placing the small bunch of purslane upon the tilted doorstop, securing it with a clod of earth. Then, like a thief, he swiftly pivoted and departed, his steps hurried, as though afraid of being seen or apprehensive that the door might suddenly swing open. Unbeknownst to him, shortly after he turned away, the decrepit yard door silently opened a narrow crack. A pair of murky, bloodshot eyes, filled with uncertainty, peered through the gap, fixating intently on his hurried retreat, before slowly descending to rest upon the small bunch of purslane, still speckled with dirt, yet vibrantly green. The breath from behind the door grew suddenly rapid, followed by a series of violent, uncontainable coughs, echoing mournfully before the silent, crumbling abode. Chapter 4. Frosty morning and temptation. The morning frost was notably heavier than the previous day, cloaking the withered grass blades, barren branches, and even the thatched roof of Chen Yuan's dilapidated abode in a pallid, chilling luminescence. Chen Yuan was roused not only by the biting cold, but also by the gnawing emptiness in his stomach. Curled up in a pile of hay, he felt the chill seep into his bones, as if ice shards had lodged themselves within him. Each breath released a small cloud of white mist, which quickly dissipated into the frigid air. Struggling to sit up, he heard the creaking sounds of his joints. The meager warmth provided by last night's meager portion of rat meat had long been expended, leaving behind a profound fatigue and an acute hunger. Yet, he had no time for self-pity. Today marked the second day of the 3-day deadline promised to the Zhao Wang clan. Time, along with the elusive prey, urged him onward. With the last remnants of ice mixed with dirt from the clay pot moistening his cracked and bleeding lips, Chen Yuan drew in a deep breath of the biting air and pushed open the creaking, dilapidated door. Outside, the frost blanketed the ground, enveloping the landscape in an eerie silence. Even the birds, usually early risers in search of food, were scarce. The cold permeated through his tattered clothing, causing him to shiver uncontrollably, his teeth chattering against each other. He tightened his clothing, tucked his chin in, and hastened toward the barren slope outside the village. His steps felt unsteady as he treaded on the frost-covered dry grass, producing a faint rustling sound. The flicker of hope regarding the trap's bounty was dimmed by the cold and his weakness. The escaped field mouse loomed like an ominous omen. As he neared the base of the slope, a small, similarly shivering figure darted out from a side path leading from the land deity's temple. It was sure too. The child ran briskly, his small face pale from the cold and his lips a shade of purple. Upon seeing Chen Yuan, his eyes brightened momentarily, and he quickened his pace to join him. Chen Uncle, Shirtu panted, exhaling clouds of white mist. I wanted to see it before dawn, but I was afraid. Let us go together, Chen Yuan interrupted, saying little as he quickened his ascent. Shirtu hurried to keep up, his tiny form straining to match Chen Yuan's pace. The barren slope lay before them, shrouded in frost. A few trap locations were barely visible among the dry grass. The first pressure plate trap remained silent. The bait vanished without a trace. The stone unchanged. The second trap yielded the same result. Chen Yuan's heart sank with each passing moment. He approached the first snare trap, where blood and fur had been left yesterday. Today, it was empty, save for frost remnants. Hope seemed to evaporate along with his body heat. Shirtu followed closely, holding his breath, anxiously watching Chen Yuan's back. Finally, they arrived at the last trap, the one that had successfully captured prey yesterday. Chen Yuan crouched down, his hands trembling imperceptibly as he brushed away the frost and dried leaves. The vine was taut. His spirits lifted as he swiftly cleared the surrounding camouflage. There, the flexible vine was tightly ensnared within a bundle of gray-brown fur. The trap had caught the foreleg and part of the body, the prey entangled more securely, no longer struggling, its body half buried in the loose earth, covered by a thin layer of frost. Another field mouse. Slightly smaller than yesterday's catch, yet undeniably a genuine prize. I caught it, Shirtu exclaimed, his small voice filled with glee as a flush of excitement colored his frostbitten cheeks. Chen Yuan exhaled a long sigh of relief, the cold air that had been trapped in his chest finally released. He examined the trap meticulously. The position and tightening method of the snare were impeccable. The field mouse had hardly struggled before being subdued. The fresh internal organs had proven effective bait. Well done, Chen Yuan praised, a rare compliment that could be directed at either the trap or the luck shared with Shirtu. He skillfully processed the field mouse, yielding a modest portion of meat and an intact pelt. The organs remained fresh. Today, we must set more traps. As he used the internal organs to reset the successful trap, he spoke to Shirtu. We should change locations. Staying in one place too long makes traps ineffective. Shirtu nodded vigorously, his eyes brimming with admiration. Uncle is truly knowledgeable, unlike those in the village who only bury their heads in farming or act arrogantly. They resumed their meticulous search across the barren slope. Chen Yuan scrutinized the ground for traces, tiny paw prints, nibbled grass roots, and the distribution of field mouse droppings. Taking into account the terrain, sheltered from the wind, sunlit, near a water source but not a puddle, vegetation, providing cover and food sources, and potential pathways, like the edges of ditches and crevices between stones, he selected several new locations. Lacking sufficient vines, they improvised with more pliable grass stems to reinforce their traps or sought natural narrow stone crevices and tree root gaps to construct more intricate triggering mechanisms. Shirtu's dexterity and patience shone through. He learned quickly and even offered some rudimentary yet practical suggestions, such as which position of dried leaves camouflaged more naturally. In total, they added 3 new traps, along with the 4 old ones they had reset, creating a sparse net of 7 locations scattered across the famished slope. Having completed their task, the sun had risen higher, the frost gradually melting to reveal the original yellow hue of the dry grass. Both were utterly exhausted, especially Chen Yuan, whose forehead glistened with a sheen of sweat, and his vision blurred intermittently. Uncle, you don't look well, Shirtu observed with concern. Just hungry. Chen Yuan waved his hand dismissively, leaning against an old locust tree. He retrieved the small handful of purslane left from yesterday. The leaves were somewhat wilted but still edible. He divided it in half and offered some to Shirtu. Washed, Shirtu murmured as he accepted it, gesturing toward the nearly dried-up ditch nearby. Before coming, he had hastily splashed his face and hands with icy water at the ditch. Chen Yuan nodded, stuffing the purslane into his mouth. The wild vegetable, bitter with a hint of sourness, spread through his mouth, its coarse fibers difficult to swallow. Yet for his empty stomach, anything that could fill it was a comfort. Shirtu also nibbled slowly, his brow furrowed tightly, yet he was earnest in his eating. Uncle, Shirtu said after finishing the wild vegetable, hesitating before continuing in a hushed tone, when I came this morning. I passed by Granny Lu's house. Chen Yuan paused his chewing, looking at him. I saw. The vegetables on the doorstep were gone. Shirtu's voice dropped even lower, laced with confusion, but the door is still tightly shut, and there's not a sound. Peering through the crack in the door, I caught a glimpse of the yard. It appeared to bear the marks of a fall, with a dustpan overturned in the corner. A wave of unease washed over Chen Yuan. The vegetables were gone. Had they been collected, or had birds or something else taken them? The signs of a fall. It seemed that Granny Lu's illness was likely more severe than what Shirtu had suggested. Understanding dawned upon Chen Yuan. He said little, swallowing the last morsel of purslane before rising to his feet. It was time to return. Back to the village? Shirtu inquired. Yes, to fetch some supplies. Chen Yuan's gaze fell upon the freshly obtained, still warm, field mouse meat. The path to the village remained desolate. Occasionally encountering villagers, I noticed that their usual disdain was tinged with an unspoken scrutiny. Chunda and Shirtu, those orphans wandering together and often roaming the wastelands, had indeed drawn some attention, yet in these perilous times, few had the luxury to inquire further. Upon returning to the dilapidated dwelling, Chen Yuan rummaged through a pile of debris in the corner, eventually uncovering a relatively intact earthen bowl, albeit with a chipped edge. He also picked up a broken water jug, peering inside at the scant remnants of mud before discarding it. Holding the prepared field mouse and the clay bowl, he instructed Shirtu, wait here. Or perhaps check by the earth god temple to see if there's any firewood to gather. Be cautious. Shirtu seemed to grasp the urgency, nodding without further questions before darting away. Alone once more, Chen Yuan made his way towards the western end of the village, to the solitary, crumbling abode of Granny Lu. The courtyard door remained tightly shut, the stone slab clean, with yesterday's clod of earth still askew. The yard was eerily silent, devoid of coughs or any sign of life, save for the mournful howl of the wind threading through the collapsed walls. Standing outside the door, Chen Yuan hesitated not this time. He lifted his hand and rapped gently yet firmly on the weathered wooden door 3 times. Granny Lu, are you there? The sound carried through the stillness, laced with an unacknowledged tension. No reply came from within. He knocked again, this time with a bit more force. Granny Lu? It's Chinda. Are you well? Silence reigned still. Chen Yuan's heart sank. He tried to push the door, finding it latched from the inside, yet the hinges were decayed and unsteady. Through the narrow gap, he caught sight of a corner of the yard, the muddy ground, the overturned dustpan, and nearby the door, a small patch of darkened stain that resembled either a spill of medicinal liquid or something more sinister. Time was of the essence. Chen Yuan took a step back, glancing around. The secluded path was deserted. Drawing a deep breath, he placed his hands against the partially collapsed earthen wall, and with a determined push, he vaulted over it. The crumbling earth cascaded down as he landed deftly in the yard. Though his body felt weak, his movements were surprisingly agile. The yard was small, more dilapidated than his own home. The dark stain near the door indeed resembled spilled medicinal concoction, now half dry. The door was ajar, revealing a shadowy crevice. Granny Lu? Chen Yuan raised his voice, slowly approaching the threshold. Still, there was no response. Only a heavy, mingled scent of herbs, mildew, and an indescribable air of decay wafted through the crack. Chen Yuan's heart raced. He reached out, gently pushing the slightly open door. Dim light filtered through the holes in the paper windows, barely illuminating the interior. It was barer than his own home, containing only a bed, a table, and a stool, with some clutter piled in the corner. On the bed, beneath tattered bedding, lay a small, emaciated figure, almost unrecognizable as a person. It was Granny Lu. She lay motionless, her face turned inward, white hair strewn across a patched pillow. On the floor beside the bed, an earthen bowl lay toppled, with remnants of dark medicinal residue clinging to its rim. Chen Yuan hurried to the bedside, calling softly, Granny Lu? Still, no response. He hesitantly reached out, gently touching the old woman's shoulder. Through her thin clothing, he could feel the sharpness of her bones and an alarming heat radiating from her body. She was burning with fever, and it was severe. She had slipped into a semi-conscious state. Chen Yuan furrowed his brow. A quick examination revealed no apparent new injuries, but her forehead was alarmingly hot, her breathing rapid and shallow, and her lips cracked. It appeared she had not recovered from her previous ailments and had succumbed to the cold, compounded by lack of food and medicine, which had rendered her bedridden and perhaps led to her fall. He quickly turned, placing the prepared field mouse on the rickety table. Then he picked up the earthen bowl from the floor and approached a water jar in the corner. Though low on water, it was relatively clear. He filled half the bowl and returned to the bedside. Granny Lu, drink some water. He attempted to lift her up. She felt weightless, her body scalding, stirring slightly in his arms. Her cracked lips opened just enough to emit a faint, indistinct murmur. Chen Yuan carefully positioned the bowl to her lips, slowly feeding her a bit of water. Most spilled out, soaking his clothing, yet she managed to swallow some. After several sips, she appeared to regain a semblance of awareness, her eyelids fluttering, her cloudy eyes barely managing to open a slit, gazing blankly in Chen Yuan's direction. "Who?" came her voice, barely above a whisper. "It's me." Chen Yuan endeavored to keep his tone steady. "You have a fever, you need to drink water." "Chen." "Chinda?" Her dazed gaze seemed to sharpen for a fleeting moment before being overtaken by overwhelming fear and instinctive revulsion. Her frail hand shot up, as if to push him away, but it fell weakly back down, her chest heaving with labored breaths and coughs. You wretched, get out." Even in her dire state, her loathing and terror towards Chunda ran deep. Chen Yuan did not release her, nor did he retreat in response to her harsh words. He steadied her, once more bringing the bowl close. "Drink some water first. If you wish to scold me, wait until you have the strength." His calm demeanor and unyielding resolve seemed to quell her struggles. Perhaps exhaustion had overtaken her, or perhaps the fever had clouded her senses. Ultimately, she leaned into Chen Yuan's hold. Managing to swallow 2 small sips of water before succumbing to fatigue, her brow furrowed in apparent pain. Gently, Chen Yuan laid her back down, covering her with the hard, thin blanket. He straightened and surveyed the cold, desolate room, devoid of medicine and decent sustenance. With only half a barrel of cold water to rely upon, the elderly man feared he might not survive beyond 2 days. He knew he must take action. Striding into the courtyard, he picked up the overturned winnowing basket and surveyed the sky. Then, he scaled the wall once more, this time with greater urgency, and upon landing, he dashed towards his home. On his way, he encountered Shirtu, who was returning with a small bundle of relatively dry twigs. "Uncle Chen, what is the matter?" Shirtu exclaimed, startled by Chen Yuan's frantic demeanor. "Listen, Shirtu," Chen Yuan panted, his words tumbling out rapidly. "Old Granny Lu is gravely ill, suffering from a fever, and she may not last much longer. I need you to do 2 things for me." Shirtu's small face grew serious as he stood at attention. "What is it, Uncle Chen?" "First, you are quick on your feet. Go to the barren slope and replace the bait in the 3 traps we set this morning and the 2 snares from yesterday with the freshest offerings, specifically, the viscera from the mouse we just caught. Ensure the traps are in optimal condition." Second, Chen Yuan reached into his pocket and retrieved a coarse earthen bowl, handing it to Shirtu. "Head to the river and find a calm, clean spot to fetch a bowl of clear water. Then, deliver it directly to Granny Lu's house, entering through the breach in the wall, and place it on her table. Remember, do not wake her, just set it down and leave swiftly. Do you understand?" Shirtu nodded vigorously. "Understood. Change the bait, fetch water, and deliver it without speaking." "Good, hurry. Be careful not to let anyone see you climb over Granny Lu's wall." Chen Yuan gently patted the boy's slender shoulder. Clutching the firewood, Shirtu turned and sprinted towards the barren slope, only to pause after a few steps to hand the firewood back to Chen Yuan, before darting off with the empty bowl, his small figure quickly disappearing among the cottages. Chen Yuan, holding the bundle of firewood, did not return home, but instead retraced his steps towards Granny Lu's abode. He refrained from entering and instead lingered nearby, observing. He sought any herbs that might be of use, drawing from the fragmented memories of the original owner, Chen Dazarin. While he lacked knowledge in this area, having been shaped by an age of information abundance, he recalled fragments of herbal lore from Granny Lu's teachings. Dandelions? They seemed to possess some anti-inflammatory properties, but they were long gone by this season. The roots of thatch grass? They could clear heat, but acted slowly. His gaze swept the roadside, the corners of walls, and any sheltered patches of greenery. At last, behind Granny Lu's house, nestled in a windbreak between stones, he discovered a few frail, yellowing plants that nonetheless stood resilient. Their stems were upright and square, with opposite leaves serrated at the edges. A faint, minty aroma wafted from them. Could this be xiaoku chow or a variant of mint? He was uncertain, yet the cooling scent suggested potential utility. Without further deliberation, he cautiously uprooted the plants, shaking off the soil. Returning to the outskirts of Granny Lu's home, he scaled the wall once again. He placed the firewood in a sheltered spot under the eaves to guard against rain and snow, setting the herbs beside the water barrel. Peering inside, he found Granny Lu still in a deep slumber, her breathing slightly steadier, yet her forehead still burning. The small field mouse meat remained on the table. Exiting the house, he crouched beside the rudimentary outdoor stove, constructed from 3 stones. The hearth held only cold ashes. He retrieved a fire striker and tinder, the sole remnants of usefulness he had pilfered from his own home. After several arduous attempts, he finally ignited the tinder, carefully coaxing the flames to catch on the driest twigs he had brought. A small flame flickered, trembling feebly within the hearth. Chun Yuan cautiously added more wood, nurturing the fire until it blazed more robustly. He cleaned the chipped earthen bowl, filled it halfway with water, and set it atop the stone to boil. As the water neared a boil, he plucked the leaves from the herbs, gently kneading them before adding them to the bowl. A slightly bitter yet refreshing scent wafted upward with the steam. Watching the bubbling herbal concoction darken in color, he felt no certainty within himself. He was no physician. This was a reckless gamble based on vague recollections and the dire predicament at hand. Whether this mixture would alleviate her suffering or exacerbate, it was beyond his knowledge. Yet, he could not simply stand by idly. The herbal infusion simmered to a deep brown hue. Chun Yuan, using 2 stones as a buffer, carefully lifted the scalding bowl and set it aside to cool. He sat upon the cold earth, vigilantly tending the small fire while observing the rising steam from the bowl, casting glances toward the silent figure within the house. An unprecedented solitude and weighty pressure bore down upon his shoulders. To save a field mouse was to stave off hunger. To save Shirtu was an act of compassion intertwined with ulterior motives. But to save Granny Lu, for what purpose? To atone for the sins of the original owner? To prove he was not Chinda? Or simply because it was a life, and he could not turn a blind eye to it? He was uncertain. All he knew was that if Granny Lu were to perish, and he had chosen to abandon the purslin, to intrude upon this courtyard, to sit here and brew this bowl of water, his future days might be consumed by a different kind of hunger, a hunger of conscience. As time passed, the sky darkened once more. The wind ceased, yet the chill intensified, a damp cold that penetrated to the bone. The medicinal broth had warmed. Chun Yuan lifted the bowl and stepped into the dimly lit room. He propped Granny Lu up, cradling her in his arms as he had before, and cautiously began to feed her the strange-smelling herbal infusion, drop by drop, into her cracked lips. This time, Granny Lu did not resist or scold him. She seemed too weak even to swallow, most of the broth spilling over and staining her tattered front. But Chun Yuan remained patient, feeding her slowly, wiping her mouth with his sleeve. After administering the last of the mixture, he laid her back down and felt her forehead once more. It remained feverishly hot, yet perhaps it was merely an illusion, but the heat seemed less aggressive. Perhaps it was just the illusion cast by the flickering flames. Chun Yuan sat on the cold, earthen floor beside the bed, leaning against the mud wall, exhaustion washing over him like a tide, nearly overwhelming him. Hunger, cold, weakness, and the fatigue from the day's exertions, coupled with the strain of his mental burdens, made his eyelids feel as heavy as mountains. He could not sleep here, yet he needed to watch over her, at least to see if this infusion would yield any change, or perhaps, if it would provoke an even worse reaction. Outside, the campfire gradually dwindled, leaving only a faint, dark red ember flickering in the deepening twilight. Inside, an eerie silence prevailed, broken only by the sporadic, labored breaths of Granny Lu and the heavy sound of Chun Yuan's eyelids opening and closing. Just as his consciousness began to blur, on the path leading to the village beyond the courtyard wall, footsteps echoed. More than one individual approached, their footsteps heavy and chaotic, accompanied by coarse voices that pierced the dusk, drawing nearer. Among them was a voice Chun Yuan had heard just yesterday, sharp and strident, cutting through the dimness. Surely they are nearby. I saw that little rascal Shirtu running this way with firewood. That scoundrel Chun might well be hiding in one of those homes. Today, we must drag him out and see how he will evade responsibility. It was Zhao Wangshi. How did she find her way here? And she brought company? Chun Yuan felt a jolt of alarm, the remnants of sleep vanishing in an instant, his heart tightening painfully. He glanced at the still unconscious Granny Lu on the bed, then at the completely extinguished fire outside, leaving only wisps of blue smoke and the field mouse on the table that had yet to be dealt with. The footsteps drew ever closer, now just outside the half-collapsed courtyard wall. A harsh voice, belonging to an unfamiliar man, rang out, "Granny Lu. Is Granny Lu at home? Open the door. Have you seen that rascal Chinda?" Following this was a series of loud knocks on the door, shaking the already precarious door panel, causing dust to fall in a fine cascade. Chapter 5. Inside and outside the threshold. Bang, bang, bang. The dilapidated courtyard door groaned under the harsh pounding, its hinges creaking under the strain, as if it would disintegrate at any moment. Dust accumulated over the years cascaded down from the door, swirling in the dim light. Chen Yuan's heart leapt to his throat, his muscles tensed, and it felt as though his blood rushed to his head, only to freeze in his limbs. He stood rigidly like a clay statue in the shadow by Granny Lu's bedside, yet his ears were sharply attuned, catching every sound from outside the door. The shrill voice of Zhao Wangsher mingled with the coarse shouts of an unfamiliar man, seeping through the cracks in the door. "Granny Lu, did you hear? Open the door. We are from the Zhao family, looking for that bastard Chinda. Someone saw him coming this way." It was Zhao Wangsher, along with her husband, Zhao Dahu. Chen Yuan dredged up the memory of the burly, hot-tempered hunter from the original owner's recollections, who, despite his fury, had some sense of reason. How could they have found him here? Had the stone been seen? Or had he left traces from climbing over the wall? On the bed, Granny Lu stirred uneasily at the sound of the banging, her brow furrowed, issuing a muffled whimper, yet she remained asleep. The high fever continued to deplete her fading consciousness. Chen Yuan's mind raced at an unprecedented speed. Run? Out the back window. But Granny Lu was still unconscious, and there lay that piece of field mouse meat on the table, with the ashes from the hearth still warm. If discovered fleeing in a panic or leaving behind incriminating evidence, he would be irredeemably tainted. Zhao Wangsher would undoubtedly pin the crime of theft and even attempted murder on him amid Granny Lu's grave illness. At that point, forget debts. Even the village chief and clan rules could claim his life. Not running, staying inside, waiting for them to break in, to find him in the middle of the night in the home of a gravely ill, solitary old woman with whom he had old grievances, would also be hard to explain. Zhao Wangsher's loquaciousness could easily twist the narrative. In a flash, Chen Yuan made a decision. He could neither run nor escape. He must confront them and take control of the situation. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to calm down, then sprang to his feet, deliberately knocking over a rickety stool by the bedside, producing a sound that was neither too loud nor too soft. The pounding and shouting outside abruptly ceased. Chen Yuan did not rush to open the door, but quickly scanned the room. The field mouse meat lay on the table, the medicine bowl beside the bed, and the ashes outside. These could not be hidden at once. Gritting his teeth, he stepped forward, adopting a voice tinged with displeasure and irritation, calling out toward the door. "Who is it? It's late at night. What are you banging for? Granny Lu is sick and just fell asleep." His voice was loud enough for those outside to hear, carrying a tone of righteous indignation, as if he were the master of the house, caring for a patient, yet being unreasonably disturbed. Outside, there was a moment of silence. Then Zhao Dahu's perplexed voice broke through. "Chinda, is that really you? What the hell are you doing in Granny Lu's house?" His tone was filled with disbelief and wariness. Zhao Wangsher's sharp voice followed suit, bursting with an exhilarated certainty. "Well, Chinda, you are really here. You scoundrel, are you here to steal something, knowing Granny Lu is gravely ill and there's no one at home? Or are you up to some underhanded business? Get out here." Listening to the increasingly hostile words from outside, Chen Yuan realized he could wait no longer. He composed his expression, striving to convey weariness, concern, and a hint of indignation at being wronged, then swiftly walked to the door, removed the flimsy bolt, and abruptly pulled open the creaking door. Outside, the dusk was thick. Zhao Dahu held a torch, its flickering flame casting a glow on his rugged, weather-beaten face, his thick brows knitted in a fierce scowl, his sharp gaze fixed intently on Chen Yuan. He was tall and robust, even in coarse clothing. His years of hunting and physical labor could not be concealed. He held no weapon, yet an aura of untamed wilderness emanated from him. Zhao Wangsher stood slightly behind him, one hand on her hip and the other pointing at Chen Yuan, her face a tapestry of anger, triumph, and deep suspicion. The light from the torch played across her features, rendering her expression somewhat grotesque. Behind them, one or two villagers, seemingly drawn by curiosity, lingered in the shadows, keeping their distance. "Chinda, you." Zhao Wangsher began to berate him as soon as the door opened. Chen Yuan, however, stepped over the threshold first, gently closing the door behind him to obscure most of the view from within. He stood just inside the threshold, slightly tilting his head to look up at the tall, sturdy Zhao Dao, then glanced at Zhao Wangsher, lowering his voice, yet speaking clearly. "Brother Zhao, Sister Zhao, please keep your voices down. Granny Lu has a high fever and just drank a bit of water before falling asleep. She cannot bear the noise." As soon as he spoke, Zhao Da's brow furrowed even deeper, and he raised the torch to illuminate Chun Yuan's face and the partially closed door behind him, seemingly trying to discern what he was up to. Zhao Wangshe was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting Chun Yuan to respond not with defiance or trickery, but by asking them to be quiet, citing the need to care for a sick person. "Don't give me that." Zhao Wangshe snapped back, her voice lowered but her tone more aggressive. "Granny Lu is sick. What does that have to do with you? When did you, Chunda, become so kind-hearted? Speak. Why did you sneak into an old sick woman's house in the dark? Are you looking to take advantage of her vulnerability, to steal something? I tell you, caught red-handed today, you won't be able to wriggle out of this." Chun Yuan's face displayed a well-timed mixture of helplessness and a hint of indignation at the misunderstanding. He stepped aside, widening the gap in the door so Zhao Dahu could catch a glimpse of the curled figure on the bed, then spoke softly. "Sister Zhao, that is a harsh accusation. Yes, I, Chunda, have not been a good person in the past and have wronged Granny Lu. But today, passing by, I saw her door tightly shut and no sounds coming from inside. Remembering that Shirtu mentioned Granny Lu was gravely ill, I felt uneasy and climbed over the wall to check. I found her unconscious on the floor, without food or water. If I truly harbored ill intentions, would I be here trying to kindle a fire to boil water? Would I be devising ways to save her?" He gestured toward the remnants of firewood and the chipped earthen bowl by the hearth, then shifted to allow Zhao Dahu to see the small, prepared field mouse meat on the table. "I am nearly starving myself. Today, I managed to gather some grain on the slope, and seeing Granny Lu in this state, I thought to leave it for her, perhaps to help bolster her strength. In these times, which household lacks food? Am I a thief? What am I to steal from an elderly woman who is gravely ill? The cold air from her room?" Chun Yuan's words were articulated with clarity and reason, especially as he highlighted the justifiable circumstances for his actions, his concern manifesting as confusion, the traces of a fire, and the food left for the ailing woman, all starkly contrasting with his previous self-serving and cowardly demeanor. More importantly, his tone, tinged with fatigue yet unpretentious, coupled with his calm reference to his own hunger, exuded an uncanny credibility. Zhao Dahu, brandishing a torch, scrutinized Chun Yuan's face with the sharp gaze of a hunter before peering through the crack of the door to observe the dim interior and the figure on the bed, ultimately resting his gaze on a modest piece of field mouse meat. His years of dealing with wild beasts had honed his perceptiveness towards people. Before him, Chunda, although still gaunt and disheveled, possessed a clear gaze devoid of the previous furtive glances, and while his posture sagged from weakness, he did not exhibit any signs of guilt or retreat. "Are you truly here to save her?" Zhao Dahu inquired, his voice deep, skepticism lingering but hostility noticeably diminished. "Brother Zhao, even if I have lost my humanity, I understand that some actions are beyond reproach. Granny Lu is an elder who raised me. I was a scoundrel in my youth." Chun Yuan lowered his head at the opportune moment, his voice carrying a rough edge of remorse, perfectly timed. "Observing her condition today, if I were to turn and leave, I would forever be haunted by this burden. As for the debt owed to you and your wife, I have not forgotten. 3 days, for shung of millet, I am devising a plan." He deftly redirected the conversation back to the debt, both to assert his intentions and to shift some focus away. Zhao Wangshe opened her mouth, seemingly ready to interject, but was silenced by a raised hand from Zhao Dahu. He regarded Chun Yuan intently before asking, "Do you know how to treat illness?" "Not at all," Chun Yuan replied, shaking his head and speaking candidly. "I have only heard that one should drink plenty of water when running a fever, and it is best to have something cooling. I found a few wild herbs with a refreshing essence in the stone crevice behind the house, boiled them, and gave some to Granny Lu. Whether it helps, I cannot say, but it is better than enduring the heat without any remedy." His honesty, albeit somewhat clumsy, only served to enhance his authenticity. A true charlatan would have boasted of his medical expertise at such a moment. Zhao Dahu fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing the situation. He glanced back at the indistinct villagers in the distance, then surveyed the slightly ajar door, before turning to Chun Yuan again. "How is Lu Posey's condition?" "She has a high fever, alternating between consciousness and delirium. Administering water and medicine is quite a struggle," Chun Yuan replied earnestly, his tone somber. "With the lack of food and medicine, if this continues, it is likely." He left the implication unspoken, but all present understood its gravity. Zhao Dahu's brow furrowed in concern. Lu Posey held a high standing within the village. Although she was somewhat reclusive and childless, her passing without notice would indeed be an unfortunate affair. What Chunda was doing, regardless of his motives, was at least a humane act. Will you stay here tonight? Zhao Dehu asked. Chen Yuan nodded. I must keep watch. One never knows when. There may be a turn in the night. Hearing this, Zhao Wangshu could not help but interject again. You? Who knows what your intentions are? Dehu, we cannot trust him. Sister, Chen Yuan interrupted, maintaining a calm demeanor while meeting her gaze. If I had any ulterior motives, I would have fled through the back window when you knocked. Rather than confronting you at the door, what is there in this room that would compel me to take such a risk? If something were to happen to Lu Posey while I am here, could I escape? The entire village would know I was the last one present. His argument was both reasonable and compelling, momentarily silencing Zhao Wangshu. Indeed, if Chunda harbored malicious intent, he would likely be hiding from them or have already made his escape instead of remaining there, facing the couple and voluntarily disclosing Lu Posey's precarious condition. Zhao Dehu evidently grasped this implication as well. He scrutinized Chen Yuan once more. In the flickering firelight, the former rogue appeared to possess a subtle difference. Could it be true, as the village elders say, that a brush with death can reform one's character? Very well, Zhao Dehu ultimately declared, his voice steady, imbued with the decisiveness of a family patriarch. Chunda, you will watch over Lu Posey tonight. Whether your intentions are genuine or feigned, we shall observe. You owe a debt that must be settled in 2 days. If anything befalls Lu Posey under your care, or if anything is missing. He paused, his gaze piercing. We will settle both old and new accounts together. And it will not be a simple matter of meeting the village chief. You know the weight of my fist. This was both a warning and a temporary approval. A significant weight lifted from Chen Yuan's chest. He solemnly nodded. I understand, Brother Zhao. I will remain here tonight. If there is any improvement for Granny, it will be a blessing. If misfortune befalls her, I will accept it. Humph. Zhao Wangshu snorted, still displeased. Yet her husband's word held authority, preventing further dissent. She shot Chen Yuan a fierce glare. You better deliver on your word. Let us go, Dehu. Zhao Dehu cast one last glance at the room before addressing Chen Yuan. If you need assistance, call out. There are neighbors nearby. We cannot simply watch someone perish. His words were directed at Chen Yuan, but also meant for any villagers who might still be lurking in the shadows. With that, he took Zhao Wangshu, still seething, by the arm and turned to leave. The glow of the torchlight gradually faded, accompanied by the heavy footsteps and Zhao Wangshu's low murmurs that vanished into the twilight. The distant figures of onlookers also quietly dispersed. Chen Yuan stood at the door until their voices faded completely, then slowly exhaled a long-held breath. His back was drenched in cold sweat, clinging to his skin. The night breeze felt piercingly frigid. He turned, gently closed the door, and secured the latch. The room sank once more into darkness, illuminated only by the faint light from outside. Leaning against the icy door, he felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. The brief confrontation had drained the little strength he had regained at the edge of despair, even more exhausting than chasing field mice or scaling walls to save someone. It was a battle of will. He returned to the bedside and reached out to feel Granny Lu's forehead. It remained hot, yet perhaps her breathing appeared slightly more stable than before. Whether it was the herbs taking effect or merely his imagination, he could not tell. He sat back down beside the bed, weariness crashing over him like a wave. Yet he dared not sleep, nor could he. Although Zhao Dehu and his wife had temporarily retreated, the seeds of suspicion had been sown, and more eyes might be watching from the shadows. Granny Lu's condition remained perilous. The traps of tomorrow remain uncertain. The 3-day deadline ticks away like a relentless countdown. Time flows steadily, enveloped by the night that has completely shrouded this dilapidated dwelling. A chilling draft seeps in from all directions. Chen Yuan gathers the remaining few pieces of firewood by the stove and, retreating to a distant corner of the room, rekindles a small fire. The faint glow dispels a patch of darkness and a hint of cold, offering him a modicum of warmth and solace. He remains vigilant by the fire, tending to it while keeping an ear out for any signs from Granny Lu. In the latter half of the night, she seems to awaken briefly, mumbling for water. Chen Yuan hurriedly feeds her the remaining herbal concoction warmed by the fire. This time, she swallows it more easily, murmuring something indistinct before sinking back into a deep slumber, her brow appearing slightly less furrowed. Chen Yuan spends a sleepless night. As the first light of dawn breaks, Granny Lu's forehead feels less alarmingly hot to the touch. Though her breathing remains faint, it has stabilized. She has survived the most perilous night. Rubbing his bloodshot eyes, Chen Yuan gazes out at the brightening sky, unable to articulate the tumult of emotions within him. There is relief, fatigue, and a faint, unfamiliar warmth, a small sense of achievement in witnessing that perhaps his efforts had borne fruit. He rises gently, stretching his stiff limbs. On the table, the field mouse meat still lies untouched. Granny Lu cannot consume it just yet. Her fever has not entirely subsided, and she can only manage thin broth. He picks up the field mouse meat, glancing once more at the still slumbering Granny Lu, and quietly opens the door to step outside. The morning frost is heavier than the previous day, and the air is crisp. The village is eerily quiet, most residents still lost in slumber or too weak from hunger to rise early. Chen Yuan does not return home. Instead, he heads straight for the temple of the land deity. Behind the temple, in a ramshackle straw hut that leaks air from every corner, he finds Shirtu huddled in a pile of decaying straw, shivering from the cold. The child is not in a deep sleep, and as Chen Yuan approaches, he wakes with a start. Recognizing Chen Yuan, he visibly relaxes, rubbing his eyes and sitting up. "Uncle Chen." Shirtu's voice is nasally and chilly from just waking. Chen Yuan remains silent, merely extending the field mouse meat wrapped in clean leaves toward him. Shirtu freezes, staring at the dark red meat, then looks up at Chen Yuan's gaunt but composed face, his eyes welling with tears. "Uncle Chen, this is for Granny Lu. She cannot eat it yet. Her fever has not fully receded. She can only have a bit of broth." Chen Yuan's voice is hoarse. "You eat it. Consuming it will give you strength to check the traps on the barren slope. Remember, be cautious, and do not let anyone notice you." Shirtu takes the warm package of meat, clutching it tightly in his small hands, tears brimming in his eyes, and nods earnestly, unable to utter a word. Chen Yuan pats his frail shoulder and turns to leave. He must return to check on Granny Lu, and then he must also go to the barren slope. The next day will determine whether he can hold his head high before the Zhaowang clan, and whether he can continue to secure even the faintest support from someone like Shirtu. As he nears Granny Lu's home again, he spots a frail, stooped figure in the distance, carrying a worn basket, lingering outside the collapsed wall of Granny Lu's courtyard, seemingly hesitant to enter. It is Widow's son from the east end of the village, another soul burdened by hardship. Her husband passed away prematurely, leaving her to raise a sickly son alone. She rarely interacts with Granny Lu, both women being marginalized figures in the village. Upon noticing Chen Yuan approaching, Widow's son flinches like a startled rabbit, tightening her grip on the basket, which contains a few wilted greens and a small, dark object. Chen Yuan halts a few steps away, nodding silently in her direction. After a moment of hesitation, Widow's son timidly nods back, albeit slightly, and then, as if steeling herself, hurries to the entrance of Granny Lu's courtyard. She quickly places the wilted greens and the dark object, resembling a piece of yam root, on the doorstep, pressing it down with a small stone as if fearing the wind might whisk it away. Having completed her task, she dares not look at Chen Yuan, keeping her head down as she hurriedly departs, soon disappearing into the morning mist. Chen Yuan stands for a moment, gazing at the meager yet evidently hard-earned offering on the doorstep, then looks in the direction where Widow's son vanished, remaining silent for a long while. Eventually, he steps forward, picks up the muddy greens and the small yam root, pushes open the gate to Granny Lu's courtyard, and enters. A new day has begun. The frost lingers, and hunger prevails. Yet, amidst this cold, desolate stillness, it seems that subtle, yet undeniable changes are occurring. As Chen Yuan feeds Granny Lu some warm water and tidies the room, preparing to meet Shirtu on the barren slope, he remains unaware that on the other side of the village, at Zhao Dahu's hearth, Zhaowang Shi, who had scarcely slept the night before, is nudging her equally early-rising husband. In a hushed, complex tone, she inquires, "Dear, do you think Chinda might truly have changed his ways?" Zhao Dahu sits at the edge of the bed, silently sharpening a hunting knife. At her words, he momentarily pauses, his head still lowered as he responds. It takes time to discern whether one is human or ghost. However, he lifts his gaze to the gray sky outside, his expression contemplative. Last night, his look at Granny Lu did not appear feigned. Chapter 6. Harvest and ripples. The morning frost upon the barren slope gradually dissipated under the rising sun, transforming into tiny droplets of water that clung to the tips of withered grass, glimmering faintly in the pale light. The air was crisp, entering the lungs with a biting chill that also invigorated the mind. Chen Yuan and Shirtu, one after the other, gingerly navigated the slippery grassy slope towards the site where they had laid their intricate traps the previous day. Their steps were imbued with a sense of urgency, tempered by cautious anticipation. particularly Tu, who almost broke into a jog, frequently glancing back to urge Chun Yuan with his eyes, while nervously surveying the points marked discreetly ahead. The first newly set snare trap was empty. The bait had vanished, with the vines hanging limply as if some small creature had skillfully absconded with the food without triggering the mechanism. Chun Yuan's heart sank momentarily, yet his expression remained inscrutable as he gestured for Tu to continue. The second trap, the one that had successfully captured prey yesterday, revealed taut vines. Chun Yuan and Tu exchanged a quick glance before hastening forward. As they cleared the camouflage, they found a live snare had firmly ensnared the hind leg of a robust field mouse. The creature was already stiff, evidently caught during the night, having struggled to the point of exhaustion and death. This specimen was larger than the previous catches, its dark gray fur glistening, a rare find in these times of scarcity. How magnificent! Tu exclaimed in a hushed tone, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Chun Yuan sighed in relief and began to process the catch. This field mouse had more internal organs, its fat richer, making it excellent bait. The skin was intact and could be traded. Let us inspect the others. Chun Yuan secured the prey, his voice imbued with newfound confidence. The third newly set trap, designed to mimic the successful one, was situated at the exit of a narrow rock crevice. This time, the snare had caught a medium-sized field mouse, still twitching, yet powerless to escape. The fourth old trap, another pressure plate, had once again been approached by the cunning diner, but remained untriggered. The fifth trap, newly set near the location where a mouse had escaped yesterday, brought them unexpected joy as the snare had been triggered, but instead of a field mouse, it had ensnared a flustered, flapping gray quail. The bird's feet were entangled in the vines, desperately struggling, with evidence of its attempts to peck at the bait nearby. A bird. It's a bird. Tu exclaimed, nearly jumping with excitement. Meat. This is far more substantial than field mouse. Chun Yuan too felt a surge of unexpected delight. Though the quail was small, its flesh was undoubtedly more tender than that of the field mouse and devoid of the earthy taste. He approached carefully, releasing the quail before swiftly breaking its neck to end its suffering. This was indeed an unexpected bountiful harvest. The final snare trap was also empty. Upon tallying their findings, they had captured 2 field mice, 1 large and 1 medium, and 1 quail overnight from 7 traps. While the success rate was not particularly high, it far exceeded their expectations given the current conditions, especially with the plump field mouse and the quail. Chun Yuan felt a renewed sense of assurance regarding the gamble of 3 days for 4 shung of millet. Uncle Chun, we struck gold. Tu beamed, gazing at the weighty harvest in Chun Yuan's hands, his cheeks flushed with excitement as he rubbed his cold, red hands together. We still have a long way to go. Although Chun Yuan felt a certain lightness in his heart, he refrained from excessive optimism. He quickly distributed the fresh entrails among the traps, re-camouflaging them, particularly the successful points, increasing the bait's quantity. This was merely a promising beginning. For shung of millet had to be exchanged for tangible goods, and there needed to be someone willing to trade. He secured the plump field mouse and quail with grass twine, while the medium-sized field mouse was cleaned and the meat and skin neatly packaged. Let us return to see Granny Lu. The two descended the slope back to the village. As they passed the land temple, Tu suddenly tugged at Chun Yuan's sleeve, signaling him to look at the corner of the temple wall. There lay a small, worn clay pot containing more than half a jar of clear water, covered with a clean broad leaf. It wasn't he here yesterday, Tu whispered. Chun Yuan approached to inspect the pot of water and then glanced around. The village remained tranquil in the early morning, devoid of any signs of life. After a moment of silence, he said to Tu, "Take it. It may prove useful." Tu hoisted the pot, though it was somewhat cumbersome, yet he followed Chun Yuan steadily. Upon reaching the partially collapsed courtyard wall of Granny Lu's home, Chun Yuan instructed Tu to wait outside, while he gently pushed the door open and entered. Inside, the light was somewhat brighter than in the morning. Granny Lu had awakened, propped against the head of the hard bed, her hair loosely tied up with a wooden pin. Her complexion remained sallow and gaunt, yet her murky eyes were open, reflecting a dazed expression laden with lingering fear and profound confusion as she gazed at Chun Yuan. Her fever had evidently subsided, though she still appeared very weak. It was no longer the lethargy of someone on the brink of death. Chun Yuan paused at the threshold, their eyes locking in a moment that felt suspended in time. Granny Lu instinctively tightened her grip on the tattered quilt, her knuckles turning pale. "You are awake." Chun Yuan broke the silence, his tone calm, revealing little emotion. He approached, naturally extending his hand to check her forehead. Granny Lu recoiled suddenly, evading his touch. The movement agitated her frail body, provoking a fit of harsh coughing, her emaciated shoulders shaking violently as she coughed, as if her very soul were being wrenched from her. Chen Yuan withdrew his hand, refraining from saying anything. He turned to the table, picked up a chipped ceramic bowl, and poured half a bowl of clear water from the pot Shirtu had brought in, setting it down beside the bed. "Drink some water, it will soothe you." Granny Lu's cough gradually subsided. Her breathing labored as she regarded Chen Yuan with a complex gaze, then glanced at the bowl of water in his hand. The burning sensation in her throat was palpable, and her thirst for water was genuine. Yet the person offering the water was Chunda, the one who had once pilfered her vegetables and had spoken callously after her son's death. Noticing her hesitation, Chen Yuan made no move to urge her on. He simply placed the bowl on a low stool beside the bed, stepped back a few paces, and sat on the only rickety stool in the room, beginning to prepare the meat of the medium-sized field mouse. He sliced the meat into exceedingly thin pieces with a stone shard, his movements deliberate. The room was filled solely with the sound of the stone scraping against meat and bone, alongside Granny Lu's slightly labored breaths. After a considerable time, Granny Lu finally trembled as she reached for the bowl of water. The water was at an ideal temperature, neither cold nor hot. She sipped delicately, the crisp liquid soothing her parched throat and offering a modicum of comfort. Upon finishing the bowl, she seemed to regain some strength and composure. She began to speak, her voice hoarse as if it were the sound of a broken gong, imbued with a profound sense of weariness and confusion. "What do you want?" Chen Yuan halted his actions, raising his gaze to meet hers, his expression unperturbed. "I passed by yesterday, noticed your door was closed and there was no sound, feared something might have happened, so I came in to check. You were burning with fever, unconscious on the ground. So you just stayed? Even brought me water and medicine?" Granny Lu's eyes were filled with skepticism, a deep-seated distrust born of past betrayals. "Those herbs, where did you find them? Do you understand this?" "I found them by the stone crevice behind the house. They smelled refreshing, and I thought they might help reduce your fever." "I don't understand. I just fumbled about." Chen Yuan spoke candidly, his tone as flat as if he were discussing someone else's affairs. "I couldn't just watch you perish like this." Granny Lu scrutinized him intently, as if seeking traces of deceit on his face, searching for the signs of the lewdness, greed, or calculation she had come to expect. Yet all she saw was exhaustion, calmness, and a kind of acceptance she could not comprehend. Perhaps even a hint of impatience under her scrutiny. This was exceedingly abnormal, so much so that it sent a chill through her core. Did Zhao Dahu and the others come last night? Suddenly, she recalled the faint sounds of knocking and commotion she had heard in her stupor. "Yes, they came looking for me, thinking I was up to no good." Chen Yuan continued to slice meat, not lifting his head. "I told them you were ill, that I was keeping watch. They looked, believed me, and left." He spoke nonchalantly, yet Granny Lu could imagine the scene from last night. With Zhao Wangshi's fiery temperament and her disdain for Chunda, it must have been quite a ruckus. How could Chunda have managed to handle it? To have convinced someone as astute as Zhao Dahu? "What exactly do you want?" Granny Lu's voice dropped lower, confusion overshadowing her fear. "I am but an old woman, with no savings, just this dilapidated house and half a jar of cold water." Chen Yuan finally finished slicing the meat, thin and nearly translucent. He picked up 2 pieces and approached the stove, where the embers from last night still retained warmth. Carefully, he ignited a few twigs, laid broken pottery shards on top, and placed the 2 thin slices of rat meat above. A minuscule amount of fat sizzled out, producing a faint crackling sound, and an indescribable aroma of charred meat wafted through the cold room. Granny Lu's throat involuntarily convulsed. She could scarcely recall the last time she had encountered such a pure scent of meat. Her hungry stomach twisted violently. Chen Yuan set the slightly curled, golden-edged rat meat on a clean leaf, alongside a bowl of freshly poured clear water, and presented it to Granny Lu once more. "Eat while it's hot. You have been ill, and your body is severely weakened. Drinking water alone will not suffice." His tone remained even, as though fulfilling an obligatory task, with no ulterior motive. "In the past, I was a scoundrel, and I apologize for my wrongs. This does not count as repayment. Consider it." Me, Chunda, suddenly wanting to be a better person, giving it a try. The simplicity of his words, even somewhat brusque, struck Granny Lu's heart like a heavy hammer. She gazed at the 2 meager yet enticing pieces of meat before her, then at Chun Yuan's expressionless face, and finally at the mud and blood stains on his clothes, the remnants of processing his catch, and the undeniable dark circles under his eyes. Last night, it was this man whom she loathed to the core who had watched over her all night, fed her water and medicine. This morning, he had even procured meat for her. You. Granny Lu's lips trembled, a torrent of words caught in her throat, ultimately transforming into a more violent cough, accompanied by the uncontrollable tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. In those tears lay humiliation, disbelief, and the bitter anger of past suffering. Perhaps there was even a hint of something she was reluctant to acknowledge, a crack forming in her frozen heart. Yet, she ultimately extended her hand, trembling, and picked up the 2 thin slices of meat, placing them in her mouth. The saltiness was nearly absent. Only the primal flavor and richness of the meat ignited by the flames. After a rough chew, she swallowed. A warm current slid down her esophagus, settling in her empty, cold stomach. Though it was merely 2 small pieces, it seemed to inject a faint yet genuine vitality into her nearly extinguished body. After consuming the meat and drinking the water, she remained silent for a long time, leaning against the headboard with her eyes closed, her chest rising and falling gently. Chun Yuan also refrained from speaking. He tidied up, storing the remaining rat meat and quail, and checked the firewood and water tank in the corner of the room. There was still water and enough wood for today. I will return in the evening, Chun Yuan stated as he turned to leave. Wait. Granny Lu suddenly spoke, her voice still hoarse but somewhat steadied. Chun Yuan paused, turning back. Granny Lu did not look at him, her gaze fixed on the broken window with yellowed paper, and slowly said, At the west end of the village, north of the old locust tree, there is a narrow path overgrown with weeds. At the end, there is a shaded depression. That place is damp. Elsewhere, the grass has turned yellow, but perhaps you can still find some ground ear mushrooms, deep-high kai, dark and close to the ground, which can be washed and boiled for soup. In dire hunger, it will suffice. It's hard to find, especially after a rainy day. She paused, adding, That place is secluded, with many snakes and insects, so be cautious. Chun Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood. This was Granny Lu awkwardly providing him with information about a food source, in a manner that maintained a sense of distance. He had heard of ground ear mushrooms, a symbiotic organism of fungi and algae, nutritious indeed, and a lifesaver during times of famine. Thank you, Chun Yuan replied softly, his tone more earnest. Granny Lu did not respond, still gazing out the window, as if the words had not come from her. Chun Yuan exited the house, gently closing the door behind him. Outside, Shirtu was crouched in the corner, guarding the pathway with a wary eye. Upon seeing Chun Yuan, he quickly got to his feet. Uncle Chun, how is Granny? Her fever has subsided, and she ate a little. Chun Yuan replied tersely, pulling out the rat meat wrapped in leaves from his pocket and handing it to Shirtu. Here, you eat half. Bring the other half back tonight. Shirtu hesitated for a moment. Uncle Chun, I have more. Chun Yuan waved the plump rat and quail in his hand. Let's go somewhere. Where to? To find some other food. Following Granny Lu's directions, Chun Yuan led Shirtu around to the west end of the village behind the old locust tree, where they indeed discovered a winding path almost concealed by wild grass. After walking along the path for about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, they pushed aside the last dense patch of withered yellow mugwort, revealing a small depression in the mountainside before them. In this sheltered and sunlit area, where the terrain is low-lying and the soil distinctly more moist, it is apparent that although most plants have withered, a few patches of deep green, almost black, soft and slick ground vegetables thrive in the shade of decaying wood and damp rocks. The quantity may not be particularly abundant, yet amidst this season of desolation, it represents a considerable bounty. Chun Yuan diligently collected them, striving to avoid damaging their root systems. Shirtu mimicked his actions, moving with agility. Before long, they had gathered a generous handful, carefully wrapped in broad leaves. On the return journey, Chun Yuan contemplated the possibilities. The ground vegetables could be used to make soup or prepared as a salad, provided there were seasonings available, thus supplementing their nutrition and dietary fiber. Coupled with the field mouse and quail in his possession, along with the potential ongoing yield from traps, his chances of overcoming the immediate hardships were increasing. More importantly, the subtle shift in Granny Lu's demeanor, along with the canister of clear water from an unknown benefactor, led him to sense that the seemingly impenetrable ice of his predicament was beginning to show the faintest cracks in certain corners. As they approached the vicinity of Granny Lu's home, clutching the ground vegetables and their quarry, They spotted Zhao De, who standing outside the collapsed courtyard wall, seemingly awaiting someone. He remained clad in his coarse hunting attire, carrying a somewhat worn bow on his back, with a quiver of arrows and a short knife at his waist, his robust figure resembling an iron tower. Upon noticing Chun Yuan and Shi Tu's return, Zhao De, whose gaze immediately fell upon the conspicuous fat, field mouse, and quail in Chun Yuan's hands, before sweeping over the sizable bundle of ground vegetables cradled in Shi Tu's arms, his eyes flickering with interest. Zhao De go, Chun Yuan stepped forward, initiating a greeting with a demeanor that was neither subservient nor arrogant. Zhao De, who nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze lingering on Chun Yuan's face for a moment before inspecting the items in his hands. Suddenly, he remarked, "A good harvest." "Luck," Chun Yuan replied succinctly. "How is Granny Lu?" Zhao De inquired. "Her fever has subsided. She managed to eat a bit this morning and can sit up now." Zhao De contemplated for a moment, as if making a decision. He looked up at the sky, then back at Chun Yuan, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable gravity. "Chunda, tomorrow marks the third day." Chapter 7. The Balance Beam and the Human Heart. Tomorrow marks the third day. Zhao De's voice, though not loud, resonated with remarkable clarity in the cool evening air. He refrained from mentioning repayment or the foreshung of millet, yet his words hung heavy in Chun Yuan's heart like a stone. 3 days. Time was running out. Chun Yuan tightened his grip on the hands of Fei Tianshu and in quail, his expression impassive, merely nodding in acknowledgement. "I remember, Brother Zhao." Zhao De, whose gaze lingered on his face for a moment. Those sharp hunter's eyes remained keen, yet the scrutiny within them seemed somewhat softened, infused with an essence of assessment, perhaps even a semblance of confirmation. He gestured towards the game in Chun Yuan's hands, indicating a desire to exchange it for grain. Yes, Chun Yuan did not conceal his intentions. This small amount of meat, along with the skins, would reveal how much he could barter. If it fell short, he paused, his eyes sweeping over the bundle of ground vegetables that Shi Tu was clutching, pondering for alternatives. Zhao De let out a sound of understanding, refraining from uttering harsh words about insufficiency. After a few seconds of silence, he suddenly stated, "Tomorrow morning, under the old locust tree at the village entrance. I shall be there. If you wish to trade, come there. It will be visible, thus sparing you from gossip." He paused, adding, "I know a few who frequently deal in small goods. They buy pelts and sell grain, and their prices are fairer than those in the village's clandestine exchanges." This revelation took Chun Yuan by surprise. Was Zhao De guiding him? Concerned he might be duped by the villagers or anxious that he wouldn't acquire sufficient grain for the account due the day after tomorrow. "Thank you, Brother Zhao." Chun Yuan's tone grew more sincere. Zhao De waved his hand, not engaging in further conversation, but rather redirecting to another matter. "Are you still visiting Lu Posey tonight? I must check on her. She has just recovered from a fever and is still weak." Chun Yuan replied naturally. Zhao De nodded, opting for silence, only casting one last deep glance at Chun Yuan before striding away, his imposing figure swiftly vanishing into the deepening twilight. "Uncle Chun, does it seem that Zhao De is not as fierce as before?" Shi Tu inquired softly, approaching only after Zhao De had distanced himself, uncertainty lacing his tone. Chun Yuan gazed in the direction of Zhao De's departure, remaining silent. "Not as fierce, perhaps. However, the hunter's goodwill often hinges upon the prey's perceived value and adherence to rules. At present, he was that prey, needing to prove his worth and compliance. Let us go, and put the things away first." Upon returning to Lu Posey's home, the elderly woman had reclined once more, seemingly asleep, yet her breathing was steady. Chun Yuan poured the ground vegetables into a chipped basin, soaking them in clear water. The ground vegetables required meticulous washing, for they contained a great deal of sand and impurities. He then sliced a smaller portion of meat from the Fei Tianshu and, along with several pieces of the ground vegetables, used a shard of pottery to stew a small bowl of exceedingly thin meat and vegetable porridge, sprinkling in a negligible amount of earth clinging to the roots of the ground vegetables, considered a mineral supplement, leaving it by the stove to warm for Lu Posey upon her awakening. "Shi Tu, will you return to the land temple tonight?" Chun Yuan inquired while tidying up. Shi Tu, clutching his share of the rodent meat, shook his head, then nodded, whispering, I gathered some firewood and made a small nest behind the temple. It's warmer than the grass hut." Chun Yuan glanced at the darkening sky outside, where the cold wind howled. He pondered for a moment. "Do not return tonight. Stay here in Lu Posey's kitchen for the night, tending to the fire, ensuring it does not extinguish. Remain alert through the night. Should anything arise, call for me. Shirtu's eyes brightened, and he nodded vigorously. Yes. Chen Yuan carefully wrapped the remaining Fei Tian shu, quail, and rodent skins, concealing them in an inconspicuous corner of the kitchen, covering them with firewood. After giving Shirtu a few instructions, reminding him that the vegetable porridge was for Lu Posey, and that he should ration his share of meat, he finally dragged his weary body back to his even colder, dilapidated dwelling. That night, Chen Yuan's sleep was restless. His mind incessantly calculated the forthcoming transaction. How much grain could be exchanged for 2 pieces of rodent meat, 1 plump, 1 medium, a quail, and 2 skins? Who were the individuals Zhao De who referred to as small goods traders? Were they reliable? Would they undervalue his offerings? If he fell short of 4 sheng of millet, what would the Zhao Wang family's reaction be? Would Zhao De whose seemingly softened demeanor shift dramatically should there be insufficient grain on the morrow? And what of Lu Posey? She had pointed out the ground vegetables today, and the jar of clear water. Who had placed it there? Were these subtle changes a sign of opportunity or the onset of a more complex situation? A torrent of thoughts surged, intermingling with the visceral sensations of hunger and cold, preventing him from finding peace. It was not until the latter part of the night that he barely succumbed to a fitful slumber. The following day, before dawn, Chen Yuan awoke, not due to sufficient rest, but because the tension within him was too taut. He rose, splashing his face with icy water to force himself awake. He then retrieved the hidden game and skins, contemplating for a moment before including the medium-sized rodent skin. Though small, every piece counted. He first proceeded to Lu Posey's home. Shirtu was already awake, diligently adding kindling to the stove to maintain a small flame. Lu Posey was also awake, propped against the head of her bed, sipping the warm vegetable and meat porridge that Shirtu had prepared. Upon noticing Chen Yuan's entrance, her movements paused momentarily, but she remained silent, continuing to sip. Chen Yuan assessed her condition. She appeared slightly better than the previous day. Though still frail, her eyes were clearer. He felt a measure of relief and spoke to Shirtu. I am going out to attend to matters. Take good care of the old woman and refrain from wandering about. Rest assured, Uncle Chen. Shirtu puffed out his little chest. Chen Yuan nodded, offering no further words, wrapping the game and skins in a piece of old cloth before stepping outside. The village in the early morning remained cloaked in chill and silence. Upon reaching the old locust tree at the village entrance, he spotted Zhao De who waiting in the distance. Leaning against the stout trunk of the ancient tree, which required 2 people to embrace, he bore his bow and a short knife at his waist. With an empty burlap sack at his feet, gazing towards the path leading into the village. Beside him stood 2 unfamiliar figures. One appeared to be in his 40s, clad in a somewhat worn indigo cotton coat, topped with a drab sheepskin vest. His cheeks were gaunt, and though his eyes were not large, they sparkled with the keen acuity characteristic of a shrewd merchant, holding a small scale in his hand used for weighing precious items. Another youthful figure, in his early 30s, with a sturdy build and a sun-kissed complexion indicative of a life spent on the road, stood silently half a step behind the elder. He was clad in substantial short garments, a cloth belt cinched around his waist, and sturdy grass sandals adorned his feet. His vigilant gaze scanned the surroundings, taking in the approaching Chen Yuan. Zhao Laodi, is the person here? The elder peddler's face instantly brightened into a forced smile upon seeing Chen Yuan, though the warmth did not reach his eyes. Zhao Dahu responded with a grunt and introduced Chen Yuan. This is Lao Qin, the proprietor who frequents our area. This is his assistant, surnamed Han. They procure mountain goods and pelts, along with some sewing supplies, salt, and grains. The introduction was succinct yet clearly indicated their identities and authority. Qin Zhonggui, Han Dage. Chen Yuan stepped forward, greeting them with a demeanor that was neither subservient nor arrogant. He carefully placed the worn cloth bundle on a flat stone beneath the old locust tree and gently opened it. Out came a plump field mouse, a medium-sized one, a quail with relatively neat feathers, and 2 processed mouse skins, one large, one small. The mouse meat had begun to dry, yet retained a semblance of freshness, while the quail's feathers shimmered with a bluish-gray luster in the morning light. Lao Qin bent down, leaning closer for a thorough inspection. He did not immediately touch the meat, but instead picked up the larger mouse skin, pinching it between his fingers, scrutinizing the fur color and integrity against the light. He clicked his tongue in disapproval. This skin. It's a bit coarse, and the fur is somewhat damaged. A novice must have handled it, right? In this day and age, mouse skins are hard to sell. There are simply too many rats, and the pelts lose their value. He shook his head, setting the skin aside to examine the quail, squeezing its breast and weighing it in his hands. The quail is acceptable, albeit lean, not even 2 taels of meat. He continued to murmur his criticisms, his tone tinged with regret, yet his gaze frequently darted towards the 2 field mice. Meanwhile, Han, the assistant, remained silent, arms crossed, standing like a guardian statue. Chen Yuan did not engage in conversation, merely standing quietly. He understood this was the merchant's tactic to negotiate down the price. Zhao Dahu also remained quiet, leaning against the tree with his eyes narrowed, appearing to doze. Yet Chen Yuan sensed his attention was keenly focused on the exchange. Younger brother, Lao Qin finally concluded his critique, looking at Chen Yuan with a forced grin. What do you intend to exchange for these items? Salt? Sewing supplies? Or perhaps, grains? Grains, Chen Yuan replied succinctly. Millet. Millet, you say? Lao Qin stroked his chin, revealing a look of dilemma. Given the current circumstances, grains are quite precious. For these items, well, how about this? I see you're not having an easy time, and for Zhao Laodie's sake, I'll offer you 2 skins for 1.5 sheng of millet. The quail, being lean, will count as half a sheng. As for the 2 field mice, he paused, fiddling with the scales. The larger one has some meat, so let us say 1 sheng for that, and half a sheng for the smaller one. In total, 3.5 sheng of millet. What do you think? You want to find a fairer deal anywhere else? 3.5. Chen Yuan calculated quickly in his mind. This price was undoubtedly low, particularly for the 2 skins and the quail. However, he lacked the leverage to haggle. Time was of the essence. He needed to acquire the grain immediately and could not afford to jeopardize this transaction orchestrated by Zhao Dahu. He glanced at Zhao Dahu, who remained with his eyes narrowed, giving no indication of support. After a few moments of silence, Chen Yuan spoke with a steady voice. Qin Zhonggui, your price is rather steep. While the skins may be coarse, they are intact, and the fur is even. The quail, though lean, is still avian meat, which is rarer than rat meat. This plump mouse surely weighs more than 1 sheng of millet. Lao Qin's smile faded slightly. Younger brother, we cannot view it in that light. In these times, everything is precious. If I take your goods, I must bear the risk of transporting them, with dangers along the way from pests and weather-causing losses. 3.5 sheng truly cannot be more. He pretended to retract the scales. This was a maneuver of retreat to advance, fully aware of Chen Yuan's urgent need for grain and lack of alternatives. Just then, Zhao Dahu, who had been silent, slowly opened his eyes and spoke. Lao Qin, that's enough. Chen is in urgent need of grain. Don't be too obstinate. For sheng, let us make it a round figure. I know the quality of the millet you brought. It's not top-notch, and at this price, you won't lose. Zhao Dahu's words momentarily stiffened Lao Qin's expression. He glanced from Zhao Dahu to Chen Yuan, his eyes darting, then suddenly burst into laughter. Since Zhao Laodie has spoken, I must oblige. However, for sheng, is indeed a bit tight. How about this? 3 sheng and 8 he. I'll add half a he as a gesture of friendship. How does that sound? Younger brother, please understand the difficulties we face in making a modest profit. 3 sheng and 8 he. Chen Yuan noted, still lacking 2 he. He realized this might be the limit. Zhao Dahu's intervention had already exceeded expectations. Prolonging the negotiation could mean losing even the 3 sheng and 8 he. Just as he was about to nod in agreement, a timid yet resolute voice interjected from beside them. I have a little something to add. Would that be all right? Everyone turned to see the widow's son, who had silently approached the old locust tree, tightly clutching a small cloth bundle. She cast her gaze downward, unwilling to meet the eyes of Zhao Dahu and Lao Qin, merely extending the bundle forward, her voice barely audible. It's some dried wild vegetables and a small piece of yam. Could this be exchanged for a bit of grain? Just a little would suffice, to help Chinda. All present were momentarily taken aback. Chen Yuan stared in astonishment at the widow's son, a woman who typically avoided him, now offering her meager rations to assist him. Zhao Dahu's gaze lingered on her waxen, haggard face, his expression complex. Lao Qin, however, frowned slightly, seemingly disinclined to entertain the inconvenience. Seeing no one respond, the widow's son's hands trembled, yet she stubbornly held the small cloth bundle aloft. She had heard of Chen Yuan's kindness towards Lu Popo the night before and had been spotted by Zhao Dahu in the act. This morning, she had vaguely heard of Chen Yuan's intent to exchange goods for grain to repay debts. The dried vegetables and yam, meant for her ill son's broth, were not abundant, yet inexplicably, she had brought them along. Perhaps it was Chun Yuan's compassion towards Lu Popo that moved her, or perhaps just a faint impulse of shared suffering. Chun Yuan gazed at the hands of the widow's son, which were rough and cracked from years of labor and malnutrition, tightly clutching a cloth bag. A gentle pang struck a chord within him. He stepped forward, took the small, weightless bag in his hands, yet its heft felt unexpectedly substantial. "Thank you, sister's son," he murmured, then turned to Lao Qin, "Manager Qin, with this, is it enough for Forsheng?" Lao Qin, somewhat impatient, rummaged through the bag, revealing 2 small handfuls of dark, dried pigweed and a piece of yam the size of a child's fist, already wilting. "This amount, Sai. Very well, for the sake of brother Zhao and this esteemed sister. Forsheng it shall be. Lao Han, measure the grain for him." The taciturn assistant, Lao Han, finally moved, retrieving a modest sack from a nearby one-wheeled cart. He untied the rope, revealing golden millet within. Using a wooden measuring tool, he leveled the grain at the bag's opening, pouring it into the empty sack brought by Zhao Dao, 1 sheng at a time. Chun Yuan, Zhao Dao, and several villagers drawn by the commotion silently observed. The sound of the measuring tool scraping against the grain resonated clearly in the morning stillness. A precise 4 sheng. Not a grain more, not a grain less. Once finished, Lao Han returned the measuring tool to the cart and stood back behind Lao Qin. The merchant's smile returned, and he clasped his hands towards Zhao Dao. "Brother Zhao, the matter is settled. We must continue on our journey to the next village." Zhao Dao nodded, offering no further words. Lao Qin cast a glance at Chun Yuan, seemingly on the verge of saying something, but ultimately remained silent, beckoning his assistant to push the cart along the dirt path, creaking as it vanished into the morning mist. Chun Yuan bent down, tightening the opening of the sack filled with millet. Its weight bore not only the grain but also the culmination of 3 days of relentless struggle, complemented by an unexpected act of kindness. He returned the small cloth bag to the widow's son, softly stating, "Sister, please take this back. I appreciate your kindness." The widow accepted the bag, her face flushed, her lips quivering, yet she ultimately found herself at a loss for words, lowering her head and hastily departing, as if she had committed an indiscretion. Chun Yuan straightened, lifting the sack and feeling its tangible weight, then turned to Zhao Dao. "Brother Zhao, for sheng of millet. Would you like to check it, or shall I deliver it directly to your home?" Zhao Dao's gaze shifted from Chun Yuan's face to the sack of grain in his hands, then scanned the surrounding villagers, their expressions varied yet intrigued, before returning to Chun Yuan. Rather than immediately accepting the grain, he posed a seemingly unrelated question. "Has Lu Posey eaten the vegetable porridge?" Chun Yuan paused, nodding. "Yes, she had a small bowl this morning." Zhao Dao acknowledged with a grunt, his expression inscrutable, suddenly reaching out not for the sack, but to pat Chun Yuan's shoulder, a gesture neither too heavy nor too light. "You may deliver the grain to my home later and hand it over to your sister-in-law," he said, his voice still rough, yet the implication caught Chun Yuan off guard once more. "She may seem stern, but she understands. If you personally hand it to her, the debt will be settled." With that, he turned away, not glancing back at Chun Yuan or the sack of grain, slinging his bow over his shoulder and striding purposefully back toward the village, leaving Chun Yuan standing alone beneath the old locust tree, clutching the sack. The villagers, seeing the excitement had dissipated, began to murmur and gradually disperse. Yet their gazes toward Chun Yuan had shifted, filled with a mixture of surprise, scrutiny, and an ineffable complexity. Far removed from their previous disdain, Chun Yuan stood alone for a moment, the early sunlight filtering through the bare branches of the old locust tree, casting dappled shadows upon him. He weighed the sack in his hands, recalling the widow's son's hands as she had offered the bag and the awkward tone of Lu Posey when advising on the vegetable. The debt appeared to be resolved, yet some matters seemed to be just beginning. As he prepared to leave, a flicker in his peripheral vision caught his attention. In the shadow of a distant crumbling wall, a figure stood, gazing in his direction. However, when he focused his gaze, the figure vanished behind the wall. The silhouette appeared slightly hunched, unlike the ordinary villagers. Chun Yuan's heart stirred slightly. Chapter 8. The earth and shadows 4 sheng of millet weighed heavily in his hand, the coarse fibers of the burlap sack brushing against his palm. Standing beneath the old huai tree, Chun Yuan watched as Zhao Dao's robust figure disappeared around the bend of the village path. He then glanced at the shadow behind the crumbling wall, which had long been devoid of any presence. The tension that had gripped his heart for 3 days did not entirely dissipate with the prospect of settling his debts. Instead, it birthed a more intricate sense of emptiness and vigilance. He hoisted the grain sack and did not head directly to Zhao Dahu's home, but rather returned to Old Lady Lu first. Pushing open the ajar courtyard door, he found the kitchen fire still warm. Shirtu was crouched on the ground, diligently stirring the earth vegetables soaking in a clay basin with a small stick. The dark-hued vegetables unfurled in the clear water, glistening green and slick. Upon hearing the noise, he looked up and, seeing the burlap sack in Chun Yuan's hand, his eyes brightened. "Uncle Chun, did you manage to trade?" "Yes." Chun Yuan placed the grain sack in a dry corner and walked to the door of the inner room to take a look. Old Lady Lu was half reclining against the head of the bed, her eyes closed as if resting. Hearing his entrance, she stirred slightly but did not open her eyes. "Grandma, do you feel any better?" Chun Yuan inquired. "Not dead yet." Old Lady Lu's voice remained hoarse, though it sounded a bit stronger. Finally, she opened her eyes, her murky gaze sweeping over Chun Yuan's empty hands before settling on his face. After a pause, she suddenly asked, "Did you trade?" "Yes, for Sheng," Chun Yuan replied honestly. Old Lady Lu acknowledged with a sound and closed her eyes again, choosing not to speak further. Yet the taut lines at the corners of her mouth seemed to relax imperceptibly. Chun Yuan stepped back and said to Shirtu, "I'm going to Zhao Da's home. Stay here and take good care of Grandma. Wash the earth vegetables thoroughly and cook them with the leftover meat from the morning and noon. You all can eat." "What about you, Uncle Chun?" Shirtu asked. "I'll talk when I return," Chun Yuan replied briefly, lifting the sack of millet and stepping out. On his way to Zhao Da's house, Chun Yuan sensed a few elusive gazes peering at him through the gaps in dilapidated doors and windows, and from behind low walls. Unlike the previous disdainful avoidance, these gazes now bore a hint of scrutiny, curiosity, and even a barely perceptible measure of judgment. The news of his grain exchange to settle debts had evidently swept through the small Chinjigu like the morning breeze beneath the old Huai tree. Zhao Dahu's residence was one of the few relatively intact earthen houses in the village, with a complete courtyard wall and a faded door god pasted on the door. Chun Yuan stood outside the courtyard gate, took a deep breath, and raised his hand to knock. "Who is it?" came Zhao Wang's sharp voice from within, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. The door creaked open, revealing Zhao Wang in an apron, her hands still smeared with bran. Upon seeing Chun Yuan, especially the bulging burlap sack in his hand, her expression transformed into one of astonishment, suspicion, reluctance, and a hint of irritation at having her expectations disrupted. "It's you?" Zhao Wang blocked the doorway, showing no intention of letting him in, her eyes scanning Chun Yuan and the grain sack. "Did you really manage to trade?" "For Sheng of millet, sister-in-law, please take a look." Chun Yuan calmly extended the sack forward. Zhao Wang did not take it, but crossed her arms and scrutinized him with a sidelong glance. "Well, Chunda, you really pulled it off. How did you manage that? With just those few rats and birds?" "And 2 skins, Chun Yuan paused, adding, "along with a bit of luck and help from Zhao Dage." At the mention of Zhao Dahu, Zhao Wang's expression shifted slightly, and with a huff, she finally stepped aside. "Come in. What are you doing blocking the door?" Chun Yuan entered the courtyard, which was tidily arranged, with firewood stacked in one corner and dried chilies and corn hung from the eaves. Inside, Zhao Dahu sat at a rough wooden table, consuming a bowl of unidentifiable porridge. Upon Chun Yuan's entrance, he merely raised his eyes slightly. "Head of the family, I really brought it, for Sheng." Zhao Wang followed him in, her tone unclear whether it was a report or an expression of dissatisfaction. Zhao Dahu set down his bowl, wiped his mouth with his sleeve, stood up, and approached Chun Yuan. He opened the sack and reached inside to grasp a handful of millet. The golden grains slipped through his fingers, though not particularly plump, they were indeed genuine food. He weighed it in his hand, examining the sack's condition and weight. "Yes, it's for Sheng," Zhao Dahu confirmed, retightening the sack and instructing Zhao Wang, "Put it away." Reluctantly, Zhao Wang stepped forward, lifted the sack, weighed it, then shot Chun Yuan a glare before turning to enter the inner room, where the sound of opening cabinets and placing items could soon be heard. Only Chun Yuan and Zhao Dahu remained in the main room, the atmosphere thick with silence. "The debt is settled," Zhao Dahu broke the silence, returning to the table but not sitting down, instead fixing his gaze on Chun Yuan. "Chunda, what are your plans next?" Chun Yuan did not anticipate that question. Plans? To survive, to eat, and not starve. That was the greatest plan. Yet he understood that Zhao Dahu was not asking about such trivialities. "First, I need to catch up on the sleep I owe from the past few days, and then I'll examine the traps and find something to eat. I must also keep an eye on Old Lady Lu. Qin Yuan replied thoughtfully, not mentioning any long-term plans, for he had none at present. Zhao Dao nodded, seemingly not surprised by this response. After a moment of silence, he suddenly remarked, "Your method of catching rats is rather intriguing. It doesn't seem random." Qin Yuan's heart tightened, but he maintained a calm demeanor. "Just a bit of thought, something I heard someone mention before, thought I'd give it a try." Relying solely on catching rats won't last. Zhao Dao shifted the topic, his tone flat yet imbued with the practicality of experience. "The rats on this slope can't withstand daily captures. The earth vegetables will only last for this season. Once the frost strikes a few more times, they'll be gone. Winter is still long." Qin Yuan remained silent, aware that Zhao Dao spoke the truth. The immediate crisis had been averted, yet greater pressures of survival, akin to the encroaching coldness of the weather, were steadily approaching. "You were never one to apply yourself diligently before," Zhao Dao observed him, his gaze penetrating. "This time, I see you genuinely wish to change your way of living. Did that fall make you realize something?" Meeting his gaze without flinching, Qin Yuan slowly nodded. "I suppose so. A brush with death has a way of clarifying certain matters. I owe everyone an apology, especially to Zhao Dage and sister-in-law." His words were sincere, tinged with remorse yet devoid of humility. Zhao Dao scrutinized him for several seconds before suddenly stating, "Understanding is good. In this world, to survive, one must rely on strength and also on wisdom. Your mind isn't dull, but it was previously misapplied." Now, he left the sentence unfinished, yet the implication was unmistakable. At this moment, Zhao Wangshu emerged from the inner room, her countenance still lacking warmth, yet the hostility that once permeated her demeanor had considerably lessened. She interjected, "What use is it to merely catch rats and forage for wild vegetables? What about the fields come spring? Will you tend to them? With your mere 2 mu of already depleted land?" This raised a more pragmatic concern. The essence of a farmer lies in the soil. Chunda, the original owner, squandered his agricultural assets, leading to true destitution. Qin Yuan shook his head. "No, the land. We shall discuss it later." "Later?" Zhao Wangshu scoffed. "While others plant in spring, will you be left to drink the northwestern wind?" "Enough." Zhao Dao interrupted his wife, addressing Qin Yuan. "The debts are settled. The past is but a chapter closed. How you proceed from here is entirely up to you. The village is small, eyes are many, and tongues are too." This served as both a farewell and a warning. Qin Yuan understood. Zhao Dao acknowledged his integrity in repaying debts and his act of rescuing Granny Lu, momentarily viewing him not simply as a harbinger of misfortune. But it ended there. To earn further acknowledgement or assistance, he needed to present substantial and tangible offerings, ones that could withstand the scrutiny of time and the judgment of others. "I understand. Thank you, Brother Zhao, sister-in-law." Qin Yuan clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, performing a bow that, while not perfect, was sufficiently earnest, before turning to leave the Zhao household. As he exited the courtyard, the afternoon sun appeared pale and devoid of warmth. Walking the path back to Granny Lu's home, the words of Zhao Dao and his wife echoed in his mind. Traps are not long-lasting. Wild vegetables will dwindle. Winters are arduous, without land. Each issue weighed heavily upon his heart, which had just begun to feel a semblance of ease. However, he had little time for despair. Approaching Granny Lu's abode, he spotted Shirtu squatting at the entrance, cradling a broken bowl. Consuming something in small sips, it was a porridge made from deep hai kai, with what seemed to be flecks of meat floating atop. The child was absorbed in his meal, licking the bowl clean. Upon seeing Qin Yuan return, Shirtu jumped to his feet, wiping his mouth. "Uncle Chun, you're back. Granny and I have eaten. We saved some for you." He pointed to a warming earthen pot on the stove. Qin Yuan approached, lifting the lid to reveal a substantial portion of deep hai kai porridge, noticeably thinner than what Shirtu had consumed, yet adorned with a light sheen of oil and a few more substantial pieces of meat. This was evidently a special offering from Shirtu and Granny Lu. A warmth spread through Qin Yuan's heart. He said nothing, lifting the pot to his lips and taking several hearty gulps. The porridge was warm, its slippery texture mingling with a hint of meat's freshness. Though the salt was scarce, it was a culinary delight for a stomach that had endured hunger for much of the day. After finishing, he felt a resurgence of strength, the bone-chilling cold dissipating somewhat. "Uncle Chun," Shirtu leaned closer and whispered, "When you went out, Aunt Sun came again. She stood outside the gate for a while, didn't he come in, but left some things on the doorstep before leaving." He gestured towards the threshold, where a few dried, finger-thick plant roots lay, resembling the sun-dried roots of some wild vegetable. It was Widow Sunday. She likely felt that the meager offerings from the morning had not sufficed, and out of guilt, had brought some of her own dried goods. Chun Yuan approached, picking up the roots and sniffing them. They bore a faint earthy aroma with medicinal notes, which he did not recognize. Granny said these are jiegong roots, dried, and can be steeped in water to alleviate phlegm. Shirtu explained. Granny also said not to discard them, as they might be useful. Jiegong? Chun Yuan had a vague recollection. It seemed to be a type of traditional medicine. Was Granny Lu continuing to offer assistance in her own way, or perhaps repaying the kindness he had shown her? He carefully stored the jiegong roots and entered the inner room. Granny Lu had already finished her medicine and was seated, delicately handling a handful of dried, unknown grass stems, seemingly sorting or identifying them. Upon hearing Chun Yuan's entrance, she did not raise her head. Granny, Chun Yuan initiated, Aunt Sun sent some jiegong roots. Granny Lu acknowledged with a nod, her hands continuing their meticulous task. They're well-dried, no mold. For dry coughs, or if you feel phlegm in your throat, break off a small piece and steep it in water. Not too much, it's cold in nature. This was her way of teaching him about medicinal herbs and their usage, delivered in a tone as casual as discussing the weather. Thank you, Granny, Chun Yuan expressed sincerely. Only then did Granny Lu pause her actions, lifting her gaze to briefly meet his eyes before looking down again. Resuming her work with the grass stems, she spoke slowly. Merely catching rats and foraging for wild vegetables will not suffice. Rats are cunning. Wild vegetables have their seasons. To live, one must understand the land's essence and the characteristics of the herbs. Know which can fill the belly, which can heal, and which are poisonous. One must discern these clearly. Otherwise, one may not even know how they met their end. Her words resonated similarly to Zhao Dahu's, yet from a different perspective. While Zhao Dahu focused on practical survival resources and future planning, Granny Lu leaned towards the wisdom of utilizing the natural world to sustain life in this barren land. Please teach me, Granny, Chun Yuan promptly replied, his demeanor respectful. This was invaluable survival knowledge, especially in an era marked by scarcity of medicine and food. Granny Lu did not immediately agree nor refuse. After a considerable pause, she finally said, at my age, I do not know how many more days I can endure. Some things, if buried in the earth, are a waste. Do you truly wish to learn? Yes, Chun Yuan answered without hesitation. Granny Lu fell silent for a moment longer, then pointed to a dusty, broken bamboo basket in the corner. In there, I have some dried herbs I collected before. They're all mixed together. When you have time, sort through them and identify them. If you mistake any, let me know. My eyesight is failing. I cannot see clearly. This was her reluctant consent, given in a manner that seemed both awkward and testing. Chun Yuan felt a surge of joy and promptly moved to the bamboo basket. Inside, he indeed found a chaotic assortment of desiccated, misshapen, and dull-colored plant remnants, leaves, stems, roots, and fruits, most of which were incomplete, exuding an aged, mixed herbal aroma. This task would not be easy. It required keen observation, memory, and patience, as many plants appeared vastly different when dried compared to their fresh form. Yet he did not complain, settling onto the ground before Granny Lu's bed, utilizing the light streaming in through the window to meticulously sort and identify each specimen. Some he could vaguely recognize from the blurred memories of the original owner, such as dandelions and plantain, while others were entirely unfamiliar. He proceeded with great deliberation, meticulously sorting through the items. Occasionally, he would lift a dry leaf or a segment of root to his nose, inhaling its scent, or gently breaking it apart to examine the cross-section. Initially, Lu Popo simply closed her eyes to rest, occasionally lifting her eyelids to cast a glance. However, as she observed his earnestness in sorting, she noted that when he encountered something uncertain, he would set it aside rather than recklessly categorize it, his expression focused and genuine. Devoid of pretense, the coldness in her gaze seemed to melt ever so slightly. Shirtu, too, was curious and leaned in to assist, passing items to him. Chun Yuan would occasionally whisper inquiries about the identification of certain items. Sometimes Shirtu would provide a local name, while at other times he would shake his head in confusion. Time slipped away quietly amidst the concentrated sorting. Outside, the sky gradually darkened, and a chilling wind arose, seeping through the crevices of the window paper, producing a mournful sound. When Chun Yuan separated the last small handful of dry, thorny fruits, presumably from the plant known as tsang'ertsi, and set them aside, Lu Popo suddenly spoke, her voice sounding aged and weary in the dim light. Let this suffice for today. Lighting the lamp consumes oil. Behind the stove, in the wall crevice, there is a small clay jar containing some pork cracklings, the remnants scraped from the pot. Take it and cook it with the little meat and the ground vegetables for the evening. 3 of us will need a taste of oil to withstand the cold. Pork cracklings. Such a rare commodity. Even the remnants scraped from the pot possess precious animal fat. Chen Yuan followed her instructions and indeed found a palm-sized, dark clay jar hidden in a crevice behind the stove. Lifting the tattered cloth covering it revealed a shallow layer of solidified, grayish-white grease mingled with charred bits, emitting a rich, aged aroma of lard. Though the quantity was minimal, in this moment, it was undoubtedly a lifesaver. He carefully scraped a small spoonful into a ceramic pot, adding the remaining ground vegetables and finely chopped field mouse meat, filling it with water and placing it over the stove to simmer slowly. The fragrance of the pork cracklings gradually wafted through the air with the rising steam, and although it mingled with a hint of burnt aroma, it bestowed upon the cold, dilapidated dwelling a fleeting warmth reminiscent of a life of abundance. Shirtu stood by the stove, his eyes sparkling, continuously inhaling the scent. Even Lu Popo, from within the inner room, seemed to take a deep breath. As the food bubbled over the fire, Chen Yuan, taking advantage of the flickering light, began to roughly categorize the sorted herbs. Leaning against the head of the bed, Lu Popo suddenly spoke softly again. Tomorrow, if you have the time, go and check the rocky slope on the eastern side of the back mountain. At this time of year, the leaves of the wild pepper tree should have mostly fallen, but perhaps you can still find some remaining fruits, dried, blackish red, and numbing to the tongue. If you see them, pick some, not much. But they can dispel the cold and help remove the gamey taste from the meat. Another piece of specific and valuable information. Chen Yuan noted it earnestly. That night, the 3 of them shared the porridge made with the ground vegetables, laced with oil and meat. The portion was still small, but it was warm, rich in fat, and seasoned with salt from the vegetables themselves and the accumulation at the bottom of the pot, making it the most substantial and decent meal Chen Yuan had consumed since his arrival. After the meal, Shirtu took the initiative to clean the dishes and added more firewood to keep the remaining embers alive a little longer, dispelling some of the chill. Lu Popo, feeling weary, retired to bed early. Chen Yuan and Shirtu spread a makeshift bed by the stove, layering it with dry straw. Covering themselves with the hard quilt Chen Yuan had brought from his own room and a tattered blanket that Shirtu had somehow procured, huddling together for warmth. As night deepened, silence enveloped the world, interrupted only by the sound of the wind and the occasional howling of what could have been hungry wolves or feral dogs in the distance. Chen Yuan lay awake, gazing at the flickering glow of the dying fire in the stove. His mind a whirlwind of thoughts. Zhao Dehu's warnings, the knowledge imparted by Lu Popo, the silent gifts from Widow's son, and the heavy bag of 4 liters of millet, which temporarily belonged to him. After repaying his debts, it seemed that the Zhao family had either forgotten or tacitly allowed him to leave the empty sack behind, still containing a small handful of grains. Various images and pieces of information intertwined in his mind. He was no longer the naive, universally scorned Chunda who had arrived at this desolate place. Instead, it seemed that through 3 days of struggle, a daring act of healing, and a trustworthy transaction, coupled with an indefinable shift, he had pried open an exceedingly narrow gap, catching a glimpse of faint light, and had begun to touch the intricate and fragile web of relationships among the lower strata of this era. Yet the future remained shrouded in uncertainty. Traps, wild vegetables, and herbs were merely stopgaps. What would winter bring? What would come next? Zhao Dehu's words echoed in his heart like a tolling bell. And what of the shadow lurking behind the broken wall? Who was it? What were their intentions? Was it benevolence or malice? Lost in thought, fatigue ultimately overwhelmed him, and he sank into a deep slumber. Unbeknownst to him, shortly after his eyes closed, a pair of eyes glimmering with a ghostly light, hidden behind a dilapidated wall nearly consumed by wild grass, once again gazed silently in his direction, lingering for a long while, fixated on the now faintly glowing stove. The figure, hunched and nearly merging with the darkness, exhaled puffs of white breath, revealing the presence of a living being. The night wind wailed, swirling the dry leaves from the ground, sweeping over the low wall and the pair of watchful eyes, ultimately vanishing into the deeper shadows of the night. Chapter 9. The stone slope and the peeping on the following day. As dawn broke, the chill in the air was more pronounced than in previous days. The fire in the stove had long since extinguished, leaving behind only cold ashes. Chun Yuan and Shi Tu huddled together under a thin blanket in the stove room, roused from their slumber by the cold. Instinctively, Shi Tu edged closer to Chun Yuan, his slender frame trembling slightly. Chun Yuan sat up, stretching his stiff limbs, and glanced toward the inner room where Granny Lu appeared still asleep, her breathing steady. He rose quietly, placing the remnants of last night's wild vegetable porridge, now frozen, by the residual warmth of the stove to thaw slowly. He then picked up the empty millet sack, finding a thin layer of grain still at the bottom, enough for 2 or 3 handfuls, deliberately shaken out and left as a lingering hope by Zhao Wangshi. He carefully poured these precious millets onto a clean broad leaf, wrapping them up and hiding them in a dry corner of the stove. This was their last emergency food supply. Shi Tu, wake up, Chun Yuan gently nudged him. Today, we are going up the mountain. Shi Tu rubbed his eyes and sat up, immediately invigorated by the mention of the mountain. Are we going to catch rabbits? First, we will gather wild Sichuan pepper, Chun Yuan replied. Remember what Granny said yesterday? The rocky slope on the east side of the back mountain. Shi Tu nodded vigorously and sprang to his feet. The two splashed cold water on their faces haphazardly, consuming a bit of the thawed wild vegetable porridge as their breakfast. Chun Yuan tucked the mouse skin into his pocket, bringing along the fire starter, stone flakes, and several strands of grass rope. Not wanting to disturb Granny Lu, who was still asleep, he warmed a bowl of clear water on the stove, slicing a small piece of pork fat to leave on a clean leaf for the elderly woman. Pushing open the creaking courtyard door, the cold morning wind rushed in, carrying the unique chill of late autumn. The sky was overcast, the leaden clouds hanging low, seemingly brewing a rainstorm or, worse, an early snowfall. Following Granny Lu's directions, the two made their way behind the village. Walking east along the dry riverbed, the path grew increasingly treacherous, littered with exposed rocks and fallen dead trees. The rocky slope was aptly named, a sunlit hillside strewn with boulders of various shapes and sizes, from the size of a fist to that of a grinding stone. Amidst the crevices, some low, gnarled shrubs and withered grass stubbornly thrived, shivering in the cold wind. Chun Yuan and Shi Tu climbed through the rocky terrain in search of the wild pepper. The wind was fierce, nearly blinding them. After about half an hour of searching, just as Chun Yuan began to doubt Granny Lu's memory or wondered if the wild pepper had already been picked clean by others, Shi Tu, with keen eyes, pointed to a sheltered stone hollow and exclaimed, "Uncle Chun, look over there." Following Shi Tu's gesture, Chun Yuan saw several low, twisted shrubs, their leaves nearly all fallen, defiantly emerging from the cracks in the rocks. On the branches, indeed, hung a few shriveled black-red fruits, inconspicuous against the gray sky and rocky backdrop. Wild Sichuan pepper. Chun Yuan's heart leaped with joy as he hurried over. Up close, he could smell a faint, almost wind-blown spiciness. He picked a dried fruit, crushed it open to reveal black seeds within, and dipped his finger into the powder. Placing it on his tongue, a familiar, sharp numbing sensation spread instantly, not intense, but undeniably Sichuan pepper. Be careful, there are thorns on the branches, Chun Yuan cautioned Shi Tu. The two carefully avoided the sharp thorns, plucking the remnants of the dried wild pepper fruit one by one. The yield was sparse. After considerable effort, they had only gathered a small handful, wrapped in leaves, hardly enough to season a single dish. Yet, it was immensely precious. In this era, where salt was a rare commodity, spices were a rare delight, enhancing flavors and alleviating the roughness of food. More importantly, as Granny Lu had mentioned, it could dispel the cold, which might prove useful with the harsh winter approaching. After finishing with the wild pepper, Chun Yuan did not leave immediately. He stood atop the rocky slope, gazing into the distance. From this elevated vantage point, he could overlook much of Chunjiago. The dilapidated village looked like patches of gray-brown, stitched among the withered yellow hills, devoid of life. Further away were the barren, desolate mountains. The sky remained gloomy, where the horizon seemed to blur into a despairing gray. The pressure of survival had never felt so palpably oppressive, relying on the mountains for sustenance. Yet the mountains before him had become so barren that they scarcely yielded any bounty. "Uncle Chun, look over there." Shi Tu suddenly tugged at his sleeve, pointing to the other side of the slope, closer to the deeper forest's edge. Chun Yuan followed his gaze to see, beneath a steeper, craggy cliff, a small patch of something darker, resembling moss or low shrubs, standing out against the desolate yellow. The distance made it hard to discern clearly. "Let's go check it out," Chun Yuan decided. Since they had come this far, they could not return empty-handed. Any anomaly might signify a clue to food or resources. The two carefully descended the rocky slope toward the cliff. The path became even more challenging, with loose stones and deep, withered grass beneath their feet. As they approached, they discovered that the dark patch was a layer of lichen and stone mushrooms clinging to the damp rock face, thick and black-brown, not yet fully dried due to the shade and moisture. Nearby, a few nearly leafless shrubs bore some shriveled, deep purple berries, wild goji berries. Though the fruits were small and dry, they were indeed goji berries. Lichen and stone mushrooms required careful identification, as some varieties were toxic. However, Chen Yuan vaguely recalled from the original owner's memories that similar items had been harvested and dried to make soup. As for the goji berries, he recognized them as a nourishing delicacy. Be cautious, only pick what you know, Chen Yuan advised Shirtu. He first plucked a small piece of stone mushroom, sniffed it, detecting no off-putting odor, then took a small bite from the edge, tasting only a faint earthy flavor and a slick texture, with no signs of toxicity. He then picked a dried goji berry, finding it mildly sweet. It seemed edible. The two immediately set to work, carefully collecting the thick, clean stone mushrooms and lichen, while also gathering the few remaining dried goji berries. The lichen and stone mushrooms were heavy and damp, quickly filling the old cloth they had brought, while the goji berries were wrapped in another small leaf. Their haul exceeded their expectations. Though not substantial fare, the stone mushrooms and lichen soup can provide some gelatinous texture and a modest sense of satisfaction, while the goji berries contribute essential nutrients. The most significant advantage is that these items can be obtained without expending energy setting traps and waiting. Just as the two were about to pluck the last stone mushroom and prepare to return with their bounty, Chen Yuan caught a glimpse in the corner of his eye, noticing a movement atop a distant, higher ridge. Instinctively alert, he sharply raised his head to gaze. The ridge appeared barren, adorned only with a few solitary, leafless, crooked trees. That fleeting motion could have been a mere illusion. Yet, Chen Yuan trusted his vision. It did not resemble a wild beast, but rather an apparition of a person. Had it vanished so swiftly? Was it a hunter? Or, he recalled the previous night, as well as the day before, when he had encountered that hunched figure peering from behind a crumbling wall beneath the old locust tree. Could it be the same individual? Was he being followed? Shirtu, come here, we must return, Chen Yuan whispered, drawing Shirtu close and shielding him from any potential gaze from that direction. Do not look back. Act naturally, as if we have merely completed our gathering and are heading home. Although Shirtu was puzzled, he complied obediently, and together they ambled back along the path, their harvest cradled in their arms, neither hurried nor slow. Chen Yuan, however, felt tension coursing through him. His senses heightened as he remained attuned to every sound behind them. The rustling wind, the dry grass brushing against one another, the crunch of stones rolling, no unusual footsteps. Yet, the sensation of being watched prickled at his back. They returned safely near Granny Lu's home. It was only upon stepping through the half-collapsed courtyard wall and shutting the door that Chen Yuan exhaled a sigh of relief. Perhaps he was simply being overly suspicious? Or had some fellow villager, also foraging on the mountain, caught sight of them from afar? He temporarily set aside his doubts and began to process the day's bounty. The stone mushrooms and lichen required meticulous cleaning to remove small stones and impurities, followed by spreading them out to dry. The wild Sichuan pepper and goji berries also needed to be air-dried. Granny Lu had already awakened, propped against the headboard, examining their haul. Did you find the pepper? She inquired. Yes, not much, just this, Chen Yuan replied, handing her a small packet of wild Sichuan pepper. Granny Lu accepted it, pinching a piece to inspect and sniff, nodding in approval. This is authentic wild pepper, quite fragrant. Once dried and ground into powder, it can be added to dishes to ward off the cold. She examined the stone mushrooms and goji berries, commenting that while stone mushrooms have a neutral nature suitable for soup, they are not filling. The goji berries, at this time, lacked flavor and should simply be soaked in water. She offered guidance on the drying and processing procedures, but said little more, resuming her organization of the pile of dried herbs. Chen Yuan and Shirtu busied themselves all morning, preparing their findings. By noon, Chen Yuan concocted a thin vegetable soup using the remaining bit of wild greens, a small amount of pork cracklings, a few pieces of stone mushrooms, and several wild pepper fruits. The pepper's numbing flavor was subtle, yet did impart a distinct taste to the soup, warming his belly with each sip. After the meal, Chen Yuan was mindful of the traps and ventured back to the desolate slope with Shirtu. The results were mixed. Of the 7 traps, they had captured only a small field mouse. It appeared that the field mouse population in that area had been disturbed or had grown wary. The traps would need to be relocated or improved. Chen Yuan processed the field mouse, reserving the meat for Granny Lu and Shida's evening meal, while using the entrails to reset the traps. This time, he moved the traps further towards the edge of the thicket near the mountain foot, hoping for a new yield. Once these tasks were completed, the sky darkened once more. The wind seemed to have calmed slightly, yet the clouds thickened. A leaden gray pressing heavily on the horizon, and a damp chill permeated the air, hinting at impending snow. Upon returning to Granny Lu's home, Chen Yuan keenly noticed a small bundle resting on the doorstep. This time, it contained several dark, bulbous pieces resembling scorched or dried tubers, accompanied by a small bundle of fine, soft hay. Was it from Widow Sun, or someone else? Chen Yuan picked up the tubers, inhaling their charred and earthy scent. Unfamiliar to him, the hay emitted a faintly bitter aroma, reminiscent of mugwort. He brought them inside to show Granny Lu. After a brief glance, she remarked, "These are wild yam tubers, roasted and preserved. They can stave off hunger, but excessive consumption may cause bloating. The grass is bulrush, dried. If one is restless at night, or if a child is startled awake, a few strands boiled in water can help soothe." She paused before adding, "It must be from Widow Sunday. Her family has plenty of these in the mountains. Her son had a restless night recently, so I gave her some bulrush." Indeed, it was Widow Sunday. In her own way, she was quietly repaying a kindness, or perhaps it was a faint mutual assistance born from shared hardship. Chen Yuan felt a surge of emotion. He carefully stored the wild yam tubers and placed the bulrush beside Granny Lu's pile of herbs. As night fell, the cold wind rose again, rattling the tattered window paper as if countless hands were knocking from outside. Chen Yuan and Shirtu huddled together on the earthen bed in the kitchen, unable to sleep as they listened to the wind's howl. "Uncle Chun," Shirtu whispered in the darkness, "did you see something on the mountain today?" Chen Yuan hesitated. He hadn't expected the child to be so perceptive. "Yes. I think I saw a figure on the distant ridge." "Was it a bad person?" Shida's voice held a note of anxiety. "I don't know. It could just be someone looking for food." Chen Yuan reassured him, though uncertainty lingered in his own heart. "Sleep now. We have much to do tomorrow." However, the night was destined to be restless. In the latter half of the night, the wind seemed to subside, but a heavier, oppressive sound emerged from afar, akin to countless tiny grains of sand striking the roof and window paper. Chen Yuan rose and approached the crack of the door to peer outside. By the faint light, whether from the moon or the snow, he saw a flurry of tiny white particles cascading silently from the pitch-black night sky. It was snowing. This year's first snowfall appeared to arrive earlier than usual. The flakes were small and dry, swirling in the cold wind as they fell at an angle, quickly blanketing the parched earth in a pallid layer. Chen Yuan's heart sank. Snow, for those lacking clothing and food, for those with crumbling homes, was not a picturesque sight, but rather a harbinger of doom. It would obscure all sources of sustenance, cause temperatures to plummet, and render the already arduous task of foraging nearly impossible. He returned to the earthen bed, lay down, but found sleep elusive. Listening to the gradually intensifying sound of snowflakes outside and observing the last remnants of embers glowing faintly in the hearth, the chill seeping in through the crevices of the door and window flickers ominously. Winter has indeed arrived, with a fierce and menacing presence. As he tosses and turns, consumed by anxiety over the impending cold and hunger, a faint rustling sound, nearly drowned out by the howling wind and falling snow, emerges from beyond the courtyard wall. It is neither the wind nor the sound of snow settling. The noise is delicate and deliberate, evoking a sense of caution, akin to someone moving exceedingly slowly across the snow, or perhaps something gently scraping against the half-collapsed earthen wall of the courtyard. In an instant, Chen Yuan's muscles tensed, banishing all remnants of drowsiness. He gently nudged the stone beside him, placing a finger to his lips in a gesture for silence. The stone, too, awoke, eyes wide with fear as it gazed at Chen Yuan. The rustling ceased momentarily, only to resume, seemingly closer this time, just outside the decrepit courtyard door. In the darkness, Chen Yuan's hand slowly reached for the sharp-edged stone fragment resting beside him. Chapter 10. The visitor on a snowy night. The rustling sound, amidst the howling wind and swirling snow, resonated with an unsettling clarity, evoking a sense of dread. It was neither the digging of wild beasts nor the rustling of dry branches. Rather, it was some living entity, approaching with hesitation and caution. Chun Yuan's heart pounded like a drum in the darkness. He gripped the cold stone shard tightly, yet beads of sweat formed in his palms. The stone beside him seemed to hold its breath, his small frame rigid, with only his wide eyes reflecting the faint, flickering light of the dying embers in the hearth, filled with terror. The sound halted outside the courtyard gate, followed by two exceedingly faint knocks, tentative as if testing the waters. It was not a thump, but rather a delicate tapping, akin to fingertips lightly rapping against the door. Who could it be? In the dead of night, amidst the falling snow, who would dare knock on the decrepit door of Granny Lu? Chun Yuan's mind raced through several possibilities. Zhao Dahu? Unlikely. He would not approach in such a stealthy manner. Zhao Wangshi? Even less probable. Widow's son? Her timid nature would never allow her to venture out alone at such an hour. Could it be the shadow that had peered in on 2 occasions? Who is it? Chun Yuan lowered his voice, directing his inquiry toward the door, his tone laced with palpable caution. The sound outside ceased. After a few seconds, an extremely hoarse, aged voice, as if eroded by time, emerged, struggling and intermittent. Lu family girl, it's me. Open the door. An elder? The voice sounded friendlier than Granny Lu's, imbued with a deathly weakness and gasping for breath. Granny Lu? Chun Yuan was momentarily taken aback, glancing toward the inner room. It seemed she too had awakened, the darkness filled with the rustling sound of her propping herself up, accompanied by a fit of suppressed coughing. Who is it? Granny Lu's voice emerged, thick with sleep and confusion. It's me, old Chaitu. The voice outside grew even weaker, as if it might be extinguished by the wind and snow at any moment. Old Chaitu. In Chun Yuan's chaotic memories of Chunda, he could only conjure a vague image of a forgotten old widower dwelling in a dilapidated hut at the western edge of the village, older than Granny Lu, rarely leaving his abode, largely ignored by others, a marginalized figure of the village. Chunda had once mocked his shabby dwelling, suggesting even dogs would not choose to inhabit it. Why would he come here in the dead of night? Moreover, judging by the voice, his condition appeared dire. Chun Yuan cast a glance at Granny Lu. In the darkness, her expression was indiscernible, but he could hear her breathing had quickened. Chunda, Granny Lu's voice quivered slightly. Go take a look. Help him in. This old ghost, coming at this hour. It must be. She left her thought unfinished, but the implication was clear. If not driven by desperation, on the brink of death, such a nearly isolated elder would never leave his meager shelter on a night like this to traverse to the village. Chun Yuan hesitated no longer. He gestured for Shi Tu to remain still, gripping the stone shard firmly, and approached the door, withdrawing the latch and cracking it open. The frigid wind, mingled with fine snowflakes, rushed in violently, stinging his face. Outside, a shadow, nearly buried beneath the snow, hunched and precarious, leaned against the doorframe. Utilizing the dim light reflected from the snow, Chun Yuan discerned the figure's appearance. It was a true human wreck, wrapped in layers of tattered cloth, the colors and shapes indistinguishable. It appeared as if he had enveloped himself in every scrap of warmth available, yet remained pitifully thin. His hair and beard were matted together, caked with snow, his face a grimy visage, etched with deep lines, save for a pair of sunken eyes that reflected a dim glimmer of light, filled with despair, pleading, and a murky essence akin to a dying animal. One of his legs seemed injured, curled in an unnatural position, relying solely on the other leg and a crooked wooden stick for support. His rags were caked with mud and snow, evidently a testament to a treacherous journey. Upon seeing Chun Yuan, old Shaida's eyes widened in shock and deeper fear, instinctively recoiling slightly, his lips trembling, as if he wished to speak, but only managed to emit a rasping sound. Come in. Chun Yuan stepped aside, allowing passage at the door, striving to maintain a steady tone. Regardless of who this elder was or what entanglements he had with Chunda at that moment, he was merely a pitiful soul on the verge of freezing, starving, or succumbing to illness on a tempestuous night. Old Chaitu appeared taken aback by Chun Yuan's unexpected reaction. He stood there, motionless. Old Chaitu, is that really you? Granny Lu's voice called from within, tinged with surprise. Come in quickly. You'll freeze to death. Only then did old Chaitu seem to awaken from his stupor, struggling to inch forward. Utilizing his wooden stick and good leg, laboriously shuffling over the threshold. Chun Yuan promptly closed the door and secured the latch, sheltering them from the raging storm outside. Once inside, old Chaitu could no longer sustain himself, slumping against the doorframe and sliding down to the ground, the wooden stick clattering aside. He trembled uncontrollably, his teeth chattering, his face taking on a pallor reminiscent of death under the faint glow of the hearth. By the hearth, let him warm up, Granny Lu urged hastily. Chen Yuan and Shi Tu rushed to assist, each taking one side to laboriously lift old Chai-Tu and guide him toward the hearth. As they drew closer, an overpowering stench, mingled with sweat, decay, illness, and despair, assaulted their senses. The elder's body was alarmingly light, almost weightless, yet as frigid and rigid as stone. Chen Yuan stirred the last remnants of embers in the hearth, adding a few slender sticks of kindling, carefully blowing to rekindle the fire. The flickering orange flames illuminated old Chai-Tu's ghastly visage and trembling form. Shi Tu, displaying remarkable understanding, fetched the bowl of water that had been warming by the hearth. Chen Yuan propped old Chai-Tu up, encouraging him to sip. The elder drank greedily, water trickling down his chin and soaking into the tattered cloth on his chest. After several gulps, he seemed to regain a fragment of consciousness, his eyes darting around, first glancing toward Granny Lu, then fixing on Chen Yuan, his gaze filled with incredulous confusion. Lu family girl, he is. Old Shada's voice remained hoarse, but was now more coherent. He is Chunda, Granny Lu's voice came from within. Devoid of emotion, he is here now. How did you end up like this? The dilapidated shelter has collapsed. Tears suddenly streamed down Lao Shada's face, mingling with the dirt on his cheeks, carving deep furrows as they flowed. The fierce wind in the afternoon, the snow weighed down. The support has broken. Everything is buried. I crawled out. There's nowhere to go. The firewood is soaked, and the food, not even a bit of bran, is left. He spoke in disjointed phrases, yet his meaning was unmistakable. His makeshift refuge, which provided him with shelter from the elements, had crumbled, burying his meager provisions and warmth within. Struggling through the snowstorm, he emerged with nowhere to turn, ultimately recalling the only person in the village who might still remember him and might not immediately cast him out, Lu Popo. Chen Yuan listened in silence. Here was yet another pitiful soul driven to the brink by the harshness of life and natural calamity. Moreover, his situation was dire, for he had lost even the meager shelter from the wind and rain. Warm yourself first, Chen Yuan said simply, rising to approach the inner room's doorway. Softly addressing Lu Popo, given his condition, he needs some food, otherwise he won't survive. What do you think? Lu Popo leaned against the head of the bed, her face appearing grave even in the dim light. She paused for a moment, sighed deeply, a long and heavy exhalation, as if she had exhaled all the hardships of this world. There are still 2 pieces of Fu Ling Gao under the stove's wall. Beneath the oil can, I had saved them from my younger years. They're hard enough to break teeth, but if soaked in hot water, they might soften a bit for him to eat. Also, scrape a little pig fat, dissolve it in water for him to drink. Fu Ling Gao? Chen Yuan responded. And indeed, he found 2 pieces of dark brown, hard substances resembling stones in a more concealed nook beneath the oil can, exuding a faint medicinal and moldy scent. This was likely something Lu Popo had hidden for an unknown duration, reserved for her last moments. Without further inquiry, he immediately set to work. He heated water in a cracked earthen pot, carefully breaking off a small piece of Fu Ling Gao to soak in the hot water, adding a tiny amount of pig fat. The fat melted upon contact with the heat, forming a thin layer of oil on the surface, mingling with the medicinal aroma of the Fu Ling, creating an unusual scent. Chen Yuan presented the softened paste to Lao Chai-Tu. The elder, trembling, accepted it, scarcely caring about the heat, and devoured it hungrily, even licking the edge of the pot clean. After finishing, he leaned against the warm stove, his violent shivering gradually subsiding, a hint of color returning to his face. Yet the lifelessness and despair in his eyes remained, staring vacantly at the flickering flames. Lu Jiamizi. Lao Chai-Tu suddenly spoke again, his voice tinged with a sob. Am I going to die? I hear the mountain spirits calling. They have come for me. Don't speak nonsense. Lu Popo scolded from inside, though her voice lacked strength, burdened by hunger, cold, and fear. You won't die? The shelter has collapsed, but you can stay here for now. Anyway, this house is empty. Having one more person is no burden. Her words indicated acceptance of Lao Chai-Tu. Yet, Chen Yuan knew that soon the house would be cramped with 4 people. Food, firewood, warmth. every issue would become exponentially more severe. Thank you, Lu Jiamizi. Lao Chaitu murmured, tears streaming down his face once more, this time murky and filled with complex emotions. He glanced at Chen Yuan, his lips moving as if to express gratitude, but the fear and confusion regarding Chen Da's identity silenced him, leaving him unable to articulate anything. Chen Yuan paid little heed. He instructed Shirtu to look after Lao Chaitu while he approached the window, peering through a hole in the paper. Snow continued to fall, covering the ground with a thin layer. How long would this snow persist? What of the other dilapidated houses in the village? Would Lu Popo's home endure? The crisis of survival had escalated suddenly due to the snowfall and this unexpected guest. In the latter half of the night, none of the four managed to sleep. Lu Popo coughed softly from the inner room. Lao Chaitu leaned against the stove, occasionally dazed, occasionally startled awake, uttering fearful murmurs. Shirtu nestled closely against Chen Yuan, his small body still cold. Chen Yuan leaned against the frigid earthen wall, his mind racing. Food. Some Digu Kai and Shura remained, but not much. There were a few wild yam eggs. Only 2 or 3 handfuls of millet left. Pig fat was nearly gone. The traps yielded uncertain results, and after the snow, it would be even more difficult. Lu Popo's reserves had also been tapped. Firewood. Very little remained. Immediate replenishment was necessary. It would be harder to gather wood after the snow. Warmth. Only 1 tattered quilt and a piece of felt were available. Both Lu Popo and Lao Chaitu were extremely sensitive to the cold. The house was drafty. People. With the addition of Lao Chaitu, who was nearly incapacitated, the burden had grown heavier. Every aspect posed an urgent dilemma. They had little room for respite. As dawn approached, the snow finally lessened, transforming into sporadic flurries. The sky remained overcast. Chen Yuan rose, stretching his numb limbs. He first checked on Lao Chaitu, who was sleeping against the stove, breathing heavily but relatively steady, showing a hint of vitality. Lu Popo also seemed to be asleep. He gently roused Shirtu, whispering, "We can't go to the wasteland today. The traces in the snow are too obvious, and we may not find anything. You stay here to care for Popo and Grandpa Chai. I will fetch some firewood and, if possible, see if I can find something to eat." Shirtu nodded in understanding. "Uncle Chun, be careful. The snow is slippery." Chen Yuan donned all the tattered clothing he could find, tying the sleeves and pant legs tightly with grass rope, tucking away the stone pieces and fire striker, also taking the grass rope he had brought yesterday to bundle firewood. He pushed open the courtyard door, and a biting chill mixed with snowflakes hit him, revealing a world blanketed in white. Though the snow was not thick, it concealed all paths and landmarks. He first went to his own dilapidated house, rummaging through a pile of rags in the corner to find a few larger pieces of tattered burlap and a scrap of fur from an unknown animal, likely a dog. Though filthy, it was better than nothing and could be used to block window gaps or provide an extra layer for Lao Chaitu. Then, he waded through the snow, making his way towards the edge of the village forest. Each step sank into the snow, quickly soaking his shoes and socks, the cold seeping into his bones. In the forest, most of the dry branches were weighed down by snow, forcing him to search beneath trees and rocks for relatively dry twigs and fallen leaves. The pace of collecting firewood was slow, and he had to remain vigilant to avoid slipping. After toiling for nearly an hour, he managed to tie together a small bundle of relatively dry firewood. He hoisted it onto his shoulder. It felt heavy, yet he knew that this meager supply would not last for more than 2 days. On his way back, he deliberately took a longer route, hoping to discover something else in the snow-covered landscape. The snow concealed most of the vegetation, leaving only the tops of some tall, withered grasses peeking through. Relying on his memory, he approached the low area where he had previously found some wild vegetables. A thin layer of snow had accumulated in the depression, covering most of the clusters of stone mushrooms and lichens. He cleared away the snow and collected the remaining usable parts, also picking some blackened goji berries that had been frostbitten. Just as he was about to leave, his gaze swept across a snow-covered rock crevice at the edge of the depression, where he seemed to notice a different hue. He stepped closer, brushed aside the snow and withered grass, and discovered clusters of small, ground-hugging plants growing in the crevice. Their leaves were thick and rosette-shaped, slightly reddened and darkened by the frost, yet still vibrant, with a hint of tender green at their centers. Was this Fate's Eye? Or perhaps a variety of Jingtian? Chen Yuan was uncertain, but he recalled that some succulents were edible. Although they lacked flavor, their high water content could provide hydration and a modest amount of nutrients. He carefully dug up a few, roots and soil intact, wrapping them in a piece of rag. With the firewood and this meager additional harvest, Qin Yuan struggled back to Granny Lu's home. Upon entering, he noticed that the temperature inside was scarcely warmer than outside. The fire in the stove, due to the scarcity of wood, barely flickered. The stone was diligently blowing at the fire, his little face flushed from the effort. Old Chaitu huddled by the stove, wrapped in the tattered fur Qin Yuan had brought back, still shivering. Granny Lu had also risen, leaning against the headboard, her complexion ashen, evidently worn down by the frigid weather and the sudden increase in burdens. Qin Yuan set down the firewood and promptly added a few slender sticks to coax the fire to life. He washed the succulent plants he had gathered, selected the most tender parts, and combined them with the wild vegetables and stone mushrooms to prepare a thin vegetable soup, adding a small piece of wild yam. There was no oil, no salt, only the inherent flavors of the food and the crispness of the snowmelt. The four of them shared this pot of soup in silence, the atmosphere heavy. This meager sustenance could merely sustain their lives. After the meal, Qin Yuan began to repair the house. He mixed the snow with mud and dried grass, attempting to patch up the most conspicuous cracks in the walls. He also used tattered burlap and straw to block the holes in the windows. Though rudimentary, it would at least provide some shelter from the wind. Old Chaitu struggled to help, but his frail legs and weakness forced Qin Yuan to gently push him back to the stove. By the time he finished, it was nearly noon. The snow had ceased, but the sky remained overcast and the cold wind howled. Qin Yuan stood in the patched-up yet still drafty room, observing the old and the young huddled together for warmth by the stove, alongside the silent, ailing elder in the inner room. For the first time, he felt an almost overwhelming sense of despair. 3 people. No, now there were 4. How were they to endure this interminable winter with such scant provisions? He stepped outside, gazing at the desolate, white-covered village and distant mountains. The path to survival seemed utterly buried beneath the snow. Just then, he spotted a figure making its way along the village path, trudging with uneven steps toward him. The person, clad in tattered, bulky clothing and wearing a frayed hat, was indistinct in features, yet the shape and gait seemed somewhat familiar. As the figure drew nearer, Qin Yuan recognized it as Old Qin's silent assistant. Old Han, who had collected mountain goods the previous morning. He was alone, seemingly carrying a small bag on his shoulder. Old Han stopped at the entrance of Granny Lu's yard, removed his hat, revealing a dark face reddened by the biting wind, devoid of expression. He glanced at Qin Yuan, then at the repaired courtyard wall and the tightly closed door, and spoke in a low, muffled voice. "Chunda? Our manager asked me to convey a message to you." Chapter 11. Goods and Roads. Lao Han stood outside the gate of the courtyard, where the snow had just begun to settle. A modest bag hung heavily from his shoulder, mirroring the somber expression on his dark, silent face. The biting wind stirred up the snow on the ground, striking against his thick coat and tattered hat with a faint rustling sound. Qin Yuan felt a tightening in his heart. Was it someone from Qinjiangwei? They had just completed a transaction yesterday, settling accounts in full. Now, a solitary figure braved the snow. Was he regretting the price they had agreed upon? Or did he have ulterior motives? Steadying his nerves, Qin Yuan approached, and from behind the half-collapsed courtyard wall, he calmly inquired, "Brother Han, what message does Qinjiangwei have for me?" Lao Han did not respond immediately. His gaze drifted past Qin Yuan, glancing briefly into the house, where the flickering firelight from the hearth cast blurred shadows within. He returned his gaze to Qin Yuan, his voice still dull and monotone. "The shopkeeper said you have some skill with traps. That method you used does not seem like that of an amateur." Qin Yuan felt a jolt in his heart. Indeed, it was about the traps. During their transaction yesterday, Zhao Dahu had mentioned it, and Lao Qin had not pressed for details. Yet he had evidently taken note. Muddling through life, Qin Yuan replied vaguely, unable to discern the intentions of the other party. In these times, those who could scrape by were indeed capable. Lao Han's words were blunt. After a pause, he removed the bag from his shoulder and placed it on the snow, untying the opening. Inside were not grains, but several pieces of dark brown, rough-textured items resembling dried meat, along with a small package wrapped in oil paper containing deep yellow crystals, salt. Though it appeared impure and discolored, it was indeed salt. Additionally, there was a small roll of sturdy gray hemp rope and several rusted iron arrowheads, clearly more functional than mere stones. "The shopkeeper asked me to bring these." Lao Han indicated the items on the ground. "The jerky is made from deer meat hunted in the mountains, though it's tough from being dried too long. It will stave off hunger. The salt is something you lack." The rope is sturdier than grass. The arrowheads are for hunters. If you know how to use a bow, they will serve you well. Chen Yuan's heart raced as he looked at the items on the ground. Dried deer meat, salt, rope, iron arrowheads. Each one was a valuable commodity in these times, especially the salt and ironware. What did Qin Zhongwei mean by this? Why such an extravagant gift without cause? Qin Zhongwei was overly generous. Chen Yuan refrained from touching the items and instead looked at Lao Han, uncertain of what services he might be required to provide. There is no such thing as a free lunch. This truth holds in any era. Lao Han did not seem surprised by Chen Yuan's caution. He straightened up, brushing the snow from his hands, and said, "The shopkeeper has long been engaged in trading mountain goods and furs, and he also deals in scarce items. Recently, there is a particular item that is quite difficult to procure. Ordinary hunters either lack the skill, dare not take the risk, or demand exorbitant prices." He fixed his gaze on Chen Yuan, a glimmer of insight shining in his otherwise dull eyes. "The shopkeeper believes you are clever and skilled with your hands, adept at setting traps. As if you possess some cunning. If you can assist in obtaining this item, the price is negotiable. These items," he kicked the bag at his feet, "are an advance payment, as well as a means to sustain you for a while, granting you the strength to complete the task." Indeed, it was a request for skill. Chen Yuan's mind raced. The goods that Qin Zhongwei sought were undoubtedly not the common field mice or wild rabbits. They must be either extremely cunning and fierce beasts, or rare medicinal herbs or mountain delicacies found in perilous terrains, or perhaps something illicit and fraught with risk. What exactly does Qin Zhongwei want? Chen Yuan inquired cautiously. Lao Han did not answer directly. Instead, he asked, "How familiar are you with the mountains behind here? Would you dare venture into the depths of the old forest?" Chen Yuan shook his head. "I am not familiar. In the past, I rarely ventured deep into the mountains." This was the truth. The original Chen had preferred a life of ease, indulging in petty thefts near the village, harboring a fear of the true depths of the old forest. Not being familiar is no issue. Lao Han seemed unperturbed. "As long as you dare to go and know the way, that will suffice. The shopkeeper seeks dendrobium, the wild kind, preferably found on the shaded cliffs. It must be fresh, with roots intact. Also, he wants musk pods from mature male musk deer, freshly obtained and unbroken." Chen Yuan's heart sank. He recognized dendrobium as a precious medicinal herb, known for its restorative properties and historically scarce, especially the wild variety that grows on cliffs, which commands a high price. As for the musk pods, that referred to musk, the finest of fragrances and valuable medicine. Obtaining it meant hunting mature male musk deer, which were timid, swift, and lived deep within dense forests, making them exceedingly difficult to capture. Both of these items were not easily obtained. Harvesting cliffside dendrobium entailed risking one's life in climbing, while hunting musk deer required specialized skills, patience, and a stroke of luck. No wonder Qin Zhongwei mentioned it would be difficult. "Brother Han," Chen Yuan forced a smile, "as you can see, I am merely a destitute man on the brink of starvation, possessing only rudimentary methods to catch mice. Cliffside herb gathering and deep mountain deer hunting. I fear I cannot take on such a task. I would disappoint Qin Zhongwei's generosity." He contemplated rejecting the offer. It was not that he was unwilling to earn money for food, but the task clearly exceeded his current capabilities and endurance. If things went awry, he might not only fail to gather the herbs or hunt the deer, but might also meet his demise on the cliff or become prey for a ferocious beast. Lao Han seemed to anticipate his reaction and was not in haste. He spoke slowly. "I am not asking you to go right now. The shopkeeper mentioned that as long as the items are ready before spring, it will suffice. During this time, the snow covers the mountains, making it easier to track animals. Some seasoned hunters are also free now. You can inquire and learn. These items," he nudged the bag at his feet, "should sustain you for a while, allowing you to learn a thing or two. The shopkeeper has a keen eye for people. He seldom misjudges." He paused, looking into Chen Yuan's eyes, adding with an even tone that carried a heavy weight, "In this world, if you wish to survive and thrive, you must take risks and exert yourself. Relying on catching mice and foraging for wild vegetables may see you through this winter, but what about the next? Zhao Dahu is a stout fellow, but can he support you for a lifetime? Old Lady Lu knows herbs, but how many more years can she last? That new old man in the house, and that little brat, all of them depend on you." His words pierced through Chen Yuan's heart like a cold dagger, striking at his deepest anxieties. Lao Han understood well and articulated it clearly. Chen Yuan was no longer alone. He bore the weight of 3 others, for lives, including his own. After a brief respite, a more prolonged and grueling survival challenge awaited him. Relying solely on meager efforts will ultimately lead to ruin, especially in this increasingly frigid winter. The invitation from Qin Zhongwei is undoubtedly a perilous proposition, yet it may be the only path to shatter the current impasse and acquire additional resources and capital for survival. Observing Chun Yuan's silence, Lao Han understood he was weighing his options and did not press him, merely stating, "Keep these items. If you wish to accept this task, come spring after the snow melts, seek out the proprietor of Qinji General Store in town. If not, consider these goods as a gesture of friendship from the proprietor, a goodwill gesture." However, he shifted his tone, infusing it with the pragmatic realism characteristic of a businessman. This goodwill extends only this once. In the future, the price for mountain goods will remain as it has been. The path is yours to choose. After speaking, he refrained from further commentary, donned his tattered hat, and departed, trudging through the snow until he vanished at the end of the white-draped village path. Chun Yuan stood at the entrance, gazing at the bulging bag in the snow, then turned to the direction where Lao Han had disappeared, remaining motionless for an extended period. The cold wind swirled the snowflakes, striking his face with a biting chill, yet it paled in comparison to the tumult within his heart. Should he accept or decline? Accepting would mean placing himself at considerable risk, vying for a tenuous future with potentially great rewards. Declining might offer temporary stability, relying on this modicum of goodwill and scant resources to survive the winter. But what then? When spring arrives, while others sow their fields, he would have no land to cultivate. While others venture into the mountains for hunting and gathering, his skills are mediocre. Merely subsisting will ultimately lead to a deadlock, further burdening the frail connections he has just begun to forge with Granny Lu, Shitu, and the ailing Lao Chai. More importantly, this connection with Qin Zhongwei might signify more than just a transaction. It could serve as a conduit to the outside world, a means to acquire information, or even a pathway to a more stable livelihood. In the impoverished and isolated Qinjigo, such opportunities are rare and invaluable. Ultimately, Qin Yuan bent down and lifted the heavy bag. The firmness of the deer jerky, the coarse texture of the salt grains, the resilience of the hemp rope, and the chilling touch of the iron arrowheads resonated through the bag, strikingly real. He carried the bag back inside. Under the flickering firelight, Shitu regarded the contents of his hands with curiosity. Lao Chai lifted his murky eyes, filled with trepidation and confusion. In the inner room, Granny Lu seemed to have been awake all along, and at this moment, she calmly inquired, "Who came outside? What did they bring?" It was Qin Zhongwei, the one who collects mountain goods. He sent over some items with his assistant. Qin Yuan placed the bag on the table, omitting any mention of the business arrangement. He opened the bag and removed its contents one by one. Upon seeing the jerky, salt, rope, and especially the iron arrowheads, Shitu gasped, his eyes widening in astonishment. Lao Chai struggled to sit a bit straighter, fixating intently on the salt block, his throat tightening. "Salt? How long has it been since we've seen such tangible salt?" Granny Lu fell silent for a moment before slowly stating, "That Qin has spent his life in the mountain trade. His instincts are sharper than a dog-ass, and his vision is keen. His delivery must have some ulterior motive. Chinda, what does he want you to do?" Qin Yuan did not anticipate Granny Lu's astuteness. After a contemplative pause, he downplayed the gravity of the situation. "He thinks I might have some potential for setting traps and asked if I would be willing to keep an eye out for rare goods in the mountains." "Rare goods?" Granny Lu echoed, her voice low. "In the mountains, such treasures either grow in perilous locations or are guarded by fierce beasts. He is looking to leverage your skills, hoping you will serve his interests. Experience prevails." Granny Lu's words cut through the essence of the matter. "I understand," Qin Yuan acknowledged with candor, "but I need these provisions." "Granny, you need them too." "Sure too, Lao Chai, all of us need them. Relying solely on ourselves, this winter, will be exceedingly difficult." Granny Lu fell silent, her heavy breaths reverberating in the stillness of the room. After a considerable time, she sighed, "You must weigh your choices carefully. That Qin is a businessman, driven by profit and a measure of trust, but when lives are at stake, the lives of others hold lesser value than his own gain." "I comprehend." Qin Yuan nodded. He carefully stored away the bag of salt, broke off a small piece of jerky, and with a stone shard, painstakingly sliced it into thin portions, dividing it into 4 shares. The largest portion went to Granny Lu, a slightly smaller piece to Lao Chai, while he and Shitu shared the least. He then dissolved a bit of salt in hot water, mixing it with a stew of succulent plants and stone mushrooms in a clay pot. With the salted broth and the tough, yet flavorful deer jerky, this meal took on an entirely new significance. Lao Chai wept as he ate, almost choking in his haste. Shirtu savored his jerky in small bites, reluctant to finish it all at once, his eyes narrowing in bliss. Granny Lu also chewed slowly, her complexion appearing somewhat improved. Food, especially that which is seasoned with salt and meat, provides not only sustenance, but also a profound sense of comfort and hope. After the meal, warmth and vitality surged within him. Chun Yuan entrusted Shirtu with the care of the two elders and took the role of hemp rope and iron arrowheads, along with a stone shard and fire starter, as he stepped outside. He needed to test these new tools, and he also required some solitude to reflect. He did not wander far, finding a sheltered spot near the village along the edge of a grove, selecting a dead tree to experiment with the hemp rope and branches, attempting to craft a sturdier, more refined lasso. The hemp rope proved far more durable and reliable than grass stems or vines. He also experimented with binding an iron arrowhead to a straight, resilient stick, creating a rudimentary spear. Although the arrowhead was rusty, its tip remained sharp, possessing far greater lethality than a sharpened stick. As he fiddled with these tools, Chun Yuan's thoughts drifted far and wide. The order from Qin Zhonggui resonated like a stone cast into stagnant waters, stirring up tumultuous waves and illuminating a vague yet enticing and perilous path ahead. To undertake this task, he needed to prepare extensively. First and foremost, he must delve deeply into the mountain forests, particularly the remote areas where dendrobium and forest musk deer might be found. He required a guide, or, at the very least, detailed information. Zhao Dehu, the hunter, might possess such knowledge. But how to broach the subject? Moreover, he needed to enhance his wilderness skills, not only in setting traps, but also in climbing, tracking, identifying medicinal herbs, and even basic combat and self-defense. Lastly, he had to ensure the well-being of Granny Lu and the others. If he ventured into the mountains and encountered misfortune, or if he were to be absent for an extended period, what would become of them? A multitude of questions flooded his mind, yet none had immediate answers. In the ensuing days, the snow fell sporadically, and the temperature continued to plummet. During the daylight hours, Chun Yuan spent most of his time outdoors, utilizing the newly acquired hemp rope to enhance his traps and expand their range. The harvest remained meager, yet he occasionally managed to capture a wild hare or a mountain chicken, lured by hunger, which was far superior to the field mice. He meticulously sustained the basic livelihood of the 4 individuals with the game he caught and the dried meat and salt provided by Qin Zhonggui. The health of Granny Lu improved noticeably with the addition of salt and meat, allowing her to occasionally rise from her bed and guide Chun Yuan in handling herbs and identifying the sporadic edible plants he had painstakingly gathered from the snow-covered terrain, such as sweetened fern roots and the inner bark of certain trees. Old Chai gradually regained his strength in the warm and nourishing environment. Despite his unhealed leg injury, his spirits lifted considerably, enabling him to assist with firewatching and engage in simple weaving tasks, crafting straw mats from dried grass for warmth. Chun Yuan subtly inquired about the conditions of the back mountain from Granny Lu, particularly regarding the cliffs and potential habitats for musk deer. In her youth, she had accompanied her father and brothers to gather herbs and possessed some knowledge of the deep mountains. However, the passage of time had dulled her memories. She repeatedly cautioned him about the dangers lurking within, including packs of wolves, bears, venomous snakes, and treacherous terrain. He also attempted to glean information about hunting when encountering Zhao Dehu, who seemed to sense Chun Yuan's intention to venture into the mountains, but did not press him further. Merely advising that winter in the mountains was particularly harsh, with wild beasts growing more ferocious. Without sufficient experience and preparation, entering could be tantamount to courting death. Days passed, the snow remained unmelted, and the chill deepened. The provisions of dried meat and salt were consumed slowly yet steadily. The deposit given by Qin Zhonggui provided a respite during this winter, yet it also loomed over Chun Yuan like an invisible death warrant, compelling him to make decisions and take action swiftly. One evening, after checking the last trap set at the foot of a more distant mountain, Chun Yuan returned empty-handed, his weary body dragging along. As he approached Granny Lu's home, he noticed Shirtu rushing out of the courtyard in a panic. Upon seeing him, Shirtu's face turned pale as if he had spotted a savior. "Uncle Chun, it's bad. Grandpa Chai. Grandpa Chai. He has spitting blood." Chapter 12 Blood and Medicine. Shirtu's words struck like a thunderbolt, jolting Chen Yuan's already taut nerves. His mind buzzed, leaving no time for contemplation as he dashed out into the courtyard. The flickering flames of the stove cast a haunting glow, illuminating the room in a dance of light and shadow. Old Chai-To was huddled on a tattered straw mat beside the fire, his frail body curled up, coughing violently. Each sound a heart-wrenching cry as if he might expel his very innards. His emaciated hand clutched his mouth tightly, dark red, viscous fluid seeping between his fingers, dripping onto the cold, hard ground, shocking in the firelight. His complexion was a dreadful waxen yellow tinged with ashen hues, his breath labored and ominous, reminiscent of a wheezing bellows. Granny Liu had struggled out from the inner room, half kneeling beside old Chai-To. One equally gaunt hand pressed against his back, the other attempting to pry open his tightly sealed mouth, her murky eyes filled with gravity and urgency. Upon seeing Chen Yuan burst in, she immediately hissed, "Hold him down. Do not let him curl up. Help him breathe." Chen Yuan lunged forward, colliding with the mingled scent of blood, illness, and death that enveloped old Chai-To. He paid little heed to anything else, following Granny Liu's instructions, gently yet firmly prying apart the old man's nearly curled body, allowing him to lean against his chest while softly patting his back. The elder's body was scalding, yet trembled uncontrollably, like a desiccated leaf caught in the wind. Huh. A grating sound escaped old Chai-To's throat, followed by another bout of dark, blood-tinged phlegm that splattered onto Chen Yuan's clothing. His eyes were half open, pupils somewhat unfocused, filled with agony and the terror of impending death. "Granny, what is happening to him?" Chen Yuan's voice tightened. "Old injuries, pulmonary damage, coupled with the cold seeping in. He is both starving and frozen, and it has all erupted." Granny Liu spoke rapidly, her tone sharp with the urgency of a healer. "This is hemoptysis. The airway is obstructed. Chai-To, bring the warmed water from the stove. Quickly." Chai-To hurriedly carried over the bowl of warm water, her small hands trembling. Granny Liu took it, tested the temperature, and cautiously brought it to old Chai-To's lips. "Old Chai-To, listen to me. Sip slowly, moisten your throat. Do not rush, do not choke." Old Chai-To appeared to retain a flicker of consciousness, managing to swallow a small mouthful of water with great difficulty, followed by another violent coughing fit. This time, however, the blood in the phlegm seemed somewhat reduced, and though his breathing remained labored, the dreadful wheezing had lessened slightly. "Lay him flat, elevate his head," Granny Liu instructed, and Chen Yuan promptly complied, rolling up his tattered outer garment to place beneath the old man's neck. Granny Liu then directed Chai-To, "Go, fetch the smallest black jar from under my bed. Be careful not to drop it." Chai-To scrambled into the inner room, quickly emerging with a small, black, mud-sealed jar. Granny Liu received it, gently removing the mud seal and lifting the lid. A potent, bitter, yet oddly refreshing medicinal aroma immediately filled the air, overpowering the stench of blood. Inside the jar was a dark brown, nearly black paste. Granny Liu scraped out a yellow bean-sized portion, seemingly reconsidering, and then removed half before placing the remaining paste into a bowl. She added a bit of warm water, stirring slowly with a clean twig. The paste did not dissolve immediately, but gradually infused the clear water with a deep brown hue. "Chen, help him sit up and feed him this. Give it slowly, ensure he does not choke." Granny Liu handed the medicine bowl to Chen Yuan, her gaze unusually serious. "This is a paste I concocted from sanqi and baiqi, along with several herbs that cool the blood and stop bleeding. This is all that remains of my precious stock. Whether it can halt the bleeding depends on his fortune." Chen Yuan understood the preciousness of this medicine. Steadying old Chai-To's neck with one hand, he brought the bowl carefully to the elder's cracked lips. Old Chai-To seemed to sense the medicinal aroma, emitting a muffled whimper as he instinctively resisted. Chen Yuan spoke softly yet firmly, "Grandfather Chai, drink the medicine. It is the only way to recover." Perhaps it was the instinct for survival, or perhaps the calmness in Chen Yuan's voice had an effect, but old Chai-To finally opened his mouth. Chen Yuan painstakingly fed him the dark brown medicine, drop by drop. The concoction was bitter, and swallowing it was a strenuous endeavor for old Chai-To, who occasionally sputtered and coughed, each fit sending Chen Yuan's heart into his throat, fearing their efforts would be in vain. It took nearly a quarter of an hour to finish the small bowl of medicine. After administering the medicine, Chen Yuan laid old Chai-To flat once more. The elder's rapid breathing gradually became more prolonged. Although still labored, the life-threatening constriction seemed to ease. His eyes remained closed, the rise and fall of his chest no longer so frantic. Yet his complexion was still ghastly, his lips parched and purplish. Granny Liu had kept her fingers on his pulse. Her murky eyes shut tight, brows knitted in concentration. After a long while, she finally released her grip, exhaling a long breath, her entire being appearing drained of strength as she slid down against the cold earthen wall, a fine sheen of cold sweat forming on her forehead. For now, we have stabilized him. Granny Liu's voice was laced with profound fatigue. This blood is the result of years of accumulated damage in the lungs, triggered by the cold, rupturing the blood vessels. The medicine can only provide temporary relief. It will need time to heal, and he will require good medicine to nourish him. Otherwise, even if we manage to stop this time, next time. She left the sentence unfinished, but the implication was clear. Old Chaito's ailment was a chronic affliction, compounded by prolonged hunger and cold, having rooted deeply within him. This episode of hemoptysis was merely the tip of the iceberg. Without sustained, superior medicinal treatment and nutritional support, he would not endure for long. What medicine is needed? I will go fetch it, Qin Yuan stated resolutely. Old Chaito was a life worth saving, and his collapse would mean yet another dwindling laborer in the household, adding a heavy burden. For both emotional and logical reasons, he had to be saved. Granny Liu regarded him with a complex expression, her eyes revealing a mixture of emotions. To treat lung damage, to dissolve blood stasis and stop bleeding, ideally, we need sanqi of high quality. Chuanbei for phlegm and lung nourishment. A jiao for blood replenishment. These are precious items. Do we have any? The black paste contains a bit of sanqi and baiqi. That is the best I can manage. More common options like Xian Hiko and Sabei can also help with bleeding, and Jieging and Ziwen can aid in phlegm reduction. We might find some in the mountains, but at this time of year, the heavy snow has sealed the passes. She shook her head, her face etched with profound helplessness. Even the most skillful cook cannot make a meal without rice. And in these harsh times of scarcity, with the biting cold, the situation was dire. Qin Yuan fell silent. He recalled the goods that Qin Zhongguei desired, the Tiepi Shirhu. Shirhu nourishes the yin, clears heat, benefits the stomach, and generates fluids. It may prove beneficial for those suffering from deficiency heat, fluid damage, or post-illness weakness. However, for the old man Chai, whose lungs were bleeding, it seemed ill-suited. The musk from the Linsha Xiangnong, on the other hand, is a potent remedy for invigorating blood circulation, relieving swelling, and alleviating pain. Yet it is intended for emergencies or severe conditions. Given the frail state of old Chai, the musk might be tantamount to a death sentence. For now, he must prioritize immediate concerns. Qin Yuan steadied himself and said, "Granny, please keep an eye on old Chai. I will fetch some hot water to clean him up. Shitu, please tidy the area." The three of them silently went to work. Qin Yuan boiled water and dipped a rag into it, carefully wiping the bloodstains from old Chai's face and hands. Shitu, suppressing his fear, shoveled away the bloodied earth and covered it with clean snow. Granny Lu remained by old Chai's side, occasionally checking his breath and pulse. After their labors, it was already deep into the night. Under the influence of the medicine, old Chai fell into a deep sleep. Although his breathing was labored, it had stabilized, and he no longer coughed up blood. Granny Lu could no longer hold on, and was assisted back to the inner room by Qin Yuan. Before lying down, the elderly woman grasped Qin Yuan's wrist. Her frail fingers were cold, yet surprisingly strong. "Chinda." Granny Lu's voice was barely audible, her eyes glimmering unnaturally in the dim light. Old Chai's illness was due to exhaustion, hunger, cold, and also suffocation. Alone in his shack, he had fallen ill and injured, with no one to confide in or care for him, enduring until he reached this state. Now, at least we are sharing the same pot. If we can lend a hand, let us do so. Consider it a means of accumulating some merit for ourselves. Qin Yuan nodded, firmly gripping Granny Lu's hand in reassurance. "Do not worry, Granny, I understand." That night, no one could find sleep. Qin Yuan and Shitu kept vigil by the stove, watching over the slumbering old Chai, adding firewood, tending to the flames, and listening to the unrelenting sound of the wind and snow outside. Occasionally, old Chai would stir in his sleep, emitting painful groans that required comfort. Qin Yuan's mind was in turmoil. One moment he was preoccupied with Qin Zhongguei's order, the next with old Chai's bloodied condition, then with Granny Lu's exhausted and anxious visage, and finally with the meager remnants of jerky and salt in his pocket. The pressure of survival, exacerbated by the sudden onset of illness, became even more palpable and cruel. It was no longer merely hunger and cold. It encompassed injuries, medicine, and the helplessness and heartache of witnessing life ebb away bit by bit. As dawn approached, old Chai awakened momentarily. His gaze was vacant as he looked at Chun Yuan and Shida beside him, seemingly wanting to say something, yet only emitting a wheezing sound before wearily closing his eyes again. Chun Yuan offered him a sip of warm water. He swallowed slowly and with great difficulty. When morning broke, the snow had ceased, yet the sky remained overcast. Chun Yuan assessed old Chai's condition. His temperature seemed to have decreased somewhat, but he was extremely weak, lacking even the strength to sit up. The bleeding had temporarily stopped, but the cough persisted. Now devoid of blood, Granny Lu struggled to rise, checked old Chai's pulse, and examined his tongue. Her brow remained furrowed. The lung fire still raged, and his qi was severely deficient. We must devise a way to find some yuxing ko. Fresh juice is best, but if not, dried ones boiled in water will suffice to clear heat and resolve phlegm. We also need to find some huangqi root to replenish qi. But in this heavy snowfall, Chun Yuan committed Granny Lu's words firmly to memory. Yuxing ko, huangqi. He had never seen them, but Granny Lu described their general appearance and growing conditions. Yuxing ko thrives in damp places, likely near water, yet buried beneath the snow. Huangqi is a perennial herb, its roots used in medicine, found on hillsides, grasslands, and forest edges, also difficult to locate. I will search for them, Chun Yuan declared, rising to his feet. He could not afford to wait idly. Chun uncle, I will go with you. Shitu immediately replied. Stay here and help Granny care for old Chai. Keep an eye on the fire, it must not go out. Chun Yuan pressed down on his shoulder. I can move swiftly on my own, and I will search nearby, not straying far. He donned all the warm clothing he could find, took a stone piece, a hemp rope, and a rudimentary spear, tucked a fire starter and a small piece of jerky into his arms, and wrapped some salt and torn cloth in case he found medicinal herbs that required immediate processing. Then he stepped into the vast expanse of snow. The snow reached his ankles, and each step demanded several times the effort of an ordinary day. The biting cold wind lashed against his face like a knife. As far as the eye could see, there was a blinding white, making it almost impossible to discern the path from the ditches. Relying on memory and observation of the terrain, he first headed toward a small stream near the village, where water might be found, navigating through a few depressions. He used a stick to clear the accumulated snow, searching beneath the dead grass and ice. Most plants had withered or been buried beneath the snow. Occasionally, he stumbled upon a few patches of green clinging to the ground. Not yet entirely frozen, yet they were not yuxing ko. After nearly an hour of fruitless searching, his hands and feet were numb from the cold. He did not lose heart, but turned instead to the sheltered hillside, moving toward the forest's edge, where the snow might be thinner, and perhaps remnants of huangqi stalks could serve as markers. He meticulously examined every exposed dried grass and shrub in the snow. Although he had never seen huangqi stalks, Granny Lu mentioned they were relatively straight, with fine ridges, and bloomed with small yellow flowers in autumn. He could only rely on instinct to seek out similarly shaped dried plants, carefully digging at their roots to investigate. The frozen ground beneath the snow was as hard as stone. He alternated between the stone piece and the stick, digging slowly. His fingers quickly became raw, and the blood seeping out felt numb in the cold, only adding to his sense of detachment. After several attempts, he either unearthed the roots of other plants or struck stone. Time passed incrementally, the sun moving slowly behind the leaden clouds, pale and feeble. Chun Yuan, both cold and hungry, had long finished the jerky in his arms, and his strength was rapidly waning. He leaned against a large tree sheltered from the wind, gasping, the white mist of his breath crystallizing instantly. Despair, once again, rose like a cold tide, slowly engulfing him. Could it be that he truly could not find anything? Old Chai was still waiting. No, he could not give up. Chun Yuan gritted his teeth, straightened his back, and pressed onward. He widened his search, venturing deeper into the thickets, where few would normally tread. On this snowy ground, aside from his own footprints, there were also traces of small animals, indicating that it was not entirely barren. Suddenly, his foot slipped, and he stepped into a shallow pit concealed beneath the snow, nearly losing his balance and falling. He steadied himself and looked down, discovering a patch of particularly distinct dried grass peeking out from the snow. This clump had relatively upright, yellowish stems, which, though bent by the weight of the snow, vaguely matched Granny Lu's description. Moreover, at the base of the stems, a few dried, Uniquely shaped triangular leaves with serrated edges still remained. Was this Yuxinkeo? Chun Yuan felt a surge of spirit as he immediately crouched down, carefully brushing aside the surrounding snow. Beneath the snow, close to the roots, he indeed discovered some yet-to-be frozen, purplish creeping stems. As he leaned in, a faint, peculiar scent reminiscent of fish wafted towards him. Although it was subtle, there was no mistaking it. He had found it. Overwhelmed with joy, Chun Yuan set to work, meticulously using a shard of stone to excavate the soil clinging to the creeping stems and roots, striving to keep them intact. There were not many fish mint plants here, just a small cluster, yet it was sufficient. He wiped the mud off the harvested fish mint with snow and carefully cradled it in his arms, using his body heat to protect it from freezing. With this successful find, his confidence surged as he continued searching for Huangqi nearby. Perhaps luck was on his side, for not far from the fish mint cluster, he discovered several desiccated plants with straight stems and distinct ridges, sheltered behind a rock. Digging into the frozen earth, he uncovered robust main roots, pale yellow in color. Though small, there was no doubt it was Huangqi. He excavated 2 more plants, again carefully securing them. Looking up at the sky, he noted that it was past noon. He dared not linger and hurriedly retraced his steps, navigating the uneven ground. By the time he returned to Granny Lu's home, he resembled a snowman, frost clinging to his eyebrows and beard, his hands and feet numb with cold, yet the herbs he cradled still bore a hint of life. I found them. Fish mint and Huangqi. Chun Yuan exclaimed hoarsely as he gently placed the herbs on the stove. Granny Lu and Shirtu immediately gathered around. Granny Lu picked up the fish mint, still coated with dirt and snow, inhaling its scent and examining the roots, nodding repeatedly. Yes, this is it. The quality is decent, it hasn't frozen through. Quickly, Shirtu, clean off the snow, melt it, and wash the fish mint to extract the juice. Chunda, brush off the dirt from the Huangqi roots, slice them thin, and simmer them with the leftover bones from the deer meat this morning. Within the small, humble dwelling, the arrival of these herbs rekindled a tense, yet hopeful atmosphere. Shirtu swiftly cleaned and processed the herbs, while Chun Yuan endured the pain of frostbite as he prepared the Huangqi. Granny Lu personally tended to the clay pot, watching as the green juice of the fish mint was extracted and mixed with warm water, gradually feeding it to the lethargic Lao Chai Tu. The Huangqi and bone soup simmered on the stove, gradually releasing a fragrant aroma infused with medicinal properties. After consuming the fish mint juice, Lao Shaita's coughing seemed to ease, no longer dry and rasping. By evening, after drinking a small bowl of warm Huangqi and pork bone soup, his complexion began to regain a faint hue, no longer the ashen pallor of death, and his breathing grew steadier. Though still weak, the leg that had seemed to cross the threshold appeared to be pulled back a bit. Observing Lao Shaitu's peaceful slumber, alongside Granny Lu's weary yet content gaze and Shitu's flushed cheeks from exertion, the heavy stone in Chun Yuan's heart began to loosen slightly. Perhaps he could indeed accomplish this. Perhaps he could not only survive himself, but also help those around him to live as well. As night deepened and the wind and snow resumed, Chun Yuan sat by the stove, adding firewood and listening to the howling wind outside, unconsciously rubbing the rusty iron arrowheads in his hands. The orders from Qin Zhongguei, Lao Shaita's illness, the long winter, and the unknown depths of the mountains, images and dilemmas intertwined in his mind. Just then, Lao Chai Tu, who had been in deep slumber, suddenly stirred, his lips mumbling, producing a faint, indistinct sound. At first, Chun Yuan could not make it out and leaned in closer. He heard Lao Chai Tu speaking in fragmented, dreamlike murmurs. Sure who? Cliff, west. Gui Jianshou, has, musk, forest, deep. Beware, wolves. Chun Yuan's pupils abruptly contracted. Chapter 13. Gui Jianshou. The fragmented words Gui Jianshou, she, and wolf from Lao Chai Tu fell into Chun Yuan's already turbulent heart like cold stones, stirring ripples across the still waters of his mind. He crouched by the stove, leaning forward, holding his breath, eager to grasp every nuance of the conversation. However, after uttering those words, Lao Chai Tu's brows knitted tightly together, seemingly sinking back into a deeper, unsettling slumber, leaving only the sound of his heavy and labored breathing echoing in the quiet night. Gui Jianshou? Is it a place name? A cliff? To the west. Does it refer to the western side of the village, deeper in the back mountains? She undoubtedly refers to musk deer. Wolf. Is it a warning, or does it imply that the forest is the territory of a wolf pack? Chen Yuan's heart raced. This information was crucial, yet ambiguous. Was Lao Chai Tu merely babbling in a fevered state, or did he retain genuine memories of the deep mountains from his unconsciousness? If what he spoke was true, then Gui Jianzhou might very well be the cliff where the ironclad dendrobium grows, and that forest with musk deer could indeed be their habitat. The order from Qin Zhonggui had suddenly taken on a specific and clear yet perilously dangerous target. He glanced toward the inner room. Granny Lu seemed to have heard the commotion but did not rise. Instead, a heavy sigh escaped her lips, barely audible amidst the howling wind and snow. That night, Chen Yuan scarcely closed his eyes. He tended to the fire, his thoughts swirling. On one hand, Lao Chai Tu's condition had stabilized temporarily under the influence of medication and care, offering a glimmer of hope and affirming the potency of herbal remedies and knowledge. On the other hand, this sudden lead thrust the imminent yet exceedingly perilous choice starkly before him once more. As dawn's light struggled to penetrate the tattered paper of the window, Lao Chai Tu awoke. This time, though his gaze remained murky and feeble, it possessed a newfound focus. He first looked around in bewilderment, his eyes landing on Chen Yuan's face, lingering for a few seconds, as if trying to recognize him or recall a memory. Then, he moved his cracked lips, producing a faint whisper, "Water." Chen Yuan promptly brought warm water, carefully propping him up to drink. After quenching his thirst, Lao Chai Tu gasped for breath, seemingly regaining some strength. His gaze swept across the room, landing on the cleaned fish mint and astragalus roots drying by the stove, then glanced toward Granny Lu's direction before returning to Chen Yuan's face. "Did you find this medicine for me?" Lao Chai Tu's voice was so hoarse it was barely audible. "Yes, as Granny Lu indicated, I dug it up," Chen Yuan affirmed, nodding calmly. Lao Chai Tu fell silent for a long while, complex emotions welling up in his murky eyes, gratitude, disbelief, and a lingering, elusive fear. He opened his mouth, as if to express his thanks, but ultimately, it transformed into a long, phlegmy sigh. "Last night," Chen Yuan ventured cautiously, speaking in a low tone. "You seem to have spoken in your sleep. You mentioned Gui Jianzhou and musk." At the mention of Gui Jianzhou, Lao Chai Tu trembled violently, his eyes suddenly filled with palpable terror, so vivid it nearly overflowed. He grasped Chen Yuan's arm with a grip as fierce and cold as iron, astonishing in its strength. "No, do not go. That place is forbidden." Lao Chai Tu's voice became sharp with agitation and fear, triggering a fit of violent coughing, to which Chen Yuan hurriedly assisted him in regaining his breath. "Please, take your time and speak slowly," Chen Yuan soothed, lying about his intentions to stabilize Lao Chai Tu's emotions and draw out more information. After a bout of coughing, Lao Chai Tu finally calmed, leaning against Chen Yuan's arm, his gaze hollow as he stared into the flickering flames of the stove. As if ensnared in a dreadful memory, after a long pause, he spoke in a dreamlike tone, haltingly recounting, "Gui Jianzhou is the deepest and most perilous section of the old forest to the west. A sheer cliff, as if hewn by a knife, plunging straight down. Below is a deep ravine, the sound of water like the cries of ghosts. The cliff face is perpetually shrouded in mist, treacherously slick. Home to many bizarre herbs. When I was young, I followed my father and a few daring herbalists from the village. We ventured there once." He paused, panting, a look of lingering dread crossing his face. "Just that once, we nearly didn't make it back. My father sought a rare old ginseng growing in a crevice of the cliff, lost his footing, and disappeared. His body was never fully recovered. Wang Lao Lu, who accompanied us, was bitten by a snake that sprang from who knows where, and he didn't survive the descent. That place is cursed. A one-way trip. The elders in the village say it was carved by the wrath of the mountain god, claiming the lives of the greedy." His voice trembled, filled with primal reverence for nature's might and the unknown perils it harbored. "And what of the musk?" Chen Yuan waited for his emotions to stabilize before continuing to inquire. "Musk?" Lao Chai Tu's gaze grew even dimmer. "Beyond Gui Jianzhou, past two ridges, lies a patch of old forest, so dense that daylight cannot penetrate, the ground thick with decaying leaves and heavy miasma. My father said that deep within that forest, there are musk deer, extremely clever, darting like the wind, and that forest is not clean, something lurks there." "What sort of thing?" "Wolves." Lao Chai Tu uttered the word, his body shuddering again. "Not ordinary wolves. They are either starving or old, injured, driven out by their pack. These wolves are the fiercest, most vengeful, and cunning. They do not travel in packs, but act alone, targeting the isolated or the weak. My father recounted that years ago, a hunter near that forest witnessed a wolf carrying off a lost child and found deer carcasses reduced to mere bones. Afterward, few dared to venture deep into that forest. Gui Jianzhou, with its sheer cliffs and venomous snakes, a place of fatal missteps. The old forest, with its miasma and solitary wolves, leaving no remains. Lao Chai-Tu's descriptions painted a vivid and chilling portrait of the dangers that lay behind Qin Zhonggui's order. How do you know all this? Chen Yuan asked. A trace of bitterness crossed Lao Chai-Tu's face. My father was the best herbalist within 100 miles and had some knowledge of hunting. I followed him since childhood, traversing the old forest and climbing cliffs. After he passed, I injured my leg and could no longer venture so deeply into the mountains. Few in the village know these tales anymore. The younger generation either lacks the courage, lacks the skill, or have perished from hunger, illness, or fled in desperation. He paused for a moment, gazing at Chen Yuan, his eyes imbued with a near-pleading intensity. Chen Da, I understand you are no longer the Chen Da of the past. You saved me, provided me with medicine, and you are indeed a man of conscience. Heed my advice. Do not entertain thoughts of that place. No matter how enticing it may seem, life is paramount. One must have the means to seize and enjoy it. Here in this village, we can devise ways to endure. Why venture into the realm of the underworld? Chen Yuan listened in silence, refraining from an immediate response. Lao Chai-Tu's words fell upon him like a bucket of icy water, extinguishing the flicker of excitement and impulsiveness that had arisen with the newfound lead, restoring his composure. The dangers were far more tangible and lethal than he had ever imagined. He was neither a hunter nor a gatherer, lacking experience, proper tools, and even a basic understanding of the terrain and climate of that forested expanse. To venture forth recklessly would indeed be tantamount to courting death. But should he simply abandon the pursuit? To remain in this dilapidated dwelling, relying on dwindling provisions and increasingly elusive game to survive the winter, and then what? When spring arrived, with no land to cultivate and no skills to rely upon, would he return to a life of sporadic hunger and dependency on others' whims? Yao Papa required care to restore her health, Lao Chai-Tu needed better medicine, and Shitu was in need of nourishment. All these necessities demanded stable and ample resources. Although the order from Qin Zhonggui was fraught with peril, it represented a path to break the current impasse and acquire true capital. High risks often correlate with substantial rewards. Furthermore, while the information disclosed by Lao Chai-Tu was indeed terrifying, it also illuminated the way forward, pinpointing specific dangers. This was far superior to embarking blindly into the unknown. Old Chai, I have taken your words to heart. Chen Yuan finally spoke, his tone solemn. I shall not act recklessly. Focus on your recovery first. Restore your health before anything else. He neither promised to refrain from going nor declared his intent to proceed. He merely chose to defer the decision for the time being. He required time to gather more information and to prepare thoroughly. In the ensuing days, Chen Yuan's focus remained on survival and caring for the ailing. He continued to refine his traps and expand their reach. Thanks to the durability of the hemp rope and the deterrent effect of the iron-tipped spears, though he had not yet hunted large game, occasionally throwing them to scare away encroaching beasts proved effective. His yield improved slightly. He could sporadically catch a wild hare or a mountain chicken, and with the dried deer meat and salt provided by Qin Zhonggui, the basic sustenance for the four of them was temporarily secured, even allowing for some to brew a richer astragalus soup for Lao Chai-Tu. Yao Papa's health improved more swiftly under the stability of adequate food and warmth. She was already able to get out of bed and assist with the herbs, instructing Chen Yuan on identifying various roots, barks, and mosses in the snow that held medicinal or nutritional value. Under the regimen of fish mint, astragalus soup, and deer meat broth, Lao Chai-Tu had not coughed up blood again. His cough had lessened, and though his complexion remained pale, the deathly pallor in his eyes had diminished considerably. He remained weak, however, and his leg injury still hampered his mobility. While caring for them, Chen Yuan discreetly gathered more information about Gui Jianzhou in the old forest. Seizing the opportunity to deliver 2 accidentally caught wild hares to Zhao Dahu, as a token of gratitude for his previous assistance, he engaged in casual conversation regarding the depths of the back mountain. Zhao Dage, you've been roaming the mountains for years. Isn't the deepest part of the back mountain particularly perilous? I believe I've heard the elders mention a cliff called Gui Jianzhou. Zhao Dahu paused in his task of skinning the hare. lifting his gaze to Chen Yuan with sharp eyes. Why do you ask about that? Just out of curiosity, Chen Yuan replied nonchalantly. I had some dealings with Qin Zhonggui's associates recently, and they mentioned valuable medicinal herbs growing in treacherous areas. It piqued my interest. Zhao Dahu grunted, returning to his task, his tone flat yet laced with an undeniable warning. Gui Jianshou is not a place you should be contemplating right now. The cliff rises 100 zhong, shrouded in fog year-round and exceedingly slippery, with deep ravines and raging waters below. While there are indeed some fine medicinal herbs on the cliff face, it also harbors venomous snakes and insects. In the village's early years, several adept gatherers met their demise there. Over the past few years, aside from a few desperate souls, or those with nothing left to lose, no one dares to venture there. And further west, is there an old forest? I've heard there are musk deer. Yes, Zhao Dahu replied tersely. The forest is dense and fraught with miasma. The paths are hard to discern. Musk deer exist, but they are scarce and exceedingly elusive. He paused, turning his gaze back to Chen Yuan, his eyes flashing with intensity. That forest is not tranquil. There are wolves, lone wolves, starving wolves. Last winter, I pursued an injured wild boar and inadvertently stumbled near the forest's edge. I glimpsed a pair of green eyes watching me, tracking me until I retreated from the woods. That creature was cunning and not to be trifled with. His words mirrored Lao Chai To's descriptions astonishingly well, validating the authenticity of the information while reiterating the risks involved. I was merely curious. Chen Yuan smiled, shifting the topic. By the way, Zhao Dage, do you have any spare old pelts or sturdy used clothing? With an extra mouth in the house, Lao Chai To is too frail to withstand the cold, and I thought to provide him with an additional covering. Zhao Dahu regarded him thoughtfully, not pressing further on the subject of Gui Jianshou. I don't have any old pelts, but I do have a few tattered rabbit skins that can be patched together to offer some protection from the wind. I'll have my wife fetch them for you. After a moment, he added, if you truly wish to learn some skills for survival in the mountains, when spring arrives and the weather warms, you may accompany me into the hills a few times, assist with the tasks, familiarize yourself with the paths, and learn some techniques. Surviving in the mountains requires more than just a few traps. This was Zhao Dahu's clear signal of limited acceptance and mentorship. Chen Yuan felt warmth in his heart and expressed his gratitude sincerely. Thank you, Zhao Dage. With the few tattered rabbit skins and some benign advice from Zhao Dahu's wife, mostly cautioning her husband to be wary of Chen Da's influence, Chen Yuan returned to Yao Papo's home. He entrusted the rabbit skins to Shitu, instructing him to follow Yao Papo's teachings, using bone needles and hemp ropes to sew them into a coverlet. Days passed amidst the chill, busyness, and careful preparations. Snow fell intermittently, though not as heavily as the first snowfall. Chen Yuan's understanding of Gui Jianshou and the old forest deepened, and his plans became increasingly lucid. He no longer perceived this venture as a mere gamble for life, but as a long-term endeavor requiring meticulous planning, thorough preparation, and potentially staged execution. Firstly, he must enhance his wilderness survival skills, and learning from Zhao Dahu is the initial step. Secondly, he needs to prepare specialized tools. Climbing cliffs requires sturdier ropes, as hemp ropes are insufficient, along with claws and non-slip footwear. Venturing deep into the ancient forest demands superior weaponry, defensive knives, insect repellents, antidotes for miasma, and navigational instruments, even if rudimentary, like a compass. Acquiring these essentials necessitates both time and resources, which he currently lacks the most. The deposit from Qin Zhongguo is dwindling, and the yield from traps is unstable. He requires a more reliable method to generate income or provisions swiftly, to amass capital for entering the mountains, while also ensuring that if misfortune befalls him, Granny Lu and the others can sustain themselves for a while longer. This thought intensified when he once again went to the desolate slope to inspect the traps and noticed several distinct footprints in the snow that did not belong to him or sure to. The footprints were large, belonging to an adult male, with an erratic tread pattern that seemed intentionally obscured. They lingered near several trap sites, and one trap had evidently been triggered. The prey, a mountain chicken, had vanished, yet the snare had been reset clumsily. Someone had targeted his traps, stolen his catch, and was still probing. Was it an idler from the village? Or perhaps, that figure who had lurked in the shadows twice before? Chen Yuan's heart sank. The traps he had painstakingly set had become another's pantry. It seemed that relying solely on traps was insufficient not only for sustaining his plans to enter the mountains, but also to secure his current stability. He discreetly reset the damaged traps and marked the area with more covert indicators before quietly retreating. He refrained from making a scene, as alarming the lurking presence would only heighten their vigilance or compel him to adopt more drastic measures. Upon returning to Granny Lu's home, he assisted Shirtu in sewing leather bedding while contemplating in silence. He needed to hasten his pace. Waiting until spring was not an option. He must, before winter concludes, at least complete the preliminary preparations for entering the mountains and begin to scout the periphery of Gui Jianshou, or the fringes of the ancient forest. Simultaneously, he needed to cultivate new, more reliable sources of resources. Perhaps he could leverage Granny Lu's herbal knowledge and Old Chai's understanding of the woods to concoct some simple herbs that the villagers might need, or gather common mountain goods, albeit of little value, that Qin Zhonggui might also accept, in exchange for a more stable income. As night deepened, Old Chai took his medicine and fell into a deep slumber, while Granny Lu also retired for the night. Shidu's small hands were reddened from sewing the leather, and Chun Yuan urged him to sleep. Alone by the hearth, under the dim firelight, he meticulously carved a straight, resilient wooden stick into a more suitable spear. His actions were slow and focused, yet his mind repeatedly calculated the route into the mountains, potential dangers, necessary items, and contingency plans in the event of failure or unforeseen circumstances. Just then, he perceived a slight movement in his ears, as if he heard that exceedingly faint sound of footsteps on snow outside the courtyard wall. It was very subtle, slow, and imbued with a deliberate caution. Here it came again. Qin Yuan's gaze turned icy. He gently placed down the stick and stone, ensuring not to disturb anyone, and stealthily moved to the door, peering through the gap in the door panel. In the dim snowlight, he discerned a vague shadow creeping along the partially collapsed courtyard wall, inching towards the eaves where they hung herbs and animal hides. The shadow bent low, its movements somewhat awkward, yet with a clear objective. This time, being closer, Qin Yuan could see more clearly. The shadow's form seemed somewhat familiar. Chapter 14. The Observer and the Fire. The shadow moved clumsily across the snow, displaying an almost awkward concentration as it purposefully approached the items drying under the eaves. Those pungent herbs, huangqi slices, several prepared rabbit and rat skins, along with a few stone ears and lichens stored in a broken basket, intended for further drying the next day. Qin Yuan held his breath, his hand brushing against the crude spear resting by the door. The cold iron tip glimmered faintly in the darkness. He refrained from rushing out immediately, opting to observe further. The shadow's movements, though cautious, lacked agility, appearing somewhat sluggish, not characteristic of a seasoned thief or a nimble villager. Furthermore, judging by the indistinct outline and manner of movement, Qin Yuan's mind raced. There were numerous individuals in the village who harbored ill will towards him, yet it was unlikely that anyone would risk venturing out into the frigid night, at the risk of being discovered, to steal such relatively worthless items. The Zhao couple would not do such a thing, and the widow's son, timid and indebted to him, would be unlikely to act in this manner. Most other villagers despised him, but it seemed they would not stoop to theft over such trivial possessions. Just as the shadow's hand was about to touch the string of dried herbs, Qin Yuan abruptly flung open the door and stepped outside. Holding the spear at an angle toward the ground, devoid of any intent to attack, yet clearly imposing a sense of deterrence. Who goes there? His voice was not loud, but in the stillness of the snowy night, it resonated with an icy clarity. The shadow trembled violently, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, emitting a short, suppressed cry of alarm before stumbling back 2 steps, nearly losing its footing in the snow. As the snow illuminated the figure, Qin Yuan finally discerned the face of the intruder. It was an elderly woman, gaunt and marked by deep wrinkles, with high cheekbones and sunken eyes that now reflected sheer terror and confusion. She was the widow's son's mother-in-law, known in the village as Sun Posey, an elderly woman even older than Lu Posey, who rarely interacted with others and struggled to survive with her frail grandson, the widow's son's son. Qin Yuan was taken aback. He had never anticipated that in the dead of night, it would be this nearly forgotten, trembling old woman who had come to visit. Upon recognizing Qin Yuan, particularly the spear glimmering ominously in his hand, Sun Posey was struck with sheer fright, her legs giving way beneath her as she collapsed to her knees in the snow, repeatedly bowing her head and speaking in a tearful, incoherent manner. Ch. Qin Delaoi. Spare my life. Spare me. I did not come to steal. I merely wished to see if there were any unwanted roots. My grandson, Xiao Bao, He has a fever and is babbling. I have no money for medicine, and there is nothing to eat at home. I just wanted. Lu Posey understands medicine. Perhaps you have something that is of no use to you. Her forehead was smeared with snow and mud, her disheveled gray hair trembling in the cold wind, her frail body reduced to mere bones quivering more pitifully than the winter storm itself. Chun Yuan's grip on the spear gradually slackened. The vigilance and anger within him were supplanted by a more complex emotion. He should have anticipated this. Although the widow's son had given him something last time, her family situation was likely no better than that of Lu Posey and Old Chai. A sickly old woman and an ailing child in such a heavy snowfall. Get up. Chun Yuan's voice softened slightly, though it retained a lack of warmth. Theft is theft, and mere observation is mere observation. You were not merely looking just now. Sun Posey remained on her knees in the snow, too frightened to rise, merely sobbing, her emaciated shoulders heaving in despair and helplessness. Chun Yuan glanced at her, then at the items drying under the eaves. He approached, took a handful of the pungent herbs, freshly gathered the previous day, still not entirely dried, but possessing the best medicinal properties. He also pinched a few slices of huangqi, then took the entire string of dried herbs and knelt before Sun Posey, placing the items into her cold, stiff, bony hands. These will treat wind cold and fever, clear heat and resolve phlegm, and replenish qi. The fresh herbs can be crushed for juice or boiled in water, while the huangqi slices can be steeped or made into soup with a little something else. Chun Yuan's tone was flat, as if he were merely relaying a commonplace matter. Do not return a second time. Should you do so, I may not aim my spear at the ground. Sun Posey cradled the herbs as though they were aflame, gazing at Chun Yuan in disbelief, tears welling in her cloudy old eyes, her lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. Are you not leaving? Do you intend to freeze to death here? Chun Yuan stood, turning his back to her, his voice firm and unyielding. At last, Sun Posey seemed to regain her senses, hastily scrambling to her feet, disregarding the snow covering her, tightly clutching the herbs, bowing again to Chun Yuan's back, and then stumbling into the darkness, quickly disappearing into the swirling snow. Chun Yuan remained rooted in place, listening to the wind for a long while without moving. The appearance of Sun Posey served as a mirror, reflecting the most brutal realities of this winter: hunger, illness, frost, and death. Each individual was struggling, and the threshold of survival was as fragile as gossamer. Today, he had discovered Sun Posey and provided a bit of medicine. What of tomorrow? What of the day after? How many more individuals in the village, like Sun Posey, or even in worse circumstances, remained? What would become of people when the last flicker of hope extinguished? He did not dare to ponder further. Turning, he returned indoors, gently closing the door and securing the latch. The fire in the hearth still glowed warmly, casting light upon the restless, sleeping face of Shirtu and the heavy breaths of Old Chai from within. Lu Posey seemed to awaken too, but remained silent. That night, Chun Yuan was utterly unable to find sleep. The presence of Sun Posey, the orders from Manager Qin, the warnings from Zhao Dahu, and the fear of Old Chai intertwined like countless icy ropes, weaving an ever-tightening net that rendered him breathless. He needed to hasten his actions. He could no longer afford to wait. The following morning, the snow had ceased, yet the sky remained overcast. Chun Yuan administered medicine to Old Chai and shared a simple breakfast with Lu Posey and Shirtu. Congee made from shredded roebuck jerky, augmented with a touch of stone ear and salt. He briefly recounted the events of Sun Posey's visit the previous night, refraining from mentioning that he had given her medicine, only stating that he had scared off a thief. Lu Posey listened in silence for a long while before sighing. Sun Posey is also a pitiful soul. Her grandson has been weak since childhood, and in this weather, it will be hard to endure. She did not inquire about how Chun Yuan had handled the matter, but her gaze seemed to convey an understanding of the situation. Old Chai leaned against the stove, murmuring, "In these times, sigh. Chunda, you mean well, but once the floodgate opens, I fear." "I understand." Chun Yuan interrupted him, his tone resolute. "However, waiting to starve or succumb to illness is not a viable option. Old Chai, regarding the Gui Jian Chou and Lao Linzi you mentioned in your dream last night, I wish to gain a clearer understanding. Not to venture there immediately, but I must know how to navigate should we reach that juncture, and how to avoid peril." Old Chai gazed at Chun Yuan, his expression intricate. After days of interaction, particularly following Chun Yuan's act of saving him with medicinal herbs, his fear and suspicion of Chun Yuan had significantly diminished, replaced by a complex mix of gratitude, reliance, and concern. He recognized that this Chunda before him was no longer the same person. He possessed determination, courage, and an unwavering resolve. Have you truly made up your mind? Old Chai's voice trembled slightly. I have not fully decided, but preparations are necessary. Chen Yuan met his gaze firmly. Share everything you know, draw what you can, and articulate clearly what you can express. The more detailed, the better. For instance, how long is the journey from the village to Gui Jianchou? Are there any prominent landmarks along the way? Which direction does the cliff of Gui Jianchou face? Where might the Sherhu grow? Is there any place on the cliff where one can find footholds? How does one enter Lao Linzi? Where might there be signs of musk deer activity? Where do wolf packs typically roam? He posed numerous inquiries in one breath, all pivotal thoughts he had contemplated over the past few days. Old Chai was momentarily taken aback by the barrage of questions, but soon realized Chen Yuan was earnest, not jesting. My memory is failing. These events are from many years ago. Old Chai hesitated, yet upon seeing Chen Yuan's unwavering gaze, he endeavored to recall. From the old locust tree at the west end of the village, follow the small path into the mountains, heading westward. After crossing 3 small hills, you will see a frozen valley. If you follow the valley upstream, it should take approximately half a day to reach Gui Jianchou. The cliff appears like a gaping, ghostly mouth, dark and visible from afar, with a crooked pine tree atop, resembling a beckoning banner, easily recognizable. As he spoke, he gestured with his fingers in the ashes of the stove, sketching a rudimentary route. Sherhu thrives in shady, moist areas. The northern face of Gui Jianchou is sheltered, with abundant moisture and numerous crevices. My father once said that there is Sherhu there, but which crevice precisely? One must climb to see. As for footholds, there are some, with old vines in certain crevices and protruding rocks, but they are quite slippery, covered in moss, and if it has snowed, even more so. At the mention of climbing, fear flickered across Old Chai's face. As for Lao Linzi, it lies further west of Gui Jianchou, requiring the crossing of an even higher ridge. That forest is dark and dense. Once inside, one loses all sense of direction. Musk deer prefer sunny, dry clearings or thickets. Their tracks are small, resembling split bamboo leaves, and their droppings are black, granular, with a musky scent. Wolves, their tracks are large and paw-shaped. They have established trails in the woods, following streams or ridges. If you encounter a wolf, do not run. Face it and slowly back away. It is best to have a fire. He spoke in a fragmented manner, many details now hazy, yet he managed to outline the fundamental terrain, features, and dangers. Chen Yuan listened intently, frequently probing for further details, even urging Old Chai to illustrate more precise topography in the ashes. Granny Lu silently observed from the side, refraining from interjecting, occasionally stirring the fire with a stick to enhance the brightness, illuminating Old Chai's weathered face and Chen Yuan's focused profile. In the following days, Chen Yuan's pace of life quickened dramatically. By day, apart from routinely checking traps, gathering firewood, and foraging for food, he devoted much of his time to learning and preparing. He accompanied Zhao Dahu into the mountains twice, not venturing deep, but rather exploring the relatively safe forests near the village, learning to identify wild animal tracks, setting larger traps for boars and deer, mastering basic archery skills. Zhao Dahu lent him an old bow for practice, and honing his sense of direction and water sourcing in the wilderness. Zhao Dahu was practical in his teaching, unreserved yet succinct, demonstrating techniques, and allowing Chen Yuan to ponder and practice independently. Chen Yuan absorbed the knowledge eagerly, aware that these skills might be the key to survival in the depths of the mountains. By night, under the glow of the stove's fire, he utilized Granny Lu's bone needle and hemp rope, combining Old Chai's climbing experiences, attempting to enhance the role of hemp rope. He twisted several strands together for increased strength and durability, reinforcing critical areas with animal hide, striving to create a main rope that, though crude, would be sufficiently sturdy. He also fashioned several rudimentary grappling hooks from wood and leftover iron arrowheads, mimicking the appearance of climbing claws from his memory. Though rudimentary, they were better than nothing. Granny Lu imparted her extensive knowledge of detoxification, pest control, wound treatment, and invigorating herbs to Chen Yuan. She shared which plants, when crushed, could staunch bleeding, which boiled infusions could ward off miasma, and which scents could repel snakes and insects. She even produced several dried herbs with distinctive aromas, guiding Chen Yuan to grind them into powder wrapping them in small pieces of animal hide to create simple insect repellent pouches. Under the regimen of herbal treatments and relatively stable food supplies, Old Chai's health improved more rapidly. Although his leg injury remained a hindrance, his spirit was much brighter. He strived to recall more details about the deep mountains, even using charred wood to sketch a more detailed topographical map on the relatively smooth tree bark Chen Yuan had procured, marking potential hazards and relatively safe resting spots. Stone was also busy, deftly assisting with processing animal hides, tanning them using traditional methods, weaving sturdier grass shoes and gaiters, and learning to create simplistic backpacks from fine vines and branches. The four of them appeared to have formed a tightly knit group, collaborating towards a singular goal in the mountains. Despite the uncertain future and the looming dangers, the sense of purpose and mutual reliance imbued this cold winter with an unusual warmth and vitality. However, beneath the calm surface, turbulent undercurrents persisted. Chen Yuan discovered that the traps he had set at the distant foot of the mountain had been tampered with once more. This time, it was not merely one trap. The techniques employed were more adept, even deliberately sabotaging the triggering mechanisms, seemingly carrying a message of warning or provocation. Naturally, the prey had been taken. Furthermore, gossip regarding Chen Yuan in the village appeared to have proliferated. Some observed him trailing behind Zhao Dehu, learning the art of hunting. Others witnessed him drying peculiar herbs and fiddling with ropes and hooks. Furthermore, rumors circulated that he had established a connection with Qin Zhonggui, the merchant of mountain goods, intending to venture into the mountains for substantial profit. These whispers spread through the desolate winter village like the wind, inciting a medley of complex emotions: envy, suspicion, and even unabashed greed. Chen Yuan sensed these transformations, yet he had no time to dwell on them. His time was limited. The deposit provided by Qin Zhonggui had been largely depleted. Old Chai Tu's medicine could not cease, and his gear for the mountain was far from adequate. More crucially, the weather appeared to be warming, with signs of melting snow. Once spring arrived and the snow began to thaw, the mountain paths would become treacherous with mud, and as nature revived, the activities of venomous snakes and ferocious beasts would increase, rendering it an unfavorable time to venture into the mountains. The optimal window might be the late winter, just before the snow completely melts, when beast activity is relatively diminished. That evening, as Chen Yuan returned from practicing archery at Zhao Dehu's home, he made slow progress. His aim woefully inaccurate. However, he had at least begun to refine his posture and technique in drawing the bow. Clutched in his arms was a small pouch of saltpeter, a key ingredient in black powder, used by Zhao Dehu for processing animal hides and occasionally crafting fire arrows to scare off beasts. His mind was still occupied with thoughts of how to improve his rudimentary grappling hook. As he approached the vicinity of Granny Lu's house, an odd scent mingling burnt and greasy aromas wafted toward him. Shortly thereafter, he perceived a flicker of light emanating from the dilapidated yard of Granny Lu's home, not the warm red glow of a hearth, but a flickering, abnormal orange-yellow flame casting dancing, menacing shadows upon the walls of the courtyard. It was ablaze. Chen Yuan's mind buzzed. His heart tightened in an instant, and without a moment's hesitation, he dashed toward the yard. Chapter 15. Fire and Faith. The flickering flames, illuminated by the twilight and the glistening snow, appeared exceptionally glaring and ominous. It was not the gentle flicker of a hearth's fire, but rather an anxious, spreading orange hue, casting distorted, quivering shadows upon the dilapidated courtyard walls. Chen Yuan's heart felt as though it were gripped tightly by a frigid hand, blood surging to his head in an instant. One thought consumed him. There are people inside. Lu Popo. Old Chai Shirtu. The house is on fire. With a desperate roar, he surged forward, driven by an adrenaline he could not comprehend, shoving a bundle of nitrate haphazardly into his clothing, charging towards the courtyard like an enraged leopard. Snow erupted beneath his feet, and the frigid air invaded his lungs, bringing a searing pain, yet he remained oblivious. The courtyard door stood ajar, and he forcefully flung it open. The sight before him shattered his heart. The fire did not originate from the house, but from a makeshift shed adjacent to the western wall, where firewood and sun-dried medicinal herbs were stacked. The structure, merely a few crooked wooden poles topped with straw, was now completely engulfed in flames, the tongues of fire greedily licking the walls of the adjacent earthen house and the damp straw beneath the eaves. Thick smoke billowed, mingled with the acrid scent of burning herbs and animal hides, and the cold wind only intensified its ferocity. Popo. Shirtu. Old Chai. Chen Yuan's eyes widened in anguish as he shouted, rushing towards the shed in a frantic attempt to drag away the still smoldering firewood and drying materials, seeking to isolate the source of the flames. However, the fire spread rapidly, waves of heat crashing against him, scorching his cheeks. Chinshu. Cough cough. This way. Water. Shida's terrified cries echoed from within the house. The little one, seemingly having dragged a small ceramic basin from beside the large water vat, struggled to lift it, his face blackened with soot and filled with fear. Stay inside. Chen Yuan yelled at him, while he dashed towards the water vat. There wasn't much water left, but he could not hesitate. He stripped off his thickest and most tattered outer garment and plunged it into the icy water, then yanked it out, damp and heavy, and began to beat the flames at the edge of the burning shed, closest to the house. The cold water met the flames with a hissing sound, generating a cloud of steam that temporarily subdued a small patch of fire, yet more flames surged from the sides. The wet fabric quickly dried, its edges beginning to char. Just then, Lu Popo's hoarse but composed voice emerged from within. Chinda, use the snow. Shovel the snow over. Sure too, go get the dustpan. Old Chai, stay put. Lu Popo's commands acted as a potent stimulant. Chen Yuan instantly regained clarity, discarding the useless wet garment, scanning around until he spotted a dilapidated wooden shovel leaning against the wall, likely the only tool Old Chai had brought from his shelter. He seized it and frantically began shoveling the accumulated snow in the courtyard, casting it onto the fire. The soft snow fell onto the flames with a sizzling sound. While it could not extinguish them immediately, it effectively reduced their intensity, slowing their spread, and more importantly, it obstructed the direct contact between the flames and the dry straw and wooden walls. Shirtu also emerged with the battered dustpan, mimicking Chen Yuan, scooping up snow and laboriously tossing it towards the fire. Though his strength was limited, he was agile, targeting the small flames that had splattered out. The thick smoke stung their eyes, causing tears to flow uncontrollably. Chen Yuan bore the searing heat and suffocating sensation, desperately shoveling snow. His palms were raw from the rough handle of the shovel, burning with pain, yet he felt none of it, mechanically repeating the motions of shoveling and dousing. His mind was fixated on a singular thought. The house must not catch fire. There are people inside. Their hard-earned possessions, food, and medicinal herbs must be preserved. Perhaps their valiant efforts were bearing fruit, or perhaps fate was smiling upon them. After consuming the entire shed and part of the thatch on the eaves, the fire was finally subdued by the abundant snow, gradually dwindling to mere flickering embers and swirling smoke. The earthen walls, blackened by soot, revealed cracked sections where the mud had peeled away, exposing the underlying clay, yet miraculously, it had not burned through entirely. Fortunately, the fire had not breached the house. Chen Yuan and Shirtu collapsed onto the snow, gasping for breath, their throats and lungs ablaze, their faces, hands, and clothing smeared with soot and snowmelt, appearing utterly disheveled. Shirtu continued to cough softly, tears streaming down his face, whether from smoke or fright, he could not tell. Lu Popo struggled to move to the doorway, clutching the doorframe, her face pale as she surveyed the chaos of the courtyard and the two soot-covered individuals, her lips trembling, unable to utter a word, her fingers turning white from gripping the doorframe. Old Chai, anxious within the house, shouted, Lu Jia Maisie, Chinda, Shirtu, are you all right? Has the fire been extinguished? It's out. Chen Yuan replied hoarsely, struggling to rise and move to Lu Popo's side. Popo, are you all right? Did you inhale any smoke? Lu Popo shook her head, her gaze drifting past him, fixated on the heap of still smoldering charred remnants, where they had once stored firewood and dried food and herbs, now reduced to twisted blackened timber, ashes of straw, charred animal hides and herbs, mingled with snow and muddy water, exuding a foul odor. The firewood is gone. The herbs and skins are all lost. Lu Popo's voice was faint, imbued with an overwhelming sense of emptiness and despair. These items were their hope for enduring the harsh winter and preparing to venture into the mountains, particularly those processed animal hides and dried herbs, which could be traded for food and medicine. Chen Yuan's heart sank to the depths of despair, yet he forcibly suppressed the overwhelming sense of hopelessness and fury. Now was not the time for mourning. He first aided Lu Popo into the house to sit down, then checked on Shirtu, confirming that both had only suffered from smoke inhalation, with no burns. Old Chai, anxious within, pounded the ground in worry, but upon seeing them return safely, he felt a slight relief. However, Upon witnessing Chun Yuan and Shitu's disheveled state and the black smoke billowing in from outside, he was overcome with tears. It was my fault. My uselessness, my frailty has hindered you. I have brought you trouble. Old Chai choked out. It is not your fault. Chun Yuan interrupted, his voice hoarse yet resolute. As long as you are safe, that is what matters. The things may be gone, but we can rebuild. He spoke lightly, yet he understood the difficulty of the situation. Firewood could be managed, as they could chop more, though it would be challenging after the snowfall. The animal hides and herbs, particularly those that required specific seasons and locations for collection and preparation, represented a significant loss. More troubling was the peculiar nature of this fire. Though the shed was humble, it was sheltered from the wind, and they cooked over the stove inside, where embers were unlikely to drift. Moreover, they had always exercised caution with fire. How could it suddenly ignite, especially during dusk, when the light was fading and one's vigilance was most easily compromised? Chun Yuan's gaze hardened. He recalled the traps that had been sabotaged, the unfamiliar footprints in the snow, and the lurking eyes in the shadows. This was no accident. Someone had set the fire. The thought slithered into his heart like a venomous serpent, bringing with it a chilling dread and an intense fury. Who was responsible? What was their motive? Was it for the meager game and herbs? Or was it out of jealousy for his connection with Qin Zhonggui? Perhaps there was a more sinister intent to drive them to desperation, or simply to burn them alive. Chunda, old lady Lu suddenly spoke, her voice regaining its usual calmness, even tinged with a sharpness. Go and check the place where the fire started. Look for anything out of the ordinary. Chun Yuan felt a jolt at her words, turning to meet her gaze. In the dim light, the old woman's eyes were as sharp as blades, clearly indicating she too had come to the same conclusion. Sure too, you take care of Granny and Grandpa Chai. Stay inside, Chun Yuan instructed, before stepping out of the house and into the chaotic remnants. Night had fully descended, with only the snow reflecting a faint, ghostly light. The ashes from the fire still radiated warmth and a pungent odor. Chun Yuan stifled the acrid smoke as he carefully used a wooden shovel to sift through the charred remains of wood and thatch. He searched meticulously. Soon, near the outer edge of the shed, the most vulnerable area to external ignition, he discovered several pieces of charred fragments that were distinctly different in color from the thatch and wood, dark brown, thick, resembling oil-soaked bark or some sort of specially designed incendiary material. He crouched down, cautiously prying up one piece with the tip of the shovel. The edges were charred and curled, yet the center still bore the original texture, suggesting it had been tampered with, emanating a faint, peculiar odor unlike that of burning wood. This was not something that belonged in their shed. Indeed, someone had set the fire. Chun Yuan's heart sank, fury roiling within him, but more so. A cold vigilance took hold. If they had resorted to arson this time, what would they do next? Poison? Directly harm someone? Just as he was about to collect this evidence, his peripheral vision caught sight of something half buried in the ashes and mud near the base of the courtyard wall, where heat had melted the snow into a small puddle. Approaching, he brushed aside the surface dust to reveal a small object, tightly wrapped in oiled paper. No larger than half a palm, which had not been completely consumed by the flames, though its edges bore some scorch marks. Oiled paper? In these times, it was a rare commodity that ordinary villagers could hardly afford. Chun Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He carefully picked up the oiled paper bundle, feeling its lightness in his hand. Returning to the stove, he reignited a faint flame. With firewood running low, he had to conserve it, and, under the puzzled gazes of old lady Lu and Shirtu, cautiously unwrapped the oiled paper. Inside, there was no letter, only two items. One was a small handful of grayish-white, fine powder, which, when brought close to the nose, emitted an extremely faint, indescribable, strange scent, neither fragrant nor foul, but slightly dizzying. Chun Yuan did not recognize it. The other was a piece of metal, the size of a thumbnail, dark and heavy, neither gold nor iron, with an irregular shape and rough edges, as if pried from something. The metal bore what seemed to be extremely faint, indistinct markings. Old lady Lu leaned in, her face paling as she spotted the powder. Grabbing Chun Yuan's wrist, she urged in a hushed tone, "Don't smell it. This is Minxianghui. It's a narcotic residue mixed with mandrake flower powder. Inhaling too much can cause deep unconsciousness. Wrap it up quickly." Minxianghui? A narcotic? Chun Yuan felt a chill run down his spine as he hastily re-wrapped the oiled paper. Not only had they set the fire, but they also sought to use a narcotic? Were they fearful of being discovered and extinguished in time? thus employing a dual approach. What malignant intent? As for the metal piece, Chen Yuan turned his gaze back to the peculiar black metal. Old Lady Lu examined it closely in the firelight. Touching it with her fingers, her brow furrowed. This doesn't resemble anything from around here. Its color, its weight. It looks like meteorite iron, but not quite. These markings. She squinted, trying to discern the nearly worn-off etchings, resembling a character, or a mark, but indecipherable. Meteorite? A mark? Chen Yuan's heart sank heavily. This matter was likely more complex than he had imagined. The arsonist was not only malicious, but possibly of extraordinary origin. Was this metal piece carelessly left behind, or deliberately placed? If intentional, was it a warning, a provocation, or something else entirely? He clutched the oiled paper bundle and the metal piece tightly in his hand, knuckles whitening. Regardless of who was behind this, or their intentions, the enmity had been established. It was a matter of life and death. Tonight, sleep would elude him. Chen Yuan's voice was as cold as ice. Sure too, bring in the remaining firewood. Granny, Grandpa Chai, keep your wits about you. I will stand guard. He picked up a spear and sat at the threshold, leaning against the cold door, his gaze sharp as a hawk surveying the snow-blanketed yard, the ruins, and the distant, silent village. The losses were severe, the clues hazy, the enemy hidden while he remained exposed. Yet this fire had incinerated his last vestiges of hesitation and naivety. In this world, mere kindness, skill, and effort were insufficient for survival. One must also possess fangs, vigilance, and the resolve for retribution. The orders from Qin Zhonggui, the adventures into the mountains, were no longer solely about survival and resources. They were now imbued with a pressing urgency. He needed to grow stronger swiftly, to acquire the power necessary for self-preservation and even retaliation. The dangers lurking in the deep mountains were indeed daunting, but the treachery of the human heart could sometimes be more lethal than any beast. The cold wind swept in through the gap in the collapsed shed, carrying with it the lingering scent of smoke and char, brushing against Chen Yuan's cold yet resolute face. He stared into the darkness, immobile, like a vigilant statue awakening to life. At the opposite end of the village, within a similarly dilapidated earthen dwelling, shrouded in obscurity, a frail figure hunches beneath the feeble glow of a small oil lamp. The dim light casts a shadow over a blackened metal token, marred by a missing corner, resting upon the table. The figure utters a low, resentful murmur. Burn it, let it all be consumed. Such troublesome things. The master's grand designs, no one can thwart them. Chapter 16. Embers and transactions. The cold wind swirled through the gaps of the collapsed shed, emitting a mournful wail as it stirred the lingering ashes, which danced and settled upon the snow, leaving behind soiled spots. The horizon glimmered with a pale light, struggling to penetrate the leaden gray clouds, illuminating the chaos in the courtyard of Granny Lu's home. Charred wood, the remnants of burned thatch, and curled fragments of beast hides mingled with mud and accumulated snow, emanating a noxious odor of burnt and dampness. Chen Yuan had spent the night sitting on the threshold. A spear rested across his knees, his palm tightly gripping the cold black metal piece and an oiled paper bundle. His gaze as still as frozen water, scanning every corner of the yard. Drowsiness surged against his eyelids like a tide, yet a stronger vigilance and anger pierced through his fatigue like a sharp icicle, keeping him alert. By the middle of the night, Shirtu could no longer endure and had fallen asleep beside him, his small head bobbing slightly, brow furrowed, seemingly haunted by the fire in his dreams. Granny Lu and Old Chai had also not slept, the darkness filled only with suppressed coughs and heavy breaths. As dawn broke, danger had not descended with the night. Yet Chen Yuan knew that the enemy lurking in the shadows was like a venomous snake hidden beneath the snow, unwilling to relent after an incomplete attack. The fire had destroyed their reserves, exposed their vulnerabilities, and disrupted their meticulously accumulated plans. There was no more time to wait. When the first faint rays of morning light barely illuminated the ruins, Chen Yuan moved his stiff limbs and stood up, the bones cracking softly. He carefully tucked the oiled paper bundle and metal piece into the innermost part of his clothing and began to clear the scene. Shirtu had also awakened, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Upon seeing the devastation, his small face turned pale, yet he did not cry, silently rising to assist Chen Yuan in the cleanup. Granny Lu, despite her frail health, brewed a thin soup from the last of the wild greens and some fragments of dried meat. Old Chai struggled to help, but was gently pushed back by Chen Yuan. Old Chai, just take care of yourself. That is a great help. Chen Yuan's voice was somewhat hoarse but calm. Granny, you too. This task, sure too, and I can manage. He needed them to recover swiftly, especially old Chai, whose experience as a mountain guide was currently the most invaluable and tangible asset. It took nearly half a day to clear the ruins. The useful items were pitifully few. A few half-burned yet still sturdy wooden sticks, some charred edges of beast hides that were salvageable in the center, and a few herb roots scattered at the edges of the ashes, miraculously untouched by the flames. Most had lost their medicinal properties. Firewood, most of the beast hides, dried vegetables, and partially prepared ropes for mountain trips, as well as some insect repellent powder, were all destroyed. The losses were significant, but they were not entirely bereft. At least, they were unharmed. The millet hidden deep in the stove and the salt provided by Manager Chin remained, along with the remaining dried meat. More importantly, the metal piece and the clues surrounding the incense ashes pricked Chen Yuan's heart, heightening his vigilance against the lurking enemy, who was not only ruthless but potentially had a notable background. After a simple meal, Chen Yuan instructed Shirtu to stay at home and watch over things while he took the last 2 reasonably intact rabbit skins, which he had yet to use from previous harvests, and a few pieces of slightly better quality huangqi roots, possibly still usable for medicine, that he had unearthed from the ruins, leaving the courtyard. He did not head to Zhao Da's home first, but walked directly to the other end of the village. The morning village was still eerily silent. Only the cold wind sweeping through the dilapidated houses could be heard. He walked slowly, his sharp gaze sweeping across every corner, every door crack, and every shadow along the way. He could sense someone was watching. That cold, clammy gaze, though fleeting, was palpably real. He even discovered half a set of indistinct footprints at a broken wall corner, differing from those of himself and Shirtu. And unlike those of ordinary villagers, they were slightly wider with uniquely patterned boot soles. He did not pause to inspect, feigning unawareness, but steadied his steps, gripping the metal piece tightly within his sleeve. He circled around the village before finally making his way to the dilapidated Earth God Temple at the eastern end of the village, where Old Han, the assistant sent by Qinji Grocery, had mentioned that peddlers occasionally stopped. The temple was not much better than Granny Lu's home, with half the roof caved in and the door ajar. Yet today, a familiar one-wheeled cart was parked at the temple entrance, covered with an oilcloth, bulging with contents. Old Han squatted on a stone shielded from the wind at the temple entrance, gnawing on a piece of dark, hard bread soaked in cold water. Upon seeing Chen Yuan approach, he lifted his head, his dark face devoid of expression, his eyes merely flickering, as if he were not surprised by Chen Yuan's arrival. Brother Han, Chen Yuan stepped closer, cupping his hands in greeting, adopting a humble posture, but keeping his back straight. Old Han stuffed the last bite of bread into his mouth, brushed off the crumbs from his hands, then stood up, scrutinizing Chen Yuan with a glance. Lingering briefly on the evident fatigue on his face and the ashes that stained his clothing, before gruffly asking, "You're here? Did you bring the goods?" He was inquiring about the items, the iron-skinned dendrobium and the musk from the forest. Not yet. Chen Yuan shook his head, getting straight to the point. Brother Han, the place where I stayed last night was flooded, due to the fire. The shed burned down, and most of what I had gathered was destroyed. Old Han's brow furrowed slightly, though he remained silent, merely watching him, waiting for more. The preparations to enter the mountains have been delayed, Chen Yuan continued, maintaining a steady tone, revealing little emotion, but I have a clear idea of what Manager Chin wants. It will just take time, and more preparation. Old Han fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing the gravity and authenticity of Chen Yuan's words. The manager said before spring, his voice remained steady, "You still have time. What do you need to prepare? Stronger ropes, non-slip shoes, medicines for snakes and insects, ointments for external injuries, durable provisions, and," Chen Yuan paused, "a good knife or a short spear. The mountains are not safe. Relying solely on this broken wooden stick is insufficient." He did not mention the potential arson behind the fire or the metal piece, nor did he speak of the threats lurking in the shadows. Some matters were better kept as secrets known to fewer individuals. Old Han's gaze roamed over Chen Yuan's face before settling on the 2 rabbit skins and several pieces of huangqi roots he had offered. "Is this all?" "For now, just this," Chen Yuan replied calmly. "The rabbit skins are in decent condition, and the huangqi is over 5 years old, potent enough for medicinal use. I can trade for some salt, or perhaps an old hatchet will suffice." He showcased his chips and articulated his genuine needs. The machete, capable of chopping wood and serving as a means of self-defense, far surpassed the crude stone fragments and rudimentary spear he currently possessed. Lao Han received the rabbit fur and huangqi root, scrutinizing them closely and weighing them in his hands. The craftsmanship of the rabbit fur was indeed superior to that of ordinary hunters, and the fur's color was well preserved. Although the huangqi root bore signs of being singed, its quality remained acceptable, classifying it as a dried good. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "These 2 pieces of fur are decent, but they lack a bit of curing. The huangqi root has lost some medicinal properties due to the fire. A better machete is not sufficient." He paused, then added, "However, the shopkeeper has instructed that you may be afforded a bit of leniency. The fur and the medicinal root can be exchanged for 2 jin of coarse salt, plus an old but serviceable machete. As for dry rations and other items, we can discuss those once you have acquired the goods. 2 jin of coarse salt and an old machete." This price was indeed more lenient than the actual value of the fur and medicinal root, indicating that Qin Zhongwei had made a concession. Chen Yuan understood that this was an investment and a prompt. The deal was struck. Chen Yuan did not haggle. He was in urgent need of these supplies and lacked the capital for negotiation. Lao Han turned and retrieved a small, weighty bundle wrapped in oiled paper from beneath the oilcloth of the unicycle cart, along with a machete that had a handle bound in tattered cloth, showing clear signs of use with several small nicks, yet it remained thick and sharp overall. He handed the salt and machete to Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan accepted them, noting the generous weight of the salt, its coarse grains discernible even through the oiled paper. The machete felt substantial in his grip. Its wooden handle was smooth from wear, and the nicks on the blade did not impair its ability to chop, instead imparting a sense of practicality born from experience. Gripping the handle, the cold touch resonated through his palm, evoking a long-lost sense of solid strength. "The shopkeeper asked me to convey a message," Lao Han said, observing Chen Yuan as he stowed away the salt and machete. He suddenly lowered his voice further, so that only the 2 could hear. "Goods from the mountains must be swift yet stable. Recently, this area has been unsettled. Some unfamiliar faces have been lurking about, inquiring after matters and gathering supplies. Be cautious. When the time comes for you to venture into the mountains, give me a heads up. Perhaps the shopkeeper can arrange for someone to assist you outside the old forest." Chen Yuan's heart raced. Unfamiliar faces? Inquiring after matters? Gathering supplies? Were they the arsonists? Had Qin Zhongwei also sensed this? Was his offer of assistance motivated by a desire to protect the supply line, or was there another agenda? Countless questions flooded his mind, yet Chen Yuan maintained a composed demeanor, simply nodding in acknowledgement. "Thank you for the warning, Brother Han, and please extend my gratitude to shopkeeper Qin. I will act swiftly." Lao Han did not elaborate further, pushing the unicycle cart as it creaked and groaned. Soon vanishing around the bend of the village path, Chen Yuan stood still, weighing the machete in his hand, then touching the hard salt bundle in his pocket. The transaction was complete. He had acquired the urgently needed supplies and received a vague warning along with an even more ambiguous promise. The connection with Qin Zhongwei was more intricate and perilous than he had anticipated. Yet, at this moment, he had no alternative. He grasped the machete and salt, opting not to return home immediately, but instead taking a detour to Zhao Dahu's residence. Zhao Dahu was in the courtyard, sharpening his hunting knife. Upon noticing the new machete and bulging salt bundle in Chen Yuan's hands, he cast a sharp glance at him, not inquiring about the source of the items, merely nodding. "Need something? Brother Zhao." Chen Yuan carefully placed the salt bundle atop the stone mill in the courtyard, raising the machete. "I wish to seek your guidance on some techniques for entering the mountains. How do I secure a climbing not most reliably? When spending the night in the forest, how do I choose a location to avoid wild beasts? And if I encounter wolves, aside from fire, what other methods can I employ?" Zhao Dahu ceased his sharpening, lifting his gaze to meet Chen Yuan's. Observing the weary yet resolute expression on his face, and the ashes clinging to his clothing for a moment, he glanced at the old but evidently newly acquired machete and slowly responded, "Last night's fire was quite substantial." Chen Yuan did not deny it. "The shed burned down, and I lost a significant portion of my accumulated supplies." Zhao Dahu acknowledged with a grunt, refraining from probing into the details of the fire. Instead, he stated, "To learn genuine skills, one must toil diligently and possess courage. For climbing knots, there are both dead and live knots. It depends on your application. For overnight stays, seek a wind-sheltered spot near water, elevated, with a good view, while also considering wind direction and animal tracks. Wolves fear fire, noise, and those fiercer than themselves. But a lone wolf is the most troublesome, It will test your patience, waiting for you to show signs of weakness. His words were succinct yet steeped in the wisdom of years spent battling in the mountains and forests. Chun Yuan listened intently, eager to imprint every detail in his mind. For the next half-day, Zhao Dahu continued sharpening his knife while elucidating the techniques for tying knots, the essentials for overnight stays in the mountains, and strategies for encountering various beasts, primarily wolves and wild boars. He did not demonstrate, but provided ample clarity and practicality. Chun Yuan cross-referenced Zhao Dahu's insights with the previous descriptions from Lao Chai-Tu, gradually gaining a more nuanced and chilling understanding of the perilous unknown ahead. As he prepared to leave, Zhao Dahu suddenly called out to him, retrieving a small pouch made of animal hide from inside the house and tossing it to Chun Yuan. Inside is some xionghuang powder for repelling snakes and insects. Also, I've crafted a few signal arrows. Their tips are hollow, wrapped with oil-soaked cloth. When ignited and shot, they can scare off creatures and serve as signals. Use them sparingly. Chun Yuan accepted the animal hide pouch, feeling its substantial weight, and a warm current surged within him. Zhao Dahu was not one for many words, but this gesture of kindness was genuine. He expressed his heartfelt thanks. Upon returning to Lu Popo's home, dusk was approaching. He entrusted the salt to Lu Popo for safekeeping, carefully wrapping the machete's handle with tattered cloth, sharpening its edge, and then securing it at his waist. He also diligently stored away the xionghuang powder and signal arrows. Lu Popo observed the bundle of salt and the machete, then glanced at the additional animal hide pouch at Chun Yuan's waist. She did not inquire, but silently tucked the salt away in a more concealed corner of the stove, then began to prepare a simple medicinal powder for wounds and a remedy for cold, essentials for Chun Yuan's mountain expedition. Lao Chai-Tu appeared to be in slightly better spirits, his eyes lighting up upon seeing the machete. He struggled to sit up, gesturing to instruct Chun Yuan on clearing paths in dense forests, assessing the sturdiness of rocks, and finding footholds on slippery cliffs. Although his experience was somewhat outdated, many details he shared were invaluable, even surpassing what Zhao Dahu had mentioned. Sure too, the stone, was filled with curiosity and admiration for the machete, its bright eyes sparkling, believing that Uncle Chun had gained a true weapon and was now even more formidable. That night, Chun Yuan continued to keep watch, but this time, he did not merely sit at the doorway. He clutched the machete, moving slowly and cautiously in the yard, near the ruins of the burnt shed. Within the shadow of the courtyard wall, ever watchful and observant, the rough wooden handle of the machete felt cold and solid in his grip, imparting a sense of direct strength that contrasted starkly with that of a spear. He meticulously inspected both the interior and exterior of the courtyard, crafting rudimentary warning devices from fine twine to trip over dry branches or shards of tile at several potential points of entry. He no longer placed his hopes solely on passive defense. As the latter part of the night unfolded, the wind and snow resumed their tumultuous dance. Flakes of snow, as large as goose feathers, cascaded down, swiftly concealing the disarray and footprints of the day, enveloping the entire village once more in a blinding pallor and profound silence. Chun Yuan stood beneath the eaves, gazing at the swirling snow, his heart imbued with an icy clarity. The fire had extinguished, yet the embers remained warm. A transaction had been completed, yet the threat loomed closer. The path into the mountains remained fraught with unknown perils, and retreat was no longer an option. He needed to be swifter, stronger, and more prudent. The snow continued to fall heavily, obscuring all traces and temporarily burying many secrets. Meanwhile, at the other end of the village, in that concealed earthen dwelling, an oil lamp flickered like a tiny star. A stooped figure, facing the trembling flame upon the table, cautiously polished the edge of a new piece of black metal, strikingly similar to the one in Chun Yuan's hand, with a small file. Mumbled, bitter whispers escaped his lips. Not dead yet, truly fortunate. What the master desires cannot delay any longer. On a snowy night, an opportune moment, that old wretch should be nearing his end. Must venture forth again. The subtle sound of the file scraping against the metal mingled with the howling wind and snow outside, creating an atmosphere that felt particularly chilling and discordant within the cramped earthen abode. Chapter 17. The night walk in traces. As dawn broke, the heavy snowfall finally ceased, leaving the world enveloped in a serene blanket of white. The thick, fresh snow concealed the scars of the past, burying all traces of the previous night's activities. The dilapidated courtyard wall of Granny Lu's home and the ruins of the burnt shed were now draped in a thick, soft quilt of snow, presenting an eerily tranquil scene. Chen Yuan stood beneath the eaves for half the night, his hatchet embedded in a pile of snow nearby, a thin layer of snow settling on its handle. His eyes were bloodshot, yet they gleamed with a sharp clarity, reminiscent of an eagle surveying the snowy expanse. As the wind howled, the world seemed reduced to the sound of the whistling wind and the biting cold of the snowflakes, momentarily isolating him from the sensation of being watched. However, he remained vigilant, using the wind's cover to meticulously inspect both the interior and exterior of the courtyard, particularly around the newly constructed makeshift warning devices. There were no new footprints, no signs of human interference. It appeared that those lurking in the shadows had also been thwarted by the sudden snowfall, or perhaps were concocting something else entirely. As the light grew stronger, Chen Yuan moved his nearly numb limbs and stepped inside the house. The fire in the stove had dwindled to mere embers, yet there was still a hint of warmth within. Granny Lu and Shirtu were huddled together on the poorly laid Kong in the inner room, while old Chai lay curled on the straw mat beside the stove, breathing heavily but steadily. Chen Yuan added a few twigs to the embers, carefully coaxing them to life, and melted a pot of snow for water. As the water began to boil, the bubbling sounds roused Shirtu, who rubbed his eyes and sat up. "Uncle Chun, you didn't sleep all night?" Shitu's voice was hoarse and laced with concern, remnants of sleep still clinging to him. "I dozed off for a bit," Chen Yuan replied vaguely, scooping some hot water to drink a few sips before pouring some into a cracked bowl to cool for Granny Lu and old Chai. "Today, I will check the traps. The snow is heavy, and the path is treacherous. Stay home and remain alert. I'll leave the hatchet by the door. If anything happens, shout loudly or use this." He gestured to the firecracker Zhao Dahu had given him. Shirtu nodded earnestly, his small face serious. I understand." Chen Yuan sliced 3 small pieces from the meager supply of jerky, eating one himself and giving one to Shirtu, saving the last for Granny Lu and old Chai. He then wrapped the hatchet in cloth and secured it on his back, carefully stowing the firecrackers and a pouch of powdered realgar close to his chest. He grasped a long wooden spear, sharpened to better suit his grip, and pushed open the courtyard door, half buried in snow, stepping into the knee-deep drifts. The biting cold wind cut against his face like tiny daggers. Each step was laborious as the snow engulfed him up to his thighs. The entire world was a blinding white, rendering the paths and ditches nearly indistinguishable. Chen Yuan relied on his memory and the general contours of the landscape, making his way towards the barren slopes and the traps located at the base of the distant mountains. He moved slowly and cautiously, ever wary of the dangers beneath his feet and the surroundings. The vast expanse of white snow served as both a perfect cover and a perilous hunting ground, where any color or sound that did not belong to the snowfield could signify a deadly threat. As he neared the first trap location, Chen Yuan's heart sank. There lay only a smooth blanket of snow, completely concealing his previous disguises and traps, along with any potential footprints nearby, all buried beneath the fresh snow. Carefully, he probed the location of the trap with his spear, digging with considerable effort until he unearthed a triggered but now ineffective snare mechanism. Along with tufts of fur from a struggling prey that had been stolen, likely before the heavy snowfall or during a brief lull. The second and third trap locations revealed a similar fate. Either they had been triggered and rendered useless, with no sign of the prey, or the traps themselves had been violently destroyed. The methods employed were even more brutal than before, marked by a blatant malice and urgency, as if mocking his futile efforts. When Chen Yuan reached the furthest trap point, near the thicket at the mountain's base, the sight before him made his pupils constrict. The trap had not been triggered, yet the thick snow revealed clear, chaotic marks. There were multiple footprints. Besides his own older tracks, now mostly covered by new snow, there were 2 sets of new prints. One set belonged to a grown man's boots, large and deeply imprinted, the patterns on the soles chaotic, resembling the half footprint he had found behind the broken wall, but deeper, evidently left by someone of considerable weight, or who had lingered and wandered in the snow. The other set was much smaller, resembling the prints of a woman's embroidered shoes, but they were hurried and disordered, leaving a crooked trail in the snow, even showing signs of a clear fall. The footprints extended deep into the thicket, where a small patch of snow was pressed down, darkened in color, as if something had been dragged through, leaving spots of dark red, frozen bloodstains stark against the pristine snow. Something had happened. It was not merely poaching. There had been a struggle here, or perhaps something worse. Chen Yuan tightened his grip on the spear, every muscle in his body tensed, his gaze sweeping sharply across the surroundings. The bare thickets hung with icicles rattled in the cold wind. Behind them lay denser underbrush, bent by the weight of the snow and the dark edges of the forest. Silence reigned, an oppressive stillness, broken only by the wind. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. He did not immediately follow the tracks into the thicket. That would be far too dangerous, potentially a trap. Instead, he stepped back a few paces, carefully observing the direction of the footprints and the surrounding environment. The man's tracks originated from the village, meandering here, seemingly intersecting with the woman's prints. The snow was disordered, and ultimately, both sets of footprints led deeper into the forest, along with the dragging marks and bloodstains pointing in the same direction. Were they villagers? Which woman would venture alone to such a remote mountain base on a snowy day? Had she encountered the man who set the fire, leading to a confrontation? Or were they accomplices from the start? Chun Yuan crouched down, examining the frozen bloodstains closely. The amount was small, not indicative of a fatal wound, yet it was undeniably human blood. He glanced beside the fallen woman's tracks, where something small and brightly colored seemed half buried in the snow. With his spear, he carefully cleared away the snow, revealing a small, soiled object that was still recognizable as a red child's vest, embroidered with a crooked Fu character in coarse thread. The fabric was old and washed out, yet the character, though clumsily stitched, conveyed a faint wish from a family of modest means. Chun Yuan's heart suddenly tightened. The child. Was it the sixth son, Xiaobao of Widow's son? He had seen the boy, frail like a sickly cat, always wrapped in tattered cloth and held close to Widow's son's chest. The size and style of this little garment were quite similar. Could it be that Widow's son had ventured out again? She borrowed medicine last night and risked entering the mountains this morning in search of food or herbs for her son, and then encountered that arsonist? No, the timeline didn't align. The bloodstains on the garment had already frozen hard, and snow covered some of the traces. It seemed the incident had transpired some time ago, possibly around the snowfall last night. At that time, Widow's son should have been at home caring for her sick child. How could she have come here? Moreover, this garment seemed more like something intimately belonging to the child. How could it have ended up here? Unless, an ominous thought arose. Unless something had befallen not only Widow's son, but also her frail son. Chun Yuan stood up, gazing into the depths of the forest where the footprints vanished. The light was dim, and the snow-covered trees resembled countless silent giants clad in mourning. Danger loomed. The unknown awaited. Yet, he could not turn a blind eye. Although Widow's son was not related to him, and even harbored thoughts of theft, she had ultimately shown him a modicum of kindness, that bit of platycodon root and rush. Furthermore, she was a mother with a sick child. If he hesitated now and allowed them to face misfortune in the woods, what difference would there be between him, Chun Yuan, and the formerly cold-hearted, selfish Chinda? He carefully tucked the small garment into his bosom, pressing it against his chest. Then, he unfastened the hatchet from his back, grasping it in his left hand, while his right hand held the spear. He cautiously followed the 2 lines of footprints leading deeper into the forest. He walked steadily, testing the firmness of the snow with each step, his senses heightened, alert to any rustling or potential traps lurking in the shadows. Once the footprints entered the forest, they became sporadic, obscured by the thinner snow and scattered dead branches and leaves. Yet, the dragged traces and scattered blood droplets formed a disjointed, ominous trail leading deeper into the thicket. The air grew colder, the light dimmer, with only the snow reflecting a ghostly glow, casting the shadows of the bare, twisted branches on the ground, clawing and grasping. After approximately a quarter of an hour, a small clearing emerged ahead. The snow in the clearing bore clear signs of struggle, with large depressions and marks of a struggle evident, several small trees having their bark scraped away. Scattered about were torn remnants of patched coarse cloth, as well as more darkened, frozen blood droplets. Here, the 2 lines of footprints and dragged traces bizarrely vanished. No, they did not vanish. Chun Yuan crouched down to inspect closely. The snow bore traces of hurried concealment, roughly swept away with dead branches and snow, but the clumsiness only served to highlight the attempt to hide. The concealed traces led to the other side of the clearing, extending towards a dark cave, partially obscured by a mound of snow and fallen branches. The cave's entrance was not large, hidden under snow and vines, and unless one sought it specifically, it would be difficult to discover. Fresh footprints and scraping traces surrounded the cave's mouth, along with a few barely noticeable droplets of blood, still unfrozen. Someone, or a corpse, had been dragged into the cave. Chun Yuan's heart raced like a drum, and the sweat in his palms quickly turned icy in the cold. What lay inside? Was it the lair of that arsonist? Or something else? Were Widow Sun and Xiao Bao alive or dead? He quietly retreated behind a sturdy dead tree, holding his breath, straining to listen. No sounds emanated from the cave, only the mournful wailing of the mountain wind. After a moment's thought, he retrieved a signal arrow from his bosom, along with a fire striker and tinder. He placed the signal arrow on his bow, the old bow of Zhao Dahu, which he carried for practice. Although his aim was poor, close-range shooting was not an issue, carefully igniting the oil-soaked cloth on the arrow shaft with the fire striker. As the cloth ignited, flickering light danced in the dim clearing, and Chun Yuan aimed for a protruding rock above the cave entrance, drawing the bowstring back with all his might, and released. The arrow whistled through the air, accompanied by a sharp sound and flickering flames, striking the rock above the cave entrance with a dull thud, sending sparks flying. In the stillness of the forest, this noise was akin to a thunderclap. The cave reacted instantly, not with human voices, but rather a suppressed, terrified groan, filled with fear and pain, as if someone's mouth had been muffled. Immediately after, there was a chaotic sound, as if something had been knocked over, accompanied by the faint, nearly imperceptible whimpering of a child. Someone was inside, still alive. Chun Yuan's spirits lifted, yet he dared not be careless. He did not rush in immediately. Instead, he swiftly moved to the side of the cave entrance, pressing against the cold rock wall, knocking another signal arrow, igniting it, but not releasing it. He simply allowed the flames to illuminate his stern visage and the sharp hatchet in his hand. The person inside was listening. Chun Yuan raised his voice, calling out to the cave's entrance, his voice echoing in the vast forest, laced with a deliberate harshness. I am Chun Da of Chenjigu. My men have surrounded the area. If you do not wish to die, bring Widow Sun and Xiao Bao out unharmed. Otherwise, the next arrow will be shot inside, igniting your wolf's den. He bluffed, betting that the person inside was unaware of the truth outside, and further wagering that they, being thieves, would be too fearful to fight back. The cave fell silent for a moment. Then a hoarse, panicked voice with a strong accent shouted incoherently, "What? Who are you? Get lost. There is no one you seek here. If you don't leave, I won't hold back." The voice was unfamiliar, not belonging to anyone from the village. Moreover, it lacked strength, revealing an underlying fear. Chun Yuan felt reassured, continuing to shout, "Stop with the nonsense. I will count to 3. 1. Inside the cave, there was a frantic clattering and the man's curses, as well as Widow Sun's desperate muffled cries. 2. Don't shoot. I will let them go. Don't set fire." The man inside finally broke down, his voice trembling. "I will release them. I will do it now. Don't kill me." Chun Yuan tightened his grip on the hatchet and the burning signal arrow, focusing intently on the cave entrance. Suddenly, the piled dead branches and snow at the cave's entrance were hastily pushed aside, and a ragged, disheveled man, with tangled hair and beard, filthy face, and a panicked, flickering gaze, scrambled out. Falling to the snow and repeatedly bowing his head, "Spare me, good sir, spare me." The urgency of hunger had driven him to seek sustenance, not to harm anyone. It was that woman who had collided with him. Chun Yuan disregarded his words, fixated intently on the cave's entrance. Shortly thereafter, Widow Sun emerged, cradling a child swathed tightly in tattered cloth, now silent. Her hair was disheveled, her face marred by bruises and abrasions, with blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Her cotton coat was torn in several places, revealing the thin, worn garments beneath, and her eyes mirrored profound terror and despair. Upon seeing Chun Yuan, armed with a knife and bow, an overwhelming surge of incredulous joy and pleading erupted within her. "Chun, brother Chun, save Xiao Bao. He has no breath," Widow Sun cried, attempting to rush towards Chun Yuan with the child, only to stumble and fall into the snow, unable to rise again. She clutched the child tightly, emitting heart-wrenching wails. Chun Yuan glanced at the gaunt man, who was kowtowing profusely, then turned his attention to the tragic Widow Sun and the lifeless child. Anger surged within him, yet reason dictated that saving a life was paramount. "You come here," he commanded, pointing his machete at the lanky man. His voice icy. "Bring the child here. Slowly. If you dare to play tricks, I will end you immediately." The man trembled in fear, scrambling over to Widow Sun, desperately trying to take the child from her grasp. Widow Sun held on fiercely, her eyes fierce like a protective she-wolf. Sister Sun, trust me, Qin Yuan said solemnly, locking eyes with her. Widow Sun searched his gaze, which held no trace of the usual indifference or rage, but instead a calm, compelling strength that was impossible to resist. Finally, she relinquished her hold, though her gaze remained glued to the child. The gaunt man, shaking, lifted the child and stepped a few paces closer to Qin Yuan, too frightened to approach further. Qin Yuan swiftly examined the child, whose small face was purple, eyes tightly closed, with delicate frost forming at the mouth and nose. The chest rose and fell almost imperceptibly. Yet, upon closer inspection, he sensed a faint, icy breath lingering. There was still a flicker of life. Immediate action was essential. Qin Yuan snatched the child, feeling the cold, stiff body. He quickly undid his tattered but thick outer garment, wrapping the child tightly within his embrace to share his warmth. Meanwhile, he sternly addressed the gaunt man, "Scram. Do not let me see you near Qinjiago again. Otherwise, I will surely take your life next time." The man, relieved from the threat, fled in a panic, not daring to look back as he disappeared into the depths of the snow-covered forest. Qin Yuan had no time to pursue him. He turned to Widow Sun, who lay on the ground, struggling to rise. "Can you walk? Come back to the village with me. The child can still be saved, but we cannot delay." Somehow, Widow Sun found the strength to grit her teeth and rise, stumbling after Qin Yuan. He clutched the icy child, navigating through the snow with haste towards the village. The biting wind felt like daggers, yet he held a fragile life in his arms, with a desperate mother trailing behind him. He could not stop, nor dare to pause. Faster. We must go faster. Meanwhile, in the silent forest behind him, the direction where the gaunt man had fled became shrouded in deeper shadows. A pair of cold, vengeful eyes observed their retreating figures through the gaps in the branches, a silent, cruel smile curling at the corners of their lips. The troubles were multiplying. It seemed the master needed to make a decision soon. Chapter 18. The solitary journey through the snowy forest before dawn. The snowfield lay in a lifeless blue-white hue. Qin Yuan trudged through the knee-deep snow, distancing himself from the last wisp of smoke from the village and the warmth of human presence. The biting cold wind pierced through his tattered layers of clothing like countless fine ice needles, inflicting a sharp pain against his skin. With each breath, the frigid air sliced through his throat and lungs. Yet it also sharpened his mind to an extraordinary clarity. He was not traversing the familiar paths of the villagers who ventured into the mountains for firewood or hunting. Instead, he followed the advice of the old woodcutter and the vague hints from Zhao Dou, taking a more obscure and perilous route that purportedly led more swiftly to Gui, Jianzhou, and the secrets of the ancient forest. This path was entirely buried under snow, forcing him to navigate by the contours of the terrain etched in his memory. Behind him, the faint glow from Granny Lu's dilapidated hut had vanished, and Qinjiagu appeared as a forgotten gray patch in the white wilderness, swiftly obscured by the encroaching deadwood and mountains. At that moment, he was truly alone, confronting a silence and danger governed by the harshness of cold and hunger. The sensation of solitude surged over him like an icy tide, engulfing him instantaneously. Yet he had no time for fear or self-pity. He wielded his spear as a staff to probe the path ahead, testing the ground with each step to avoid pitfalls or hidden ravines concealed beneath the snow. His hatchet was securely fastened at his waist, and his right hand remained poised on the hilt, ready for action. The jute rope coiled around his back and the life-saving items nestled within his arms served as constant reminders of the perils and purpose of his journey. After approximately an hour, the light began to dimly illuminate the surroundings. The snowfall had ceased, but the sky remained overcast, with leaden clouds looming low. Qin Yuan reached the first landmark described by the old woodcutter, a slope adorned with 3 crooked old pines standing side by side. The pines had long since withered, their gnarled branches draped with icicles, emitting a sound reminiscent of mournful wails in the cold wind, akin to 3 spectral guides. According to the old woodcutter's map, he was to turn southwest from here and ascend along a dried-up creek bed. The creek had been filled with snow, leaving only a vague outline of its lower terrain. Qin Yuan turned and pressed on. The snow grew deeper, in some places reaching his thighs. His strength dwindled rapidly, and he dared not consume the provisions and jerky he carried, as they were vital for survival. Instead, he broke off a small piece of the frozen jerky, letting it dissolve slowly in his mouth, extracting the meager salt and warmth it offered. After traversing for another half-hour, the terrain steepened. He arrived at a wind-sheltered hollow where the snow was somewhat thinner, revealing the black rocks and frozen earth beneath. Chen Yuan paused, resting against a massive boulder, and retrieved his water pouch, an improvised bag sewn from animal hide filled with melted snow water, now icy and biting. He took small sips to moisten his cracked and bleeding lips, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. Silence. An oppressive, death-like silence. Only the wind howling through the hollow and the distant, indistinct noises of either snow falling or some creature snapping dry twigs broke the stillness. This silence was more unnerving than any cacophony. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of something unusual, a patch of color partially concealed beneath the snow in a nearby thicket. Instantly alert, he tightened his grip on the spear and cautiously approached. Clearing away the snow and dead branches, he discovered several scattered, black, round pellets. They were droppings. He crouched down and prodded them with the spear's tip. The droppings were frozen hard, yet retained their shape. Small in size with a distinct indentation in the center. Nearby, several shallow, almost entirely snow-covered paw prints resembling plum blossoms marked the ground. Wolf droppings and paw prints. Moreover, judging by the dryness of the droppings and the snow covering the tracks, they were likely not fresh, perhaps left a day or two prior. However, wolves are social animals with strong territorial instincts, and these signs indicated that this area indeed fell within their range of activity. Chen Yuan's heart raced. He quickly retrieved the realgar powder given to him by Zhao Dao, sprinkling it in an irregular circle around himself, then knocked an oil-soaked signal arrow on his bow, the fire starter gripped tightly in his palm, ready to ignite at a moment's notice. Having completed these preparations, he felt a slight sense of relief but dared not linger. He rose swiftly and quickened his pace, eager to vacate this perilous vicinity. However, not far ahead, new tracks appeared in the snow. This time, they were not from animals, but from a person. Though largely obscured by fresh snow, the outlines remained discernible. Only a single line of footprints extended in the same direction as his, with a wide stride that suggested a sense of urgency, even a stagger. The size of the footprints seemed slightly smaller than those of the tall, lean man he had encountered at the foot of the mountain. Yet they bore no resemblance to the common straw sandals or cloth shoes found in the village. The tread patterns were more indistinct. Was it a companion of the arsonist? Or perhaps another individual? Were they also heading into the mountains? What could their intent be? Chen Yuan halted, crouching beside the footprints, scrutinizing them closely. The snow bordering the edges of the prints had begun to harden, indicating they had been there for some time. Yet they were fresher than the wolf tracks. He hesitated, contemplating whether to continue along his original route to avoid these footprints or to follow them for answers. Following them posed a grave risk, potentially leading him directly into the path of danger. However, if he did not ascertain the others' intentions and direction, should their target also be Gue Jianzhou or the ancient forest, or worse, if they were coming for him, he would be in a precarious position, with himself in the light and the enemy in the dark. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yuan resolved to alter his course. He no longer strictly adhered to the creek bed suggested by the old woodcutter. Instead, he veered toward a relatively gentle slope to the east, where the trees were denser. He aimed to flank the footprints, allowing him to avoid potential dangers ahead while observing the direction of the tracks from a higher vantage point. Beneath the snow on the slope lay a thick layer of fallen leaves, making his progress softer yet more laborious, but the trees offered some cover. Chen Yuan tread lightly, akin to a vigilant deer, weaving through the woods. He paused intermittently, straining to listen, and aside from the wind and his own heartbeat, the only sounds were the crunching of snow underfoot and the snapping of brittle branches. After climbing approximately halfway up the slope, he found a relatively open view behind a large boulder. Cautiously, he peered out towards the valley below and the opposing slope. A vast expanse of white stretched before him, nearly devoid of movement. Yet, just as he was about to give up, he spotted a faint glimmer of light reflecting off a wind-sheltered rock crevice on the upper part of the opposite slope, a reflection unlike that of the snow. Was it metal? Or perhaps the surface of ice? Chen Yuan squinted, straining his eyes to see. The distance was too great for clarity, yet he noticed that the line of mysterious footprints appeared to extend in that direction. There were people there, or perhaps a camp. Chen Yuan's heart raced. He crouched low, completely concealing himself in the shadows of the boulder and the snow, revealing only his eyes, fixed intently on that direction. He needed more information. Time passed slowly, the biting cold wind chilling him as he lay in the snow, his body heat rapidly dissipating, his limbs beginning to numb. Yet he gritted his teeth and remained motionless. After approximately a quarter of an hour, movement suddenly stirred in the rock depression across from him. A vague figure seemed to emerge from within, standing at the edge of the hollow, scanning the surroundings. The distance rendered the details of their features and attire indistinct, but it was evident that the figure was not tall and appeared somewhat stooped. After a brief survey, seemingly detecting nothing unusual, the figure retreated once more. Just as the silhouette vanished, Qin Yuan noticed something hanging at the person's waist, reflecting a dim glimmer under the bleak light. It was metal, a weapon, or perhaps something else. Qin Yuan could not be certain. However, he understood that there were indeed individuals present, and their furtive demeanor suggested they were not ordinary hunters or herbalists. The likelihood of them being foes was exceedingly high. He silently committed the geographical features of that location to memory before cautiously inching backward, retreating to a position completely shielded by the boulder, where he finally dared to rise. Advancing further was unwise. The adversaries had a camp, possibly more than one, and occupied a favorable terrain. Alone and ill-equipped, a reckless advance would be tantamount to courting death. The immediate priority was to fulfill his own objective. He circumvented that area and continued towards the direction of Guijianqiu. However, his wariness had reached its zenith. This journey into the mountains entailed not only confronting the perils of nature, but also remaining vigilant against those lurking in the shadows with ambiguous intentions. As he continued, Qin Yuan exercised heightened caution. He endeavored to select paths that were open and less susceptible to ambush, steering clear of rock piles and dense woods that appeared capable of concealing individuals. After traversing a certain distance, he would pause to survey his surroundings. His pace slowed considerably, yet safety remained paramount. According to Lao Chai Tu's description, he should reach the vicinity of the colossal fissure where Guijianqiu resided by noon. However, when he finally ascended a steep ridge and peered down at the frigid rocks, the sight before him elicited a sharp intake of breath. Below lay a profound chasm, its depth unfathomable and width exceeding 100 zhang, as though cleaved by a divine axe. The cliffs on either side were nearly vertical, composed of dark gray stone, soaring into the clouds, with icicles adorning the precipices, reflecting a harsh, cold light under the somber sky. The depths of the chasm were shadowy and inscrutable, echoing with a muffled roar akin to water thundering from the underworld, precisely as Lao Chai Tu described, the deep ravine that sounded like the wails of ghosts. This was Guijianqiu. Merely standing at the edge and gazing down instilled a sense of vertigo and chill. The cliffs were steep and slick, riddled with fissures and protruding boulders, yet many areas were as smooth as glass, cloaked in ice and dark green moss. To harvest dendrobium from such a precipice would be akin to extracting teeth from a tiger's maw. Qin Yuan's gaze traversed the cliff's edge, searching for the northern face that Lao Chai Tu had mentioned. Soon, he pinpointed a section on the north side of the chasm that appeared more shaded, the rock face darker, and seemingly more fissured. There, a mist lingered, shrouding the area in a delicate veil, and he could vaguely discern some withered vines and scattered greenery, perhaps dendrobium or other hardy epiphytic plants. The distance was too great to discern details. He needed to get closer, even to descend to a certain height of the cliff to confirm. Observing the terrain, he sought a path downward. Lao Chai Tu had spoken of a relatively gentle slope near the top of Guijianqiu, where a distinctive crooked pine tree grew. From there, it might be possible to find a point of descent. He skirted the edge of the cliff, making his way towards the pine tree marked in his memory and Lao Chai Tu's sketch. Beneath his feet lay a thick layer of snow and exposed, sharp rocks, making progress arduous. The cold wind howled at the chasm's edge, producing a piercing wail, whipping up snowflakes that stung his face. After approximately the duration of 2 incense sticks, he finally spotted that pine tree. It stood solitary on a prominent boulder at the cliff's edge, its trunk stout, yet severely tilted, its branches stripped bare, leaving only gnarled limbs protruding towards the somber sky like a soul-calling banner. Upon reaching the base of the pine, he could see the northern cliff face more clearly. Indeed, in several sheltered, moist rock crevices and depressions, he discerned clusters of gray-brown plants tightly clinging to the rock wall, resembling the dendrobium he recalled. Yet the distance remained considerable, at least a dozen zhang of vertical height. He unfastened the hemp rope from his back, securely tying one end to the sturdiest branch of the pine tree, pulling forcefully to ensure its integrity. Then, he secured the other end around his waist, tying a complex knot that Zhao De who had taught him to prevent slippage. He checked to ensure his machete was firmly sheathed, placing several signal arrows and a fire starter in an easily accessible pocket, and sprinkled some realgar powder on the rope and himself. After completing these preparations, he took a deep breath, grasped the coarse hemp rope, turned his back to the unfathomable chasm, and began to cautiously descend along the steep cliff face. The cliff was coated in ice and snow, rendering it exceptionally slick. The protruding stones were frigid and piercing, while the moss in the crevices offered no grip. Chun Yuan concentrated fully, employing both hands and feet to search for every possible foothold and handhold. The hemp rope stretched taut, bearing his entire weight, and rasped against the rough rock, producing a grating sound that sent shivers down his spine. Each inch he descended required immense physical exertion and mental focus. The cold wind roared up from the depths of the chasm, causing his body to sway. The rope to sway, and on several occasions, he nearly lost his grip. He dared not look down. The profound darkness and the rumbling sound of water felt like a siren's call from the abyss. All he could do was fixate on the rock face before him, concentrating all his attention on the next protrusion, the next fissure. After descending about 2 or 3 zhang, he found a relatively spacious rock ledge that barely allowed him to steady himself. Gasping for breath, his heart raced, and his limbs trembled uncontrollably, uncertain whether it was due to overexertion or sheer fright. He leaned against the frigid rock wall, taking a brief respite. From this vantage point, he could discern more clearly the plants below that might be dendrobium. The nearest cluster was situated about a zhang away, nestled within a horizontal crevice of the rock. Those plants appeared to be the size of a palm, with thick, grayish-green leaves, pseudobulbs, firmly adhering to the rock face, their shape indeed conforming to the description of Tiepi Shirhu. However, in order to harvest them, he needed to maneuver sideways. This entailed either untying the rope at his waist or risking entanglement and the inability to exert force. As Chun Yuan meticulously observed, weighing the risks and contemplating his harvesting strategy, a flicker in the corner of his eye suddenly caught his attention. Farther down, near the center of the rift, on a cliff face enveloped in dense water vapor, something seemed to glimmer faintly under the weak daylight and refracted moisture. It was neither a plant nor the reflection of the rock. That luster resembled some metallic object, or perhaps glassware. Chun Yuan's heart raced. What could that be? Was it possible that beneath this daunting precipice, beyond the dendrobium, lay something else concealed? He focused intently, but that location, being lower and shrouded in mist and shadow, was not clearly visible. Only the fleeting glimpse of the reflection remained etched in his mind. Curiosity, mingled with an indescribable intuition, surged within him. Perhaps there was more than just dendrobium below. Yet, for the moment, he had to first address the cluster of dendrobium before him. Steeling himself, he began to attempt lateral movement. He cautiously adjusted the knot of the rope, allowing for a broader range of motion. Gripping the rope tightly with one hand while reaching for the edge of the crevice with the other. Just as his fingertips were about to brush against the roots of the dendrobium, a slight, yet soul-chilling crack resonated from above. Chun Yuan abruptly looked up to see the branch of the crooked pine to which his rope was tied, at the junction with the trunk, had developed a menacing fissure due to years of exposure to the elements and the sustained tension from the rope. Wood shavings and accumulated snow began to tumble down. The rope was on the verge of slipping away. Chapter 19. The perilous cliff with a sharp crack. The sound was subtle, nearly imperceptible amidst the howling wind and the roaring waters of the chasm. Yet, to Chun Yuan, it resonated like a thunderclap. He abruptly raised his head, his heart momentarily stilled. Above him, the gnarled branch of a pine tree, bearing the weight of his very existence, revealed a terrifying black fissure that spread rapidly, gaping open like a grinning maw. The clear sound of splintering wood echoed, as snow and splinters tumbled down, striking his face with a biting chill. The rope could snap at any moment. If it were to give way, he would plummet into the abyss below, where the water's roar sounded like wailing ghosts, shattering him to pieces. On the razor's edge between life and death, Chun Yuan's blood seemed to freeze instantaneously, only to be reignited by the instinct for survival. He did not panic or make reckless movements, nor did he futilely attempt to climb higher, which would only hasten the branch's breakage. In that fleeting moment before the branch completely succumbed, he made the only possible choice. He abruptly released his grip on the elusive Shirhu, pushing off fiercely against the slick rock face with his feet, swinging towards the horizontal crevice to the side, where the Shirhu grew. Simultaneously, he swiftly drew the machete from his waist, and at the very edge of the crevice, he summoned all his strength to drive the blade forcefully into a wider gap in the rock. A dull thud resounded, sparks flying. The robust blade wedged deeply into the stone crevice, securing itself firmly. Almost concurrently, a thunderous crack echoed above as the overburdened branch finally shattered. The hemp rope lost its anchor, plummeting violently. Chun Yuan felt a tightening at his waist, the immense force of descent crashing down upon him, as though his innards were being wrenched from his body. Gripping the machete's handle with all his might, his right arm bore the full weight and impact of the fall, muscles and bones groaning under the strain, as if they might snap at any moment. The machete scraped violently against the stone, emitting a piercing screech, while debris cascaded down. Yet, fortuitously, the blade had lodged itself deep enough to halt his descent. Suspended in midair, he relied solely on the machete and the hemp rope still tethered to his waist, the lower end still tied around him, while the upper end had dropped with the severed branch, swaying against the frigid cliff face. The cold wind howled up from the chasm's depths, sweeping him like a withered leaf. A searing pain coursed through his right arm, the skin splitting, blood trickling down the handle, rapidly congealing in the biting breeze. His left arm had scraped against the rough rock wall during his swing, causing sharp agony. Hanging from the precipice, he gasped for breath, cold sweat soaking through his undershirt, chilling against his skin. Glancing down, he saw the broken branch and a lengthy piece of hemp rope spiraling into the unfathomable darkness below, and after a long while, a faint sound of water splashing or impact reached his ears, drowned by the rushing water. Just a hair's breadth, just a fraction of a moment. The dread coiled around him like a cold serpent, penetrating his very being. Yet he forced himself to dispel such thoughts immediately. This was not the time for fear. He still hung perilously, his life hanging by a thread. He raised his gaze, assessing his predicament. The crevice where the machete was lodged lay less than a foot from the cluster of sherhu. The fissure extended horizontally, wide enough for him to wedge a finger in for leverage. Below him was a smooth, vertical cliff face, devoid of any footholds. He had to climb into the crevice quickly or find a more stable support point. Otherwise, relying solely on his right hand gripping the machete, he could not hold on for long. His arm would give way, and the machete might loosen from the repeated friction against the rock. Grimly, he clenched his teeth, using his left hand to reach for the edge of the crevice. It was a stretch. He tensed his body, inching forward. His fingertips finally grazed the cold, rough stone. He found a shallow groove to grip, transferring some of his weight to his left hand. The pressure on his right hand eased slightly, though the pain remained unabated. Now, he needed to shift his center of gravity towards the crevice and find a way to climb inside, or at least secure his feet. Taking a deep breath, he began to move his body slowly and cautiously to the left. Each minute shift tugged at his injured right arm and strained nerves. The machete wobbled within the crevice with his movements, scraping against the stone with an agonizing sound. An inch, 2 inches. At last, his left side pressed against the rock wall, and his left foot found a minuscule protrusion beneath the crevice, allowing his toes to barely rest. Though the support was limited, it alleviated some pressure from his hands. He stabilized his position for the moment, yet the danger remained. The crevice was narrow. He could not fully enter it, only half lean and half hang. He had to swiftly address the nearby sherhu and devise a means to escape this dire situation. Turning his head, he observed a cluster of gray-green plants clinging tightly to the rock face. Up close, he could discern their form, segmented stems, cylindrical and plump, with vertical grooves on the surface, bearing a rusty red hue amidst the gray-green, hence the name Tai Pai Sherhu. The leaves, actually modified leaf sheaths, were withered, yet the pseudobulbs were robust, showcasing their tenacious vitality. This was a cluster of high-quality wild Tai Pai Sherhu, and judging by their size and distribution, there were enough to satisfy the order from Manager Chin, with plenty left over for personal use or to barter for more resources. However, harvesting them required both hands. At present, he could barely move his left hand, while his right hand had to maintain a death grip on the life-saving machete. Chun Yuan's gaze lingered on the machete, embedded deeply in the crevice, securely lodged. He attempted to gently shake it, but it remained steadfast. Perhaps he could temporarily release his right hand? This thought was exceedingly perilous. Should the machete loosen, or if he failed to grasp it in time after releasing his right hand, he would plunge into the abyss. He glanced at his waist. The half of the hemp rope dangling from the severed branch was still tied, though the other end hung freely. If only he had a tool, he could fashion a makeshift safety measure. Suddenly, he remembered something in his bosom. With utmost care, he used his still-functioning left hand to painstakingly retrieve a roll of relatively intact hemp rope, originally intended for backup or to bind his catch, measuring approximately 4 to 5 zhang in length. He tied one end securely to the knot around his waist, while attempting to toss the other end towards the rock above the crevice, hoping to snag a protruding stone. After several attempts, all ended in failure. The rock crevice above was smooth, devoid of any suitable target. Time slipped away gradually, and the pain and numbness in Chun Yuan's right arm intensified, while his body temperature quickly dissipated in the biting cold wind. He could wait no longer. With a steely resolve, Chun Yuan made a decision. He bit down on one end of the hemp rope with his teeth, grasping the other end with his left hand. Then, he slowly and painstakingly released his grip on the machete with his right hand. The moment his right hand left the handle, his entire weight shifted onto the meager supports of his left hand and foot, causing his body to plunge downward suddenly. The edge of the rock crevice that his left fingers clutched was sharp, nearly severing his fingertips, while the protrusion beneath his left foot slipped slightly. With a muffled grunt, Chun Yuan summoned all his strength, his nails tearing, blood oozing, and managed to stabilize his descent. He dangled there, supported solely by a few fingers of his left hand and the tip of his left foot, teetering precariously. He dared not pause for even a moment. With lightning speed, he thrust his now freed right hand out to grasp the roots of a cluster of dendrobium orchids, pulling with all his might. A faint crack echoed as a small patch of moss along with the roots of the orchids broke free from the rock. There was no time for careful separation. He hastily stuffed the entire handful of orchids, along with the attached moss and soil, into a small leather pouch he had prepared. With the precious find secured, the crisis was far from over. He needed to reclaim the machete immediately. His left hand was nearing its limit, the fingertips numb from blood and cold, blood staining the small rock face. He attempted to raise his right hand to grasp the machete handle, but with his body suspended, he had no leverage. After several futile attempts, his fingers fell just short of reaching it. Each effort increased the strain on his left hand, causing his body to sway violently. Was he destined to perish here, after finally harvesting the dendrobium? He refused to accept such a fate. A fierce determination flashed in Chun Yuan's eyes. No longer attempting to grasp the machete directly, he forcefully slapped the rock wall with his right hand, using the reaction force to propel his body slightly towards the machete, while simultaneously pushing off with all his strength from his left hand and foot. His body momentarily gained some lateral momentum. In that fleeting instant, his right hand shot out, fingers curling like claws, fiercely grabbing the edge of the rock where the machete was lodged, not the handle itself, but a thicker edge holding the blade in place. With a resounding clap, his right hand latched onto that rocky edge. Although the coarse stone instantly sliced into his palm, he finally had a second stable point of grip. He promptly shifted some of his weight onto his right hand, alleviating the pressure on his left hand, allowing his nearly exhausted fingers to relax slightly, the sharp pain now clearly registering. Hanging on the rock crevice, both hands secured to leverage points, his posture was awkward, yet far more stable than relying solely on his left hand. He gasped for breath, feeling the intense pain and cold coursing through his hands. Yet an overwhelming sense of relief and survival washed over him. After catching his breath, he attempted to maneuver his left foot to the edge of the rock crevice for solid footing. With both feet supporting him, he could finally stabilize his body and ponder his escape. Climbing up was nearly impossible. The rock face above was nearly vertical and smooth. Descending? Below lay an even deeper precipice and a shadowy gorge. His gaze instinctively fell downward once more, catching a glimpse of something metallic or glassy reflecting light. There, shrouded in mist, was what seemed to be a larger, horizontal depression or platform in the middle of the gorge. If there were a foothold there, perhaps he could temporarily escape this precarious situation and then seek another way out. It was certainly better than hanging here, waiting to freeze to death or fall to his demise. But how to get down? The upper end of the hemp rope was severed, and its length was insufficient to reach that spot. The machete was wedged in the rock crevice, difficult to extract, and pulling it out would eliminate one of his support points. He glanced at the remaining segment of hemp rope dangling from his waist, still about 2 to 3 zhang long, then looked back at the indistinct platform below. The distance, he estimated to be 7 or 8 zhang, perhaps even more. The rope was not long enough. His gaze then fell upon the depths of the crevice from which the dendrobium orchids had originally grown. The crevice was dark and deep, its depth unknown. A thought struck him. He cautiously extended his still somewhat mobile left hand into the crevice to explore. His fingers brushed against cold rock and damp moss. Suddenly, he felt something resilient and rough. Was it a tree root? Having sprouted from a seed that fell into this sheer rock crevice long ago, the plant had long since withered, yet its deep-rooted system remained remarkably developed, some even exposed, gripping the stone tenaciously. Chen Yuan felt a surge of hope. Carefully, he tugged at the tree root, finding it remarkably sturdy. He quickly used his left hand and teeth to detach the segment of hemp rope from his waist, then painstakingly tied one end securely to the thickest dead roots, forming a tight knot and pulling to ensure its solidity. He then dropped the other end of the rope over the edge of the cliff. The combined length of the rope and his height would likely reach just above the platform below. The remaining distance would require either climbing down by hand, or he glanced at the cluster of dendrobium orchids in his hand, then back downwards. Fortune often lies in perilous situations. He carefully tucked the pouch containing the orchids back into his clothing, ensuring it would not fall. Gripping the newly anchored tree root with both hands and pushing off against the rock wall with his feet, he began to slide down the hemp rope cautiously. Descending proved to be a greater test of mental strength and control than climbing. The coarse rope rubbed against his already bloodied palms, sending waves of excruciating pain through him. Gritting his teeth, he controlled his speed, inching downward. The deeper he went, the thicker the mist became, the chill more intense, and the dull roar of rushing water grew louder. The light dimmed further. Finally, the hemp rope reached its limit. He dangled at the end of the rope, looking down. The platform was just over a zhang below him, wider than he had imagined. Resembling a large rock jutting out from the cliff, its surface seemingly level, enveloped in the swirling mist, rendering it indistinct. The earlier glimmer appeared to emanate from some corner of the platform's edge, just over a zhang, less than 4 meters. If it were flat ground, jumping down would be easy. But here, the drop was vertical, the platform below unknown, and his strength was nearly spent, his hands injured. There was no turning back. Chen Yuan took a deep breath, fixed his gaze on the platform, released his grip on the hemp rope, and let his body plummet. He fell heavily onto the platform, the tremendous impact rendering him momentarily blind. As if his internal organs had shifted positions, a sweetness surged in his throat, nearly causing him to vomit blood. He curled up on the icy rock, coughing violently, taking a considerable while to regain his breath. He was alive, and not severely injured, merely disoriented from the fall, with old wounds throbbing anew. Struggling to sit up, he surveyed the life-saving platform, approximately the size of a small room, its surface slick with moss and thin ice. On the inner side, where it connected to the sheer cliff, there loomed a dark and foreboding cave entrance. The opening was modest, obscured by hanging icicles and mist, rendering it virtually invisible from above. A glimmer caught Chen Yuan's eye. At the edge of the cave entrance, half buried in snow and icicles, protruded a darkened piece of metal, unmistakably man-made, bearing the marks of forging. Was it the hilt of a short sword, or something else? His heartbeat quickened anew. Suppressing the pain coursing through his body, he maneuvered to the cave's edge, brushing aside the snow and icicles. As he beheld the object in its entirety, he gasped sharply. It was not a short sword, but rather a severely rusted broken spear, its tip long gone, leaving only a small remnant of the shaft fused with rusted metal. Scattered beside the broken spear were several decayed and fragmented pieces of leather armor, and a half-buried, colorless human skull. This place was a site of death. Furthermore, judging from the spear and armor's design, despite their decay, they were far beyond the means of mere mountain folk or hunters of this era. Chen Yuan's gaze shifted towards the pitch-black cave entrance. Moisture wafted from within, carrying an indescribably stale odor. Beneath this foreboding cliff lay such a secretive cave, concealing what seemed to be the remains of ancient soldiers. He recalled the warnings of the old man about the sinister nature of this place, where one could enter but never return. Was it merely due to the perilous terrain? A blend of curiosity, caution towards the unknown, and a faint glimmer of hope for potential treasure or clues intertwined in his heart. To enter or not to enter. He glanced upwards. The clouds swirled, obscuring the sun. The hemp rope hung there, still a daunting ascent. This platform was not a place for lingering, cold and unprotected. Perhaps the cave offered a temporary refuge from the chill? Or perhaps there lay another exit. Chen Yuan tightened his grip on the hatchet that had saved him, his other hand firmly clutching the lifeline knife. He tore a strip from his garment, hastily bandaging his bloodied hands, then picked up the cold fragment of the broken spear in his left hand, knife in his right. He cautiously stepped towards the enigmatic cave entrance, advancing slowly, one careful step after another. The entrance was narrow, allowing only one person to bend down and pass through. Inside, the light was dim, with only a faint glow filtering in from the entrance. The air was damp and frigid, saturated with the scent of earth and decay. Beneath his feet lay slippery rocks and an uncertain depth of mud. After taking about 10 steps and rounding a corner, the light from the entrance vanished entirely, plunging him into utter darkness. Only the sound of dripping water and a faint, wailing noise, reminiscent of wind slipping through narrow crevices, echoed ominously in the all-consuming blackness. Chun Yuan halted, retrieving a fire striker, flint, and a small piece of resin-soaked dry wood from his clothing. With great effort, he struck the flint. Sparks danced onto the tinder, producing a wisp of smoke that he carefully coaxed into flame, igniting the resinous wood. A flickering, dim light emanated, barely illuminating a small patch ahead. Before him lay a naturally formed, downward-sloping passage, its walls slick with moss. In the flickering glow, Chun Yuan discerned more pale bones scattered on the ground not far ahead. Not just one. Some bones retained the semblance of struggling movement, while others lay piled together. Interspersed among the bones were numerous rusted weapon fragments and tattered remnants of armor. This place appeared to be an ancient battlefield, or perhaps a site of collective demise. A chill coursed down Chun Yuan's spine. He gripped his weapons tightly, the firelight trembling in his hands, casting a large, wavering shadow upon the rocky walls, reminiscent of a specter. At that moment, an exceedingly faint, yet unmistakably distinct sound, not belonging to dripping water or wind, emerged from the depths of the darkness ahead. It resembled something dragging its feet, moving slowly. Chun Yuan's body bristled with alarm. Chapter 20. Bones in the path to survival. The faint rustling sound was almost imperceptible, yet in the absolute silence and darkness of the cave corridor, it resonated like a dull knife scraping against bone, sending an unsettling chill down one's spine. The sound emanated from the depths of the shadowy passage ahead, moving languidly, as if something heavy was slithering across the damp ground. Chun Yuan's heart abruptly constricted, and his muscles tensed involuntarily, rendering him breathless. The resin torch in his hand quivered, casting flickering shadows on the corridor's rocky walls, illuminating the damp moss and his own distorted silhouette, which danced like a specter. He fixated on the corner of the passage engulfed in darkness, the source of the ominous sound. Was it a human? A beast? Or perhaps something else entirely? Cold sweat trickled down his spine, soaking his already chilled back. He tightened his grip on the machete in his right hand, while positioning the rusted spear horizontally in front of him, aware that these might prove futile. The narrow corridor offered no refuge. Retreat led to a sheer cliff, while advancing thrust him into an unknown abyss filled with unsettling noises. A perilous predicament. The rustling grew nearer, echoing ominously. Something seemed to be inching closer from around the corner. He could not afford to remain idle. Chun Yuan forced himself to regain composure, rapidly contemplating his options. If it were a human, ill intentions were likely. No ordinary person would venture into such a cursed place. If it were a beast, the depths of the cave could harbor a hibernating bear disturbed from slumber or other venomous creatures that thrive in darkness. Regardless of which, both scenarios posed a grave threat to him, an uninvited guest, battered and exhausted. His gaze swept swiftly across his surroundings. The passage was narrow, leaving no hiding spots. The ground was littered with decaying bones and fragments of weaponry, which would produce noise upon stepping on them. The flickering light of the torch could betray his location, yet extinguishing it would leave him blind in the darkness. A gamble. With determination, Chun Yuan hurled the resin torch toward the source of the sound. The torch traced a graceful arc before crashing against the rocky wall at the corner, sparking a shower of embers that briefly illuminated the area, before rolling to the ground and continuing to burn, albeit with significantly dimmed light, barely revealing a sliver of space beyond the corner. In that fleeting moment of illumination, Chun Yuan glimpsed a vague, ground-hugging shadow, seemingly startled by the sudden brightness, recoiling sharply into the darkness beyond the corner. It was not human. Its size was modest, and its movements bore an uncanny, slithering swiftness. Was it a snake? Or some other cave-dwelling creature? There was no time for further inspection. The torch's glow was rapidly fading. Seizing this ephemeral opportunity, he hesitated no longer, gritting his teeth against the pain coursing through his hands and injuries. He thrust the spear forward with his left hand, while the machete remained at his side, lowering his stance as he hastened toward the shadows deeper within the passage, the opposite direction of where the torch had landed. He did not rush toward the corner, nor did he retreat. Instead, he chose a third path, pressing against the slick rock wall, attempting to meld into the darkness, holding his breath, and heightening his senses to their utmost capacity. The rustling ceased. It seemed the creature was either bewildered by his sudden movement and the torchlight, or it lay in wait, observing him from the shadows. Silence. An oppressive silence enveloped him. The only sounds were the faint crackling of the torch on the ground and the thunderous rhythm of his own heartbeat. The darkness coalesced once more, with only the flickering halo of the torch barely outlining the rough contours of the passage and the ghastly shadows of the bones strewn about. Time appeared to freeze. Each second stretched interminably. Chen Yuan felt icy sweat trickle down his forehead, stinging his eyes, yet he dared not blink or move. The machete and spear in his hands trembled slightly from the strain of his grip. An indeterminate duration passed, perhaps merely seconds, or perhaps minutes, when the rustling sound resumed. But this time, the direction had shifted. It was no longer from around the corner, but rather from the rocky wall above him. Chen Yuan jolted in alarm, raising his gaze. Amidst the flickering light, he discerned a triangular, scaly head emerging from a crevice not far above him. Two pea-sized eyes glinting with a cold, merciless sheen, fixated intently upon him. It was a snake, a sizable, jet-black serpent adorned with dark brown ringed patterns. Its body slithered out from the crevice, its foreparts suspended in midair, flicking its tongue and emitting a faint hissing sound, the very source of the rustling. Chen Yuan felt the blood in his veins freeze. He recognized this species. Fragments of memories from the original owner, Chunda, surfaced. He recalled the black-browed python, which, while not lethally venomous, could deliver a bite that would cause paralysis and fever, a death sentence in this desolate landscape devoid of medical aid. Moreover, given the serpent's size and its position, it was likely that more than one lurked nearby. This was their lair. The snake's head lowered slowly, assuming an aggressive posture. Chen Yuan, pressed against the rock wall, found his options severely limited, with no means of escape. In that critical moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of something wedged between the bones of a skeleton at his feet, a rusted, nearly outline-less circular metal shield, its edges damaged yet the central bulge remaining intact. There was no time to ponder. Chen Yuan swiftly kicked the battered shield up with his left foot, deftly using the spear to propel it into the air, where it spun and landed perfectly between him and the venomous serpent. The snake's head shot forward like a bolt of black lightning, colliding forcefully with the rusted shield, producing a dull thud. Its fangs scraped against the metal surface, failing to reach their target. Seizing the moment, Chen Yuan swung the machete upwards with all his might, channeling every ounce of strength into the strike. The blade, though not particularly sharp, bore the weight of his desperation and determination, striking accurately at the serpent's exposed neck. The foul-smelling blood gushed forth, and the snake's head, along with a portion of its body, fell askew, while the remaining length writhed violently against the rock wall, thrashing and creating a cacophony of unsettling sounds, sending fragments of stone and mud flying. Without pausing to linger on the nausea or fear, Chen Yuan swiftly retreated several steps, distancing himself from that area, the machete held defensively before him, vigilantly scanning the darkness for any other potential threats. The serpent's corpse writhed for a moment before gradually becoming still. The corridor was once again enveloped in an eerie silence, broken only by the crackling of the torches and the heavy scent of blood that permeated the air. Chen Yuan gasped for breath, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. The desperate struggle had drained what little strength he had left, and the wounds on his arms had torn open, blood seeping anew. Yet, he dared not relax. Who could say if this cursed place harbored a second or third serpent? After a brief wait, confirming no further movements, he cautiously edged towards the battered shield that had saved his life, nudging the serpent's corpse with his foot to ensure it was truly dead. He then picked up the shield. It was heavy and severely rusted, but the grip was still usable, the central bulge providing some protection for his hands and forearms. Though tattered, it was better than nothing in the absence of superior armor. He could not afford to linger. This cave was far more perilous than he had imagined, not only housing the eerie history of ancient soldiers' remains, but also deadly serpents. He had to leave immediately. But what about the exit? Retracing his steps would require scaling the slippery rock face and that frayed rope, and given his current condition, the chances of success were minuscule. Did this cavern hold another exit? He scanned the surroundings. Using the dim embers of the dying torch, he scrutinized the corridor. It appeared to widen not far ahead, and he could faintly hear the sound of flowing water, clearer than before, along with a faint, refreshing breeze that bore the scent of vegetation, distinct from the stale air within the cave. There was wind. This indicated the possibility of another exit. The instinct to survive overpowered his fear of the darkness and the unknown. Chun Yuan held the shield before him, gripped the machete in one hand, and tucked the broken spear into his waist. He carefully advanced, step by step, toward the source of the airflow and the sound of water. The bones beneath his feet grew more numerous, piled atop one another, with fragments of weapons and armor scattered about, as if a brutal massacre or abandonment had occurred. Chun Yuan paid no heed to the grisly remains. He was focused solely on finding a way out. Indeed, the corridor opened up after a turn ahead, forming a natural cave approximately the size of 2 rooms. In the center of the cave, there was an underground river. The water was not wide, but the current was swift, producing a tumultuous sound in the darkness, with mist rising. The source of the airflow lay across the river, where a fissure, partially concealed by hanging stalactites and vines, stood over a person's height. Faint daylight streamed through the crevice. An exit. There was truly an exit. Chun Yuan felt invigorated. However, the river blocked his path. The water appeared deep and was icy cold. He tested the temperature and found it bone-chilling. To plunge into the water in his current state could lead to hypothermia or cramping. He searched along the riverbank and soon discovered that near the fissure, the river narrowed, revealing several protruding rocks that seemed like natural stepping stones. The rocks were slick with moss, but this was his only hope. Chun Yuan took a deep breath, secured the shield behind him with torn fabric, bit down on the machete, and carefully stepped onto the first rock. The icy water immediately engulfed his ankles. He steadied himself and moved to the next stone. 1 step, 2 steps. The rocks were treacherously slippery, and several times he nearly lost his footing, relying solely on the strength of his arms and the will to survive to remain upright. The frigid water soaked through his tattered trousers and shoes, sapping the last remnants of warmth from his body, rendering his legs nearly numb. At long last, he reached the opposite shore. Collapsing onto the cold, damp ground, he gasped for air, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. Yet, he dared not linger, struggling to rise and rush toward the illuminated fissure. The crevice was narrow, barely accommodating his sideways passage. He squeezed through, the rough rocks scraping against his wounds, inflicting new pain. The fissure twisted upward, growing narrower, with daylight intensifying. When he finally emerged from the crevice, inhaling the cold but fresh air outside, the blinding sunlight forced him to shut his eyes momentarily. After a few seconds, he adjusted, realizing he was on the shady side of another slope, surrounded by dense, frost-laden dead trees and shrubs. Looking back, he saw the crevice concealed behind a massive stone, entwined with withered vines, exceedingly hidden. He had escaped. He had emerged alive from the death cave of Gue Jianxiu. The overwhelming joy of survival, mixed with fear, left him nearly exhausted. He collapsed in the snow, leaning against the cold rock, breathing heavily, feeling the faint warmth of the pale sunlight on his face, and cherishing the beauty of being alive. However, the cold and pain soon brought him back to reality. Soaked to the bone, his hands mangled and bruised, his body covered in scrapes and contusions, he was utterly drained, clutching the bag of stone orchids that had nearly cost him his life. He could not linger here. He needed to find a safe place to tend to his wounds, restore his strength, and devise a way back to the village. He oriented himself, realizing he must be on the opposite side of Gue Jianxiu, where the terrain was relatively gentle, yet still deep within the mountains. He recalled from Lao Chai Tu's map that there seemed to be a more concealed, albeit perilous, beast trail that could lead him back near the village. He tore a strip from the relatively clean cloth on his body to hastily bandage the most severe wound on his hand and chewed a few leaves of the bitter herb given by Lao Papa to invigorate and alleviate pain. Its taste was exceedingly bitter, but it did indeed restore some sensation to his numb body. Then, leaning on his machete, he hoisted the battered shield onto his back, reluctant to discard it. Perhaps it would prove useful, and set off in the direction of the beast trail he remembered, trudging forward with great difficulty. The journey back was even longer and more excruciating than the way in. With each step, his wounds protested, and his soaked clothing froze, weighing heavily and chilling him to the bone. He dared not pause, fearing that if he stopped, he might never rise again. He could only rely on sheer determination and the thoughts of Lao Papaya, the stone, Lao Chai too, and the promise of hope, the stone orchids, awaiting his return, mechanically moving his feet. He avoided the area where he had previously spotted suspicious figures and camps, opting for a longer route rather than risking another encounter. Along the way, he noted fresh tracks of wild beasts, primarily wolves and wild boars, and heard the distant howls of unknown creatures echoing through the mountain forest. Gripping his machete and shield tightly, relying on the skills taught by Zhao Dehu and a stroke of luck, he narrowly escaped several potential encounters without incident. As the sky darkened once more, through the sparse trees in the distance, he finally caught sight of the faint lights of Chenjiagu, flickering like fireflies in the twilight. In that moment, the nearly extinguished flame of hope reignited within him. Gritting his teeth, he summoned the last vestiges of his strength and staggered toward the direction of the lights. When he finally stumbled to the familiar half-collapsed courtyard wall of Granny Lu's home, darkness had enveloped the land entirely. The courtyard was devoid of light, and the house lay silent, save for the mournful wail of the cold wind seeping through the broken windows. An ominous premonition seized Chen Yuan's heart. He forcefully pushed open the ajar courtyard door and rushed inside. The stove was cold, unlit. The house was shrouded in a deathly silence, devoid of Granny Lu's cough, Old Chai's snores, or the sounds of Shirtu's footsteps. "Granny, Shirtu, Old Chai," Chen Yuan called hoarsely, his voice echoing in the empty house. No one responded. His gaze swiftly scanned the room. Everything appeared as it had when he left, yet simultaneously, it felt different. The broken bowls remained by the stove, and the straw mat's position had not changed, but there was an unsettling sense of absence, as if something was amiss. He stumbled toward the inner room, lifting the tattered curtain. The Kong was empty. Granny Lu was nowhere to be found. Old Chai was absent as well. He dashed to the kitchen, to the corner where Shirtu often lingered, but found no one there. Where had they all gone? What had transpired? Chen Yuan's heart sank to the depths of despair, fear and exhaustion crashing over him like a relentless tide. Leaning against the cold earthen wall, he slowly slid to the ground, the bag of dendrobium he carried falling from his grasp, unnoticed. Could it be that during the day and night of his absence, something had happened in the village? Had that arsonist, along with that mysterious figure in the mountains, targeted them? At that moment, from the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the cold ashes on the stove's edge, where it appeared charcoal had been used to sketch a rudimentary and crooked symbol. The symbol resembled an arrow, pointing toward the back of the house, or perhaps it was a warning? Chen Yuan struggled to crawl closer for a better look. Indeed, it was an arrow, directing toward the back window. Beside the arrow were several smaller, nearly indistinguishable scratches, resembling letters, yet also. After much deliberation, he finally discerned that they were two exceedingly rudimentary characters scratched into the ashes by Shirtu's nails or a stick. Hurry, run. Chapter 21. The Empty House and the Midnight Escape Run. Those two words seared into Chen Yuan's already cold and tense nerves like a brand. In an instant, fatigue, pain, and the days of surviving a calamity were shattered by a sharper, colder fear. He suddenly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the arrow pointing towards the dark back window. Something had happened, and it occurred within the very day and night he had been away. Granny Lu, Old Chai, Shirtu, had they been captured? Or had they managed to escape? Was this warning directed at him? Or was it a reminder for him to flee quickly? Countless thoughts exploded in his mind, yet the instinct for survival and the calm honed by days of peril forcibly suppressed the rising panic. He did not rush to the back window immediately. Instead, he compelled himself to scan the room as swiftly as possible with the remnants of his rationality. There were no obvious signs of struggle. Although the items were in disarray, it reflected their usual state. Some bedding had been rolled up. Was it Granny Lu's and Old Chai's? And the small, polished stone in the corner by the stove where Shirtu often sat remained, though a small piece of grass rope lay nearby, seemingly torn in haste. On the ground, there were faint, dragging marks extending from the edge of the Kong to the doorway, then veering towards the back window. The marks were fresh, covered in a layer of dust that had yet to be completely blown away. Moreover, near the doorway, there seemed to be several drops of dried, darkened blood. They were small, as if brushed against. Chen Yuan's heart contracted sharply. He crouched down, dipped his finger into the blackish-brown residue, and brought it to his nose. It was the pungent scent of blood mixed with dust. Had someone been injured? Was it left during a struggle? Or from a collision in their escape? Following the dragging marks and the arrow pointing to the back window, he stealthily approached the window's edge. The window had been nailed shut with broken wooden planks, but at that moment, one of the boards had been pried loose from the inside, revealing a gap barely wide enough for a child to squeeze through. On the splintered edge of the gap hung a thin, grayish-white cotton fluff, likely from Granny Lu's tattered cotton coat. They had pried open the window to escape. At least, at some point, they had the capacity for action and thought. Chen Yuan felt a slight relief, but his heart immediately tightened again. They had escaped. But to where? The warning to run indicated that danger was imminent or that pursuers might return. Could Shirtu write? No, those crooked strokes resembled marks hastily scratched out with charcoal or stones, likely dictated by Granny Lu and executed by Shirtu. They had fled in such haste that they hadn't had time to leave more detailed information. He had to find them immediately. But where to search? The village was so small. Where could they hide? Moreover, the three of them, a frail old woman, an elderly man with a limp, and a half-grown child, could run very little in such a frigid, snowy night. Who were the pursuers? The arsonist? Or perhaps the mysterious figure lurking in the mountains? Chen Yuan forced himself to calm down and think quickly. Granny Lu was familiar with herbs and the terrain around the village, but she was weak. Old Chai knew the mountains better. But his leg injury was not healed. Shirtu was clever, but physically weak. Their most likely refuge would be a place that could conceal them, one they were somewhat familiar with, and perhaps where they could find some warmth or food. The soil temple? Too conspicuous, easily found. The wild slope behind the mountain? Too deep in snow, lacking cover. Old Chai's former hut. It had already collapsed. Wait. A flash of inspiration struck Chen Yuan. Zhao Dahu. Granny Lu knew of Chen Yuan's connection with Zhao Dahu, who was a hunter with a relatively affluent household and some martial prowess, and had previously shown a hint of recognition towards Chen Yuan. Most crucially, Zhao Dahu's home was not too far from here and was relatively secluded, near the village's edge. If Granny Lu and the others sought help or a temporary refuge, Zhao Dahu's home was one of the most probable choices. Yet, this judgment was fraught with risk. What if Zhao Dahu and his wife were also entangled in this affair, or unwilling to get involved? Or perhaps the enemy anticipated this and lay in wait nearby? There was no time to hesitate. With each passing moment, Granny Lu and the others faced greater danger, and he too might expose himself to the returning enemies. Chen Yuan no longer hesitated. He quickly picked up the fallen stone orchid bag, along with other important items, fire starter, signaling arrow, realgar powder, and that mysterious metal piece, and packed them carefully. He then awkwardly strapped the battered shield he had brought from the cave. Though heavy, it might provide some defense in a critical moment, with grass rope onto his back. The chopper was firmly gripped in his hand. He could not crawl through the back window. The gap was too small, and carrying the shield would not allow him passage, plus it might leave more obvious traces. He returned to the front door, listened intently for a moment, confirming that apart from the wind, there was no other sound, before gently pulling open the latch, slipping outside, and carefully closing the door to restore its original state. The night was as dark as ink, the snow reflecting a faint, unidentifiable light, barely allowing him to discern nearby objects. The frigid wind cut against his face like a blade. Chen Yuan melded into the shadows of the wall, like a frightened raccoon, moving swiftly towards Zhao Dahu's direction, avoiding the main road, and choosing narrow gaps between houses and shaded areas. All the while, he kept his ears perked and his eyes wide, missing no hint of anomaly. The village was eerily silent. Most households had long extinguished their lights, remaining silent in the night, resembling graves. Only the sound of the wind weaved through the alleys with a mournful wail. As he neared Zhao Dahu's home, he became increasingly cautious, hiding behind a pile of firewood to observe closely. Zhao Dahu's yard was far more orderly than Granny Lu's, with intact earthen walls and a tightly shut gate. No light emanated from within. It was pitch dark. The courtyard was also silent. With no barking dogs, very few could afford to keep dogs in the village, nor any voices. Were they asleep? Or was there no one home? Chen Yuan held his breath and observed for a moment longer. Just as he prepared to risk approaching the courtyard wall for a closer inspection, he suddenly caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye. In the shadow of a dilapidated building diagonally opposite Zhao Dahu's home, which had long been abandoned with half its roof collapsed, something seemed to move ever so slightly. It was not the wind stirring debris. It was a deliberate, slow movement. Someone. Watching Zhao Dahu's home, Chen Yuan's heart raced. Indeed, the enemy was not only pursuing Granny Lu and the others, but might have anticipated their route, laying an ambush here. Had Granny Lu and the others not entered at all? Or had they been captured after going in? What about Zhao Dahu and his wife? Were they friend or foe? He crouched low, almost pressing against the frigid snow, utterly still, even his breathing slowed to a whisper. The figure in the shadows remained patient, seemingly merging with the darkness, devoid of any movement. Yet, Chen Yuan could sense a pair of eyes fixated intently on the gate of Zhao Dehu's residence. As time slipped by, each second felt like a dull knife slicing through flesh. The chill and tension caused his wounds to throb faintly, and his limbs began to numb. However, he dared not move. He was waiting and gambling. He wagered that there was only one opponent, that their attention was wholly concentrated on the Zhao family's gate, and that if Lu Papa and the others were indeed inside or nearby, they would reveal a telltale sign. Just when Chen Yuan felt on the verge of freezing, the tightly shut gate of Zhao Dehu's home suddenly opened a crack, silently. The faint creak was nearly inaudible in the stillness of the night. Yet both Chen Yuan and the lurking observer caught the sound. Chen Yuan's muscles tensed. The person in the shadows seemed to subtly adjust their position, akin to a predator poised to pounce. From the gap in the door, a half-head emerged, cautiously scanning left and right. It was Zhao Wangshi. Her face appeared particularly pale and anxious under the dim light reflecting off the snow. She quickly retreated, and shortly after, a small figure was gently pushed out by her. It was Shi. Shi was bundled in an obviously oversized, patched-up old cotton coat, his small face frozen and blue, with swollen red eyes filled with terror and determination. After being pushed out, Zhao Wangshi swiftly slipped a small bundle into his hands through the door crack. Urgently whispering something before hastily shutting the door, the sound of the latch falling both light and resolute. Shi stood there for a moment, clutching the bundle, before seemingly steeling his resolve and turning to run towards the outskirts of the village, towards the back mountain. His steps were unsteady, but he soon vanished into the night. Chen Yuan's heart raced. Shi had come out alone. Where were Lu Papa and Lao Chai too? Still in the Zhao family's home? Or had they already met with misfortune? Just as Shi had run less than 10 zhang and passed a collapsed low wall, the figure that had been lurking in the shadows sprang into action. Like a silent specter, the figure darted from the shadows with astonishing speed, lunging toward the fleeing Shi. The intent was clear, to capture him alive, or at the very least, to prevent him from delivering a warning or escaping. Chen Yuan's pupils constricted. There was no time for contemplation. His body reacted before his mind could catch up. He leaped from behind the woodpile, his left hand drawing forth a fire striker and an oil-soaked signal arrow. He bit down on the cloth tail of the arrow with his teeth, while his right hand struck the fire striker with force. Sparks erupted, igniting the oil-soaked cloth in an instant. With a sharp whistle, the blazing signal arrow, accompanied by a piercing sound, sliced through the dark night sky, striking directly toward the figure lunging at Shi. Chen Yuan did not expect this arrow to hit. He sought only to create a diversion, to instill fear and chaos. Indeed, the sudden burst of light and the shriek caught the shadow off guard, causing its movements to falter as it instinctively turned to evade, its attack momentarily delayed. Shi, startled by the commotion behind him, stumbled and fell into the snow, but immediately scrambled to continue his flight, letting out a short, frightened cry. Who? The shadow growled, its voice hoarse and dry, laced with anger. It abandoned the pursuit of Shi, turning to face the direction of the incoming light, and in its hand flashed a glint of cold steel as it drew a short knife. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Yuan charged out from behind the woodpile, wielding his machete, positioning himself between Shi's escape route and the shadow. Utilizing the faint glow from the still-burning arrow on the snow, he finally discerned the identity of his opponent. It was a tall, slender figure clad in dark, tight-fitting clothing, with a black cloth obscuring their face, revealing only a pair of eyes that glinted with malevolent intent in the firelight. The figure's stance and movements bore a striking resemblance to the mysterious silhouette in the forest and the owner of the boot prints left in the snow at the foot of the mountain. Upon recognizing Chen Yuan, particularly the machete in his hand and the peculiar shield strapped to his back, the masked figure's gaze sharpened, revealing unrestrained murderous intent. It's you, ruining my plans. Before the words had fully escaped its lips, the figure lunged once more. The short knife aimed straight for Chen Yuan's chest with astonishing speed. Chen Yuan had anticipated this attack, but he was already physically drained and injured, his movements lagging compared to his adversary's swiftness. He could only muster the strength to raise his machete in defense. Clang! The clash of metal echoed. The machete, heavy and sturdy, blocked the thrust of the short knife, but the force of the impact sent a jolt through Chun Yuan's arm, staggering him back 2 steps and aggravating his wounds, eliciting a muffled groan of pain. The masked figure, evidently well-trained, adjusted seamlessly after the missed strike, the blade gliding toward Chun Yuan's abdomen with a vicious angle. Chun Yuan had no time to reposition his weapon. He could only thrust the battered shield, still strapped to his back, downward with all his might. The blade scraped across the shield with a deafening screech, sending sparks flying. The shield, although tattered, was still made of metal and hardwood, managing to deflect the lethal blow. The masked figure seemed momentarily taken aback by Chun Yuan's unexpected defense. Seizing the opportunity, Chun Yuan swung his machete, not seeking to injure, but merely to force the figure back. The masked figure retreated a step, narrowly avoiding the blade's edge. However, it was agile, swiftly maneuvering to Chun Yuan's side, the short knife lunging at him once more. Chun Yuan, exhausted from the relentless defense, relied solely on sheer bravery and his shield to fend off the attacks, but soon found several more cuts marring his body. Though not fatal, the continuous loss of blood hastened his fatigue. He knew that if this continued, he would surely perish. He had to find a way. As the masked figure lunged again with a fierce stab, Chun Yuan barely managed to deflect the blade with his shield. At that moment, Shirtu, who had been trembling behind the low wall, seemingly summoned unexpected courage, grabbed a hard, frozen clod of dirt from the ground, and hurled it forcefully at the back of the masked figure's head. Crack! The clod struck the masked figure, though it caused no real pain. It momentarily halted their movement as they instinctively turned around. Now was the moment. A fierce glint flashed in Chun Yuan's eyes. Disregarding his own vulnerability, he swung the machete with all his might toward the wrist of the masked figure's knife-wielding hand. This was a desperate maneuver. The masked figure reacted swiftly, retracting their hand upon hearing the wind, but Chun Yuan's strike was too rapid and fierce. The blade grazed the back of their hand, eliciting a spray of blood. The masked figure cried out in pain, nearly losing their grip on the short knife. His eyes glinted with a fierce light, clearly enraged, as he disregarded the stone and lunged once more at Chun Yuan, his blade's momentum growing ever more frenzied. Chun Yuan, drained of his previous strength and yet to summon new vigor, could see the blade's light approaching perilously close. Suddenly, a dull thud resounded, not the sound of a blade piercing flesh, but rather the sound of a heavy object striking the back of his head. The masked figure's forward motion abruptly halted, a flicker of disbelief flashing across his eyes, before he collapsed forward, the short knife clattering onto the snow-covered ground. Behind him, Zhao De, who had silently appeared, wielding a hefty jujube wood door bolt, his face ashen, chest heaving, eyes filled with murderous intent and lingering trepidation. It was evident that he was responsible for that decisive blow. "Chinda, take the stone and flee." Zhao De barked urgently, his tone heavy with urgency. "Go through the back mountain. Do not return to your house. Head deeper into the mountains. The more remote, the better. Do not stop until dawn." Chun Yuan panted, glancing at the unconscious masked man on the ground, then at Zhao De, urgently inquiring, "What about Granny Lu and Old Master Chai?" "They are in my cellar, temporarily safe," Zhao De replied rapidly. "But this man has accomplices. There was commotion at the village entrance, and he is not alone. You must hurry. I will handle things here." Shirtu had already rushed over, clutching Chun Yuan's clothing tightly, his small face awash with tears and fear, yet he bit his lip resolutely to suppress his cries. Chun Yuan understood that this was not a moment for hesitation. He cast a deep glance at Zhao De, a myriad of unspoken words conveyed within that gaze. Then, he swiftly lifted Shirtu, retrieved the short knife that had fallen from the masked man, far lighter and sharper than his own axe, tucked it into his coat, tightened his grip on the battered shield, and commanded, "Let us go." Without further hesitation, the two dashed into the night, their footsteps muffled by the snow, making their way toward the back mountain. Zhao De watched their disappearing figures, then glanced down at the unconscious masked man, his facial muscles twitching slightly. He crouched down and quickly searched the masked man, soon extracting an object from the man's clothing, a black metal plate strikingly similar to the one Chun Yuan had found, though with slightly different engravings. Zhao De's expression darkened considerably, and he muttered under his breath, "Indeed, it is the scum of Heiyu. This is serious trouble." He swiftly returned the metal plate to the masked man's pocket, then detached a uniquely shaped bone whistle from his waist, breaking it with force and tossing it into a distant snowdrift. Then, as if resolved to a grim decision, He raised the door bolt and struck the masked figure's nape once more with brutal force. Ensuring that the man was thoroughly silenced, Zhao hefted the body as one would a sack of grain, swiftly vanishing behind the gate of his home. The gate closed gently, as if nothing had transpired, leaving only disordered footprints in the snow and a few bloodstains that had yet to be covered by the new snow, bearing witness to the recent peril. The cold wind swept through, quickly rendering even these traces indistinct. At that moment, Chun Yuan, clutching Shirtu's hand, had burst beyond the village's edge, plunging into the dense, snow-laden woods of the back mountain. Behind them lay the temporarily safe cellar of the Zhao family. The uncertain fates of Granny Lu and old Master Chai, the recently avenged Zhao Hu, and the unknown number of Yu scum that might pursue them at any moment. Before them stretched the vast, treacherous mountain forest cloaked in snow, an invisible path to safety, and an unavoidable flight. How far could they escape? What would become of Granny Lu and old Master Chai? How would Zhao Hu manage the aftermath? Who were those associated with the black metal plates, and why were they intent on exterminating those few desperate souls clinging to life? The frigid snowflakes once again cascaded from the pitch-black night sky, fluttering down in a delicate dance. Chapter 22. Desperate escape. On a snowy night, the biting cold wind whipped around, carrying fine snowflakes that struck Qin Yuan and Shirtu's faces like countless icy whips. The snow piled up to their thighs, each step demanding immense effort as they pulled their legs from the frigid drifts only to sink deeper into the snow. Behind them, the dim lights of Chunjiago had long been consumed by darkness and the raging storm, leaving only an endless expanse of treacherous, snow-covered mountains ahead. Shirtu was tightly grasped by Chun Yuan's wrist, trudging along with uneven steps. The child's oversized old cotton coat dragged in the snow, quickly soaking and freezing, adding to its weight. His small face was pale, lips turning a deep purple, teeth chattering uncontrollably, and tears froze on his cheeks like shards of ice. Yet, he gritted his teeth in silence, resolutely following Chun Yuan's lead, stumbling but immediately scrambling back up to continue forward. Chun Yuan's condition was even more dire. His wounds had gone numb from the severe cold and vigorous movement, yet the dizziness from blood loss and exhaustion assailed him in waves. The battered shield on his back felt unbearably heavy, constantly scraping against his injuries. A hatchet hung at his waist, while he clutched Shirhu in a metallic plate. Along with the sharp dagger he had wrested from the masked man's grasp. His lungs heaved like a broken bellows, each breath tinged with the metallic taste of blood and searing pain. He could not stop. Zhao Hu had warned him not to halt until dawn. The men from Yu still had accomplices. Zhao Hu's ominous words echoed in his mind, along with the cold metallic plate. Yu, the name itself, bore a sinister aura. Who were they? Why were they targeting Granny Lu? Or was the real target him, Qin Yuan? Because he had saved Granny Lu? Or was it because he had inadvertently stumbled upon something? Confused thoughts clashed in his mind, yet the instinct to survive overwhelmed all else. He forced himself to concentrate, to discern direction and seek a path. The snow fell heavier, quickly obscuring their footprints. Yet this served as both cover and a harbinger of greater difficulties ahead. Diminishing visibility. Chen uncle, I can't run anymore. Shirtu's voice, tinged with tears, reached him from behind, barely audible. Qin Yuan abruptly halted, turning back. Shirtu had collapsed in the snow, his small chest heaving, eyes beginning to glaze over. They could not continue fleeing blindly like this. One was gravely injured, the other merely a child, and in such a snowy night, they would perish from the cold or exhaustion without the need for pursuers. He looked up and surveyed his surroundings. The dense, dark woods loomed, the snow-laden branches resembling the gnarled arms of specters. The wind howled mournfully, drowning out all other sounds. They needed a place to temporarily shelter, to tend to his wounds, to regain a modicum of strength, and to wait for the snowfall to lessen or for dawn to break before making further plans. He recalled that old Chai too had mentioned hidden shelters left by hunters or herbalists deep in the back mountains, near the outskirts of Guijianchou. If they could find one, sure too, hold on a little longer, we'll find a place to escape the snow. Qin Yuan's voice was hoarse, almost inaudible. He bent down without hesitation and hoisted Shirtu onto his back. The child was light, yet at that moment, it felt as if he were carrying a mountain. Gritting his teeth, he used the hatchet as a crutch, stepping carefully in the direction he remembered from old Chai Tu's descriptions. Every step felt like treading on the edge of a knife. The dead branches and stones hidden beneath the snow threatened to trip him at any moment. Sweat mingled with the snow water soaked through his clothes, rapidly freezing in the biting wind, rendering his movements increasingly stiff. Initially, Sure trembled slightly on his back, but gradually he fell silent, merely lying there, with only faint breaths to prove he was still alive. I cannot fall. I cannot fall. Chen Yuan roared in his heart. He recalled Granny Lu's murky yet kind gaze, the complex expression on old Chai Tu's face when speaking of the mountains, and the sparkle in Sure Tu's eyes when he had received the jerky. He could not die here. He had promised to keep them alive. He did not know how long he had been walking. But just as Chen Yuan felt his consciousness beginning to blur and his legs weighed down as if filled with lead, he spotted a shadowy, irregular opening beneath a cliff, obscured by mounds of snow and fallen trees. It was a cave, an entrance half buried in snow. Chen Yuan's spirits lifted, and he surged forward, scrambling to the cave's mouth. The opening was small, concealed by icicles and withered vines, and darkness loomed inside, unfathomable. He dared not rush in, first using the hatchet to clear away the snow and ice at the entrance, then listening intently. Only the sound of the wind and the gentle fall of snowflakes could be heard. The cave was eerily quiet, devoid of any signs of beasts or disturbances. He gently set Sure down, allowing him to lean against a rock at the entrance for shelter from the wind, while he rummaged in his pocket for a fire starter and the last small piece of resin-soaked wood. His hands were so cold that he could barely grip the fire starter, but after several attempts, he finally managed to strike a spark and ignite the wood. The flickering orange flame illuminated the inner entrance of the cave. This was a natural cavern, narrow at the entrance, but seemingly possessing some depth within. The ground was dry, composed of sand and gravel, with no snow, dung, or bones, appearing not to be a beast's den. The walls bore ancient soot marks, indicating that humans had once lingered here. Chen Yuan felt a slight sense of relief. He first carried Sure into the cave, placing him in the driest, most sheltered spot. Then hurriedly gathered some dry twigs and leaves from the entrance that had not yet been completely drenched by the snow, finding a relatively flat area within the cave to start a fire. The orange flame danced to life, bringing a faint but life-saving warmth. Though the temperature inside the cave remained low, it was 100 times better than the howling blizzard outside. Only then did Chen Yuan feel the weight of exhaustion wash over him. Sliding down against the cave wall, gasping for breath as darkness encroached upon his vision. Yet he knew he could not fully relax just yet. He struggled to move closer to Sure, checking on the child's condition. Sure-Tu's eyes were tightly shut, his small face pale, and his breathing faint. Chen Yuan unfastened the soaked old cotton coat, discovering that the small garment Granny Lu had sewn for him was also half wet. He immediately shed his own outer garment, despite its damp chill, laying it near the fire to dry. Then he carefully stripped the wet clothing from Sure and wrapped him in his relatively dry inner garment, holding him closely to share his warmth with the boy's frigid body. After examining Shida's limbs and skin, he found no apparent frostbite, only dangerously low body temperature. With a slight sigh of relief, he cautiously fed him a few sips of warm water, made from melted snow in a ceramic pot. After a few gulps, Shida's complexion seemed to improve a fraction, his brows twitching slightly, yet he remained unconscious. Once Sure was settled, Chen Yuan turned to attend to his own wounds. His hands bore the worst injuries, with his palm torn and flesh mangled by rock and rope, some wounds embedded with gravel. Enduring the excruciating pain, he rinsed them carefully with warm water, then used a heated dagger to extract the debris, finally tearing strips from his relatively clean inner garment to bind the wounds tightly. He also performed rudimentary treatment on his abrasions and cuts. Fortunately, the blow from Zhao De had been timely, and the cuts left by the masked man were not deep, primarily resulting in blood loss and the weakness brought on by cold. After completing these tasks, he was so exhausted he could scarcely lift a finger. Leaning against the cave wall, he gazed at the flickering flames and listened to the howling wind and snow outside, his mind taut with anxiety, unable to fully relax. Could Zhao De manage? Were Lu Popo and Lao Chai Tu safe in the cellar? How many were there in the dark prison? Would they continue to pursue? And what of the cold metal plate in his arms? He fumbled to retrieve it, scrutinizing it in the firelight. The plate was small, slightly smaller than a palm, entirely black, neither metal nor iron, and felt cold and heavy to the touch. One side bore intricate, unfamiliar twisted patterns resembling some kind of runes, or perhaps a map. The other side depicted a bas-relief of a spire-like structure entwined with chains, beneath which were countless twisted, howling figures. The image exuded a chilling and oppressive aura, utterly otherworldly. The name Heiyu seemed fitting for both the organization and the emblem on the plate. What manner of organization was this? Judging by the masked man's skills and equipment, they were far from mere mountain bandits or villagers. They appeared to possess a clear agenda, acting ruthlessly, and bore symbols reminiscent of some religious or secret society. As Chun Yuan examined the plate closely, he suddenly noticed a minute, almost imperceptible dent along its edge, as if it had been nicked by a sharp object. The shape of this dent jolted a memory of a similar black metal shard he had seen near the ancient soldier's skeleton in the Gue Jiancho cave. At the time, he had only thought it a corroded piece of armor, but reflecting now on its hue and texture, could it be that the Heiyu organization was connected to those long-dead souls in the Gue Jiancho cave? Were those soldiers also part of Heiyu? What had they been doing there? Why had their entire battalion perished? A flurry of enigmas crashed upon him like snowflakes, intensifying the turmoil within his already muddled mind. Yet, he sensed he had unwittingly become ensnared in a vortex far more colossal and perilous than mere famine, debts, or survival. The epicenter of this tempest perhaps lay in Gue Jiancho, in that mysterious metal plate, in the Heiyu organization, and possibly connected to certain secrets known to Lu Popo and Lao Chai too. Suddenly, Shirtu stirred slightly, emitting a faint groan. Chun Yuan quickly leaned down to look. Shitu's eyelashes fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes, initially dazed. But as he focused on Chun Yuan's face, he abruptly sat up, gripping Chun Yuan's arm with a voice choked with tears and fear. "Uncle Chun, Grandma, Grandpa Chai, don't panic, take your time," Chun Yuan urged, steadying the trembling boy's shoulders. "Uncle Zhao said they are in the Zhao family's cellar, safe for now. How did you escape? What happened?" Shirtu sniffled, stifling his tears, and began to recount his story in fragmented sentences. It turned out that shortly after Chun Yuan had entered the mountains, while it was still light, two unfamiliar men, both masked and clad in dark garments similar to that of the assassin from tonight, had invaded Lu Popo's home. They had said nothing, directly seizing Lu Popo and Lao Chai too. Lu Popo had struggled in resistance, but was struck by one, causing blood to flow from her mouth. Lao Chai too had attempted to rush in, only to be kicked down, crashing against the Kong and losing consciousness instantly. Shirtu, terrified, had hidden behind the stove, too afraid to make a sound. The two men seemed particularly interested in Lu Popo, pressing her for information. She had only responded with furious curses, refusing to divulge anything. One of the men, growing impatient, was about to resort to torture. At that moment, there appeared to be some commotion outside. Perhaps Zhao De, who had sensed something amiss and come to investigate, prompting the two men to become wary, and in their haste, they took only the unconscious Lao Chai too, locking the injured Lu Popo and Shirtu inside, stating they would return shortly. Although Lu Popo had been struck, she remained lucid enough to realize that both she and Lao Chai too were in grave danger, with only her concern for Shirtu and Chun Yuan lingering. She struggled to crawl to the stove, using a fire poker to scratch the words "run fast" and an arrow in the ashes, instructing Shirtu that if Chun Yuan returned and saw it, he must flee immediately, never to return or seek out Zhao De Hu, as she feared Zhao De, who might also be targeted. However, upon witnessing Lu Popo's bleeding mouth and Lao Chai tu's unconscious state, Shirtu was filled with fear and urgency. Once the two men had gone far enough, he pried open the back window, intending to run to Zhao De Hu to seek help, recalling that Uncle Chun had mentioned Zhao De, who was a good person and quite capable. He dashed to Zhao's home and pounded on the door with all his might. It was Zhao Wangshi who opened it, startled by his blood-soaked appearance, having been splattered with Lu Popo's blood, and quickly pulled him inside. Zhao De Hu was there as well. Upon hearing Shitu's tearful account, his expression darkened, and he immediately instructed Zhao Wangshi to hide Shirtu while he took the door bolt and went out. The events that followed were as Chun Yuan had witnessed. Zhao De Hu likely first went to Lu Popo's house to check on her injuries, discovered Lao Chai too had been captured, and upon realizing Shirtu had run to his home, understood that their situation had been compromised. The enemy would likely come to search or silence him, leading to the later scene where Zhao Wangshi pushed Shirtu out the door to divert the assassin's attention, allowing Zhao De Hu to seize his opportunity. Grandma is bleeding. Grandpa Chai has been taken. Uncle Chun, what should we do? Will Uncle Zhao be all right?" After finishing, Shirtu could no longer hold back and began to softly sob. Chun Yuan held him tightly, his heart burdened as if crushed by a mountain of despair. Injured, Lu Popo found herself in dire straits, while Lao Chaitu was apprehended. Zhao Dao, in his desperate bid to rescue them, became embroiled in the bloodshed of the dark prison, leaving his own fate precarious. He and Shirtu now stood as true fugitives, seeking refuge within the confines of a snow-laden cave, their future shrouded in uncertainty. The enemy's strength remained ambiguous and their methods ruthless, with intentions seemingly extending beyond mere silencing of witnesses. What did they demand from Lupopo? Was it that metallic plaque, or something else entirely? How could a solitary old woman like Lupopo have attracted the attention of such a formidable organization? What secrets did Lao Chaitu harbor? Countless questions lingered, yet answers remained elusive. The immediate priority was survival, and subsequently, devising a means to rescue the others. As Chun Yuan gazed at Shirtu, trembling and looking to him for reassurance, his eyes shifted toward the blizzard outside, gradually hardening into a resolute and icy gaze. Escape was not an option. In this world, retreating merely led to an abyss. He owed a debt of gratitude to Lupopo, Lao Chaitu, and Zhao Dao. He must protect Shirtu and unearth the malevolent forces lurking in the shadows. Blood debts demanded retribution. Merely hiding and fleeing would prove futile. They must take the initiative, seek strength, allies, and exploit their adversaries' vulnerabilities. He recalled the dendrobium he had with him and the astute Qin Zhongwei. The goods Qin desired were in his possession, and it seemed Qin had sensed the dark prison's presence, hinting at potential assistance. Perhaps this wandering merchant was not merely a business connection, but could also serve as a conduit for escape, or even a line of counterattack. Gently patting Shirtu's back, he murmured, "Do not fear, Shirtu. Uncle Chen is here. We will surely rescue Popo and Grandpa Chai. Uncle Zhao is a formidable man. He will find a way. For now, we must survive. Sleep. For dawn will come, and we have a long journey ahead." In his embrace, Shirtu listened to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, gradually ceasing his tears. Fatigue and warmth weighed heavily upon his eyelids, leading him to a gentle slumber. Yet, Chen Yuan remained wide awake. He stoked the fire, ensuring its flames grew stronger, and then retrieved the black metallic plaque. Under the flickering light, he meticulously examined the intricate patterns and engravings, as if imprinting them deep within his very soul. Outside, the storm raged on. However, within the cave, the fire burned defiantly, illuminating a small expanse of darkness and reflecting the depth and calmness of Chun Yuan's gaze, which now bore a hint of fierce determination. Dawn was approaching. Chapter 23. The merchant in the wind and snow. The fire in the cave had burned throughout the night, the dry branches crackling and dispelling a portion of the chill, as well as a portion of the darkness. Chun Yuan leaned against the frigid cave wall, scarcely managing to close his eyes. In his arms, the child, Shirtu, curled up, sleeping fitfully, occasionally trembling in fear, murmuring for his grandmother to run quickly. Each time, Chun Yuan gently patted his slender back until the boy returned to his uneasy slumber. He repeatedly stroked the cold black metal plate, illuminated by the flickering flames, scrutinizing the bizarre patterns and spire designs, striving to uncover even the slightest clue. Yet, apart from the increasingly oppressive clouds of doubt, he gleaned nothing. The ominous words of Lao Chaitu regarding the restless spirits, the ancient corpses in the cave, the sudden appearance of the black prison assassins, the interrogation faced by Granny Lu, and Zhao Dahu's ominous remark about the trouble they had encountered. All these fragments swirled and collided in his mind, failing to form a complete picture, but instead sketching a vast, secretive, and perilous shadow that silently loomed over this seemingly isolated and barren mountain village, as well as over him, the unwitting intruder. As dawn approached, the wind and snow gradually lessened, leaving only sporadic flakes drifting into the cave. Chun Yuan carefully moved Shirtu aside and stretched his stiff and numb limbs. After a night of rest and rudimentary treatment, the pain from his wounds had slightly abated, but the weakness from blood loss and cold remained ever present. He examined the remaining supplies, a small pouch of precious dendrobium, thankfully not lost, a few tough pieces of jerky, half a pouch of icy snow melt, fire-starting materials, several signal arrows, realgar powder, the sharp dagger seized from the assassin, and the battered shield that had once saved his life. Food was scarce. Water could be obtained from melting snow. As for weapons, the dagger was more effective than the chopping knife, and although the shield was cumbersome, it could prove life-saving in critical moments. Most importantly, he needed to contact Qin Zhongwei as soon as possible, not merely for the procurement of survival supplies, but to gather intelligence on the black prison and to seek potential allies or an escape route. Zhao De, who was embroiled in his own troubles, and the fates of Granny Lu and Lao Chai too remained uncertain. He could not place all his hopes on a mere hunter. Sure Tu, wake up, it's time to go. Chen Yuan gently roused the child. Sure Tu, bleary-eyed, opened his eyes to see Chen Yuan. A flicker of reassurance crossing his face, quickly replaced by the stark reality of fear. Uncle Chen, where are we going? To the town, to find Qin Zhonggui, Chen Yuan replied succinctly, beginning to gather their belongings. Stay close to me, do not make a sound, and remain calm no matter what you see. Sure Tu nodded obediently, rising to tighten his half-damp, old cotton coat. Chen Yuan draped his slightly dried outer garment over the boy, while he himself donned only a thin inner garment and a tattered outer cloak. He concealed the dendrobium and the metal plate close to his body, positioned the dagger at his waist for easy access, secured the chopping knife and shield with a grass rope on his back. Though the shield was damaged, it was better than nothing, and packed the remaining items into a bundle. The two exited the cave. Outside, the sky was a pale white. The snow had ceased, but the accumulation was deeper, almost reaching Sure Tu's thighs. The forest lay in a deathly silence, everything covered by a thick blanket of snow, devoid of life, with only the cold wind weaving through the bare branches, emitting a mournful sound. Chen Yuan oriented himself. According to Lao Chai Tu's vague descriptions and Zhao Dehu's occasional mentions, the path to the town should follow the edge of the mountain range towards the southeast. Approximately a day and a half's journey. However, he dared not take the main road, and instead relied on his rough impressions of the terrain, navigating through the dense forest and valleys. The path proved more arduous than anticipated. The snow concealed the ditches and fallen logs. Each step felt as though he were treading on cotton, yet at any moment he could plunge into an unseen void. Chen Yuan forged ahead, using the chopping knife and spear to probe the way, carving a barely passable trail through the snow for Sure Tu to follow closely behind, struggling to keep pace with his short legs, his small face flushed from the cold, yet he remained silent and resolute. After about an hour, both were panting, covered in snowflakes. Chen Yuan found a wind-sheltered rocky alcove and urged Sure Tu to sit down and rest while he climbed onto a larger stone to keep a vigilant watch over their surroundings. The landscape was a wide expanse. Apart from the meandering tracks they had left, there were no signs of life. Yet, the more desolate it seemed, the stronger Chen Yuan's unease grew. The Black Prison had lost one of its own. They would not let the matter rest easily. They were surely nearby, perhaps lurking within the very forest, or perhaps they had already sealed off the routes to the town. They needed to move faster and more discreetly. After a brief respite, they continued on their way. Chen Yuan consciously sought to erase their tracks, opting to tread upon rocks, frozen streams, or fallen tree trunks, minimizing the footprints left in the soft snow. When encountering open areas, he preferred to take a longer route rather than crossing directly through. Their speed slowed, but the enhancement in safety was significant. By midday, they finally emerged from the continuous forest, revealing a relatively open, snow-covered valley. In the distance, a muddy, rutted dirt road wound its way through the desolation, leading towards a cluster of low, grayish buildings that should be the small town where Qin Zhonggui resided, as described by Old Han. At last, they had arrived. Yet, Chen Yuan's heart did not relax. Rather, it tightened further. Open spaces meant greater visibility, and consequently, less opportunity for concealment. The town was a mix of diverse elements. Whether Qin Zhonggui was friend or foe remained uncertain, and the reach of the Black Prison may have already extended to this place. He and Sure Tu did not approach the main road directly. Instead, they skirted along the edges of the barren land, using the cover of dead grass to stealthily draw closer to the town. The nearer they drew, the more evident the signs of life became on the road, with fresh tracks of carts and footsteps visible, despite the recent snowfall that had not completely obscured them. The town was small, its ramshackle earthen walls low and dilapidated, with several sections having collapsed, rendered nearly useless. There was no proper entrance, only two local guards, huddled in a rickety straw shed, dozing with their spears, paying no mind to those entering or exiting. Within the town, the buildings appeared even more run-down and desolate. The streets were crowded with low earthen houses and shanties, many windows covered with rags or grass curtains. Pedestrians exhibited pallid complexions, garbed in tattered attire, their gazes either vacant or vigilant. Occasionally, a merchant or a guard, clad in slightly finer garments and bearing weapons, would pass by, eliciting a mix of fear and greed from the onlookers. Chen Yuan, with his head bowed, pulled along the stone, making a concerted effort to evade the throngs, hastily navigating the filthy streets in search of Qin Jizipu. According to Lao Han's previous account, the shopkeeper Qin's establishment was situated at the western edge of the town, near the mule market. Turning a corner, a pungent stench of livestock and a cacophony of voices assaulted him. The mule market was merely a moderately sized clearing, tethering a few emaciated mules, surrounded by vendors selling fodder, second-hand goods, and even children, pale-faced and marked with straw tags. At the edge of the clearing stood a relatively neat blue brick house, adorned with a faded cloth sign inscribed in uneven ink, Qin Jizipu. The shop's facade was modest, with a wooden door ajar, casting a dim light within. Chen Yuan hesitated before entering, instead pausing at the stall of a limping old man selling roasted sweet potatoes, the charcoal fire weak, the potatoes shriveled. He extracted the last half piece of jerky, trading it for 2 of the smallest roasted sweet potatoes, and squatted with the stone in a corner, nibbling on the hard-won warmth of the food while observing the shop's activity. The interior held few customers. Only a young attendant, resembling a shop assistant, leaned against the counter, dozing. After a while, the door curtain lifted, and a middle-aged man emerged, clad in a somewhat new cotton robe, with a gaunt face and keen eyes, none other than the shopkeeper Qin. He stepped to the entrance, gazing at the overcast sky before casting a glance at the empty mule market, his brow furrowing slightly as he murmured something to the attendant. The attendant nodded and retreated inside to fetch a leather vest for Qin. The timing was fortuitous. Chen Yuan swiftly finished the sweet potatoes, instructing the stone to remain in the corner, before rising, adjusting his ragged robe, though it offered little use, inhaling deeply, and proceeding toward Qin Jizipu. He pushed open the creaking wooden door, its hinges emitting a dissonant squeak. The attendant was immediately roused, lifting his head to behold Chen Yuan's disheveled state, blood still fresh, and the peculiar shield strapped to his back. A flicker of surprise and wariness crossing his eyes. "What can I get for you, sir?" the attendant queried, rising while subtly reaching beneath the counter. Chen Yuan did not meet his gaze, instead focusing on the door curtain. Qin, having heard the commotion, turned around, his astute eyes narrowing upon seeing Chen Yuan. Though his expression remained inscrutable, Chen Yuan sensed that he had been recognized instantly. "Qin Zhonggui," Chen Yuan spoke, his voice hoarse from the chill and thirst. "I have come to deliver the goods." Without uttering a word, Qin scrutinized Chen Yuan from head to toe, his gaze lingering on the battered shield on his back, the short blade at his waist, different from the previous machete, and the wounds on his face and hands, before gesturing to the attendant. The attendant comprehended, retreating to the door curtain to keep watch, his demeanor still vigilant. "Let us speak in the back," Qin instructed succinctly, lifting the door curtain and stepping inside. Chen Yuan followed. They traversed a narrow corridor cluttered with debris, arriving at a modest backyard. In one corner lay a pile of mountain goods and furs, while another corner housed 2 relatively sprightly mules. Qin positioned himself in the center of the yard, turning his back to Chen Yuan as if surveying the weather, effectively blocking any potential glances from the front room. "Where are the goods?" he inquired without turning around. Chen Yuan retrieved the carefully wrapped leather pouch from his bosom and handed it over. Qin accepted it, unfastening it to pinch a small handful of stone orchid, bringing it to his nose for a sniff. After examining its quality and roots closely, a faint, almost satisfied expression flickered across his face. "Tai Pai Sure Hu, good vintage, fine appearance. Did you gather it from the cliffs?" Qin asked, securing the stone orchid and fixing his gaze on Chen Yuan. "Indeed," Chen Yuan nodded, refraining from elaborating on the perils of foraging. "What about the musk?" Qin pressed further. "Not yet acquired. The mountains are perilous. I encountered some trouble," Chen Yuan replied, fixing his eyes on Qin's, slowly articulating. "Last night, we had a flood at home, and an uninvited guest came, injuring and capturing someone. A brother of mine, who is disabled, was taken." A flicker of tension danced across Qin's face, quickly replaced by calmness, though his gaze sharpened. "Uninvited guest? What sort?" he queried. Chen Yuan did not respond directly, but rather produced the black metal token from his pocket, extending it toward Qin. Qin's eyes fell upon the token, his pupils narrowing suddenly. He grasped the token, his actions markedly more solemn than when he handled the stone orchid. He caressed the token's surface, meticulously scrutinizing its engravings and designs. His countenance growing exceptionally grave, even betraying a hint of trepidation Chen Yuan had never observed before. "Hey Yuling." Qin uttered softly, the 3 words laden with significance. Where did you acquire this? From someone who sought to kill me. Chun Yuan recounted the events of the previous night succinctly, omitting the specifics of Zhao Dehu's involvement, merely stating he had been fortunate to retaliate, mentioning only Granny Lu's injury and Old Chai's capture. Alongside his forced retreat into the mountains with the stone, Qin listened intently, his expression shifting dramatically. Once Chun Yuan concluded, he fell into silence for a moment before cautiously stating, "You have attracted considerable trouble, lad. Heiyu is not something you can meddle with. Those they target rarely escape. Why would they capture a frail old woman and a disabled elder?" Chun Yuan posed the pivotal question. What could Granny Lu possess that warrants such drastic measures? What does this token signify? Qin returned the token to Chun Yuan, his gaze complex. Some matters are better left unknown. The less you know, the longer you may live. As for Granny Lu, she may not be as you perceive her. Regarding this token, he pointed to the spire design atop it. It is a mark of Heiyu. Bearers of this token are its core enforcers, tasked with handling unsavory tasks. By killing one of their own and acquiring this token, you have effectively declared war against them. I do not wish for war. Will they spare me? Spare Granny Lu and Old Chai? Chun Yuan scoffed lightly, his tone unexpectedly calm. Qin Zhonggui, I merely desire to live and to rescue my people. Since you recognize this token and understand Heiyu, you must have your connections. I need to know more, and I require your assistance. Qin scrutinized Chun Yuan for an extended period, seemingly weighing the pros and cons, assessing the risks involved. The young man before me has transformed dramatically since our initial encounter, when he was a destitute individual consumed by the trivial pursuit of a few liters of millet. Though still disheveled, there is a fierce determination and resolute maturity in his eyes, a testament to his experiences with life and death. What can I gain by helping you? Qin Zhonggui finally spoke, his tone regaining the shrewdness of a businessman. The stone orchid is indeed a valuable commodity, yet it does not suffice to purchase information regarding the Heiyu, nor does it compel me to wade through these murky waters. I shall procure the musk post-haste, Chun Yuan replied. Moreover, if I am not mistaken, the item that Heiyu seeks may be connected to this emblem. In a certain location beneath Gui Jianchou, I have ventured there and witnessed peculiar sights. Qin Zhonggui's eyes suddenly sparkled with intrigue. You have traversed the chasm beneath Gui Jianchou and emerged unscathed? What did you behold? Bones, many ancient soldiers' remains, and this, Chun Yuan indicated the emblem, pointing to similar fragments. It appeared less like a natural formation and more akin to an ancient battlefield or a sacrificial site. The object sought by Heiyu likely resides there. Qin Zhonggui inhaled deeply and paced the courtyard, evidently grappling with an internal conflict. At last, he halted, fixing his gaze upon Chun Yuan, and spoke gravely. I can divulge what I know about Heiyu and provide you with a temporary means of escape. In return, I require you to retrieve an item from beneath Gui Jianchou. What item? A rubbing of a stone tablet. Or at the very least, a clear understanding of its inscriptions. Qin Zhonggui's voice lowered, laced with a barely perceptible eagerness. The tablet should lie near those bones, inscribed not with letters, but with images or symbols. If you can discern them and return to illustrate them for me, that will suffice. A shiver coursed through Chun Yuan. A stone tablet? Symbols? This sounded far more enigmatic than the stone orchid or musk, hinting at the significant secrets concealed by Gui Jianchou and Heiyu. Why do you not venture there yourself? Chun Yuan countered. Qin Zhonggui offered a bitter smile. Heiyu has had its eyes on that location for quite some time. I previously dispatched 2 capable individuals, yet neither returned. You are different. You emerged alive and brought back this emblem. It suggests that you may be the person they await, or perhaps you were simply fortunate. Though his words were ambiguous, Chun Yuan discerned the underlying risk. Qin Zhonggui likely possessed deeper knowledge but hesitated to venture into danger himself, seeking to employ Chun Yuan as a means to explore. How can I ascertain the veracity of your claims? How can I trust you once you abandon me once your needs are met? Chun Yuan fixed his gaze upon Qin Zhonggui. Qin Zhonggui gestured towards the emblem in Chun Yuan's hand. This alone suffices. The token of Heiyu is in your possession, and they will not spare you. As for me, I require the information from the tablet. We share a common adversary, and our interests are, at least temporarily, aligned. He paused, adding, regarding your escape route, there is a one-eyed elder known as Lao Yin Guo at the eastern end of the town, who runs a coffin shop while engaging in some unsavory dealings. Present this to him and mention my name. He can provide you with a safe refuge to weather the storm. With that, Qin Zhongwei produced a small, unremarkable copper coin from his robes and handed it to Chen Yuan. The coin was quite old, its edges severely worn, yet the front bore a unique non-textual mark. Chen Yuan accepted the coin, weighing it in his hand before glancing at Qin Zhongwei. How much do you know about Heiyu? Qin Zhongwei glanced around to ensure no one was listening before quietly stating, Heiyu is a very ancient and secretive organization, reportedly existing since the previous dynasty. They operate covertly and employ ruthless methods, dealing with troublesome matters for certain unsavory figures and collecting peculiar items. The spire depicted on this emblem is said to be the symbol of their headquarters. In recent years, Heiyu has been active across various regions, seemingly in search of some significant objects or relics. Lao Posi. Her maiden name is Mo. Many years ago, her family was a renowned herbalist clan in this area, particularly skilled in locating and identifying rare and unusual medicinal materials and minerals. However, the Mo family suddenly fell into decline, their numbers dwindling. I suspect that Heiyu's interest in Lao Posi is connected to her family's heritage or certain ancestral secrets she may possess. Mo family. Herbalist clan? Rare minerals? Chen Yuan mentally noted this information, which might explain why Lao Posi possessed such extensive knowledge of medicinal herbs, even able to identify that peculiar metal emblem. What of Lao Chaitu? Why have they captured him? Chen Yuan inquired further. Lao Chaitu? Qin Zhongwei frowned. Are you referring to the lame, old man from your village? In his youth, he was also quite adept at herbal gathering and possessed some knowledge of geomancy. Could it be? A flicker of realization crossed his face. The terrain beneath Gui Jianshou is treacherous, inaccessible to ordinary individuals. Lao Posi knows the secret, and Lao Chaitu knows the way. Heiyu captured him to serve as their guide. This revelation illuminated Chen Yuan's mind. Lao Posi held a secret, possibly regarding the tablet or hidden treasures of Gui Jianshou, while Lao Chaitu possessed knowledge of the paths and terrain. Heiyu needed both of them to uncover what they sought. Hence, they had not killed Lao Posi, merely injured her for information, but had taken the physically impaired Lao Chaitu as a guide or bargaining chip. Where might they be taking him? Chen Yuan pressed. Most likely still in the vicinity, Qin Zhongwei assessed. Given the treacherous nature of Gui Jianshou, they require a local guide to venture in search of their prize. Transporting a lame old man over long distances is impractical, so they probably have a temporary hideout nearby, waiting for the right moment to enter the mountains. Are there any secluded, abandoned places around your village or this town suitable for hiding? Several locations flickered through Chen Yuan's mind. The dilapidated grass shed behind the land god temple, a more remote hollow, or perhaps the mysterious encampment near Gui Jianshou. I need a map. A detailed map of this area, Chen Yuan stated. Qin Zhongwei shook his head. I possess only a rough trade route map. For detailed topography, you must consult the locals or seek it out yourself. He regarded Chen Yuan meaningfully. Time is of the essence. With one of Heiyu's operatives eliminated, they will soon be on high alert and accelerate their actions. If you wish to rescue your companions and ensure your own safety, you must act more swiftly than they do. Chen Yuan clenched the copper coin and metal emblem tightly. There was much information, yet the fog of uncertainty still loomed. While Qin Zhongwei's words could not be taken at face value, they offered a direction and a temporary sanctuary. Thank you. Chen Yuan bowed slightly in gratitude before turning to leave. Wait. Qin Zhongwei called to him, producing a small cloth pouch from his bosom, which he tossed to Chen Yuan. Inside were some medicinal herbs for wounds and several pieces of dried provisions. Consider this in advance, he instructed. Remember, the stone tablet rubbings or patterns. And be cautious of the old smoking pipe. That relic values currency over people, but adheres strictly to the rules. As long as you possess my token, he shall refrain from causing you harm. Yet, do not linger too long. Chen Yuan grasped the pouch, feeling its weight in his hand. He said nothing further, lifted the curtain, and swiftly exited. The attendants in the front hall glanced at him, yet offered no words. Chen Yuan proceeded directly out, locating Shirtu, who was hidden in the shadows of the wall, and together they vanished into the chaotic throng of the mule and horse market, along with the shadows of the buildings. Following Qin Zhongwei's directions, they navigated to the eastern edge of the town. This area appeared even more desolate and dilapidated, with crumbled walls and remnants scattered about, while the air was thick with a peculiar blend of musty wood and inferior paint. Soon, they arrived at a coffin shop, Fushou Zhai, whose sign was nearly worn away, and whose entrance exuded a sinister aura. The door stood ajar, revealing a dark interior where a few roughly crafted white coffins could be discerned. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yuan tightened his grip on the copper coins and short dagger, whispering to Shirtu, "Stay close, do not look around, and refrain from speaking." With that, he pushed open the creaking wooden door and stepped into the dim realm, saturated with the essence of death and enigma. Chapter 24. The coffin shop's dark chamber. The shop of Fushuzhai was shrouded in dim light, permeated by a bizarre aroma that mingled aged wood, inferior paint, and an indescribable scent reminiscent of formaldehyde and dust. Several white coffins were haphazardly piled against the walls and in corners, their unsettling pallor illuminated by the meager, pale daylight filtering through the tattered paper of broken windows. Some coffin lids were ajar, revealing the rough timber within, while others were covered thick with dust, as if something might rise from within at any moment. Deep within the shop, behind a dark, worn wooden counter, sat a figure. Rather than sitting, he seemed to curl up in a creaking bamboo chair. He was a gaunt old man, resembling desiccated orange peel, his face a labyrinth of wrinkles that obscured his features, leaving only a murky, yellow-tinged eye to regard the newcomers, Chen Yuan and Shirtu, who had just entered. The place where his other eye should have been was a deep, ghastly black cavity. A copper pipe, long extinguished, dangled from his mouth, and his hands were tucked within his sleeves, presenting him as a lifeless clay effigy. Chen Yuan and Shirtu halted at the entrance. The shop was enveloped in silence, only punctuated by the distant clamor of a market outside, which further accentuated the eerie atmosphere. Shirtu clung tightly to Chen Yuan's clothing, his small frame trembling slightly, his gaze fixed firmly on the ground, unwilling to meet the sight of the coffins. Purchasing a coffin? Burial garments? Incense and paper money? The old man's voice was hoarse and dry, reminiscent of a creaking windbag, each word slowly extricated from his throat. Chen Yuan remained silent, taking a few steps forward until he stood before the counter, where he gently placed the special copper coin given to him by the shopkeeper, Qin, upon the dust-laden surface. In the dim light, the coin appeared unremarkable, yet the old man's solitary eye was drawn to it as if magnetized, fixating particularly on the unique market boar. The old man remained silent for a long moment before slowly extending a hand, thin as a chicken's claw, to pick up the coin with 2 fingers, bringing it close to his eye for a closer inspection. "Qin sent you?" the old man inquired, lowering the coin and scrutinizing Chen Yuan, his murky gaze sweeping over his face, his body, the worn shield on his back, and the short blade at his waist, finally settling on the fresh wounds upon his visage. "Have you gotten into trouble?" "I seek a place to lay low for a while," Chen Yuan replied succinctly, neither elaborating nor pleading, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable urgency. The one-eyed old man fell silent again, the empty pipe moving slightly, as if he were mulling over something. The flicker in his solitary eye seemed to weigh Chen Yuan's worth against the potential trouble he might bring. "How many days?" the old man eventually asked. "I do not know. Perhaps 1 or 2 days, or 3 to 5, Chen Yuan answered honestly. 1 day, 1 dough of coarse rice, or an equivalent. Pay for 3 days in advance." The old man stated the price flatly, devoid of emotion, as if discussing the weather. "You will stay in the back, in the cellar. No coming up, no making fire, no loud noises. Waste matters go in a bucket. Break the rules, and you can leave, or simply lie in one of those coffins over there. I'll give you a discount." The terms were harsh and the price steep, yet Chen Yuan had no room for negotiation. Silently, he retrieved the small cloth pouch given to him by Qin and counted out 3 hard, coarse-grained cakes. This was the sustenance provided by Qin, the most valuable currency at that moment, and placed them upon the counter. The old man glanced at them, his eye revealing no signs of satisfaction or discontent, merely shoving the cakes beneath the counter with a bony finger before slowly rising, stooped over, and retrieving a greasy oil lamp from the wall, igniting it with a flint. The flickering flame cast his shadow upon the walls and coffins, distorting and elongating it like a specter. "Follow me," he instructed, lifting the oil lamp and pulling aside a filthy curtain behind the counter, revealing a dark, downward opening hole from which a stronger musty odor and chill emanated. Chen Yuan grasped Shitu's hand, following the old man down a steep, narrow wooden ladder. The ladder creaked ominously, as if it might collapse at any moment. Below was a low cellar, much smaller than the shop above, with damp earthen walls seeping moisture, cold and clammy. In one corner lay a pile of indistinguishable debris, and the center was strewn with filthy straw mats, the so-called beds. At the far end stood a wooden bucket, exuding a foul stench. Conserve the lamp oil. Refill it yourself when it runs out. Oil is 10 copper coins a spoonful. The old man remarked, placing the lamp on a wobbly wooden box in the middle of the cellar, the light revealing his deeply lined profile and the gaping darkness of his eye socket. Food is your own concern. No matter what sounds you hear at night, do not come out, do not make a sound. If you do, you will die here, and no one will collect your body. With that, he turned away, no longer glancing at Chun Yuan or Shi, and ascended the creaking ladder, the curtain falling behind him, cutting off the faint light from above and muffling most of the sounds. In the cellar remained only Chun Yuan, Shi, a small oil lamp, and the enveloping cold, darkness, and silence. Unable to contain himself any longer, Shi began to sob quietly, gripping Chun Yuan's leg tightly. Uncle Chun, it's so scary here. Like inside a coffin. Chun Yuan gently patted his back, murmuring reassurances, do not fear. This is merely a temporary refuge. This place is safer than outside. He spoke the truth. This coffin shop, the eerie, peculiar one-eyed old man, and the pervasive air of death served as the perfect concealment. No matter how diligently the authorities searched, they would scarcely think to look for them in such a place. He first examined the cellar. Apart from the wooden ladder they had descended, there were no other exits. The walls were sturdy, and the ceiling was thick with wood and earth, providing excellent sound insulation. Indeed, it was a suitable hiding spot, as well as an ideal prison. The old man's rules must be adhered to. He adjusted the oil lamp to brighten it slightly and began to tend to his wounds. The medicine provided by Qin was a superior hemostatic powder, finely ground and reeking of potent herbs. He endured the pain as he cleaned the deeper wounds on his hands and body, applying the powder and rewrapping them with relatively clean cloth strips. The contact of the powder with his wounds brought a sharp, cool sting, quickly followed by relief. Shi assisted him in bandaging the areas on his back that he could not reach. Once the wounds were treated, Chun Yuan broke the remaining grain cakes and shared them with Shi. The cakes were hard and coarse, difficult to swallow, yet they provided warmth and a sense of satiety. They nibbled at them in small bites, accompanied by cold water drawn from the corner water tank, which bore a hint of rust. Uncle Chun, after finishing his cake, leaned beside Chun Yuan and whispered, Grandma and Grandpa Chai, can we save them? Chun Yuan gazed into the child's eyes, filled with both fear and hope, and nodded firmly. Yes, we can. We must. He refrained from offering further comforting words, for hollow promises were of no significance. He needed to act swiftly. However, at this moment, they required rest and the restoration of their strength. He too needed time to digest the information acquired from Qin Zhonggui and formulate a plan for their next steps. He instructed Shi to sleep first while he leaned against the cold earthen wall under the dim light, once more retrieving the black metal plate and the small cloth pouch given to him by Qin Zhonggui. Inside the pouch, alongside medicinal supplies and rations, lay an even smaller object wrapped in oiled paper. Upon opening it, he discovered several pieces of dark brown substance resembling jerky, albeit harder, exuding a peculiar sweet and fishy aroma. Chun Yuan did not recognize this item, but its inclusion by Qin Zhonggui indicated its importance, so he carefully set it aside. His attention then returned to the metal plate. Heiyu, an ancient and enigmatic organization, specialized in handling sordid tasks for powerful figures, seeking out unique items. The spire depicted on the plate served as their emblem. Granny Lu's maiden surname was Mo, and her family had once been renowned herbalists, likely possessing secrets regarding Gui Jianqiu or some special mineral, the steel. Old Chai understood the terrain and was the key to navigation. The fact that Heiyu had abducted Old Chai and injured Granny Lu to extract information indicated their determined and urgent intent. Qin Zhonggui's desire for rubbings or patterns from beneath the steel suggested that the knowledge inscribed on it could hold value far surpassing that of dendrobium and musk, even appealing to someone of Qin Zhonggui's stature. What exactly were the symbols etched upon that steel? How did they relate to what Heiyu was searching for? Chun Yuan closed his eyes, forcing himself to recollect the bones and remnants he had seen in the cave. Aside from the steel, what else was there? Rusted weaponry, shattered armor, that severed spear. There seemed to be no particularly noteworthy burial items or traces of treasure. Could it be that the secret truly resided solely within that steel? Or was the steel merely a marker, with the true treasure hidden deeper within? And what of Zhao Dahua? He had slain members of Heiyu. What predicament was he in now? Was Granny Lu, injured and hiding in Zhao's cellar, safe? Could Zhao Dahua's wife, Zhao Wangshe be trusted? One question after another tangled around him like a chaotic mass. The enemy lurked in the shadows while he remained exposed. They were strong, he was weak, and time was of the essence. He needed information, allies, weapons, and a more detailed plan. Qin Zhongguo was a potentially useful channel, but one not to be fully trusted. This one-eyed old man, the old tobacco pipe, was an enigma. Friend or foe remained uncertain, yet he currently provided shelter. Perhaps he could extract something more from this old tobacco pipe? Qin Zhongguo claimed to be motivated by money rather than loyalty, yet he adhered to his principles. Thus, if the price was right, perhaps he could procure additional information regarding Heiyu, this town, or even Gue Jianshou. Chen Yuan felt the last remnants of his possessions within his pocket. A few pieces of jerky, a bit of salt, and the pouch of dendrobium. The dendrobium was intended for Qin Zhongguo and must not be touched. The jerky and salt were vital for survival and should not be squandered. Unless, his gaze fell upon the broken shield on the ground. This item was cumbersome, but might hold some value for an individual like the old tobacco pipe. And what of the short knife he had wrested from the assassin? Although sharp, its distinctive features could easily expose him. Could it serve as a bargaining chip? As he contemplated, a faint yet rhythmic knocking sound suddenly echoed from the wooden boards above. Tap, tap, tap. Chen Yuan immediately became alert, gripping the short knife at his waist. Shirtu also awoke, looking fearfully at the ceiling. The knocking ceased. After a moment, 3 more taps followed, even lighter, as if testing the waters. Chen Yuan signaled for Shirtu to remain silent, then stealthily moved beneath the wooden ladder, straining to listen. Beyond the rhythmic knocking, there seemed to be other faint sounds from above, akin to hushed conversations or something being gently dragged. Was it the old tobacco pipe? Or had members of Heiyu come knocking? Chen Yuan's heart raced. He slowly ascended the ladder, pressing his ear against the gap in the partition. The sounds above became slightly clearer. Not here. Get lost. It was the raspy, dry voice of the old tobacco pipe, laced with impatience. Old man, don't push your luck. Another voice chimed in, deep and threatening, with an accent that was somewhat unusual, not local. We only want people, a wounded old lady, a limping old man, and a young man with a child. If you've seen them, speak. If not, don't say you haven't seen them. Otherwise, this shop of yours, It was indeed the people of Heiyu, and not just one. From their tone, it seemed they were pressing for the whereabouts of Granny Lu and the others. They had managed to trace their way to the town so quickly, and even located Fu Shouzhai. Chen Yuan felt a cold sweat break out on his palms. He held his breath, continuing to listen. Humph, the old tobacco pipe scoffed, his tone still unhurried. I sell coffins here, only dealing with the dead, not the living. If you're looking for the living, go to the yamen or an inn. Don't be a nuisance here. If you don't leave and disturb my customers, you won't be able to afford the consequences. Customers? What clientele could your shabby coffin shop possibly have? The low voice dripped with derision. Customers, of course, who come in lying down. The old tobacco pipe's tone suddenly took on an eerie chill. What? Do you want to try and reserve a spot ahead of time? Given your urgency, I can offer a discount. 3 thin coffins should suffice. There was a moment of silence from above, as if the old tobacco pipe's words had caught them off guard, or they were weighing their options. After a few seconds, the low voice spoke again, barely containing its fury. Old man, so you think you're tough? Wait until I find them. Find. The old tobacco pipe's voice suddenly rose, sharp as a rusty bell. Dare to touch a coffin or even a nail here, and I assure you, the 3 of you will become my finest customers by tomorrow. Don't believe me? Try it. Following this, a heavy sound erupted above, akin to the movement of a substantial object, accompanied by the faint sound of metal scraping. Chen Yuan listened intently, realizing it was the sound of a coffin lid being pushed open, or perhaps weapons being drawn. The atmosphere became taut, as if tension hung in the air like a drawn sword. After a considerable pause, the deep voice seemed to weigh the pros and cons before letting out a cold snort. Fine, old man, you're quite formidable. Let us go. But you'd better pray that we don't catch you at a disadvantage, otherwise. The sound of footsteps echoed, gradually fading away, culminating in the resounding slam of the shop door. Silence returned above. Chen Yuan waited a moment longer before gently tapping the wooden board above him 3 times, imitating the previous rhythm. A gap was opened in the partition, revealing the old man's weathered face, akin to the peel of an orange, appearing above the crevice, his solitary eye gazing at him under the dim light of the oil lamp. Did you hear that? The old man's voice resumed its earlier indifference. Yes, Chen Yuan nodded. They will return, the old man remarked flatly. 3 of them, armed, not benevolent. You can stay at most 2 more days. After that, figure out your own way to leave. What do they look like? Did they bring anyone? Perhaps a limping old man? Chen Yuan inquired urgently. Appearance? They wore black masks. Who knows what they look like? They came unaccompanied and empty-handed. The old man tugged at the corner of his mouth, resembling a smile or perhaps a sneer. So, you've truly attracted the attention of the Black Prison's fiends? Quite bold of you. He indeed knew of the Black Prison. Chen Yuan felt a stir within him and seized the opportunity. Old man, do you know about the Black Prison? What are they actually searching for? The old man's solitary eye narrowed as he scrutinized Chen Yuan for a while before leisurely responding, the more you know, the quicker you die. Kid, Qin Sin brought you here to evade disaster, not to seek death. Some matters are best left unasked. What if? I am willing to pay the price. Chen Yuan produced the seized dagger from his pocket, its blade casting a chilling gleam under the oil lamp. This dagger is quite sharp. Or perhaps, do you wish to know what lies beneath Gui Jianshou, besides the bones of the dead? The old man's gaze lingered on the dagger for a moment, then scanned Chen Yuan's face, finally resting on the bulging pouch at his waist, filled with Shi. A flicker of keen interest flashed in his solitary eye. The dagger is of no use to me, he replied slowly, his voice dropping lower. I have no interest in what lies beneath Gui Jianshou. However, that bag you carry, it smells of Shi. What is its quality? Chen Yuan felt a jolt of alarm. This old fellow has a keen nose. After a moment's hesitation, he retrieved the pouch from his bosom, opened it, revealing the gray-green Shi, flecked with rust. The old man merely glanced at it before averting his gaze, seemingly indifferent. Yet the brief change in his expression did not escape Chen Yuan's notice. It was the instinctive reaction of someone who recognizes something valuable. Not bad, the old man commented, but then shifted the topic. However, the rules here are clear. I conduct business, not trouble. I do not know, nor do I wish to know, what the Black Prison is after. But, he paused, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his solitary eye. To the north of the town, near the potter's field, there is an abandoned land temple. A few nights ago, unfamiliar faces were seen lingering there, even carrying some items inside, shrouded in mystery. I'm old, my eyesight is poor, and my hearing is fading. I only caught whispers of the wind. An abandoned land temple? Unfamiliar faces? Carrying items inside? Chen Yuan's heart raced. Could this be a temporary stronghold for the Black Prison? Could old Chai be held there? Thank you for your guidance, old sir. Chen Yuan carefully tucked away the Shi and expressed his gratitude earnestly. Regardless of the old man's motives for sharing this information, this clue was of paramount importance. Guidance. The old man scoffed. I said nothing, and you heard nothing. Remember, just 2 days. With that, he disregarded Chen Yuan, covering the partition once more, his footsteps gradually receding. Silence enveloped the cellar again, leaving only the crackling of the burning oil lamp and Chen Yuan's rapid heartbeat. The abandoned land temple by the potter's field, leaning against the cold earthen wall, Chen Yuan closed his eyes and began to devise a swift plan. In 2 days, he must recover from his injuries, regain his strength, and then investigate that land temple. If old Chai was indeed imprisoned there, he must find a way to rescue him. If Granny Lu had been moved, she could also be there. But it would undoubtedly be a den of peril. The opposing party had at least 3 members, possibly more. He was alone, accompanied only by a child. He needed assistance. Xiaoda, who might still be lingering in the village, or perhaps he was preoccupied with his own survival. As for Qin Zhonggui, he had provided information and temporary refuge, but relying on him to take action was unrealistic. Perhaps he could leverage the situation, utilize the Black Prison's desire for the stone tablet, or exploit other forces within the town. Suddenly, he recalled the wary gaze Qin Zhonggui had when mentioning the Black Prison and the old man's reference to the Black Prison fiends. This organization was evidently nefarious, and it likely had many enemies locally. If only, a bold and perilous plan began to take shape in Chen Yuan's mind. He needed more intelligence regarding that abandoned land temple to comprehend the Black Prison's activities in the town, and even to create some chaos to divert attention. And for that, he might need to rely on the seemingly unapproachable yet profoundly inscrutable old man. Chen Yuan opened his eyes, gazing at the flickering flame of the oil lamp, his expression cold and sharp. 2 days. He had but 2 days. Chapter 25. Night visit to the land goddess temple in the cellar. Time felt thick and sluggish, each moment elongated by the chilling darkness and profound silence. The flickering flame of the oil lamp danced nervously, casting the shadows of Chun Yuan and Shi Tu, who curled up together, resembling insects trapped in amber. The faint light from outside seeped through the cracks of the partition, transitioning from a ghostly white to a dim yellow, ultimately engulfed by the encroaching darkness, heralding the arrival of yet another frigid winter night. Chun Yuan closed his eyes, compelling himself to rest. The pain from his wounds had significantly diminished thanks to the fine medicinal ointment provided by Manager Qin, yet the debilitating effects of blood loss and exhaustion weighed heavily upon him. He needed to swiftly regain his strength, for tonight, he had to take action. Shi Tu leaned against him, clutching the hem of his garment tightly, seemingly asleep, though his eyelashes fluttered intermittently, indicating his restless slumber. The child was terrified and utterly worn out. In his mind, Chun Yuan repeatedly rehearsed the forthcoming steps. It was imperative to scout the land goddess temple near the graveyard, yet he could not take Shi Tu. The location was far too perilous. The child would not only be a burden, but could also find himself in grave danger. Although the cellar of the old pipe was eerie, it was comparatively safe for the time being. Furthermore, the old pipe appeared to have its own set of rules for self-preservation. As long as the rent was paid punctually, they should not be betrayed. He needed to extract more information about the land goddess temple from the old pipe and prepare for the reconnaissance that night. As darkness enveloped the sky completely, and presuming the old pipe had finished his mysterious dinner, Chun Yuan gently moved Shi Tu's hand aside, rose, stretched his sore limbs, and then climbed the wooden ladder to softly knock on the partition. The partition was swiftly moved aside, revealing the weathered orange peel face of the old pipe above, his solitary eye glimmering faintly in the light of the oil lamp. "Is there something you need? I wish to inquire about a few matters," Chun Yuan replied, retrieving the last piece of jerky from his pocket and offering it up, seeking information regarding the land goddess temple to the north of the town, as well as the terrain surrounding the graveyard. The old pipe glanced at the jerky but did not accept it, merely chewing on his empty pipe and smacking his lips. "My teeth aren't up to the task for jerky. What do you wish to know?" Chun Yuan placed the jerky on the edge of the partition and inquired, "What is the exact location of the land goddess temple? What obstructions surround it? Do people frequent it? Is there much activity there at night?" "The temple is at the northern edge of the town. You exit the town and follow the muddy path toward the graveyard for about the time it takes to burn an incense stick. There's a small hill overgrown with weeds beside the road, and the temple is atop that hill. It hasn't seen worshippers for at least 800 years, and even the door has rotted away." The old pipe spoke slowly, as if recollecting a trivial old tale. "Surroundings? Aside from the burial mounds, there are pits for the unburied dead. It's tolerable in winter, but in summer, the stench is unbearable. Even ghosts avoid it. At night, other than wild dogs scavenging, there are unsavory things lurking. Who cares about the noise?" His words were vague, yet Chun Yuan discerned some crucial details. The location was remote, long abandoned, and sparsely populated, except for the burial mounds, with few daring to approach at night. This indeed was an excellent place to hide hostages or establish a temporary base. "How large is the temple? Is there a backyard or a cellar?" Chun Yuan pressed on. "It's just a dilapidated shack. Even the offering table is gone. There's a half-collapsed kitchen at the back. I don't know if there's a cellar. Perhaps, from when people dug to hide from the war long ago. Who knows?" The old pipe seemed somewhat impatient. "You're asking so many questions. Do you intend to spend the night there? It's not as warm as it is here." Chun Yuan did not respond to that remark, but instead asked, "Old man, do you have any small items for self-defense? Or could you lend me a reliable weapon? My hatchet is too clumsy, and I'm not used to a short knife." He wished to see if the old pipe possessed any bows or other concealed means of defense. The old pipe narrowed his solitary eye, scrutinizing Chun Yuan for a few seconds, then suddenly broke into a grin, revealing several blackened, decayed teeth. "You've got some guts, intending to probe into the underworld? This is a coffin shop, not a blacksmith's." However, he paused, bent down, rummaged beneath the counter, and pulled out an item, tossing it to Chun Yuan. Chun Yuan caught it. It was cold and heavy, a straight knife about a foot long, entirely black, lacking a guard. The blade was narrow, glowing with a ghostly blue sheen, indicating its exceptional sharpness and fine craftsmanship, far from ordinary. Intriguingly, the handle was hollow, seemingly capable of being twisted open. "This is called the Wu Zue. It seals the throat upon drawing blood and has been poisoned. Be careful not to cut yourself," the old pipe remarked casually. "The handle contains a bit of mist. Twist off the end cap, blow it at someone, and it can take down a cow, but it's a one-time use. Remember to clean the knife and return it to me afterward. This item is worth 3 days' rent. A poison dagger with tranquilizing mist. Chen Yuan's heart raced. The old pipe was indeed extraordinary. He possessed items typically reserved for military or spies. He examined the short knife carefully, cautiously tucking it into his boot for concealment, far more discreet than at his waist, and easier to wield unexpectedly. Thank you, Chen Yuan expressed with gravity. This item might prove life-saving at a critical moment. Don't mention it. We each have our needs. The old pipe waved his hand dismissively. Remember, before the hour of the rat, the graveyard is the quietest. After that, the malevolent spirits emerge, and it's best for the living to steer clear. Also, if you happen to be caught, do not implicate me. Otherwise, you know the consequences. A glimmer of icy intent flickered in his solitary eye as he spoke. Chen Yuan nodded, refraining from further inquiries, and retreated to the cellar, securing the partition once more. Returning to Shirtu's side, he found the child awake, staring at him with fear. Uncle Chen, are you going out? Yes, just to scout the path. I'll be back shortly. Stay here. No matter what sounds you hear, do not come out, and do not make a sound. The old pipe won't harm us for now. It's safer here than outside. Chen Yuan whispered, placing the remaining food and water beside Shirtu. If I am not back by dawn, you must find a way to leave the town by yourself, return to the village to find Zhao Dehu, or go even farther away. In any case, do not linger here. Tears welled in Shirtu's eyes as he clutched Chen Yuan's hand tightly, shaking his head fervently. No, Uncle Chen, please don't go. Let us wait for Uncle Zhao to rescue us, all right? There must be many bad people there. Chen Yuan felt a pang in his heart, but steeled himself, prying Shirtu's hand away with determination. We cannot wait any longer. Grandpa Chai is in their hands. Every day we delay increases the danger. Shirtu, you are a young man now. You must be brave. Remember my words. He conducted a final inspection of his gear, the wushu in his boot, the short blade at his waist, the assassins, the tattered shield bound tightly with cloth on his back, and in his arms he clutched a fire starter, signal arrows, realgar powder, a metal plate, and a pouch of stone orchids. He left the machete behind for Shida's protection. Though the child might struggle to wield it, having something in hand could bolster courage. With everything prepared, he ascended the wooden ladder once more and gently pushed aside the partition. The shop above was shrouded in darkness, the old smoking pipe nowhere to be found, and only the ever-burning lamp behind the counter, lit for the deceased, cast a faint, ghastly green glow. Silently, he slipped out of the coffin shop, merging into the impenetrable darkness outside. The town had long succumbed to slumber, with only a few scattered lights remaining, mostly from the town's sole inn and a few hidden entrances. The cold wind howled, lifting the snow from the ground and stinging his face. Chen Yuan lowered his posture, pressing against the wall's shadow, swiftly moving towards the northern part of the town. Following the old smoking pipe's directions, he soon discovered the muddy path leading to the potter's field. The road was already blanketed with snow, yet traces of wheel ruts and muddled footprints remained, suggesting that many had recently traversed this way. He dared not walk along the path, but instead slipped into the nearby withered shrubs and wild grasses, utilizing the terrain's undulations and shadows to stealthily advance. After approximately the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the air began to fill with an elusive, strange odor. A mix of burnt paper money and decay. Ahead, a series of undulating shadows emerged, half buried in snow, with a disarray of grave mounds scattered across the wilderness, some adorned with crooked, crumbling stone tablets, appearing like silent phantoms in the dim light of the snow. This was indeed the potter's field. At the edge of the potter's field, atop a small earthen mound, stood the decrepit outline of a land deity temple. The temple was modest, consisting of only a main hall, with a corner of the roof collapsed, and the door gaping open like a toothless maw. Inside, there was no light, only an abyss of darkness. Yet, Chen Yuan did not rashly approach. He crouched behind a larger grave mound, holding his breath, eyes fixated on the land deity temple, ears attuned to every faint sound carried by the wind. There were no lights, no voices, not even the stirrings of wild beasts. The silence was unnervingly profound. If this were truly the stronghold of the dark prison, how could it be unguarded? Could the old smoking pipe's information be erroneous? Or had the enemy already relocated? Chen Yuan waited patiently, like a statue carved from snow. The biting cold wind pierced through him, the wounds on his body beginning to throb once more, yet he remained oblivious. After about half an hour, just as Chen Yuan was beginning to doubt his judgment. A faint, nearly imperceptible glow suddenly illuminated the dark entrance of the temple. It was not a flame, but rather, someone had covered a light with thick cloth, allowing only a tiny sliver of light to escape. Someone was there, and they were very alert. Chen Yuan's spirits lifted, and he lowered his body further. He slowly maneuvered, circling around from behind the grave mound to observe from another angle. However, the area around the temple was open, with little concealment aside from the grave mounds. Contemplating, he retrieved a bit of realgar powder from his pocket and sprinkled it onto the snow around him to mask any lingering human scent. Then, like a lizard, he crawled on the icy ground, using the grave mounds and the terrain's depressions to inch forward toward the side of the temple. The biting cold snow quickly soaked through his thin clothing, the rough ground and frozen earth rubbing against his wounds, sending waves of sharp pain coursing through him. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth, controlling his breathing and movements, taking nearly a quarter of an hour to reach a half-collapsed grave pit approximately 10 zhang from the temple's side wall. From this vantage point, he could see the side and rear of the temple more clearly. He focused intently. On the side wall of the temple, there was a small gap, nailed shut with broken wooden planks, through which the faint light emanated. Behind the temple, there appeared to be a low, haphazard shelter constructed from loose stones and thatch, resembling a cooking area, though it had mostly collapsed. Everything seemed quite normal, conforming to the appearance of an abandoned, dilapidated temple. Yet, Chen Yuan's instincts told him otherwise. It was too clean. The snow surrounding the temple, while bearing scattered footprints, showed noticeably fresher and more concentrated prints near the temple door and side window. Moreover, beneath the temple's wall, he discerned several patches of snow that had been deliberately smoothed down, yet appeared unnaturally so, as if someone frequently walked or lingered there. And the scent in the wind. Aside from the burnt paper and decay, there was also a faint hint of a living person's body odor and smoke. Not incense, but rather the aroma of tobacco or some kind of fragrant herb. Just as he was scrutinizing the scene, that faint glow within the temple suddenly flickered and then extinguished. Immediately after, an exceedingly quiet creaking sound emanated from the direction of the temple door. Although it was masked by the wind, Chen Yuan still caught the faint sound of the door being gently pushed open from within. He quickly buried his head low, revealing only his eyes, fixated on the temple door. A shadow darted out from the crack in the door, moving with agility. The figure paused at the entrance for a moment, seemingly surveying the surroundings, then swiftly proceeded to the side of the temple, whispering something into the shadowy corner of the wall. To his astonishment, another person stood up from the shadows. The two exchanged a few hushed words. Due to the distance and the wind, Chen Yuan could not discern their conversation, but he could see that both were highly vigilant, frequently glancing around. Subsequently, the one who emerged seemed to retrieve something, like a small bundle, whispered a few more words, then turned and walked quickly along a snow-covered path behind the temple, disappearing into the deeper darkness of the potter's field. The individual remaining at the temple in trance then retreated back inside, closing the door. Silence enveloped the area once more. A change of guard. There were hidden sentries. This land deity temple indeed harbored secrets. Moreover, it was tightly secured. With a combination of visible and hidden watchers, acting with caution, undoubtedly trained individuals. Chen Yuan's heart raced. The direction the departing figure had taken led deeper into the potter's field, where, aside from more desolate graves, what else could it lead to? Could it be that their true stronghold was not here, but rather deeper within? Was this merely a forward base? He hesitated, contemplating whether to continue monitoring the land deity temple or to follow the departing figure. Following posed significant risks, as the individual was clearly going to relay information or undertake a mission, potentially heading to a more critical location, but they might also detect a tail. Meanwhile, the situation within the temple remained uncertain, and it was unknown whether Lao Chaitu was inside. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yuan resolved to first ascertain the situation within the Tudi Miao. If Lao Chaitu was inside, rescuing him would take precedence. If not, he would devise a means of tracking him down. He waited for a while, confirming that there were no new disturbances emanating from the temple, before cautiously making his way towards the collapsed kitchen at the back of the Tudi Miao. There might be a gap through which he could glimpse inside, or perhaps a back door or cellar entrance. The kitchen was in a more dilapidated state than he had imagined. The roof had completely caved in, leaving only a few charred wooden beams jutting towards the sky, and it was filled with a heap of broken bricks, debris, and accumulated snow. Chun Yuan carefully cleared away the snow and debris, and at the furthest end of the kitchen, close to the wall of the main building, he discovered a large, slanted stone slab. The snow at the edge of the slab bore marks of frequent footsteps, and it appeared to have been moved recently. There might be a cellar entrance beneath it. His heart leaped with joy. He gently tested it, and though the slab was heavy, it was not immovable. He hesitated to lift it immediately, fearing traps or the possibility of alerting someone inside. He pressed his ear against the cold stone surface, holding his breath to listen intently. Below, there seemed to be an extremely faint, stifled groan, accompanied by the soft clinking of iron chains. Someone was there. Someone imprisoned. Most likely, it was Lao Chai-tu. Chun Yuan's heart tightened instantly. He suppressed the urge to immediately lift the slab and continue listening. In addition to the groans and the sound of chains, it seemed that someone was speaking in hushed tones, but he could not discern the words through the stone. He needed to ascertain how many people were below, the condition of Lao Chai-tu, and the situation with the guards. He scrutinized the area around the slab and noticed a subtle crack along its edge, which appeared to be a former ventilation hole, now mostly blocked by mud, yet there were still tiny openings. He carefully used the tip of his dagger to slowly pry away a bit of mud, revealing a small hole slightly larger than a pinprick. He positioned his eye close to the hole and looked down. Below was a modest cellar, illuminated by a dim oil lamp. In the flickering light, a familiar figure was curled up on a pile of hay in the corner, bound by thick iron chains locked to a metal ring on the wall. It was indeed Lao Chai-tu. His clothes were tattered, his body marred with injuries, and one of his legs was unnaturally bent, as if it had been hurt again. He lay with his eyes closed, emitting pained groans. In the cellar, there was another person, a man clad in a tight black suit, his face obscured by a black cloth, leaned against the opposite wall of the cellar with his arms crossed, seemingly dozing off. Judging by his build, he was not the man Chun Yuan had encountered at the entrance. He must be another guard. Only two individuals. One guard and the imprisoned Lao Chai-tu. An opportunity. If there was only this one guard, there might be a chance to catch him off guard. But Chun Yuan did not act impulsively. He needed to confirm whether there were any other exits from the cellar and if there were others within the temple. He patiently observed for a while longer, ensuring that only these two were present and noting that the guard appeared somewhat lax. He gently withdrew his head, his mind racing with calculations. A direct assault? Descending into the cellar would undoubtedly alert the guard, and if he could not subdue him instantly, any cries for help or resistance would draw the attention of others in the temple. Use of smoke? The dagger provided by the old man contained some, but it was a one-time opportunity. He had to ensure it would incapacitate the guard, and deploying smoke required close proximity, which was equally risky. It would be best to draw the tiger away from its mountain, or create a distraction to divert the guard before descending to rescue Lao Chai-tu. As he pondered, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps and hushed, panicked voices emerged from the direction of the temple's front door. Hurry, go check on that old man. Damn it, this is bad luck. If he dies, the master will be displeased. The footsteps rapidly approached the entrance to the cellar. Chun Yuan's heart raced. Without time to think further, his body instinctively shrank deeper into the shadows of the kitchen, completely concealing himself behind the collapsed beams and debris, holding his breath. With a loud clatter, the stone slab at the cellar entrance was abruptly pushed open from the inside. Light and shadows spilled forth. Two figures cloaked in black masks, one of whom seemed to be the man from earlier at the entrance, hurriedly emerged from the cellar. Knives in hand and expressions fraught with urgency. You go check if that old geezer is still breathing. I'll fetch some water. One of them instructed his companion, and without a thorough examination of their surroundings, they split up, one returning to the cellar while the other dashed towards the front of the temple, presumably to fetch water. An opportunity. A rare chance. The cellar entrance was ajar, the guard distracted, and Lao Chai-tu's condition was critical. A glint of determination flashed in Chun Yuan's eyes. He no longer hesitated. Like a silent specter, he surged from his hiding place, darting towards the open cellar entrance in the instant that the sound of the fetching guard faded away. Within the cellar, the remaining guard crouched beside Lao Chai-tu, reaching to check his pulse, his back turned to the entrance, utterly unguarded. Chun Yuan landed soundlessly. His dagger was already gripped in his right hand, while his left hand reached for the short knife at his waist. He had to strike with lethal precision, leaving no opportunity for the guard to call out. However, just as his toes were about to touch the bottom of the cellar and his dagger was poised to strike, a pair of cold, mocking, malevolent eyes suddenly opened from the shadows of the cellar corner, locking onto Chun Yuan's gaze. There was indeed another person concealed there, a figure that had been coiled in the shadows, seemingly non-existent. At that moment, a cruel smile curled at the corners of the person's mouth, and with a flicker of a cold star in hand, they launched a swift attack towards Chun Yuan's face. Chapter 26. Blood Trails and the Return. The cold starlight descended with alarming swiftness. It was a hidden weapon. Moreover, it was poisoned, glimmering with an eerie blue hue under the dim glow of the oil lamp, aimed directly at Chun Yuan's throat. In a moment teetering between life and death, the instinct honed from countless encounters with mortality since his arrival in this realm kicked in. He did not attempt to completely evade the attack, for the distance was too short and time was of the essence. Instead, he swiftly tilted his head and raised the battered shield that he had just unfastened from his back. A faint clang resounded as the projectile struck the edge of the shield, sending sparks flying. The tremendous force jolted Chun Yuan's arm, nearly causing him to lose his grip on the shield. The weapon was a bone-piercing trident nail embedded deep into the wooden shield, its exposed tip shimmering ominously, clearly laced with potent venom. Nevertheless, the assault was far from over. From the shadows, the assailant, having missed his target, lunged forward like a specter, brandishing another dark blade aimed at Chun Yuan's heart. At that moment, the guard, who had been crouched beside the old man, finally reacted, roaring as he drew his sword and turned to strike. In the blink of an eye, Chun Yuan found himself in a perilous predicament. Flanked on both sides, the cellar was cramped, leaving no room for escape. Yet, remarkably, he remained unusually composed. The shield had slowed down the projectile's momentum, affording him a clearer perspective of the situation. The figure emerging from the shadows possessed agility that surpassed that of the guard. He must be the leader. The greatest threat must be neutralized first. Faced with the dual assault, Chun Yuan neither retreated, as the cellar entrance lay behind him, nor resorted to brute force. Instead, he executed an incredibly audacious maneuver. He lunged forward, not towards his foes, but into the narrow space between them, all the while hurling the dark dagger he had clutched tightly in his right hand at the oncoming shadowy leader, employing all his strength. It was not a thrust, but a throw. The target was not a vital point, but rather the enemy's face. The leader, clearly unprepared for Chun Yuan's audacity in the face of such peril, did not anticipate that he would relinquish his weapon to launch an attack. In a frantic attempt, he swung his blade to parry. Clang! The dagger was deflected, but this was precisely the moment Chun Yuan sought to create a fleeting delay. As the leader deflected the dagger and the guard swung down his sword, Chun Yuan had already thrown himself to the ground, executing a clumsy yet effective roll through the gap between their strikes. Simultaneously, his left hand shot to his waist, retrieving the short blade he had seized from the assassin. In the midst of his roll, he thrust the blade upward with all his might into the exposed ribcage of the guard, who had overextended himself with his downward strike. With a sickening squelch, the blade, razor-sharp and driven by Chun Yuan's desperate force, easily sliced through the guard's flimsy clothing and flesh, embedding itself deep between the ribs. The guard emitted a brief, anguished scream as his weapon clattered to the ground, his body staggering forward, blood gushing forth and instantly staining the damp cellar floor crimson. In the instant of his success, Chun Yuan leveraged the momentum of his roll to spring upward, diving towards the location where the dagger had been deflected. The leader had now regained his composure, his eyes flashing with murderous intent, his dark blade striking with the swiftness of a venomous serpent aimed at Chun Yuan's back. Without glancing back, as if his back possessed a sixth sense, Chun Yuan reached the spot of the fallen dagger, seized it with his left hand, and reversed his grip on the short blade with his right, propelling himself into a fierce sideways roll. The leader's blade grazed Chun Yuan's back, tearing a long gash in his already tattered clothing, the cold steel even breaking the skin and drawing a line of blood. Yet, he ultimately avoided a fatal blow. Chun Yuan rolled into the corner of the cellar, leaning against the earthen wall, panting heavily, each hand wielding a knife, his gaze fixed intently on the leader, who was now facing him once more. The distance between them was a mere 7 or 8 paces. With the dying guard convulsing on the ground, and the old man either unconscious or feigning unconsciousness, the air was thick with the metallic scent of blood. The leader did not immediately pursue. He glanced at the fallen guard, clearly beyond saving, and then scrutinized the 2 blades in Chun Yuan's hands, particularly the uniquely shaped dagger, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his single eye. The dagger, belonging to the old pipe? The leader's voice was hoarse and laden with caution. Are you one of the old pipe's people? Chun Yuan offered no reply, merely adjusting his breath, acutely aware of the searing pain in his back and the slight tremor in his arms from exertion. The series of life-and-death maneuvers had drained him, and his wounds had reopened. Yet he knew he could not afford to show weakness. Release him, or die. Chun Yuan's voice was hoarse, but carried an undeniable chill. He shook the dagger in his hand, the hilt pointing towards the leader. The leader's gaze flickered. The old pipe's reputation evidently instilled some trepidation in him, and Chun Yuan's display of ferocity and precise counterattack made him wary. More crucially, he had heard the footsteps of his comrade, the one fetching water, potentially returning. Although the earlier commotion had been minimal, it could draw attention. You've disrupted the grand plans of the Black Prison. Even with the old pipe's protection, you cannot escape. The leader slowly shifted his stance, seeking an angle for attack. Leave this old man and the dagger behind, and I may allow you to leave. Otherwise, when the third one returns, you will have nowhere to flee. He was stalling for time, waiting for his companion to return, forming a 2-to-1 scenario. Chun Yuan would undoubtedly perish. A flash of thought raced through Chun Yuan's mind. He could not wait. A swift resolution was imperative. His gaze swept over the dying guard, then over the corner where the old man lay unconscious, finally settling on the leader's face. Suddenly, a cold, almost mocking smile tugged at his lips. The dagger? Chun Yuan slowly retrieved the black metal insignia from his pocket, shaking it under the dim light. Is this what you seek? The leader's attention was instantly captured by the insignia, his breath quickening. Hand it over. Want it? Come and take it. Before his words had fully left his mouth, Chun Yuan hurled the short blade towards the leader's face. Simultaneously, he lunged forward, not towards the leader, but towards the old man. The leader instinctively sidestepped to avoid the thrown dagger, only to realize that Chun Yuan's true target was the old man, and in an instant, he understood he had been deceived. With an enraged shout, he thrust his blade towards Chun Yuan's back. However, the motion of Chun Yuan diving beside the old man was merely a feint. As the leader's blade approached, he suddenly crouched low, thrusting the dagger behind him with his left hand, aiming for the leader's abdomen. Simultaneously, his right hand swiftly unscrewed the cap at the end of the dagger, pointing the hilt towards the leader's face. The leader had not anticipated that Chun Yuan had a backup plan, nor that the dagger held a concealed surprise. He swiftly evaded the slash aimed at his lower abdomen, only to inadvertently position his face directly in front of the knife's hilt. A faint grayish, nearly invisible mist erupted from the dark handle, striking the leader's mouth and nose. The leader was instantly overwhelmed by a peculiar, sweet odor, causing his vision to blacken and his strength to drain away in an instant. The short blade clattered to the ground as his body collapsed forward, akin to a felled tree, landing squarely upon the elderly Chaotu, who had just managed to rise partially. Chun Yuan gasped for breath, observing the incapacitated leader before glancing at the dark handle in his hand. The intoxicating smoke gifted by the old tobacco pipe was indeed formidable, rendering the foe unconscious in an instant. However, having been so close, he had inhaled some as well, and now felt a slight dizziness wash over him. He quickly held his breath and stepped back a few paces. The cellar fell into a temporary silence, broken only by the crackling of the oil lamp and the increasingly faint groans of the dying guard. Chun Yuan dared not linger, forcing himself to endure the dizziness and the pain from his wounds as he hurried to Chaotu's side. The elder, pinned beneath the leader's weight, seemed to have regained a semblance of consciousness from the impact. His murky eyes struggled to open, and upon seeing Chun Yuan, they first reflected confusion, then ignited with disbelief and excitement. Chun Daxiatsi, is it you? It is I. Do not speak. Let me assist you. Chun Yuan whispered, exerting effort to lift the leader's body and inspecting the chains binding Chaotu. The chains were thick, connected to an iron ring embedded in the wall, without a key in sight. He attempted to sever the chains with the short blade and the dark handle, but their robustness proved difficult to overcome in a short span. The key is on that man. Chaotu weakly gestured towards the unconscious leader. Chun Yuan promptly searched the leader's person and indeed found a brass key at his waist. He swiftly unlocked the chains binding Chaotu. After being imprisoned for days, coupled with old and new injuries, the elder was utterly weakened and could not rise. I will carry you, Chun Yuan declared without hesitation, crouching down to hoist Chaotu onto his back. The elder was light, yet Chun Yuan was himself at the end of his strength, and the added weight caused darkness to encroach upon his vision. He bit his tongue to keep himself alert, inserting the dark handle back into his boot, retrieving his short blade and a metallic tag, while kicking the leaders' and guards' weapons into a corner. Then, burdened with Chao-Tu, he laboriously ascended the cellar entrance. Outside, the snowstorm persisted, the night as dark as ink. The figure in black who had gone to fetch water had yet to return, but could arrive at any moment. Chen Yuan dared not retrace his steps. Instead, he trudged towards the opposite side of the mass grave, moving away from the town. He must escape this area swiftly, seeking a relatively safe place to hide, tend to his wounds, and allow Chao-Tu a moment to catch his breath. The snow made progress arduous, and with the added weight of another, Chen Yuan's pace was pitifully slow. Not far into his flight, he heard angry shouts and hurried footsteps coming from the direction of the land temple. The water-fetching individual had returned, discovering the situation in the cellar, and pursuers were on their way. A jolt of urgency surged through Chen Yuan as he exerted every ounce of strength to dash towards a densely wooded hillside that he recalled from memory. Once within the trees, he would find ample cover and opportunities to evade his pursuers. The biting cold wind sliced against his face, mingling with sweat, both chilling and painful. Behind him, Chao-Tu seemed to regain a flicker of awareness, whispering faintly, to the west, there's a hunter's trail leading to the back mountains. Chen Yuan's spirits lifted, and he immediately adjusted his course, navigating through the knee-deep snow following Chao-Tu's vague directions. Sure enough, after scaling a small snow slope, he discerned a narrow path obscured by snow, yet faint traces hinted at its existence, winding toward a dark expanse of fir trees. Without hesitation, he veered onto the path. Although the snow remained deep, the sheltering trees lessened the ferocity of the storm, making it easier for his footprints to be concealed by the fresh snowfall. He dared not pause, continuing deeper into the forest with Chao-Tu on his back. Time seemed to stretch endlessly as the sounds of pursuit gradually faded, muffled by the wind and trees. Chen Yuan's strength waned, his vision dimming as his legs felt leaden. Noticing a natural depression formed by a pile of snow and fallen trees, akin to a makeshift shelter, he could no longer maintain his endurance. He stumbled into the hollow, gently setting Chao-Tu down before collapsing into the icy snow, gasping for breath. Each inhalation laced with the metallic taste of blood and the searing pain in his lungs. His sweat had long since soaked through and frozen against his skin. Chen Daxiatsi. Chao-Tu struggled to inch closer, his frail hand grasping Chen Yuan's arm, tears streaming down his weathered face. Thank you for saving me. The Liu family girl, she. Old Chao-Tu, don't speak. Conserve your strength. We are not yet out of danger. Chen Yuan managed to reply hoarsely, catching his breath. Liu Papur is injured but should be safe in Zhao Dahu's cellar. He propped himself up to examine Chao-Tu's injuries. In addition to old wounds, there were new lash marks and bruises, and his left leg appeared severely kicked, swollen but thankfully unbroken. Chen Yuan retrieved the medicinal powder given to him by Manager Qin, treating several of the deeper wounds, and tore a clean strip from his inner garment to bandage them. Please eat something, Chen Yuan urged, producing the last bit of rations, breaking it in half and offering the larger piece to Chao-Tu, while nibbling on the smaller. In the frigid landscape, the warmth provided by even a morsel of food was invaluable. Chao-Tu trembled as he accepted the offering, taking small bites, his murky eyes fixed upon Chen Yuan, brimming with gratitude, guilt, and deep concern. Chinda, you should not have come. The black prison is not to be trifled with. As Chao-Tu regained some strength, his voice grew slightly steadier. They are targeting me. And the Liu family girl, it's for what lies beneath Gijianshu. Chen Yuan nodded, producing the metallic tag from his pocket. Is it because of this? Upon seeing the tag, Chao-Tu's expression shifted dramatically, his breath quickening. Yes, it is indeed. The Black Prison's death decree. How? How did you come to possess it? I took it from those who sought to kill me. Chen Yuan carefully stored away the insignia. Old Master Chai, what on earth is happening? What is the Heiyu? What lies beneath Gui Jianshou, aside from the stone tablet? Why are they so intent on capturing you? Old Master Chai remained silent for a considerable time, seemingly lost in recollection, as if he were meticulously organizing his thoughts. The wind and snow howled outside the makeshift shelter, and the forest was shrouded in an eerie stillness. This matter is rather lengthy. Old Master Chai finally spoke, his voice tinged with desolation. Heiyu is an ancient and sinister organization, specializing in clandestine dealings for powerful figures, and in accumulating various peculiar artifacts. This insignia is a mark of their core members. As for what lies beneath Gui Jianqiu, he paused, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. It is not merely the stone tablet. Long ago, when my father was still alive, I heard the elder herbalist speak of an ancient altar buried at the bottom of that chasm, concealing something extraordinary. Subsequently, in times of chaos, a group of defeated soldiers fled into it and was never seen again. My father, in his youth, was curious and ventured inside with a few brave souls. In the end, he was the only one to emerge, albeit with a limp. Before he passed, he claimed it was a place of doom, with no way in or out, and that inside, besides the dead, there were other entities guarding it. What entities? Qin Yuan pressed. I do not know. My father did not elaborate, but it seemed not of this world. Old Master Chai shook his head, producing a half-tattered piece of hide, inscribed with strange symbols and characters, resembling an ancient record. That hide was later passed to the father of the girl from the Liu family, as their ancestors were skilled in the arcane arts. The father of the Liu girl devoted his life to studying it, seemingly deciphering some of its secrets, claiming that beneath the altar lay treasures capable of altering the very fabric of reality, yet also perilous in nature. Later, the Liu family fell into sudden decline, their lineage dwindling, and that fragment of hide along with the father's research notes became the sole lead. The Heiyu, having caught wind of this, became convinced that the treasure resided with the Liu girl, which is why they came after us. They seek me because of my father's prior venture. I recognize the route and have a semblance of understanding about the dangers within. Treasures capable of changing the world? An ancient altar? Perils of great magnitude? Qin Yuan felt a tremor in his heart. This was far more intricate and perilous than he had anticipated. The symbols etched upon the stone tablet pertained to that altar and its treasures? Qin Yuan recalled the commission from Manager Qin. Perhaps. I have not seen the stone tablet myself. My father, during his expedition, did not dare to delve deeply. He merely circled the periphery and encountered some bones and that fragment of hide before he fled in terror. Old Master Chai sighed. Chinda, heed my counsel. Do not pursue this matter any further. The Heiyu is formidable and ruthless. Once they have set their sights on you, they will not relent. You have already rendered me a great favor by saving my life. It is best you take the stone and venture as far away as possible. As for the Liu girl, alas, whether it is fortune or misfortune, it is her fate to determine. Qin Yuan remained silent, offering no reply. Leave? Where could he possibly go? In this world, where was there a sanctuary? Moreover, Granny Liu had shown him kindness. Zhao Dahu had risked much for him. Shirtu depended on him. And then there was the enigmatic Manager Qin and the secrets beneath Gui Jianqiu. All of it had woven an invisible net, ensnaring him, leaving no avenue for escape. Let us depart from here first. Qin Yuan did not engage with old Master Chai's words, rising to assess the exterior. The wind and snow seemed to have abated slightly. A faint grayish-white hue appearing on the eastern horizon. Dawn was approaching. The pursuers might still be nearby. We cannot linger. Are you able to walk? Old Master Chai struggled to rise, but pain shot through his left leg, rendering him unable to bear weight. My leg. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yuan bent down once more. I will carry you. We must find a safer place before dawn. He hoisted old Master Chai onto his back, retrieved the dagger, determined the direction, and once again stepped into the darkness veiled by the snowstorm as dawn approached. Old Master Chai was light, yet Qin Yuan's own strength had been stretched to its limits, each step feeling as though he were treading on cotton or walking upon the edge of a blade. We must return. Shirtu awaits at the coffin shop. Granny Liu's whereabouts must be confirmed. An explanation is required from Manager Qin, and the threat posed by the Heiyu looms overhead like a sword of Damocles. He trudged through the snowy expanse, carrying the elder upon his back, resembling a wounded lone wolf, stubbornly treading toward an uncertain return, plunging deeper into the vortex of fate. Meanwhile, in the distant, snow-laden winds, from the direction of the Earth Deity Temple, flickering torchlights, akin to will-o'-the-wisps, slowly moved toward the path they had vanished from, wavering in and out of sight. Chapter 27. The undercurrents of the return journey. The darkness before dawn is the most profound and frigid. Although the snow and wind have lessened somewhat, the chill seems capable of penetrating flesh and freezing bone marrow. Qin Yuan, bearing the frail old Chai Tu on his back, trudges through the snow that reaches up to his knees, each step a painful ordeal akin to walking on burning coals, as if he were dragging an immense burden. The weight of the elder, though light, feels like a small mountain to Qin Yuan, who is already exhausted and battered. His lungs heave like a broken bellows, each breath tinged with the metallic taste of blood and searing pain. The icy air he inhales transforms into a white mist that crystallizes upon his brows, lashes, and tattered collar. The pursuers behind him have not given up, though obscured by the snowstorm and the trees. Chen Yuan can sense the flickering glow of their torches, like will-o'-the-wisps, trailing him at a constant distance, relentless as a maggot in flesh. Their tracking skills in the snow are evidently adept. Even as Chen Yuan attempts to navigate treacherous paths, frozen streams, and risks climbing over fallen trunks to obscure his tracks, his pursuers seem consistently capable of discerning his general direction. To the left, that patch of low pine forest. Hurry. There's a hunter's snare. The elder, regaining a semblance of consciousness, whispers intermittently into Chen Yuan's ear. His familiarity with this mountainous terrain remains intact despite years of absence. With renewed vigor, Chen Yuan obediently veers towards the dense, snow-laden pine forest ahead, its low-lying branches heavily burdened by the frost that occasionally falls upon him like icy daggers. Yet, within the thicket, their forms are effectively concealed, offering them a momentary reprieve from sight. Be cautious. There are snares underfoot, Old Chai Tu warns. Chen Yuan slows his pace, carefully scrutinizing the ground in the dim light of the snow. Indeed, he spots several rudimentary snares crafted from animal sinew or resilient vines, half buried in the snow beside seemingly ordinary snowdrifts and fallen logs, intended for trapping small creatures like foxes or rabbits. While these traps are of little threat to larger animals or humans, encountering one in this desperate flight would undoubtedly be fatal. He meticulously circumvents these snares, a thought igniting in his mind. The eager pursuers may lack the same level of caution. Perhaps he could turn this to his advantage. With swift observation, he notes the location and triggering mechanisms of several snares, ultimately selecting one situated at a concealed intersection of two animal trails. Gently, he brushes away the snow surrounding the snare to reveal the trigger mechanism, then deftly severs a seemingly inconsequential vine that serves a crucial role in its stability and balance. He then kicks up the snow a short distance ahead, simulating the hurried passage of someone who nearly slipped. Having completed this, he does not linger, hastening through the pine forest with Old Chai Tu still on his back. Emerging from the woods, he finds himself on a relatively open snow slope, blanketed in withered grass, where the vague outlines of low houses at the town's edge come into view. The grayish-white light on the horizon is gradually expanding, brightening the dawn. Yet, the torchlight behind him has also broken through the forest's edge, drawing closer. Their pace has quickened. Chen Yuan grits his teeth, summoning every last ounce of strength as he charges down the snow slope. If he can reach the chaotic shanty areas and ruins on the outskirts of the town, he will find greater opportunities to hide and evade. Stop! A harsh voice calls from behind, laden with a ferocity dulled by the wind and snow. An arrow whizzes past, grazing Chen Yuan's scalp before plunging deep into the snow ahead. They have loosed arrows, and their aim is precise. A chill runs through Chen Yuan, propelling him to accelerate down the slope, nearly tumbling as he descends. Old Chai Tu emits a muffled groan from his back, clearly jostled by the rough descent. Just then, a soft crack resounds from the direction of the pine forest, followed by a startled shout and the sound of a heavy object crashing down, accompanied by a cacophony of dragging noises. The trap has been triggered. A hapless pursuer has stumbled into the snare Chen Yuan had tampered with. The cries and footsteps behind him momentarily falter, some shouting inquiries while others curse in frustration. The pursuit has slowed. Seizing this precious opportunity, Chen Yuan plunges into the labyrinth of dilapidated buildings and debris at the town's edge, no longer running in a straight line, but weaving through narrow alleys, collapsed walls, and heaps of firewood and refuse, aiming to obscure his tracks and confuse his pursuers. The light grows brighter, yet the wintry dawn arrives with an excruciating slowness. The town remains eerily silent, most homes shuttered tight, save for a few early risers gathering droppings or fetching water. Upon sighting Chen Yuan, bloodied and disheveled with the old man on his back, they recoil in fright, too startled to glance back. Guided by memory, he races towards the direction of Fashizi coffin shop. Avoiding the main roads, he darts through the alleys. Old Chai Tu seems to have lapsed back into unconsciousness, silent as a shadow. Chen Yuan's own strength has finally waned. Darkness clouds his vision, his legs feel leaden, and each step requires sheer willpower to sustain. At last, he spots the eerie, dilapidated coffin shop. The door is tightly shut, the sign swaying slightly in the morning breeze. Chun Yuan rushes to a collapsed gap in the back wall, carefully easing the unconscious old Chai Tu through first, then following himself, hastily covering the breach with snow and nearby scraps of wood. Once this is done, he can no longer hold himself up, collapsing onto the cold ground, gasping for air, feeling as if his body no longer belongs to him, save for his heart, which pounds furiously in his chest, threatening to burst. The cold, pain, exhaustion, and blood loss intertwine, nearly overwhelming him. But he knows he cannot succumb just yet. With great effort, he rises, hoisting old Chai Tu once more, and staggers towards a nondescript little wooden door at the back of the shop, blending almost seamlessly with the wall. Following his previous observations, he knocks 5 times in a specific rhythm on a nondescript wooden knot at the lower left corner of the door. Silence envelopes the interior. After a brief pause, the latch is gently pulled back, and the door opens a crack, revealing the familiar orange peel face of old Yin and his murky single eye. The single eye swept over Chun Yuan and the old man, Lao Chai Tu, on his back, lingering for a moment on the blood-stained rags wrapped around Lao Chai Tu and Chun Yuan's own disheveled appearance. His face betrayed little emotion as he stepped aside to allow entry. Chun Yuan squeezed in, bearing Lao Chai Tu. Inside lay the backyard and storage of the coffin shop, cluttered with more half-finished coffin boards, tools, and various odds and ends, all permeated with the strange odor of wood and paint. The old smoke pipe closed the door and secured the latch before leisurely speaking in a tone as flat as discussing the weather. Brought him back? And with an extra burden? Lao Yizi is injured and requires a place to rest, Chun Yuan panted, gently placing Lao Chai Tu on a pile of relatively dry shavings. My rules here are simple. I accept only money, not people. The old smoke pipe replied, holding an empty pipe, clicking it lightly. Besides, he's half dead. Qin Sanji merely mentioned a temporary stay. He didn't say anything about bringing someone along. More money, Chun Yuan said, pulling out a leather pouch filled with Shirhu, hesitating briefly before offering it. This contained the finest iron-skin Shirhu, the goods Qin Zhonggui desired. Could we allocate some to cover Lao Yizi's lodging and medical expenses? The old smoke pipe accepted the pouch, opened it for a glance, and sniffed it, a glint of intelligence flashing in his single eye, but his tone remained indifferent. The goods are indeed excellent. However, the trouble is greater. The hounds from the dark prison are likely already on the scent and closing in on the town. My humble abode cannot withstand much commotion. They won't find this place immediately, Chun Yuan countered. Moreover, they are looking for Lao Yizi. He possesses knowledge that the dark prison desires. Keeping him here may not be detrimental to you. Though somewhat vague, his words carried a hint of suggestion. The old smoke pipe narrowed his eye, scrutinizing Chun Yuan for a long moment, seemingly weighing the gravity of his words against the potential risks and rewards they entailed. Ultimately, he grunted and tossed the pouch back to Chun Yuan. You keep the Shirhu for your accountability with Qin Sanji. As for him, he may stay here temporarily, but you shall provide an additional liter of rice each day, or equivalent value. I have medicine, but that will be charged separately. Also, keep yourselves in check. Do not bring trouble upon me, or I shall show no mercy. This was an agreement, albeit under stringent conditions. Chun Yuan exhaled in relief and expressed his gratitude. The little one in the cellar has awakened, cried a few times, but I scolded him into silence, the old smoke pipe added, indicating a small corner piled with rags. Move him there to avoid the wind. I will fetch some hot water and food and calculate the costs. With that, he hunched over and slowly made his way toward the front room. Chun Yuan first transferred Lao Chai Tu to the relatively sheltered corner, using hay and rags to make him as comfortable as possible. The old man's complexion was waxy, his breath faint but steady, with a severe swelling in his left leg. Chun Yuan carefully examined it. It appeared to be a soft tissue bruise exacerbated by an old injury, but the bones seemed intact. He then approached the cellar entrance and lifted the partition. Immediately, a muffled, tearful voice called out, Chinshu? Is that you, Chinshu? It's me, Shirtu. I'm back, Chun Yuan replied as he descended the wooden ladder. In the cellar, the oil lamp flickered, revealing Shirtu curled up on a straw mat, his small face grimy, eyes red and swollen. Upon seeing Chun Yuan, he shot over like a small cannonball and tightly clung to his leg, wailing, Chinshu, you finally returned. I was so scared. There were bad people above, making loud noises, and the old man wouldn't let me make a sound. I thought you. Chun Yuan felt a pang in his heart and crouched down, gently patting Shirtu's back. Don't be afraid, it's all right. Qinshu has come back. Look, I even brought Lao Yizi back. Shirtu then noticed the old man on his back, his cries subsiding slightly. Though he still sniffled, Lao Yizi. What happened to him? Where's Grandma? Grandma is at Uncle Zhao's house, safe for now. Lao Yizi is injured and needs rest, Qin Yuan reassured him, shifting the subject. Are you hungry? There will be food soon. Just then, the old smoke pipe emerged with a steaming earthen pot and 2 dark, coarse grain cakes. He placed the items on a wooden box and tossed Qin Yuan a small packet of medicinal powder for internal and external use to treat bruises and clear heat toxins. 50 coins, added to the tab. He then shot a glance at the still sniffling Shirtu, frowning. You little rascal, stop crying. It's making my ears ache. Eat and behave. Shirtu, frightened, immediately stifled his sobs, though his shoulders still trembled. The old smoke pipe paid him no further mind and turned to ascend again. Qin Yuan first fed Lao Chai-Tu a bit of warm water, then dissolved some of the medicinal powder for internal and external application. He shared the scant hot water and cakes with Shirtu. With the warm food in their stomachs, they finally felt a measure of warmth and strength return. Under the effects of the medicine and warm sustenance, Lao Chai-Tu gradually regained consciousness. Upon seeing Qin Yuan and Shirtu, and then the surrounding environment, a flicker of confusion crossed his murky eyes, quickly replaced by profound fatigue and concern. Qindazi, where's this? In the town's coffin shop, temporarily safe, Qin Yuan replied softly. You need to recover. The people from the dark prison are still searching outside, but they want to find this place immediately. Lao Chai-Tu nodded, closed his eyes, and lapsed into silence, as if even speaking required too much effort. Qin Yuan tended to his own wounds, rebandaging them. After completing these tasks, an overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over him, nearly inducing him to collapse into slumber. Yet he persevered and said to Shirtu, Shirtu, keep an eye on Lao Yizi for me. I need to go speak with the old gentleman upstairs. Be good and don't be afraid. Understanding. Shirtu nodded, though fear still lingered in his eyes. He appeared considerably calmer than before. Ascending to the cellar, Qin Yuan found the old smoke pipe seated behind the counter, under the dim light of the grim green lamp, slowly filing the rough edges of a coffin board with a small rasp, his movements unhurried, as if the world outside were collapsing and it bore no significance to him. Old gentleman, Qin Yuan approached and whispered, I would like to ask you for a favor, to send a message to Qin Zhongguei, informing him that the Shihu goods are ready, and another matter has made progress. Inquire when it would be convenient for him to meet. Without lifting his gaze, the old smoke pipe continued his work, and after a few moments replied, Qin Sanji left town yesterday afternoon, claiming he was heading south to collect a batch of hides. He won't return until the day after tomorrow at the earliest. A sense of heaviness settled in Qin Yuan's heart. Without Qin Zhongguei's presence, many matters would become difficult to handle. He needed Qin Zhongguei's intelligence network, and through him, to ascertain the circumstances of Lao Papa and Zhao Dahu, and potentially require his assistance in dealing with the dark prison. Do you happen to know if there has been any commotion over in Zhejiagu? Qin Yuan inquired, rephrasing his question. I have a friend with the surname Zhao, who is a hunter and may be facing some troubles. The old man paused his work, casting a sidelong glance at him before responding slowly, Zhejiagu? This morning, a stranger came from that direction, inquiring at the town entrance if anyone had seen an injured old woman and a young man with a child. Their description resembles yours quite closely. Qin Yuan felt a tightening in his chest. And then, he was chased off by the local militia. The town isn't large, but it's not a place where just anyone can come and cause a ruckus. The old man's tone was flat, yet there was an edge to it. That fellow didn't look like an ordinary man. His gaze was quite fierce. Your friend with the surname, Zhao, might have gotten himself into serious trouble. It seemed the situation with Zhao Dahua was dire. The forces from the Black Prison were indeed searching everywhere, and they had already reached Zhejiagu. Could Zhao Dahua handle it? Would Granny Lu be able to hide? Old sir, you are well informed. Do you know if the Black Prison has any other footholds in this town besides the Earth God Temple? Roughly how many men do they have? Qin Yuan probed cautiously. A flicker of mockery appeared in the old man's singular eye. Kid, asking so many questions, do you truly wish to confront the Black Prison head-on? I advise you to take your people and flee as far as you can before they turn this town upside down. The power of the Black Prison is not something you alone can shake. As for how many men they have, he paused, lowering his voice. Last night, there was quite a ruckus near the Earth God Temple, and this morning, Several new graves appeared near the northern mass grave site, the soil still loose. What do you think? How many men do they have? Chen Yuan inhaled sharply. New graves. Could it be that last night, apart from those he had killed or subdued, others had also perished? Was the black prison cleaning house, or was another force intervening? Sensing Chen Yuan's confusion, the old man added in a hushed tone, laced with an inexplicable meaning, at the west end of town, behind the mule and horse market, there is a butcher called Quick Knife Liu, a former border soldier with some real skill. Late last night, someone saw him with 2 apprentices, carrying a sack toward the mass grave site, and when they returned, the sack was empty, but his knife was stained with blood. Quick Knife Liu, a butcher who had retired from the border forces? Why would he go after the black prison's men? Was he acting on someone else's orders, or was it a case of black eating black? Or perhaps it was a backup plan arranged by Manager Qin. The information was too convoluted, and it was difficult to make sense of it all in such a short time. But one thing was certain. The waters in this town were far murkier than anticipated. The black prison did not hold absolute power. There were other forces operating in the shadows, complicating the situation further. Thank you for your insights, old sir. Chen Yuan expressed his gratitude earnestly. Regardless of the old man's motives for sharing this information, it was of utmost importance. No need to thank me. The old man waved his hand dismissively, picking up his file once more. I'm old and wish to quietly conduct my business with the dead, without meddling in the affairs of the living. While you are here, adhere to my rules. 2 days, no more than 2 days. After that, you can decide to stay or go. 2 days. Chen Yuan fell silent. He needed to ascertain the exact circumstances of Granny Lu and Zhao Dahua within this time frame. Once Manager Qin returned, he would obtain the due rewards and information, then determine whether to continue evading or take the initiative, or perhaps find a way to thoroughly resolve the trouble posed by the black prison. For now, the most pressing concern was to regain his strength, heal old Chaitu's wounds, and ensure the safety of this temporary refuge. Upon returning to the cellar, Shirtu immediately approached him. Old Chaitu seemed to have fallen asleep again, his breathing steadier. Chen Yuan sat down on the grass mat, leaning against the cold earthen wall, and closed his eyes. He needed rest, even if it were only for an hour. Yet, just as his consciousness began to blur, and he was on the verge of surrendering to exhaustion, a tapping sound echoed from above the partition. It was not the regular rapping of the old man, but rather a hurried series of knocks that conveyed some sort of signal. Long, short, short. Chen Yuan jolted awake, gripping the dagger concealed in his boot. His eyes widened in fear. The tapping repeated, even more urgent. Chen Yuan glanced at the unconscious old Chaitu and the terrified Shirtu, gritted his teeth, and climbed the wooden ladder to gently crack open a gap in the partition. On the other side, instead of the old man's familiar wrinkled face, he encountered a stranger, dark-skinned and robust, with an expression of urgency. It was Old Han, the silent assistant of Manager Qin. Upon seeing Chen Yuan, Old Han visibly relaxed, yet his expression remained grave. He spoke quickly, his pace noticeably faster than usual. Chinda, the manager sent me to find you urgently. Something serious has happened. Over in Zhejiagu, Zhao Dahua's home caught fire last night. It was a big blaze. Someone saw Zhao Dahua carrying a person out, drenched in blood, and fleeing into the mountains. No one else was found at his house. Chen Yuan's mind echoed with a resounding thud, as if struck by a heavy hammer, leaving him momentarily blank. Zhao Dahua's home caught fire? Zhao Dahua was injured? Carrying someone out? What about Granny Lu? What about the Zhao Wang family? Moreover, Old Han lowered his voice further, a barely perceptible tremor creeping in. The manager asked me to tell you that he might know who holds the clue to the steel you are searching for. But that person went missing last night. It was the black prison's doing. They seemed to be running out of patience. In the cellar, the flame of the oil lamp flickered violently, casting shadows across Chen Yuan's face, illuminating and darkening it in turns. In his bloodshot eyes, a layer of ice formed instantly. Chapter 28. The night of the burning house in the cellar, the air seemed to solidify in an instant. The flickering flame of the oil lamp twisted and danced in Chen Yuan's dilated pupils, draining the remnants of color from his face, leaving behind a deathly pallor and an almost grotesque rigidity. Old Han's words about Zhao Dahu's household, last night, in the latter half of the night, there was a flood, struck him like a searing iron brand, seeping into his mind and erupting into a cacophony of buzzing and agony. A flood, again a flood. The same fate befell Granny Lu's home, as it did Zhao Dahu's. The brutal tactics of the dark prison were identical, ruthless and unforgiving. Zhao Dage came out carrying someone, headed into the mountains. Chen Yuan's voice was as dry as sandpaper, each syllable painfully squeezed from his throat. Who was he carrying? Granny Lu? Or perhaps Zhao's sister-in-law? What did it mean that no one else was found in the house? Old Han's countenance appeared unusually grave in the dim light as he spoke rapidly. The message the shopkeeper received was fragmented. It came from a woodcutter who came to town from the direction of Zhejigu early this morning. The fire was intense, nearly consuming half the yard. When Zhao Dahu emerged, he was indeed carrying someone wrapped in a quilt, making it impossible to discern their identity, but judging by the figure, it did not resemble Zhao Wangshi. She had a larger frame. That person seemed unresponsive, possibly unconscious, or perhaps he did not finish his thought, but the implication was unmistakable. As for the absence of others in the house, Old Han paused, lowering his voice even further. The woodcutter said that after the fire was extinguished, villagers helped sift through the ruins, but found no trace of Zhao Wangshi's body, nor of anyone else. However, in the kitchen area, which had burned the most severely, amongst the ashes, there were unburnt bones resembling human bones. Chen Yuan's heart plummeted into an abyss of despair. Zhao Wangshi had met her demise, burned alive in her own home. And what about Granny Lu? Who was the unknown person Zhao Dao carried? A chill of fury and profound sorrow gnawed at Chen Yuan's heart like a venomous serpent. Zhao Dahu, the taciturn man who had repeatedly offered him assistance, who had risked his life to save Shirtu and vanquish the assassins from the dark prison, had lost everything overnight. Zhao Wangshi, that sharp-tongued yet tender-hearted woman, might have perished in the inferno. Granny Lu's whereabouts were unknown, her fate uncertain. And all of this was orchestrated by the dark prison. Because of him, Chen Yuan. If he had not rescued Granny Lu, if he had not brought trouble to Zhejigu, if he had not, the tide of self-reproach surged within him, only to be forcefully quelled. This was no time for guilt. Regret would not save lives, nor exact vengeance. He must remain composed, must seek further knowledge. Who was the person privy to the clues about the steel? How had they vanished? Chen Yuan compelled himself to detach from the tragedy of the Zhao family, redirecting his focus to another piece of news brought by Old Han. This information was equally critical and might even relate to the true objectives of the dark prison and their subsequent actions. A flicker of hesitation crossed Old Han's eyes, as if he harbored reservations. But ultimately he whispered, "It's Dr. Shui from the Huachuntang in town. The Shui family has a long lineage of practicing medicine and foraging for herbs, and it is said they possess numerous ancient texts and remedies. Last night, Dr. Shui went out to attend to a young master from a wealthy family on the outskirts of town and did not return. This morning, the medicine boy went to look for him and found the wealthy family's door tightly shut. No matter how he called, no one answered. Eventually, he broke the door open and found no one inside. Dr. Shui, the wealthy family, along with several servants, had all vanished. There were no signs of struggle within the house, yet Dr. Shui's medical kit and several frequently referenced medical texts were also missing. The shopkeeper found this suspicious and sent someone to inquire, only to vaguely hear that Dr. Shui's great-grandfather seemed to have had some connection with the Mo family, Granny Lu's maternal home, possibly knowing something regarding Gui Jianshou and the inscriptions on that ancient stele. Dr. Shui, another physician, and a connection to the Mo family. The dark prison's target was indeed anyone who might possess knowledge of Gui Jianshou and the secrets of the stele. They had captured Old Chai to lead them, interrogated Granny Lu for the Mo family's legacy, and now abducted Dr. Shui for a more professional interpretation of the stele or to seek related clues. They were like a tightening net, intent on ensnaring all pertinent individuals, leaving no room for error. Their actions were swift and urgent. What were they truly searching for? Was the stele, or what it pointed to, of such significance to them that they would go to the lengths of orchestrating disappearances and murders in town, even setting fire to entire homes in the village? When will shopkeeper Qin return? Chen Yuan inquired urgently. He desperately needed the insight and potential aid of the local authority. Not until tomorrow evening at the earliest, Old Han replied. The shopkeeper instructed me to tell you that the town is currently unstable, and the dark prison's people are searching for you and Dr. Shui like rabid dogs. It would be best for you to remain here and not move. Additionally, the shopkeeper mentioned that if you are still able, there is something you might consider attempting. What is it? After going to the mule and horse market in the west of town, seek out Quick Knife Lu. Old Han's voice was barely above a whisper, almost inaudible. The butcher did some side work last night and might know something about the dark prison's arrangements in town, or he might possess something that could be of use to you. However, he is rather eccentric, only recognizing money and force, and the shopkeeper does not have a close relationship with him. You will need to negotiate on your own. But, he paused, glancing at Chun Yuan's injuries and pale face, in your current state. Chun Yuan understood Old Han's implication. He was battered and exhausted, and approaching someone like Quick Knife Liu, reputed to be formidable and engaged in illicit dealings, would be akin to a lamb entering a tiger's den. Yet he had no choice. With Zhao Da's fate uncertain, Granny Liu missing, Old Chai severely injured, Shirtu still a child, shopkeeper Qin absent, and Old Yin only granting 2 days. He had to seize any possible opportunity to gather information, find allies, or obtain something for self-preservation or retaliation. I understand. Thank you, Brother Han. Chun Yuan nodded, his expression neutral, though the weariness and pain in his eyes were replaced by an almost cold determination. I will find a way before shopkeeper Qin returns. Old Han said nothing more, merely gazing deeply at Chun Yuan, nodding slightly, before silently closing the partition and swiftly retreating. The cellar fell silent once more, save for the crackling of the burning oil lamp, Shitu's muffled sobs, and Old Chai's labored breathing. Chun Shu lifted his tear-streaked face, his voice trembling as he spoke of Zhao Deshu's family. Chun Yuan crouched down and embraced the icy little body of Shirtu, murmuring softly, "Do not be afraid, Shirtu. Zhao Deshu is a brave man. He will be fine. We will surely find your grandmother." His tone was steady, not only to persuade Shirtu, but also to reassure himself. He had to remain composed. He was the only one capable of action, thought, and fighting at that moment. He walked back to Lao Chai Tu's side. The old man seemed to awaken from the earlier conversation, his murky eyes gazing at Chun Yuan, filled with indignation and despair. "Chunda, is it the black prison that did this? Zhao's boy?" Lao Chai Tu's voice faltered. "Yes," Chun Yuan nodded, not concealing the truth. "Old Chai, focus on your recovery. It is safe here for now. I must step out for a while to take care of some matters. Shirtu, look after Grandpa Chai. Remember, do not trust anyone who comes down here, except for me, Old Han, and that one-eyed old gentleman above. Do not make a sound." Shirtu nodded vigorously, wiping away his tears, his small face showing a determination beyond his years. Chun Yuan checked his gear, a short blade, a black spike, a fire starter, signal arrows, realgar powder, a metal plate, and a pouch of stone orchids. He left the stone orchids and handed them to Shirtu, saying, "Keep this safe. If I do not return, or if anything happens, give this to the one-eyed old gentleman above and ask him to protect you for a few days." Shirtu clutched the pouch tightly, tears welling up again, but he bit his lip to suppress his cries. Chun Yuan took one last look at the unconscious Lao Chai Tu and the tearful Shirtu, inhaled deeply, and climbed the wooden ladder. Pushing aside the partition, Lao Yinguo was still at the counter, leisurely filing a coffin board. As if Old Han's arrival had been nothing but a trivial breeze. Hearing the noise, he did not lift his head, his single eye fixated on his work as he said lightly, "Going out to seek death? Go find a way to live." "I am seeking a way to live," Chun Yuan replied calmly. "A way to live? From Lu the Quick Blade at the town's west end? That path is fraught with bloodshed," Lao Yinguo scoffed. "Did Qin Sanji send you?" Chun Yuan neither affirmed nor denied it, merely saying, "Old sir, I need to borrow something from you. An old coat to shield against the cold, something less conspicuous." His clothing was tattered and stained with blood, making him too conspicuous for the outside world. Lao Yinguo paused in his work, glanced at him, the single eye betraying no emotion. After a moment, he bent down and rummaged under the counter, retrieving a gray, patched, yet reasonably thick old cotton robe, which he tossed to Chun Yuan. 20 coins, put it on the tab." Chun Yuan accepted it and immediately changed into it. The robe was somewhat oversized, but it sufficed to conceal his figure and the short blade at his waist. He hastily tied his unkempt hair, grabbing a handful of dust from the ground to smear across his face and hands, transforming himself into a seemingly ordinary, emaciated townsman. "Be careful, don't die out there. If you do, don't bring the corpse back. My coffins aren't cheap," Lao Yinguo remarked, lowering his head to resume filing the wood, ignoring Chun Yuan. Without further words, Chun Yuan pulled open the slightly ajar back door of the shop, slipped outside, and gently closed it behind him. Outside, the day had brightened, yet the leaden gray clouds hung low, casting a feeble sunlight. The cold wind whipped up the snowflakes on the ground, stinging his face. The town seemed to awaken from its slumber, with more pedestrians on the streets, most of them hurried and expressionless or wary. The commotion at the land temple last night and the news of the Zhao family's fire this morning seemed to have subtly spread through the town, creating an atmosphere of unease. Chen Yuan lowered the brim of his hat, having borrowed a tattered felt hat from Lao Yingua, huddled his neck, and blended into the crowd, making his way towards the mule and horse market in the west. He walked deliberately, trying to appear natural, while his peripheral vision remained alert, scanning the surroundings. Indeed, he spotted several outsiders in dark clothing, their sharp gazes seemingly searching for something. They were likely the Black Prison's enforcers. He avoided the main road, opting for the narrow alleys. Behind the mule and horse market lay a more chaotic and filthy area, with sewage flowing, frozen into ice, the stench of livestock waste and garbage pervasive. A few low earthen houses and shacks were crammed together, with Lou the Quickblade's butcher shop nestled deep within this squalor, its entrance adorned with a greasy, blackened wooden sign depicting an exaggerated cleaver. The butcher shop was not large, its interior dimly lit, saturated with the strong odor of blood and raw meat. A burly, bald man with a face full of flesh, clad in a greasy leather apron, was rhythmically chopping a large slab of frozen pork on the counter with a hefty cleaver. Each strike was clean and decisive, bones cracking and meat separating, showcasing his formidable strength and precise control. This was Lou the Quickblade. There were no other customers in the shop. Chen Yuan stepped inside, standing at the entrance without uttering a word. Lou the Quickblade paused his chopping, lifted his eyelids to glance at Chen Yuan, a glint of scrutiny flashing in his small eyes, coupled with the indifference typical of a butcher assessing livestock. Buying meat? Which cut? Not buying meat, but information, Chen Yuan replied, his voice steady as he locked eyes with Lou the Quickblade. Lou the Quickblade halted his movements momentarily, then resumed chopping meat, his tone flat. You've come to the wrong place. I only sell meat here. Qin Sanji sent me, Chen Yuan stated, and at the same time, he reached into his bosom but did not immediately produce anything. Lou the Quickblade paused once more, this time setting down the cleaver, wiping his hands with a greasy cloth, his small eyes scrutinizing Chen Yuan up and down, particularly lingering on the fatigue evident in his features and the wounds on his hands. Qin Sanji, what did he send you to inquire about? About last night, the new grave at the mass burial site, and the Black Prison's dealings in this town, Chen Yuan replied slowly, pulling out the black metal plate from his bosom, flashing it briefly at the edge of the counter before tucking it away. Upon seeing the metal plate, Lou the Quickblade's gaze sharpened noticeably, the flesh on his face twitching. He stared at Chen Yuan in silence for a few seconds before saying, "Come in, close the door." Chen Yuan turned and shut the dilapidated wooden door of the butcher shop. Inside, it became even dimmer, with only a small window allowing a faint light to filter in. "Where did you get that plate?" Lou the Quickblade asked directly. "I took it from someone who tried to kill me," Chen Yuan replied just as straightforwardly. "Did you kill that person?" "I did." A hint of surprise flickered across Lou the Quickblade's face, quickly replaced by a deeper scrutiny. "Just based on you? By chance and by means of force?" Chen Yuan offered no further explanation. Kwai Dao Lu ceased his inquiries and instead asked, "What would you like to know? Who lies buried in the new grave at the chaotic burial ground last night? How many members of the Heiyu remain in town? Besides the two Di Miao, where else do they have their strongholds? Where have they taken Dr. Shui, and where is he being held?" Chen Yuan inquired in one breath. Kwai Dao Lu did not respond immediately. He stepped into the meat shop and poured 2 bowls of murky liquid from a black pottery jar, which might have been wine or something else entirely. He took a large gulp himself before saying, "The new grave contains 3 of Heiyu's own. 2 were slain by a sharp blade to the throat, and 1 was crushed by a heavy hand technique. It was clean and precise, executed by a skilled hand." As he spoke, he glanced at Chen Yuan, implying that such expertise was beyond the capabilities of a novice like him. Chen Yuan's heart stirred. Clearly, there were others besides him who had targeted Heiyu last night. Was it Kwai Dao Lu? Or perhaps, regarding the remaining members of Heiyu in town, Kwai Dao Lu continued, there were likely 7 or 8 originally, split into 2 groups, one at the 2D Miao and the other in a rented courtyard at the east end of the town. The group at the 2D Miao encountered trouble last night, and this morning it seems 2 from the east courtyard have also gone missing, appearing hurried as if searching for someone or awaiting orders. It is difficult to say precisely how many remain. And Dr. Shui? The old man. Kwai Dao Lu's face revealed a peculiar expression. That old fellow, with his mysterious ways, was invited to leave last night, not captured. One of my boys ran into him outside the town. He boarded a cart accompanied by several individuals dressed in black, polite, but the old man's expression certainly did not suggest he was visiting. Invited to leave? Chen Yuan furrowed his brow. This implied that Dr. Shui was not forcibly abducted, but perhaps involved in some form of collaboration or coercion. Did Dr. Shui have other entanglements with Heiyu? Where might they have taken Dr. Shui? Chen Yuan asked. How would I know? Kuai Dao Lu shook his head and took another sip of his drink. However, just before dawn this morning, a heavily covered cart left the east courtyard and headed north. Judging by the tracks, it seems to lead into the mountains. The driver was unfamiliar, but there was a distinct scent of medicine emanating from the cart. North, into the mountains. Gui Jianqiu lies deep within those mountains. Could Heiyu no longer wait and intended to take Dr. Shui, this expert, straight into the mountains? What of the old Chai Tu, whom Chen Yuan had saved, and the possibly more knowledgeable Lu Papa, whose whereabouts remained unknown? Were they still of significance to Heiyu, or had they gathered sufficient information or found a substitute guide? Countless thoughts flashed through Chen Yuan's mind, and his heart sank. If Heiyu had already entered the mountains, his time was running out. Lu Yi, Chen Yuan gazed earnestly at Kuai Dao Lu. I wish to purchase something from you, something that can both defend and serve a purpose. Kuai Dao Lu set down his bowl, his small eyes narrowing again as he scrutinized Chen Yuan. What are you planning? To chase into the mountains and confront Heiyu head-on? To find someone, and also to seek a way out, Chen Yuan did not deny. Kuai Dao Lu fell silent for a moment, then suddenly grinned, his facial flesh contorting into a rather sinister expression. You've got some guts, kid. However, what I have here does not come cheap, and once you get involved, there's no turning back. Name your price, Chen Yuan replied. Without a word, Kuai Dao Lu turned and walked to the back of the meat shop, moving aside several jars of pickled vegetables. He retrieved a long object wrapped in oilcloth from beneath the floor tiles. He returned and placed the oilcloth on the counter, unveiling its contents. Inside were two items. One was a somewhat worn standard waist knife, its sheath made of heavily worn cowhide, yet the blade glimmered coldly, well maintained, clearly a military surplus, longer than the short blade Chen Yuan possessed, and more suited for hacking. The other was a compact, uniquely designed hand crossbow, crafted from fine iron. Unassuming and dark, yet powerful in its arms, already fitted with a short, formidable three-sided penetrating arrow, its tip an ominous blue, evidently poisoned. Beside it lay a small leather pouch containing 5 additional arrows of the same kind. The knife is 30 taels of silver, or its equivalent in hard goods. The crossbow is 50 taels, and the arrows are extra, 5 taels each, Kuai Dao Lu announced. His gaze fixed on Chen Yuan, as if assessing a prime target. This price was exorbitant. Chen Yuan possessed nothing but a bag of Sherhu. Though valuable, it was far from sufficient. I cannot afford that much, Chen Yuan admitted candidly. But I possess information about something Heiyu desires, and I have already killed some of their men. Perhaps we could collaborate. Collaborate? Kuai Dao Lu scoffed. What could you possibly offer me? Trouble that leads to being hunted down by Heiyu? I can provide you with part of what Heiyu seeks, Chen Yuan replied slowly, pulling out the bag of Sherhu, pouring out a small portion onto the counter. This is Tai Pai Sherhu harvested from the cliffs of Gui Jianqiu, one of the items Heiyu is after. Master Qin has verified its top quality. The remaining bulk I will give you upon my return from the mountains, or... He fixed his gaze on Kuai Dao Lu. If what Heiyu seeks is truly that valuable, I can share a portion with you. Kuai Dao Lu regarded the gray-green Sherhu, speckled with rust, his eyes gleaming with interest. He clearly recognized its worth, and Chen Yuan's latter statement struck a chord with him. As someone who lived by the sword and dealt in the shadows, he was particularly sensitive to valuable commodities. You think you can trade this meager amount of Sherhu and an empty promise for my knife and crossbow? Kuai Dao Lu stroked his chin, seemingly weighing his options. Add this, Chen Yuan said, pulling out the Wu Zue from his boot and placing it on the counter. This is from the old Yen Hu. It's poisoned and can emit a fog of confusion. You should recognize it. Upon seeing the Wu Zue, Kuai Dao Lu's expression finally shifted. He picked it up, examining the handle and pommel, weighing it in his hand. A flicker of apprehension passed through his single eye, followed quickly by heightened interest. Old Yen Hu even gave you this? It seems, Master Qin, and you have invested quite a bit. He fell silent, his fingers absently tapping on the counter. In the meat shop, the only sounds were the distant clamor of the marketplace and the howling cold wind. After a long pause, Kuai Dao Lu finally reached a decision. He pushed the knife and crossbow forward. I'll accept the sure who, and the Wu Zue stays with you. The knife and crossbow are on loan. Remember, it is a loan. Upon your return from the mountains, regardless of whether you have succeeded in your quest, return my knife and crossbow as they were. Furthermore, compensate me with an additional 50 taels for my troubles. Should you fail to return, he smirked, then these items shall serve as your life's ransom, and I shall accept my misfortune. This agreement, though still harsh in its conditions, represents the best outcome that Chun Yuan can currently secure. The deal is struck. Without hesitation, Chun Yuan pushed the remaining dendrobium and the black crossbow towards Kuai Dao Lu, while he himself grasped the heavy waist knife and the cold crossbow. The weight was significant, yet it offered him a sense of security long forgotten. There are only 5 arrows. Use them sparingly, aim for the throat, and exercise caution. Kuai Dao Lu advised, adding, if He Yu truly ventures into the mountains, he is likely to take the path through the northern Old Forest, which is near the outskirts of Gui Jianchou. You must gauge the situation for yourself. Moreover, there are many eyes in the town now. Exit through the back door. He gestured towards a small door behind the butcher shop, draped with a tattered curtain. Chun Yuan secured the waist knife at his belt, carefully concealed the crossbow and quiver within his voluminous cotton robe, and clasped his fists in gratitude towards Kuai Dao Lu. Thank you. He then made no further delay, lifting the tattered curtain of the back door and slipping outside. The outside world revealed a narrower, filth-ridden alley, littered with refuse and devoid of life. He oriented himself and hastened back towards the Fu Shou Zhai coffin shop. He needed to settle old Chai Tu and Shi Tu, then immediately set forth to trail the path of He Yu into the mountains. Time was indeed of the essence. Shortly after his departure, the front door of the butcher shop swung open, and a man dressed in ordinary townsfolk attire, yet possessing a keen gaze, slipped in, whispering to Kuai Dao Lu, Lu Yi, that lad has left. There's a tail behind him, seemingly one of He Yu's covert agents, following closely. Kuai Dao Lu, preoccupied with toying with the black crossbow, merely acknowledged with a nonchalant hum, not raising his head. Should we? The man gestured with a hand across his throat. No need. Kuai Dao Lu set down the crossbow, a glimmer of calculation flashing in his eyes. Let He Yu's dogs bite. If they kill him, it will be clean. If they fail, perhaps they will bring us unexpected surprises. The treasures beneath Gui Jianchou, he chuckled softly. There are certainly more than one pair of eyes watching. He waved his hand, and the man understood, quietly retreating. Inside the butcher shop, only Kuai Dao Lu remained, enveloped by the oppressive scent of blood. He picked up the half-bag of dendrobium left by Chun Yuan, bringing it to his nose, a glimmer of greed and doubt flickering in his solitary eye. Gui Jianchou, Tai Pai Shi Hu, ancient tablets, treasures capable of altering the heavens and the earth? He murmured softly, as if savoring the immense temptation and risks hidden within these words. This water grows increasingly murky, yet murky waters are precisely where fish are caught. He grinned silently, the flesh of his face folding grotesquely, rendering him even more fearsome. Chapter 29. A desperate scheme emerging from the narrow alley behind Kuai Dao Lu's butcher shop. The biting cold wind enveloped Chun Yuan, carrying the stench of refuse and frost. Yet, he sensed an even more piercing chill that seeped from his bones. Having acquired a crossbow at a steep cost, he gleaned some intelligence, but the future now appeared increasingly ominous and unpredictable. The dark prison might have already advanced into the mountains, accompanied by the expert Shui Daifu, aiming directly for the secrets beneath Gui Jianchou. Meanwhile, he was not only a step too late, but also burdened with the weight of Lao Chai Tu and Shi Tu, trapped in a perilous predicament ahead while pursued by unseen foes. The forces within the town were stirring ominously, and borrowing from Kuai Dao Lu seemed more akin to a calculated investment, with the return of Qin Zhonggui uncertain. Each step felt as if he were traversing a razor's edge, with a chasm of despair below. He tugged at the tattered gray cotton robe of Lao Yingua, wrapping the newly acquired waist knife in cloth to obscure its military design, concealing the crossbow and quiver close to his body. With his head lowered, he blended into the filthy, narrow alleyways, hastening towards the direction of Fu Shou Zhai. His pace appeared hurried, yet his senses were alert, attuned to every sound and movement around him, his entire being coiled like a taut bowstring. Indeed, as he rounded a corner piled high with frozen refuse, his peripheral vision keenly detected a figure lurking beneath a dilapidated eave about 20 paces behind him. The man feigned warming himself by stomping his feet, casting a casual glance as Chun Yuan passed, only to quickly lower his gaze again while stealthily trailing behind. A tail. Was it one of Kuai Dao Lu's men, or a spy from the dark prison? Chen Yuan refrained from looking back or quickening his pace. He maintained his rhythm, traversing 2 more alleyways, and upon reaching a fork, suddenly veered into a narrower dead-end alley cluttered with broken crates and decaying wood. At the alley's end loomed a half-collapsed earthen wall. The footsteps behind seemed to hesitate before following him in, though now much lighter and slower. In the midst of the alley, he crouched behind a mound of frozen garbage, feigning the adjustment of his trousers. With his left hand, he quietly reached into his coat, gripping the cold crossbow, while his right hand rested on the hilt of the knife at his waist. Regulating his breath and steadying his heartbeat, he resembled a wolf lying in wait for its prey in the snowy expanse. The footsteps halted at the mouth of the alley. The pursuer was cautious, not daring to enter immediately. The frigid wind whistled through the narrow passage, stirring the snow and debris at his feet. After a few moments, a tentative voice called out, "Friend, could you lend me a light?" Chen Yuan remained silent, maintaining his crouched position, merely tilting his head slightly to catch a glimpse of the alley's entrance. A man dressed in a plain townsfolk's cotton coat, yet donning ill-fitting, slightly worn thin-soled boots, leaned against the wall, peering into the alley. The hand tucked within his sleeve was bulging, clearly concealing a weapon. Not one of Kuai Dao Lu's men. His subordinates were never so meticulous or courteous. This was certainly a spy from the dark prison. Having confirmed the identity, Chen Yuan hesitated no longer. In the instant that the man hesitated, uncertain whether to advance or retreat in response to the lack of reply, Chen Yuan sprang up from behind the refuse pile. With a swift motion, he drew the crossbow from his coat, aiming the dark mouth of the weapon directly at the man at the alley's entrance. The man was evidently unprepared for such a rapid reaction from Chen Yuan, utterly shocked to discover the crossbow concealed within his coat. His expression shifted dramatically, instinctively retreating as his hand emerged from his sleeve, revealing a short knife. Whoosh! The mechanism clicked softly, and the bolt flew forth. At such a close range, evasion was impossible. The azure arrowhead struck precisely into the man's right shoulder. Though not a vital area, the poison on the arrow acted instantaneously. The man let out a short, piercing scream, the knife clattering to the ground as his entire right arm rapidly swelled and darkened before his eyes. He staggered back, leaning against the wall, his face contorted in agony and terror, gasping for breath. Wide-eyed as he fixated on Chen Yuan, seemingly attempting to utter something, yet no words escaped his lips. His body slid down the wall, twitching a few times before falling still, his terrified expression frozen in the chill of the wind. Chen Yuan quickly approached to inspect. The man was lifeless, the poison's effect quicker than he had anticipated. He hastily searched the body, finding only the ordinary short knife and a few copper coins. There were no metallic tokens from the dark prison, nor any other identifying marks. It appeared he was merely an outer informant. Not daring to linger, he swiftly dragged the corpse into the depths of the garbage pile, covering it hastily with broken crates and snow. He retrieved the spent bolt, its tip now blackened and unusable, along with the short knife, discarding them into a deeper pit of filthy snow. Having completed these tasks, he inhaled deeply, calming the slight acceleration of his heartbeat and the pang of physiological discomfort from the act of killing, before striding out of the dead-end alley, taking a long detour before resuming his path towards Fushozhai. This time, there was no tail behind him. Yet, Chen Yuan knew that the disappearance of the spy would soon be discovered, and the town would become increasingly vigilant. He had to leave swiftly, returning to the back door of the coffin shop. He knocked using the agreed-upon signal. The door was opened once again by Lao Yingguo, his one eye scanning Chen Yuan, lingering momentarily on the long knife wrapped in cloth at his waist, revealing no emotion on his face as he stepped aside to allow entry. "Is it all taken care of?" Lao Yingguo inquired in a husky voice. Chen Yuan knew he couldn't deceive him and nodded, "All clean. The tail has been shed, yet trouble remains." Lao Yingguo approached the front counter, his voice gravelly. "There was some commotion at the western end of the town earlier. It appears the dark prison is searching for someone, questioning households about unfamiliar faces. With that knife on you, you won't be able to hide for long." Chen Yuan felt a tightening in his chest. "Such swift action. Old sir, I shall depart tonight," he replied gravely, "into the mountains. Lao Chai too and Sure too. I must trouble you to look after them for a couple more days. When Xin Zhongguei returns, please inform him that I have gone into the mountains, to Guei Jianchou. If he wishes, he may come to meet me outside the old forest." Furthermore, he paused, retrieving a pouch of remaining Sure-Hu from his coat, pouring out half onto the counter. This is the remaining Sure-Hu. Half is for the lodging and Lao Chai Tu's medicine for these days, and the other half. Consider it a prepayment. Should I not return, I implore you to find a way to escort Sure-Tu and Lao Chai Tu out of town, to a safe place. The old pipe smoker gazed at the half-bag of exquisite Sure-Hu, his single eye sparkling with intensity. Instead of immediately seizing it, he leisurely remarked, "Do you trust me so readily? Are you not afraid that I might take the goods and sell you out? If you intended to sell, I would have already perished when the men from Heiyu arrived last night." Chen Yuan met the gaze of that solitary eye. "Old sir, you have your principles, and I place my faith in them. In this world, few can adhere to their principles." The old pipe smoker fell silent for a moment, then suddenly scoffed, his laughter dry. "Principles? Huh, principles." He reached for the half-bag of Sure-Hu, weighed it in his hand, and tucked it into his coat. "I can assist you for another 2 days. If Chin-san does not return in 2 days, or if you have no news, I shall cast them out. Whether they live or die is a matter of their own fate. Here, I do not harbor idlers, let alone burdens." This was his tacit agreement, conveyed in his uniquely cold manner. "Thank you," Chen Yuan said earnestly, clasping his fists in gratitude before turning to descend into the cellar. Inside the cellar, the oil lamp flickered as Stone rushed towards him, embracing him tightly. Old Chai was also awake, propped against a haystack, his complexion somewhat improved yet still pale and feeble, with his left leg swollen and glistening. "Uncle Chen, you have returned." Stone's voice was hoarse, tinged with a hint of tears and deep reliance. "Yes, I have returned," Chen Yuan replied, patting his back as he approached Old Chai. "Old Chai, how do you feel?" "I want to die." Old Chai shook his head, his murky eyes fixed on Chen Yuan, filled with concern and complexity. Are you going into the mountains?" "Yes, I leave tonight." Chen Yuan did not conceal the truth, revealing that the men from Heiyu might have already entered the mountains, accompanied by Dr. Shui. "I must pursue them. Granny Lu is missing, and Brother Zhao's fate is uncertain. The secret may lie beneath Gui Jianshou, and I cannot afford to wait." "You are going alone?" Old Chai exclaimed, struggling to sit upright. "That place is cursed. Without someone to guide you, unfamiliar with the paths within, entering is tantamount to seeking death." He coughed violently, his agitation triggering a fit. Chen Yuan helped him catch his breath, and once he calmed down, he spoke slowly. "Thus, I come to beseech you. Share all you know about the depths beneath Gui Jianshou, everything your father witnessed when he entered back then, as well as any recollections you have regarding the paths, dangers, and all matters concerning that half-piece of hide and the stone tablet. Do not overlook a single detail." Old Chai gazed into Chen Yuan's steadfast and resolute eyes, understanding his unwavering intention. With a deep sigh, a flicker of nostalgia and fear crossed his face, ultimately transforming into a near-tragic determination. "Very well, I shall speak. However, my father only circled the periphery back then and did not dare venture deep. What I know may not suffice." Old Chai began to recount his tale in fragments, while Chen Yuan listened intently, occasionally probing for specifics. According to Old Chai's description, the true peril of Gui Jianshou's rift lay not in the sheer cliffs or venomous serpents, but in the labyrinthine territory at the rift's base, composed of underground rivers and countless branching caves. His father and his companions had inadvertently wandered into a side passage, encountering an unseen entity. One by one, his companions perished, leaving only his father to escape by a stroke of fortune, albeit with a limp. The half-piece of hide was found near a cave illuminated by light, perhaps from some luminescent mineral or relic, adorned with twisted lines and symbols painted in some ancient pigment, along with a fragment of incomplete text. My father said the designs on that hide resembled a map, indicating a route to some core, but it is incomplete. The text is entirely unfamiliar to him. The father of the Liu family girl investigated and claimed that the script bore resemblance to certain ancient inscriptions on the cliffs of Gui Jianshou, possibly a lost sacrificial text. As for the stone tablet, my father never saw it in person, but he heard from another old herbalist who perished there that they had faintly glimpsed a massive, standing black stone deeper within, covered in glowing symbols, yet they did not dare approach. What was that unseen entity? Chen Yuan inquired, pressing for the crucial detail. Fear manifested on Old Chai's face. My father said, it was indescribable. It resembled a shadow, or perhaps the wind, silent and unseen. Those who encountered it either suddenly went mad and turned on themselves or vanished without a trace, leaving no remains. He suspected it was the accumulation of centuries of malevolence or miasma in that place, forming a sentient malevolent entity. Others said it was the guardian spirit of an ancient altar, or the restless souls trapped there. Chen Yuan silently took note. Whatever it was, it undoubtedly posed an extreme danger. Since you dared to enter, they either had some assurance or were blinded by greed. How much do you remember about the route in? Old Chai strained to recall, tracing crooked lines in the mud with his finger. From the middle section of the rift, near that platform I pointed out to you last time, there should be a hidden crevice exposed by water that leads to the rift's base. Once you descend, there is an underground river. Follow it upstream towards the higher ground, and you will encounter 3 major forks. My father took the left path, but the right and middle ones, I do not know where they lead. The hide was found in a small cave close to the left fork. Beyond that, I am unsure. 3 forks. Chen Yuan's brow furrowed. Without more information, entering would be a gamble with his life. Also, Old Chai suddenly recalled, struggling to retrieve something carefully wrapped in oil paper from his bosom. He handed it to Chen Yuan. Upon unwrapping the oil paper, a small piece of dark red material, hard yet neither metal nor wood, with an irregular edge about the size of a fingernail, was revealed, its surface adorned with extremely faint, flame-like patterns. This was found by my father alongside that half-piece of hide, seemingly broken off from something. The father of the Liu family girl said this object has a faint scent, reminiscent of sandalwood yet akin to sulfur. It is impervious to fire and water, and he suspected it might relate to that altar. You should keep it, in case it proves useful. Chen Yuan accepted the small fragment, feeling its slight weight and smooth texture, distinctly unlike any ordinary object. He carefully stowed it away. This might serve as a clue or prove utterly useless, yet at this moment, any fragment of potential information was invaluable. Old Chai, you and Stone should remain here for the next few days. The one-eyed elder above is temporarily trustworthy. Await my news. Chen Yuan instructed, then turned to Stone. Stone, you are a man now. Take good care of Grandpa Chai. Uncle Chun will go find Granny. Shidu's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he nodded vigorously, his small hands clenched tightly into fists. Chen Yuan, no longer hesitating, recognized the necessity to prepare his supplies for the journey into the mountains. Rations, water, medicinal remedies, warm clothing, and fire-starting materials. All these were to be procured from Lao Yingua, or exchanged using whatever remnants he had left. He ascended to the cellar, where he found Lao Yingua and made his requests. Without much ado, Lao Yingua listed a series of prices and exchanged the last of Chen Yuan's valuable possessions, including a few pieces of scattered silver obtained from a killer and a tattered bloodstained garment that could be repurposed as bandaging or kindling. In return, he received several hard-grain cakes, a flask of strong liquor, suitable for both consumption and disinfection, a small pouch of salt, a large bag of tinder, and a few durable torches, alongside a more worn but still reasonably thick leather shoulder cape. This should suffice for 3 to 5 days. Any more, and you won't be able to carry it, he remarked, wrapping the goods and tossing them to Chen Yuan. Remember, once you enter the mountains, particularly near Gue Jianchou, do not build large fires at night. The light and smoke can attract unwanted attention. Stick to higher ground. Avoid deep ravines and shadowed depressions where the miasma is thick. If you hear strange sounds, do not be curious. Hide immediately. And, he paused, fixing his single eye on Chen Yuan, if you find yourself truly in dire straits, head towards the source of the underground river. In my youth, I heard an old tomb raider, near death, speak of the waters of Gue Jianchou flowing from the heart of the mountain. Perhaps there lies another way. Chen Yuan committed this potentially trivial information to memory. With all preparations complete, twilight descended, darkening the sky. The winter days grew short, the leaden clouds hanging low, seemingly brewing another storm. Chen Yuan conducted a final inspection of his gear, a waist knife, a hand crossbow, still possessing for poisoned arrows. The black needle had been given to Kuai Dao Lu, a short blade, the one from the assassin, was sheathed within his boot for readiness, alongside a flint, tinder, torches, rations, a water pouch, medicinal supplies, salt, a metal token, a mysterious shard, and a heavy broken shield left behind in the cellar. He donned a gray cotton robe and leather shoulder cape, barely sufficient for warmth. He descended once more into the cellar to bid farewell to Lao Chai Tu and Shitu. Words were scarce. He embraced Shita tightly and nodded at Lao Chai Tu. Until we return. With that, he turned away, ascended the wooden ladder, and did not look back. Pushing open the back door of the coffin shop, the cold wind mixed with snowflakes struck his face. The night was heavy, the town's lights sparse, amplifying the eerie atmosphere. Few pedestrians graced the streets. Only the biting wind howled through the desolate alleys. Chun Yuan lowered the brim of his hat, tightening the cloth around his waist knife, determinedly oriented himself northwards toward the town's edge, and stepped resolutely into the thickening night and snowstorm. His silhouette swiftly vanished into the dim depths of the alley, as if consumed by darkness. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the Fu Shouzhai coffin shop, behind a window that had never been opened and covered with thick paper, a faint light flickered into existence. Lao Yinguo's stooped figure cast a shadow against the paper as he held a perpetual lamp, gazing intently in the direction Qin Yuan had disappeared. After a long moment, he rasped in a voice audible only to himself, "The bloodline of the Mo family, fragments of ancient rituals, the greed of the Black Prison, the backhand of the frontier army. And this unknown yet tenacious lad, all present. This game grows increasingly intriguing. Gui Jianqiu, how many lives will you claim this time?" He extinguished the lamp, plunging the second floor back into darkness, merging with the boundless night outside. In the wilds north of the town, the wind and snow intensified. Chun Yuan trudged through the knee-deep snow, advancing toward the distant, shadowy silhouette of the mountains resembling a colossal beast crouching in the night. Behind him, in the far-off town, several figures cloaked in black silently converged in the backyard of Kuai Dao Lu's butcher shop. Under the dim light, Kuai Dao Lu placed the half-bag of stone orchid and black needle that Chun Yuan had left on the table and spoke softly to a figure enveloped in a black cloak, whose features remained hidden. "My lord, the bait has been set. He has entered the mountains with the items we provided." The cloaked figure lifted their head slightly, two cold eyes glimmering from beneath the hood as they scanned the table's contents. A deep, slightly hoarse voice emerged. "Excellent. Let him scout the way. The mad dogs of the Black Prison and those creatures in the mountains will inevitably target the most conspicuous prey first. We shall merely bide our time and reap the rewards." "What about the old ghost of the coffin shop?" Kuai Dao Lu inquired tentatively. "Do not concern yourself with him. An old wretch with one foot in the grave cannot stir up trouble. Keep a close watch on the mountain route, and," the figure pointed towards Qin San, "when he returns, inform me immediately." "Understood." The flickering light illuminated several faces, each exhibiting varied expressions but all brimming with calculation. As Chun Yuan left, the undercurrents within the town did not subside. Rather, they surged deeper and farther into the mountains. Unbeknownst to Chun Yuan, he harbored only one thought in his mind: to press forward, enter the mountains, find Lu Papa, unveil the secrets, and survive. The wind and snow intensified, completely engulfing his solitary yet resolute figure within the vast snowy night of the mountains. In the darkness ahead, it seemed as though countless eyes were quietly watching him, awaiting his arrival. Chapter 30. Pursuit on snowy peaks. The night was as dark as ink. The wind cut like countless icy blades, swirling and howling, assaulting from all directions, lifting the snow from the ground, striking against his face, and penetrating the collar of his coat, bringing with it a piercing pain and numbing chill. Though the snowfall had ceased, the temperature was dreadfully low. The breath he exhaled instantly crystallized into frost upon his eyebrows, eyelashes, and the tattered brim of his hat. Chun Yuan trudged through the knee-deep snow, moving toward the silhouette of the mountains in the north that loomed in the night like a colossal beast from ancient times. The old, gray cotton robe and leather shoulder cape he wore might have provided some warmth in the town, but out here on the vast snowfield, buffeted by the mountain winds, they felt no thicker than a mere sheet of paper. The cold permeated every layer of clothing, penetrating to the very marrow of his bones. Although his wounds had been treated, the extreme cold and relentless trekking had reignited their dull ache, particularly the gash on his back inflicted by an assassin. Each breath he took pulled at the muscles, as if a small rasp were scraping against him. He could not afford to stop. Pausing would lead to a rapid loss of body heat, potentially rendering him incapable of standing again. He also could not start a fire. The glow and smoke would serve as a beacon for any potential pursuers, be they from Heiyu or others. His only recourse was to keep moving, relying on the meager warmth generated within his body to combat the seemingly all-encompassing frost. Following the vague directions provided by Lao Chai and the remnants of his memories, he needed to traverse this desolate expanse located between the town and the mountainous outskirts of Gui Jianqiu. He would then enter the old forest to the north, along a path long buried beneath snow and time, rumored to be an ancient trade route or hunting trail, which would lead him toward the eastern side of the Gui-Jianzhou ravine. This route was longer and far more arduous than a direct approach to Gui-Jianzhou, yet it was relatively concealed, making it less likely to be discovered by the Heiyu. Beneath his feet lay a thick layer of untouched snow, soft and slippery, requiring immense effort to lift each foot only to sink back in. His strength waned rapidly. His rations consisted of hard, coarse grain cakes that demanded considerable effort to chew, softened only by saliva. Accompanied by a small flask of spirits that had frozen over, a sip ignited a fiery warmth from throat to stomach, providing a fleeting, deceptive sense of comfort, barely sustaining his essential energy needs. He proceeded slowly and cautiously, not only wary of the hidden ditches and potential dangers lurking beneath the snow, such as concealed traps or predator pits, but also remaining acutely alert to the slightest rustle or sound around him. The howling wind masked many subtle noises, yet it could just as easily conceal the approach of danger. He gripped the hilt of the knife wrapped in cloth at his waist, while the cold touch of the crossbow in his arms was the only tangible reassurance he felt in that moment. After approximately half an hour of arduous trekking, he reached the end of the wasteland, and a dark, undulating silhouette of mountains emerged ahead. This marked the edge of the old forest. Chen Yuan paused, leaning against a gnarled, snow-laden tree, gasping for breath, his lungs aflame, and his vision momentarily dimming. He needed a brief respite, even if only to catch his breath. As he steadied himself, preparing to continue, his ears suddenly caught a faint sound, distinct from the wind, a subtle crack of a twig snapping, emanating from the slope behind him. Someone was there, or something. In an instant, Chen Yuan held his breath, his muscles tensing as he silently slipped behind the tree, concealing himself within the shadows of the trunk and the snow, revealing only one eye, fixated on the direction from whence the sound came. At the base of the slope, a patch of ground, faintly illuminated by the pale moonlight peeking through thick clouds, revealed several indistinct shadows. They were moving, not quickly, but with steady intent, leaving a clear trail in the snow. There appeared to be 4 or 5 figures, loosely arranged, maintaining distance between one another, their movements exuding a trained vigilance. They belonged to Heiyu. Were they truly following this path? Or were they another group entirely? Chen Yuan felt his heart race. He dared not move, even slowing his breath to a near halt. The adversaries had the advantage in numbers, and it was evident they were in far better condition than he was. A direct confrontation would spell his demise. The shadows lingered on the open ground for a moment, seemingly assessing their direction or regrouping. By the dim moonlight, Chen Yuan could discern that they were clad in dark, practical attire, their faces obscured by cloth, carrying packs, and wielding weapons of varying lengths. One figure stood particularly tall and imposing at the forefront, occasionally kneeling to sift through the snow, as if examining tracks or signs. They were tracking. Were they pursuing him? Or were they following the advance party from Heiyu into the mountains? Thoughts raced through Chen Yuan's mind. If they were tracking him, his footprints, though somewhat concealed by the wind and snow, could still be discovered by such seasoned hunters. If they were pursuing the Heiyu advance team, it indicated that besides him and possibly Qing Zhonggui and Kuai Dao Lu, a third party had taken interest in the secrets of Gui-Jianzhou and had already crossed paths with Heiyu. While he observed tensely, the tall figure examining the tracks suddenly stood, as if having noticed something, pointing in the direction of Chen Yuan's south hiding place, murmuring something to the others. The remaining figures immediately dispersed, forming a fan-like formation, cautiously encircling toward the tree. He had been discovered, or were they merely conducting a routine search? Chen Yuan's heartbeat quickened, nearly rising to his throat. He tightened his grip on the knife hilt, his right hand stealthily reaching for the crossbow concealed within his cloak. There was no escape. In this snow-laden terrain, he was physically spent, and with their numbers, he would soon be overtaken. His only option was to fight desperately, or just as they closed in, less than 10 steps from the tree, and Chen Yuan was poised to release the bolt preemptively. A long, mournful howl, filled with wildness and hunger, suddenly erupted from the depths of the distant mountains, slicing through the stillness of the snowy night, reverberating with a chilling intensity among the peaks. The encroaching figures froze in unison. Even the towering leader turned abruptly, gazing toward the source of the howl, the cloth covering his face failing to mask the gravity of the moment. Wolves, and a pack of them, on this frigid winter night. A ravenous pack of wolves was more perilous and unpredictable than any human adversary. The imposing leader seemed to have made a swift decision, disregarding the dry trees, and signaling urgently to his companions. They immediately abandoned their encirclement, swiftly regrouping and hastening their steps towards a location opposite to the howling wolves, deviating from Chen Yuan's direction, and quickly vanished into the darkness at the forest's edge. The crisis was temporarily averted. However, Chen Yuan did not allow himself to relax for a moment. The appearance of the wolf pack had transformed an already perilous environment into one rife with danger. He needed to vacate the open area post-haste and seek refuge in the relative cover and defensive possibilities of the ancient forest. Without further hesitation, he took advantage of the wolves' distance, exerting all his strength to dash towards the planned direction of the old woods. This time, he made no effort to conceal his tracks, prioritizing speed above all else. The wolf howl seemed to grow closer, echoing in waves. There were more than one. At last, he tumbled into the edge of the ancient forest. Here, the snow was somewhat thinner, shielded by the towering trees, yet the light was dim, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. He dared not venture deeper. Instead, he nestled into a wind-sheltered depression between several stout trees, drew his waist knife across his knees, readied his hand crossbow, and held his breath, straining to listen for any external sounds. The wolf howls lingered outside the forest for a while, seemingly hesitant to enter the dense darkness, eventually fading into the howling winds of the distant snowstorm. Chen Yuan exhaled deeply, feeling the cold sweat soak through his inner garment, turning icy and clammy in the frigid air. The previous moment had been perilously close. The nature of the mysterious group remained uncertain. Were they friend or foe? Yet, the wolf pack posed a tangible threat. He could not linger here. The wolves might only be temporarily retreating, and the mysterious individuals could return. He needed to reach the vicinity of Gui Jianqiu swiftly, find a relatively safe place to rest, and attempt to track the movements of the Heiyu vanguard. After resting in the darkness for a brief moment, allowing his heartbeat and breath to steady, he nibbled on a small piece of hard biscuit and took a swig of strong liquor. Then he rose, utilizing the faint light filtering through the tree canopy to orient himself, and continued his trek deeper into the mountains. The ancient trade route mentioned by the old Chaito had long since vanished, leaving him to rely on instinct and terrain to navigate in the roughly correct direction. The forest was even more difficult to traverse than the outside. Fallen deadwood, entangled thorns, and snow-covered ravines and rocks made every step fraught with peril. He progressed slowly and laboriously, the wounds on his body becoming increasingly painful with the continued strain of climbing. Just as he felt on the verge of collapse, needing to force himself to rest, he suddenly spotted a faint, flickering orange glow not far ahead in a wind-sheltered hollow. A fire. Someone. Chen Yuan immediately crouched low, like a startled raccoon, stealthily making his way toward the light. He concealed himself behind a dense thicket of shrubs adorned with icicles, parting the branches to cautiously peer into the hollow. The hollow was not large, backed by a steep cliff, creating a relatively wind-protected corner. At that moment, a modest campfire flickered in the hollow, around which 3 figures were gathered. They were indeed 3 of the mysterious individuals he had seen earlier. The tall and robust leader, along with 2 other live companions. They appeared to have just arrived, warming themselves by the fire, cooking something in a tin can, steam rising from it. The other 2 were nowhere to be seen, likely on lookout duty. Chen Yuan's heart raced once more. At such a close distance, even the slightest noise could betray him. He held his breath, observing intently. All 3 had removed their black masks, revealing their true faces. The leader was a man in his 40s, with a square jaw, thick brows, and eagle-like sharp eyes. A gruesome scar from an old knife wound ran down his left cheek, adding a fierce demeanor to his appearance. He was deftly slicing a chunk of frozen jerky with a dagger, his movements steady and forceful. The other 2 were slightly younger. One had a fair complexion, resembling a scholar with bright, lively eyes, while the other was dark-skinned, taciturn, and focused on tending the fire. The firelight illuminated their faces, as well as the weapons resting beside them. Uniform waist knives and hand crossbows, clearly not ordinary arms, but rather reminiscent of military equipment. Notably, on the leader's knife sheath, a faint, deliberately worn insignia was discernible. Were they soldiers? Or perhaps, deserters? Fleeing troops? Frontier soldiers? Chen Yuan's mind was rife with doubts. If they were soldiers, what business did they have prowling in these remote mountains at night, secretly tracking the Heiyu? If they were deserters, how could they be so well-equipped and disciplined? Boss, the trail goes cold here, covered by snow, and the wolf pack has stirred things up, the fair-skinned young man spoke in a clear voice. The Heiyu's lot is swift on foot, and judging by the direction, they are indeed headed toward Gui Jianshou. Should we pursue? The scarred leader tossed the sliced jerky into the pot, replying in a deep voice, yes. The general has issued a strict order. The items must not fall into the hands of the Heiyu, especially that stone tablet. Old Su was likely taken by them to decipher the inscriptions. We must reach them before they do, or at least ascertain their intentions and the location of the items. The mention of a general and orders confirmed their military affiliation. Moreover, their objective was clear. They were after the stone tablet and the so-called items related to Gui Jianshou. Qin Yuan felt a jolt of shock. This situation was far more intricate than he had anticipated. The Heiyu was a clandestine organization, Master Qin was a local power and merchant, and Quickblade Liu was a local power with ties to the underworld. Now a military faction had emerged. What astonishing secrets did the seemingly innocuous Gui Jianshou conceal, drawing the attention of so many parties? However, the other dark-skinned man finally spoke, his voice hoarse. That place of Gui Jianshou is cursed. The elders say once you enter, you cannot return. We are but a handful. Are you afraid? The scarred leader shot him a sharp glance. The dark-skinned man stiffened, not afraid. Just feel it might be precarious. Besides, I sensed others outside the forest earlier. The scarred leader acknowledged with a sound. Poking at the fire with a branch, I noticed that too. The footsteps were unsteady, and the individual was injured. Didn't seem like a member of the Heiyu, more like a refugee. Perhaps a hunter or herbalist from the mountains, startled by us and the wolves. Ignore them. Our objective lies within the realms of Heiyu and Shubei. We shall rest for half an hour, then embark on our pursuit. Following the traces they have left behind, we must seize them before dawn. Indeed, the other two murmured in response. Qin Yuan crouched behind the thicket, absorbing their conversation word for word, his heart a tempest. The military is also in search of Shubei, seemingly at odds with Heiyu. Perhaps this presents an opportunity for him? The enemy of my enemy may not necessarily be my friend, but can certainly be temporarily leveraged or perhaps utilize their strength against Heiyu. Yet, the risks are equally formidable. The military operates with strict adherence to orders and clear objectives. Should they discover him, an idle bystander, coveting Shubei, they would likely eliminate him without hesitation. Furthermore, from their dialogue, it is evident they harbor trepidation towards Gui Jianshou, yet military orders are not to be trifled with. He must exercise utmost caution. He cannot afford to lose track of Heiyu, who may be in the company of Lu Popo or possess knowledge of her whereabouts, while simultaneously evading the scrutiny of this contingent of soldiers and safeguarding himself in this perilous environment. After half an hour, the leader with the scarred face extinguished the fire, meticulously concealing any traces, then shouldered their packs and grasped their weapons, swiftly heading in the direction of Gui Jianshou. Their movements brisk and evidently well-trained. Once they had distanced themselves and their footsteps faded, Qin Yuan waited a moment longer before daring to emerge from the thicket. He approached the spot where they had kindled the fire, the ashes still warm to the touch. Observing the footprints left in their wake, he noted they were clearer and more pronounced than before. He pondered for a moment, refraining from immediately following. They were seasoned trackers of Heiyu, and should he rashly pursue, he would be easily detected. Moreover, he possessed his own advantages, scattered information from Lao Chai Tu regarding the internal pathways of Gui Jianshou, along with that enigmatic fragment. He resolved to circumvent the route of this military contingent, attempting to approach the rift of Gui Jianshou from another direction, to see if he could uncover further traces left by the advance team of Heiyu, or perhaps find the secret crevice leading to the rift's depths, as mentioned by Lao Chai Tu. He discerned the direction and turned towards the side of the cliff etched in his memory, venturing deeper into the denser, more impenetrable thicket. Each step grew increasingly arduous. The darkness thickened, as if countless eyes were silently observing him, the solitary intruder, from unseen shadows. Above him, atop the cliff, within the depths of the Gui Jianshou rift shrouded by heavy clouds and the cloak of night, a faint, ethereal green glow, reminiscent of ghostly flames, flickered momentarily amidst the absolute darkness and howling winds, only to vanish swiftly, as though it had never existed. Chapter 31. The glimmer and the crevice. The residual warmth of the soldiers' campfire lingered in the air, yet human presence had vanished. Qin Yuan remained concealed in the darkness for a moment longer, until he was certain that the trained figures had completely disappeared into the depths of the forest. their final footsteps on the snow and branches swallowed by the howling mountain wind. Only then did he slowly rise from his hiding place among the underbrush. His cold limbs, stiff and numb from prolonged inactivity, sent sharp bursts of pain coursing through him with the slightest movement, accompanied by the faint sound of bones grinding together. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to disregard the discomfort, directing his gaze towards the direction in which the scarred leader and his men had departed. This trajectory pointed roughly towards the Gue Jianzhou main rift, but it was evidently not the secret crevice mentioned by Lao Chai Tu. He could not follow in their wake. Doing so would risk detection, and he instinctively sensed that the path the soldiers were pursuing might merely be the superficial traces left by the dark prison, either deliberately exposed or otherwise. The true critical route or entrance, perhaps as Lao Chai Tu had asserted, was likely much more concealed, hidden from outsiders. He lifted his gaze to the night sky. The dense clouds obscured the stars and moon, while only the mountain wind traversed the barren branches and towering cliffs, producing a wailing sound that fluctuated in intensity, reminiscent of ghostly howls. Amidst this boundless darkness and the shrieking wind, he once again focused intently on the direction of the Gue Jianzhou rift. This time, he scrutinized it with patience and care. There was nothing. That fleeting, ghostly green glow had not reappeared, as if the brief glimpse had been a mere figment of his overtaxed mind, or an illusion created by the interplay of snow and shadow at a particular angle. However, Chen Yuan had faith in his own eyes. It was not an illusion. Deep within the rift, something was indeed stirring, emitting light. Was it a peculiar illumination kindled by the denizens of the dark prison? A bioluminescent mineral or plant? Or perhaps, that invisible entity referred to by Lao Chai Tu? The unknown invoked both fear and heightened vigilance. He withdrew his gaze and began to navigate towards the eastern side of the rift, where the terrain was steeper, the trees sparser, and the rocks more exposed, guided by Lao Chai Tu's description and his own assessment of the landscape. The path proved far more arduous than anticipated. He was now distanced from any potential hunting trails or animal paths, traversing uncharted wilderness. Beneath the snow lay jagged stones and a tangle of thorny brambles. Each step required him to push aside obstructing branches with his hands and test the solidity of the snow beneath his feet, while remaining ever watchful for slips or the peril of falling into a chasm. The knife at his waist served as a makeshift staff, occasionally clashing against the rocks, producing a dull sound that resonated with alarming clarity in the stillness of the mountain forest. His strength waned rapidly, sweat dampened and then dried, crystallizing into a layer of icy salt upon his skin. The wound on his back throbbed persistently, sharp pain radiating with each climb and bend, as if a small saw were tugging back and forth. He was compelled to pause, leaning against the cold rock face, catching his breath. From his cloak, he retrieved the last half of a coarse grain cake, laboriously gnawing at it, moistening the dry texture with saliva, and washing it down with the scant remnants of strong liquor from his water skin. The warmth derived from the food was negligible, yet the fiery burn of the liquor sliding down his throat offered a fleeting clarity to his muddled mind. He could not afford to linger too long, as the cold would swiftly strip away the scant body heat he had managed to accumulate. After resting for less than the time it would take to brew a cup of tea, he rose once more and pressed onward. This time, he proceeded with greater slowness and caution, his gaze sharp as a hawk's, sweeping over every inch of snow, every rock, every crevice. The secret crevice described by Lao Chai Tu must be exceedingly well concealed, likely obscured by snow, vines, or protruding stones. A moment's inattention could lead to its discovery slipping away. Time trickled by, and the night above seemed to lighten just a fraction, as a faint, grayish hue reminiscent of dawn appeared on the eastern horizon, yet true daylight was still far off. The wind in the forest appeared to have quieted somewhat, the surroundings growing increasingly silent, so quiet that he could hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat and the flow of blood in his ears. As Chen Yuan rounded a prominent rock formation resembling a hawk's beak, a relatively gentle snow slope backed by an abrupt cliff came into view, and his attention sharpened instantly. Near the base of the cliff, the accumulation of snow exhibited an unusual shape. There seemed to be a small, inwardly concave shadow, where the snow was thinner than its surroundings, and peculiar patterns formed by some force, perhaps water or air, had eroded the surface. More critically, at the edge of this shadow, he discerned several indistinct footprints. Almost obscured by the fresh snow, yet faint outlines were still discernible. The footprints were small, not resembling the boot prints of an adult male, but rather akin to the delicate imprints of a woman's embroidered shoes, or perhaps the tracks of a small animal. Yet, their arrangement bore a vague semblance to human walking patterns. Chen Yuan's heart raced. He immediately crouched down, refraining from approaching hastily, instead carefully surveying his surroundings. Confirming the absence of any other movement or ambush, he stealthily crept closer, like a snow leopard, until he reached the vicinity of the shadow. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the indentation was indeed an entrance to a rock crevice, partially concealed by a mass of withered vines, snow, and rubble. The entrance was narrow, just wide enough for a person to pass through while stooped, leading into a dark abyss, from which a current of air carrying the scent of damp earth and faint sulfur wafted forth, causing the withered vines at the entrance to quiver slightly. The indistinct footprints faded at the edge of the crevice, suggesting that someone, or something, had recently traversed this path. Could it be Granny Lu? Or perhaps individuals from the dark prison? Or even a wild beast of the mountains? Chen Yuan crouched down, meticulously examining the footprints. They were shallow, nearly flattened by the wind, yet the edges were exceedingly vague, making it difficult to ascertain their precise style. He reached out to touch the snow beside the footprints. The snow was cold, but the frozen ground beneath seemed slightly more disturbed than in other areas, as if it had been recently trodden upon. This was it. This could very well be the secret crevice leading to the depths of the rift that Lao Chai too had spoken of. Moreover, someone had entered not long ago. Chen Yuan's spirits surged, but caution quickly followed. Who had gone inside? Were they friend or foe? What awaited him within? Alone and battered, his strength nearly depleted, rashly entering would be fraught with peril. Yet, having come this far, retreat was not an option. Granny Lu might be inside. The secrets of the stone tablet lay within, and the objectives of the dark prison resided there as well. He had no choice but to proceed. He meticulously examined his gear once more, a dagger at his waist, for poison bolts remaining in his hand crossbow, a short blade nestled in his boot, and tinder along with a torch clutched tightly in his embrace, with little food and water left. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved the shortest and most durable torch from his belongings and ignited it with his flint. The flickering, dim light barely illuminated the narrow entrance of the rock crevice and a small surrounding area. He held the torch before him, gripping the dagger tightly in his right hand, while his left hand cautiously supported the rocky wall. He bent low, sidling into the crevice with utmost care. Inside, the crevice appeared even more constricted than it had at the entrance, allowing barely enough space for a single person to pass, with some areas necessitating complete sideways movement or even crawling. The rock walls were slick and cold, covered in dark green moss, and from above, icy droplets occasionally fell, landing on his neck and causing him to shiver. The ground beneath him was uneven and treacherous, a mix of slippery mud and gravel, making every step a challenge. The pungent odor of sulfur and dampness intensified, mingling with a faint, indescribable scent of decay. Chen Yuan advanced slowly and cautiously, testing each step before proceeding, his eyes fixated on the darkness just a few paces ahead, illuminated only by the torchlight. His ears were attuned, straining to detect any unusual sounds. Aside from his own heavy breathing, heartbeat, and footfalls, the only other sound was a distant, muffled echo reminiscent of flowing water, far away. The crevice wound downward, its slope varying between steep and gentle. After approximately a quarter of an hour, an alcove opened up ahead. As Chen Yuan was about to round the corner, he suddenly halted, his body freezing in an instant, his pupils dilating. On the ground at the corner, where the edge of the torchlight flickered, he spotted a pool of dark red blood, partially coagulated. The blood was not extensive, splattered across the rocks and moss, its color starkly vivid in the glow of the flame. Beside the blood, there lay a small piece of torn, grayish-white cloth, seemingly stained with blood as well. It was human blood, and it had been shed not long ago. Someone had been injured here. Chen Yuan's heart raced as he extinguished the torch, fearing the light would reveal his presence. He pressed himself tightly against the rock wall at the corner, holding his breath, gripping his dagger firmly with his right hand while his left reached for the cold hand crossbow in his attire. In the suffocating darkness, an oppressive silence enveloped him. The only sounds were the distant murmur of water and the thunderous rhythm of his heartbeat. He strained to listen, attempting to catch any breath, moan, or other movement that might lurk beyond the bloodstain. Nothing. There was only the endless darkness and silence, coupled with an increasingly potent odor of blood and sulfur. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, Having confirmed there was no immediate danger, Chun Yuan reignited the torch. The light flared to life once more, dispelling the stifling shadows. He crouched down, examining the bloodstain and the fabric closely. The blood had not yet fully dried, indicating that the injury had occurred within the last few hours. The cloth was common coarse linen, its edges ragged, as if it had been violently torn or scraped. It was impossible to ascertain whether it belonged to Granny Lu, a prisoner from the Black Prison, or someone else entirely. Standing upright, he cast his gaze beyond the corner. The crevice appeared to widen slightly here, yet it remained deeply shadowed, concealing what lay ahead. The bloodstain pointed deeper into the darkness. Chun Yuan no longer hesitated, gripping his dagger tightly and raising the torch. He stepped over the bloodstain and pressed onward. Each step became increasingly cautious, his sharp eyes scanning the path ahead and the rocky walls on either side. After traversing several more paces, a fork appeared ahead. The crevice split into two paths. The left passage was narrower, but the airflow seemed stronger, with a more intense scent of sulfur. The right passage was comparatively wider, but a clearer sound of rushing water emanated from its depths. Which path to choose? Crouching at the junction, Chun Yuan scrutinized the ground. On the left path, there were some indistinct traces on the ground, possibly made by moisture or footsteps, but their age was indiscernible. On the right side, near the edge of the rocky wall, he noticed a faint glimmer, different from the torchlight. Drawing closer to investigate, he illuminated the area with his torch. There, about a person's height off the ground, a small section of the rock wall bore a different hue, resembling a dull metallic sheen, and appeared to be inscribed with something. He reached out to touch it. The surface was icy and hard, undeniably metal, embedded in the rock, etched with twisted symbols he did not recognize. They bore a resemblance to the patterns on the black metal plaque, but were more ancient and weathered. It was a mark. Someone had left a mark, indicating the right passage. Chun Yuan's heartbeat quickened. Who had left this mark? Was it a guidepost from the Black Prison? Or perhaps a remnant from the herbalists of old, like Lao Chai's father? Or could it be the ancient soldiers who perished in the chasm? He could not ascertain. Yet the presence of the mark here must hold significance. Moreover, the right passage yielded the sound of water, likely leading to the dark river, which, according to Lao Chai's account, was a crucial route at the base of the chasm. He resolved to take the right path. The individual who left the mark, regardless of their intent, at the very least indicated that this route was of greater importance or more frequently traversed. He stepped into the right passage. It indeed proved more spacious, allowing him to walk upright, and the ground was relatively more even. The sound of rushing water grew louder, the air thick with humidity. The temperature slightly warmer than outside, yet the noxious combination of sulfur and dampness was intensified, almost nauseating. After walking for about the duration of a joss stick, he was suddenly met with an expansive sight. The torchlight flared, revealing a vast, naturally formed underground cavern. The cavern soared several zhang high, immeasurably wide, stretching into an unfathomable distance. At its center, a wide, rushing underground dark river surged fiercely, the murky water a dark yellow. Exuding a potent sulfuric scent, crashing against the rocks in the river, producing a deafening roar that echoed throughout the cavern, creating tremendous sound waves. On either side of the dark river lay rugged riverbanks, littered with smooth, rounded pebbles and silt polished by the relentless water. However, what truly sent a chill down Chun Yuan's spine, rendering him breathless, were the countless pale skeletons, densely clustered and piled atop one another, lurking in the shadows near the cavern's edge. Not just one or two, but hundreds, even thousands. Human remains. Most of them were incomplete, contorted in various agonizing poses, some still seemingly frozen in the act of crawling or struggling in their final moments. Amidst the skeletal remains, a plethora of rusted and battered weaponry and armor fragments lay scattered, swords, spears, and halberds, all bearing an ancient design, far removed from the artifacts of the present dynasty. The entire riverbank resembled a colossal battlefield graveyard, forgotten by time. An overwhelming atmosphere of death and decay mingled with the scent of sulfur, assailing the senses and nearly suffocating. Standing at the cave's entrance, Chun Yuan clutched a torch that flickered with the tremors of his hand, casting shadows on his pale, bloodless face, which betrayed an unmistakable terror. Was this indeed the fate of the defeated soldiers spoken of by Lao Shada's father, who ventured deep into the Gijianshu Valley and never returned? What had transpired here in years gone by? What force could have caused so many fully armed warriors to meet such a brutal end, their bones heaped like mountains? He forced down the shock and fear swelling within him, his gaze sweeping across the desolate riverbank. Most of the bones were heaped upon the higher ground, far from the dark river, as if the deceased had desperately sought to evade it, or perhaps something within the river itself. Yet deeper within the riverbank, closer to the cave's opposite rock face, he perceived something unusual. It was a massive, square black stone tablet, rising above the surrounding bones, standing silently in the shadows. The surface appeared to be inscribed with a myriad of intricate symbols, faintly reflecting a dim sheen in the torchlight. It was it, the stone tablet, the rubbings that Qin Zhongguo desired, the secrets coveted by various factions, were likely inscribed upon it. Chen Yuan's heart raced anew. However, he refrained from rushing forward. This eerie riverbank was too strange, too quiet. Other than the roar of the dark river, no sound of life could be heard. The hollow eye sockets of the skeletons seemed to silently observe him, this unwelcome guest, filled with endless malice and warnings. Gripping his sword tightly, he inhaled deeply, preparing to cautiously step onto the riverbank, moving towards the stone tablet. Suddenly, a distinct splash echoed from the darkness upstream of the dark river. It was not a stone falling naturally, but something had actively leapt into the water. Chen Yuan's body bristled with fear. He spun around, torch and sword both directed towards the source of the sound. His crossbow was already drawn, the arrow aimed at the obscured river surface shrouded in darkness and mist. The dark river surged, splashing wildly. At the location of the sound, the river's surface appeared to ripple with unusual disturbances, only to be quickly dispersed by the rushing waters. Nothing surfaced. What was it? A person? A beast? Or perhaps something from within the river? Chen Yuan held his breath, his muscles tensed, fixated on that stretch of river. The torchlight flickered in the damp air, casting his shadow against the jagged rock walls and the scattered bones behind him, twisting and swaying like a specter. Time slowly ticked away. The dark river continued its thunderous roar, leaving no other sounds. It was as if the earlier splash had merely been a figment of his imagination. Yet Chen Yuan knew it was no illusion. In this silent cave, laden with skeletal remains, he was not alone. Something lurked in the shadows, in the river, observing him quietly from the darkness. He cautiously maneuvered his steps, pressing his back against the rock wall to avoid being ambushed from both directions. His gaze darted between the roaring dark river, the heaped bones, the distant stone tablet, and the darkness upstream from whence the sound had emanated. Cold sweat trickled down his spine, soaking his undergarment, bringing an unsettling chill. He understood he had stepped into a genuine perilous situation. Each step could trigger unknown dangers. The answers he sought, the person he needed to find, perhaps lay just beyond that silent black stone tablet, or perhaps hidden in the depths of the rushing river that reeked of sulfur. To advance or retreat. Advancing leads to bones, the stone tablet, the unknown in the dark river, and possibly lurking horrors or military forces. Retreating would mean navigating the narrow, slippery crevice behind him, with the outside world blanketed in snowstorm, and potential pursuers lurking in the woods. There was no retreat. A glint of determination flashed in Chen Yuan's eyes. He slowly crouched down, retrieving the shortest torch from his pocket, igniting it with a flint, and then forcefully hurled it upstream towards the source of the sound. The flaming torch traced an arc, illuminating the rock walls and a small stretch of the river surface before it fell with a splash into the turbulent waters, instantly extinguished. However, in the fleeting moment before the light was snuffed out, Chen Yuan's keen eyes seemed to catch a glimpse of a dark corner of fabric, a deep-colored garment, flickering behind a massive rock not far from the riverbank. Not a beast, a person, hidden behind the rock. Almost simultaneously, from the corner of his eye, he noticed a faint, eerie green glow, different from the torchlight, flickering slightly in the shadows behind the black stone tablet, before vanishing. There were things on both sides. Chapter 32. The deadly game. Unanticipated movements stirred both the front and the rear. Shadows of lurking figures concealed themselves behind the upstream rocks, while an enigmatic ghostly light flickered beside the downstream steel. In an instant, Chen Yuan found himself ensnared in a perilous predicament. His heart raced like a thunderous drum, blood surged to his head, only to freeze in his limbs. The flame of the torch he clutched flickered erratically due to the slight tremors of his arm, casting a distorted shadow upon the scattered bones and slick rock wall behind him, resembling a ghostly waltz. Do not panic. Absolutely do not panic. He forcefully suppressed the terror that threatened to explode from within, while his mind raced with unprecedented speed. The figure upstream, lurking in the shadows, was likely an adversary rather than an ally, and its concealed posture clearly indicated a desire to remain hidden for the moment. The downstream ghostly light was even more inscrutable. Was it friend or foe? Human or specter? Or perhaps it was some bizarre entity intrinsic to this haunted realm of despair. The dark river roared, masking many subtle sounds and providing him with a modicum of cover. He had to make a decision immediately. Should he attack or defend, advance or retreat, or perhaps sow chaos and seize the opportunity? In the blink of an eye, Chen Yuan made an exceedingly audacious choice. He did not turn to face either side, but instead hurled the burning torch towards the cavernous center, away from the dark river's banks littered with bones. Simultaneously, he propelled himself backward, pressing his back firmly against a concave rock wall at the entrance, surrounded on three sides by solid stone, leaving only his front exposed to the cavern, thus maximizing his chances of avoiding a pincer attack. Splash! The torch fell into the turbulent dark river, its flame instantly extinguished by the murky waters. The cavern plunged into a deeper darkness, with only the distant ghostly green glow becoming increasingly vivid in the absolute blackness, resembling a ghostly eye. The darkness brought with it a greater fear, yet also a fleeting sense of safety. Both the figure upstream and the entity beside the downstream steel would hesitate upon losing sight of Chen Yuan, needing to reassess the situation. Chen Yuan held his breath, fully merging with the shadows of the rock wall. His right hand gripped the dagger at his waist, while his left retrieved a hand crossbow from his clothing. The cold steel and poisoned bolts offered him a faint sense of security. He widened his eyes, striving to adapt to the sudden darkness, while simultaneously straining his ears to catch any unusual sounds within the obscurity. The dark river continued its roar. Yet amidst this eternal background noise, Chen Yuan keenly detected two distinct sounds. From the upstream direction, a faint noise emerged from behind the rocks, nearly drowned out by the sound of rushing water, akin to the gentle scraping of metal against stone, accompanied by a low, muffled grunt tinged with confusion and caution. It was a person. Moreover, it seemed there was more than one. They, too, were bewildered by the sudden darkness and the extinguished torch, adjusting their positions or exchanging words. Meanwhile, the ghostly green glow downstream flickered momentarily brighter after the torch was extinguished, only to return to its previous state, remaining stationary. Yet, Chen Yuan sensed an indescribable, cold, and viscous gaze emanating from that direction, firmly locking onto the area where he stood. That was not the gaze of a human. It was more primal, more indifferent. Time flowed slowly in the darkness, each second stretching like a century. Sweat trickled down Chen Yuan's forehead, stinging his eyes, but he dared not blink. His wounds seemed to forget their pain under the extreme tension, as all his senses heightened to their utmost limits. The disturbances behind the upstream rocks ceased, seemingly opting for a watchful stance. The ghostly light continued to flicker, and the chilling gaze remained unyielding. A strange stalemate formed among the three parties in this cavern strewn with the bones of the dead. This stalemate could not endure indefinitely. Chen Yuan's stamina would not last long. While the darkness provided temporary cover, it rendered him blind. He had to break the deadlock, at the very least to ascertain the nature of one side, or perhaps create an opportunity to escape this deadly situation. He recalled the few signal arrows nestled within his clothing, given to him by Zhao De Hu. Upon ignition, they would emit a sharp sound and light, primarily intended for intimidation and signaling. Using them here would undoubtedly expose his position, but perhaps they could stir the waters? A more daring plan began to take shape in his mind. He would wager that the figures behind the upstream rocks and the entity of the downstream glow were not allies, and might even harbor mutual apprehensions. He intended to incite conflict, to prompt them to clash. With utmost caution, he retrieved a signal arrow from his clothing, bringing the oil-soaked cloth at its tail to his lips, biting down upon it. And then, with great care, he slowly extracted the flint and tinder from his pocket. In the darkness, he relied solely on his sense of touch and muscle memory, his hands trembling with an unsettling steadiness. He had to succeed on the first attempt, without producing any extraneous noise. A faint spark ignited, kindling the tinder. Chen Yuan immediately brought the burning tinder close to the cloth of the signal arrow. The cloth caught fire, and an orange flame leapt forth. In the absolute darkness, this flicker of light stood out like a beacon. Almost instantaneously upon the ignition, Chen Yuan exerted all his strength, hurling the burning signal arrow not towards the upstream or downstream, but rather towards a rugged section of the cavern ceiling, where it would create a tremendous echo. At the same time, he abruptly lunged to the side, rolling into a nearby pile of higher bones, burying himself deeply among the cold, shattered remains, leaving only his eyes visible, fixed intently on the movements upstream and downstream. Whoosh! Bang! The signal arrow erupted with a piercing shriek and dazzling light, crashing into the rocky ceiling of the cavern, exploding into a larger fireball, scattering sparks. The tremendous sound resonated within the confined cavern, amplified countless times, creating a thunderous echo that pounded against the eardrums, even momentarily drowning out the roar of the dark river. The flying sparks landed upon the nearby bones and rocks, crackling and illuminating the cavern in a chaotic display of light and shadow, conjuring phantoms. This sudden cacophony and brilliance shattered the standoff like a boulder thrown into a stagnant pond. Who goes there? Alert! From behind the upstream rocks, two muffled voices of surprise and fury erupted. They were male voices, laced with evident shock and confusion. Following this were the clashing sounds of weapons being drawn and hurried footsteps. They were thrown into disarray by this unexpected assault, instinctively reacting as if under attack. At almost the same moment, the eerie green halo on the downstream side of the stone tablet began to flicker violently, its frequency astonishingly rapid, as if it had been subjected to a great disturbance. Following this, Chun Yuan felt the cold, sticky sensation of being watched intensify abruptly, and then, it moved. It swept rapidly towards the direction of the explosion of the signal arrow, which was at the top of the cave. An opportunity, Chun Yuan observed keenly from behind a pile of bones. Three figures suddenly emerged from behind the upstream rocks. They were none other than the officers who had previously tracked down the prison in the forest and rested by the campfire. The scar-faced leader, the pale scholar, and the taciturn dark-skinned man, armed with crossbows. They formed a triangular formation, their expressions a mix of suspicion and alertness as they scanned the cave for potential assailants, wary of dangers that might arise from any direction. Meanwhile, the eerie green halo, after its intense flickering, abruptly detached from the stone tablet and transformed into a faint, nearly invisible green streak, gliding silently along the cave's ceiling at an astonishing speed towards the location of the upstream officers. Its velocity was unfathomable and utterly silent. Had Chun Yuan not been staring intently, he might have failed to notice it. What on earth was that? Chun Yuan's heart raced with dread. It was neither human nor any ordinary beast. Leader, above. The pale scholar's gaze was exceedingly sharp, seemingly having detected the rapidly approaching strange green light. He cried out in terror, instinctively raising his crossbow. The scar-faced leader reacted swiftly, though he could not discern what it was. A soldier's instinct warned him of a lethal threat. Get out of the way. Back against the rock, he shouted, and the three immediately darted to the side behind a protruding boulder. Yet, the green streak was too swift. Just as the three shifted, the green light swept past the spot where they had stood moments ago, bringing with it a chilling, spine-tingling breeze. Chun Yuan even faintly heard an almost imperceptible sound, akin to countless tiny ice crystals grinding against one another. The green light darted past without pausing, continuing deeper into the cave, disappearing into the darkness upstream of the dark river as if it had never existed. Only the lingering, discomforting chill remained, slowly permeating the air. What was that? The dark-skinned man's voice trembled slightly, the veins on the back of his hand bulging as he gripped his sword. I don't know. It doesn't resemble a living creature. The scar-faced leader's expression darkened considerably. The grotesque scar on his face twitched slightly in the residual light of the dying embers. His hawk-like gaze swept the direction where the green light had vanished, and he cautiously surveyed the surroundings. The signal arrow had been deliberately fired by someone. They were trying to lure that ghostly thing to us. He immediately grasped the crux of the situation, his eyes electrifyingly locking onto the pile of bones where Chun Yuan was hiding. Though Chun Yuan had concealed himself well, the noise made when he tumbled into the bone pile, along with the residual scent, could easily reveal his presence to a tracker as seasoned as the scar-faced leader. Friend, what kind of hero hides and peeks? Come out and have a chat, he bellowed, pointing his sword towards the direction of the bone pile, while signaling to his two companions with a glance. The pale scholar and the dark-skinned man immediately fanned out to the sides, slowly encroaching towards the pile of bones, their crossbows already loaded and aimed at several potential hiding spots. Discovered. A tightness gripped Chun Yuan's heart. The officer's vigilance and reaction speed far exceeded his expectations. If he were to emerge now, he would face 3 well-trained, well-equipped soldiers who clearly harbored hostile intent. There was no chance for victory. Remaining hidden until they surrounded him would lead to certain death as well. In this critical moment of life and death, an idea flashed through Chun Yuan's mind. He suddenly leaned out from behind the pile of bones, not to attack or beg for mercy, but with all his strength, he shouted hoarsely towards the downstream direction, towards the stone tablet. The stone tablet. The map on the stone tablet. I've seen it clearly. It's the map that the prison wants. His words echoed wildly within the cavern's vastness, but the keywords prison and stone tablet map struck the hearts of the 3 officers like 2 heavy boulders. The movement of the scar-faced leader and his companions came to an abrupt halt. Their gazes all turned towards the silent black stone tablet downstream. Chun Yuan's words had struck at the core of their greatest concern and confusion. What exactly was inscribed on the stone tablet? What was the prison so desperately trying to find? Just as their thoughts were captivated by the stone tablet, causing a momentary lapse in their actions, whoosh, whoosh, 2 crossbow bolts, without warning, shot out from the shadows on the other side of the cave, near the dark river, aimed directly at the scar-faced leader and the pale scholar. It was the prison's men. They were indeed here. Moreover, they had been lurking on the side, waiting for the opportune moment. Chun Yuan's shout had revealed the officer's location and provided the enemy with the chance to strike. The scar-faced leader and the pale scholar, being elite soldiers, remained composed, as the sound of the crossbow bolts slicing through the air filled their ears. They instinctively rolled to the side. The bolts grazed their bodies, embedding themselves deep into the rock behind them, their tips vibrating ominously. Enemy attack. Those scoundrels from the prison. The scar-faced leader roared, rolling behind a rock as he drew his blade, its cold gleam flashing menacingly. The pale scholar and the dark-skinned man quickly found cover, their crossbows aimed at the shadows from which the bolts had come. Bang, bang, bang. More crossbow bolts erupted from the shadows, accompanied by suppressed shouts and the sounds of clashing weapons. Clearly, there were more than 2 assailants hidden by the prison, and both sides were now embroiled in combat. The twang of bowstrings, the flight of crossbow bolts, and the sparks from blades striking rocks illuminated the darkness, as yells and cries. It seemed someone had been struck, mingled with the roaring of the dark river, transforming the once silent cave into a battlefield of carnage. Seizing this fortuitous opportunity, Chun Yuan wasted no time, slipping out from behind the pile of bones like a slippery eel, keeping low in the shadows along the cave's edge, sprinting with all his might towards the black stone tablet downstream. His objective was clear: to rush to the stone tablet and discern what was inscribed upon it while the officers and the prison's men were preoccupied with their mutual combat, a precious window of opportunity. That was the cargo Mr. Chin sought, the secret coveted by all parties, and it might also lead him to find Lu Popo, unraveling all the mysteries. As for the bizarre green streak, he could afford no more thought to it for now. He gambled on its distraction by the battle or its indifference towards the stone tablet. The dark river surged and roared beside him, while bones crackled beneath his feet. Chun Yuan pushed his speed to the limit, disregarding the excruciating pain of his torn wounds and the dizziness from exhaustion. In his vision, only the looming black monument, obscured yet illuminated by the flames of battle and the distant eerie green glow, remained in focus. 30 steps, 20 steps, 10 steps. It drew ever closer. He could now discern the rough surface of the stone tablet, adorned with a myriad of twisted symbols that resembled the chaotic movement of insects. Those symbols, illuminated by the distant flames and ethereal light, appeared to shimmer with an ancient and mysterious aura. 5 steps. Just as Chun Yuan's hand was about to graze the cold surface of the stone tablet, a clear splash resonated from behind him, near the dark river. Closer than before. Louder. Alarm bells rang in Chun Yuan's mind as he abruptly halted his forward momentum and turned sharply. Before him, approximately 2 to 3 zhang away on the surface of the dark river, near the shallow water by the bank, a figure was struggling to crawl ashore from the murky, sulphurous water. The person was drenched, the clothes clinging to their body, hair disheveled, and face smeared with mud, yet he could vaguely discern. It was a woman. Moreover, her silhouette seemed somewhat familiar. Was it Granny Lu? No, that couldn't be right. Granny Lu was elderly and stooped. Was it Zhao Wangshi? Yet, it did not entirely match. Could it be? The woman crawled onto the bank, coughing violently, expelling mouthfuls of the murky river water, then lifted her head as if trying to discern her surroundings. In that fleeting moment, an arrow, misfired by the soldiers in the distance, streaked through the air, momentarily illuminating her profile. A pale, haggard face of a young woman. Yet one could still perceive the delicate contours of her former beauty. She appeared to be around 27 or 28, her brows and eyes imbued with an intellectual aura, yet at this moment, they were filled with terror, fatigue, and an overwhelming sorrow, seemingly etched into her very bones. Chen Yuan had never encountered this woman before. However, the indigo dress she wore, though tattered and soaked, clearly differed from that of a village woman. Alongside her bizarre appearance in this desperate situation, instantly recalled someone to his mind, Dr. Xue, the physician from the rejuvenation hall in town who had been taken away by the Black Prison. Could she be a relative of Dr. Xue, his daughter? Or perhaps, Dr. Xue himself? No, Dr. Xue was an old man. This was evidently a young woman. Help me. The woman caught sight of Chen Yuan, her eyes bursting with the last glimmer of hope amid despair as she struggled to reach out to him, her voice hoarse and faint. At that moment, Chen Yuan's peripheral vision caught sight of two shadowy figures in black, emerging from the ambush downstream, breaking through the soldiers' blockade, and charging towards him and the woman. Clearly, their target was not merely the soldiers, but also the woman who had suddenly appeared from the river. Or rather, she herself was one of their objectives. With the stone tablet ahead yet unexplored, the mysterious woman and pursuing assailants to the side, soldiers engaged in chaos behind him, and that elusive green luminescence lurking in the shadows. Chen Yuan stood between the icy stone tablet and the surging dark river, gazing at the approaching figures in black, then at the struggling, pleading stranger, while feeling the firm touch of the metal plate and fragments in his grasp. A wave of unprecedented chaos and pressure threatened to engulf him. In a moment of dire urgency, everything shifted. Should he save this woman? Should he continue to examine the stone tablet? Or should he flee immediately for his life? There was no time for contemplation. The blades of the two black-clad figures, reflecting the distant flames of battle and imbued with a chilling intent to kill, were hurtling towards him. Chapter 33. Undercurrents and secrets. The blades sliced through the air, carrying the acrid scent of sulphurous death, aimed directly at Chen Yuan's face. Two cloaked figures flanked him, moving in perfect synchrony, effectively sealing all avenues of escape, clearly intent on delivering a fatal blow while simultaneously subduing the mysterious woman who had just emerged from the river. In a flash, a feral glint flickered in Chen Yuan's eyes. With nowhere to retreat and evasion impossible, he resolved to stake his life against theirs. He did not attempt to block or evade the lethal strike aimed at his throat. Instead, he summoned all his strength and weight, colliding with the black-clad figure on his right. Concurrently, his left hand, which had been poised in concealment, swiftly drew forth not a knife nor a crossbow, but rather the hand crossbow borrowed from Kuai Dao Lu, hidden in the most accessible position against his chest. At such close quarters, he aimed it at the heart of the figure on his left and pulled the trigger. The faint click of the mechanism was nearly drowned out by the clamor of clashing weapons and the roar of the dark river. Yet the poisoned bolt surged forth with unstoppable force, plunging into the chest of the black-clad man to his left. The assailant's forward momentum abruptly ceased, disbelief flashing in his eyes as he glanced down at the rapidly expanding dark stain on his chest. He opened his mouth to speak, but no sound emerged, and he crumpled forward, lifeless. In that instant of collision with the right-hand figure, Chen Yuan unsheathed his dagger with fierce determination, raising it in a powerful upward arc. He did not aim to deflect the descending blade, but targeted the exposed flank beneath the man's arm, trading injury for life. The two sounds rang out almost simultaneously. The dagger of the figure on the right struck with force against Chen Yuan's hastily raised left arm, the blade biting deep into flesh, lodging between the bones, and sending a shock of excruciating pain coursing through him. However, Chen Yuan's counterattack was equally effective, as his blade sliced through the man's right side, tearing through fabric and skin, even grazing against the ribs, creating a jarring sensation. The right-hand figure emitted a cry of pain, his grip loosening. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Yuan lowered his head and forcefully collided his forehead against the man's face. The sickening sound of a shattered nose was accompanied by the man's agonized scream. Despite the searing pain in his left arm, Chen Yuan pressed forward, forcefully toppling his opponent to the ground, where they both rolled amidst the icy pebbles of the riverbank. Discarding his dagger, Chen Yuan's fingers clawed towards the man's gaping mouth, desperately trying to stifle any cries for help while his knee forcefully pressed against the wound in the man's abdomen. The black-clad figure writhed in agony and suffocation, but Chun Yuan, like a frenzied tiger, relentlessly maintained his grip, pinning him down. The sounds of cracking bones and ruptured organs echoed through their struggle, mingling with muffled whimpers and gasps for breath. Not far away, the chaos of battle raged on. Crossbow bolts whizzing through the air, blades clashing, and cries of fury and despair rising and falling, drowning out the brief, bloody, and silent struggle for life in this corner. After several breaths, the figure beneath him finally ceased to struggle, his body going limp, reduced to involuntary spasms. Chun Yuan, equally exhausted, rolled off and lay back, gasping for air on the cold pebbles, his left arm ablaze with pain, warm blood gushing forth and soaking his sleeve. Dizziness clouded his vision, and a ringing filled his ears. "Are you all right?" The woman who had crawled from the river now struggled to reach Chun Yuan's side, her voice trembling with lingering fear and a hint of gratitude. The mud on her face had been partially washed away by the river, revealing a delicate yet pallid visage, her eyes wide with alarm as she sought to assess Chun Yuan's injuries. Chun Yuan bit down on his tongue, using the pain to dispel the dizziness, and struggled to sit up. He paid no heed to his wounds or the woman's inquiries, instead scanning the battlefield with urgency. The clash between the officials and the forces of the Black Prison seemed to have escalated into a fierce confrontation, with casualties on both sides. Yet for the moment, the terrain and mutual gunfire held them at bay, leaving this corner neglected. The faint greenish glow in the shadows behind the stone monument flickered in and out of sight, seemingly unaffected by the turmoil, still observing quietly. Time. He needed time to examine the monument and to extract information from this suddenly appearing woman. "Who are you? How did you end up here?" Chun Yuan asked in a low voice, speaking rapidly while fixing his sharp gaze upon her. Simultaneously, he tore a strip from a relatively clean inner garment and, using his teeth to assist his right hand, bound it tightly above the wound on his left arm, the rough motion causing veins to bulge on his forehead as cold sweat dripped down. I am Xue Qingyi, the daughter of Dr. Xue from the Huichun Hall in town," she replied hastily, tears brimming in her eyes. My father was captured by the Black Prison. They forced him to decipher some ancient inscriptions. I secretly followed him, hoping to rescue him, but I lost track of him upstream on the dark river, accidentally fell into a pool, and was swept here by the current. Dr. Xue's daughter. Indeed, Chun Yuan understood fully. The Black Prison had captured Dr. Xue to interpret the monument, and this woman had dared to track him here, a display of courage that was commendable, although now it seemed more like a reckless entrapment. "Where have they taken your father? How many men are in the Black Prison in this cave? Besides the monument, what else are they searching for?" Chun Yuan fired off questions in rapid succession. Xue Qingyi was momentarily taken aback by the barrage of inquiries, but quickly gathered her thoughts and responded. "They took my father deeper upstream along the dark river, where there seems to be a large cavern, with sounds of iron working and many voices. There were at least 10 men, all armed. Besides the monument, they appear to be searching for a key or a mechanism, something to unlock the core of a certain altar. My father was forced to look at some rubbings and mentioned that the inscriptions referred to a blood key and a soul guide." Blood key, soul guide, core of the altar? Chun Yuan committed these unfamiliar terms to memory. Clearly, they touched upon the very essence of the secrets surrounding Gui Jianchou. "Do you recognize the inscriptions on the monument?" Chun Yuan pointed toward the silent black giant nearby. Xue Qingyi followed his gesture, her eyes widening with fear at the sight of the monument, but her expression soon shifted to one of scholarly focus. I have studied some ancient characters and astrology with my father. The symbols on this monument, they are very ancient, quite sinister, resembling some sort of record of sacrificial rites, a mixture of star maps and incantations. The details remain unclear from such a distance, yet an unsettling aura permeates the atmosphere. However, comprehension dawns. At the very least, a portion is discernible. Chun Yuan's spirit ignites. "This woman is pivotal. Follow me, closer, but exercise caution." Chun Yuan struggles to rise, clutching the fallen waist knife in his right hand, while his left, though agonizingly weak, still manages to grasp the hilt. He gestures for Xue Qingyi to keep pace, and the two crouch low, cautiously advancing towards the stone tablet, illuminated by the flickering flames on the battlefield and the faint greenish glow in the distance. The chaos of combat rages on, Yet it appears that the men from Heiyu are consciously retreating upstream along the dark river while the officials pursue relentlessly, gradually distancing themselves from the area surrounding the stone tablet. This presents a precious opportunity for Chun Yuan and Xue Qingyi. Soon, they arrive at the base of the stone tablet. Up close, the tablet looms larger, its surface a pitch-black substance, neither stone nor jade, chilling to the touch, emanating a subtle gravitational pull, as if even light and sound would be consumed upon nearing it. The surface is inscribed with a myriad of dark golden symbols, twisted like serpents and insects, resembling celestial trajectories. In the dim light, these symbols seem to flow slowly, inducing a sense of dizziness and agitation upon prolonged observation. Xue Qingyi leans in closer, her complexion growing paler as her lips tremble slightly. This is not an ordinary sacrificial text. This is a soul-binding inscription and a demon-summoning incantation. It is a forbidden technique used by ancient sorcerers to communicate with the netherworld, to suppress malevolent forces, or to summon certain non-human powers. She points to a more intricate swirl of symbols at the base of the stone tablet. This seems to be a seal, or perhaps a marker for a passage. A passage? To where? Chun Yuan inquires urgently. Unclear. The symbols are fragmented, but these few small words beside it. Xue Qingyi squints her eyes, struggling to decipher. It seems to say, door, key, open, and those who recklessly open will eternally fall into the abyss. Those who recklessly open will eternally fall into the abyss. A warning. This stone tablet is indeed extraordinary, not only recording secrets, but possibly serving as a switch or marker for a perilous portal. Can you make a rubbing or memorize it? Chun Yuan asks. This is what Qin Zhonggui desires. Xue Qingyi shakes her head. Without tools. The light is too dim, and the symbols too complex. I cannot retain much. Moreover, a look of fear crosses her face. After staring too long, I feel quite uncomfortable, a sense of unease, as if countless voices are whispering in my ears. Chun Yuan shares her sentiments. This stone tablet harbors malevolence. He refrains from pressing further, his gaze sweeping over the inscriptions, attempting to commit to memory some critical patterns and the few characters that Xue Qingyi has identified. Meanwhile, he observes the surroundings of the stone tablet. The base is deeply embedded in the riverbank, seamlessly merging with the ground, concealing any mechanisms. Yet, on the side of the stone tablet that faces away from the dark river, near the bottom, he seems to discern a lighter patch, as if it has been repaired later, the shape somewhat resembling an enlarged version of the fragment given by Lao Chaitu. A spark of realization ignites within him as he swiftly retrieves the dark red fragment from his pocket, aligning it with the trace. The size, shape, and even the curvature of the edges, astonishingly, bear a resemblance of 7 or 8 parts. Could this fragment have broken off from the stone tablet? Was it dislodged by the soldiers of yore, or perhaps even earlier intruders? At that moment, a resounding roar erupts. A deep, thunderous noise, seemingly emanating from the depths of the earth, suddenly reverberates from upstream of the dark river. The entire cavern quakes slightly, loose stones and dust cascading from the ceiling. The waters of the dark river surge violently, their turbulence increasing, as if the water level itself is rising. Both the officials and the remnants of Heiyu, caught off guard by the sudden clamor and tremors, momentarily cease their conflicts, gazing anxiously in the direction of the sound. It is upstream. What have they triggered? Xue Qingyi's face drains of color as she clutches Chun Yuan's sleeve tightly. Chun Yuan's expression changes as well. Has Heiyu, along with Dr. Xue, located the so-called core or mechanism of the altar and triggered it? What of Dr. Xue? Let us go. Upstream. Chun Yuan decisively commands. The secrets of the stone tablet cannot be fully gleaned at this moment, but the whereabouts of Heiyu and Dr. Xue, along with the potential activation of the core, must be clarified. Furthermore, remaining here while either the officials or Heiyu regain their footing, or as the eerie green light stirs anew, would surely lead to their demise. He pulls Xue Qingyi along, intending to navigate the riverbank towards the source of the thunderous sound upstream. Suddenly, a sharp command rings out. Halt! A cold, incisive voice emanates from a side direction. The scarred-faced leader, accompanied by the pale-faced scholar, emerges unexpectedly from behind a pile of bones, blocking their path to the upstream. Both men are injured, bloodied, yet their gazes remain sharp and menacing, knives and crossbows aimed at Chun Yuan and Xue Qingyi. The taciturn dark-skinned man has vanished, likely having perished in the recent melee. Leave behind what you have gleaned from the stone tablet, as well as this woman. I may spare your lives." The scarred-faced leader's voice is icy and unequivocal. They evidently recognize the stone tablet's significance, and this suddenly appearing woman, Xuechingi, may be capable of deciphering the inscriptions. The earlier skirmish has cost them manpower, and now they are eager for information to regain control. Chen Yuan's heart sinks. With officials blocking their path ahead, Yu potentially lurking upstream, and the dark river surging alongside, they find themselves in a dire predicament. "Military officer, we too are victims of Yu, merely seeking to rescue others," Chen Yuan states solemnly, his hand discreetly reaching for the last poisoned arrow concealed within his garment. This stone tablet is malevolent. Inscribed upon it are calamities and misfortunes. It would be wiser for us to join forces against Yu to locate the mechanism they have triggered, to avert a disaster. "Spare us your words," the pale-faced scholar retorts impatiently. "The secrets of the stone tablet and this woman must be ours. As for Yu and the mechanism, you need not concern yourself. Attack." Before his words have fully escaped his lips, the scholar raises his crossbow, poised to fire. In that critical moment, a low, mournful sound, reminiscent of countless souls weeping in unison, unexpectedly resonates from every corner of the cavern. The sound is not loud, yet it carries an icy, sorrowful essence that pierces the soul, instantly overshadowing the roar of the dark river and the distant echoes of battle, filling the entire cavern. Subsequently, the faintly flickering greenish light that had been illuminating the cavern abruptly intensifies. The glow transforms from its previous weak and ethereal state into something stable, bright, even somewhat blinding, casting a ghastly green hue over the area surrounding the stone tablet. Under the illumination of the green light, the dark golden symbols on the stone tablet appeared to come alive, swirling along a specific trajectory and exuding an even more enchanting radiance. The ghastly white bones piled around the stone tablet, shrouded in this eerie green glow and haunting cries, seemed to quiver ever so slightly. Hollow eye sockets appeared to rekindle with ghostly green flames. What manner of fiend is this? The pale-faced scholar turned ashen, his hand trembling as he clutched his crossbow. The scarred leader's pupils constricted in shock, his scarred visage twitching, clearly shaken by this extraordinary and bizarre spectacle. Chen Yuan and Xuechingi felt an overwhelming chill coursing from their feet to the top of their heads, as if countless cold, clammy hands were caressing their skin. The haunting cries burrowed into their minds, inducing a sense of nausea. Had the stone tablet been disturbed? Or was it a mechanism triggered by the upstream dark prison that awakened something dormant within this cavern? "Let us depart, away from the stone tablet," Chen Yuan shouted hoarsely, disregarding the soldiers before him, as he grasped Xuechingi's hand and turned to flee towards the side of the narrow riverbank that was near the dark river, a path cut off by the chaos of battle and strange occurrences. There lay a cluster of jagged rocks, perhaps a temporary refuge. The scarred leader seemed bewildered by this sudden turn of events, failing to pursue immediately. Instead, he cautiously raised his crossbow, aiming at the stone tablet glowing with green light and the seemingly animated bones. As Chen Yuan and Xuechingi reached the rocky area, they had yet to find a hiding spot when a piercing, shrill scream echoed from behind them. It was the pale scholar. He appeared to be gripped by an unseen force around his throat, his feet leaving the ground as he floated helplessly, the crossbow bolt slipping from his hands. Desperately clawing at his neck, his eyes bulged with terror and agony, his body twisting in unnatural contortions, and an eerie green light flickered beneath his skin. Nearby, among the trembling pile of bones, several relatively intact skeletons began to wobble and stand upright, extending their bony claws and staggering towards the scarred leader and the struggling scholar. "Monsters, you shall perish," bellowed the scarred leader, his eyes wild with fury as he swung his sword at a nearby skeleton. The blade struck the bone with a dull thud, leaving only a faint white mark. The skeleton merely swayed, its bony claws still reaching out. This was beyond the capacity of human strength to counter. Chen Yuan felt a surge of dread. Unwilling to witness more, he pulled the petrified Xuechingi, scrambling into the narrowest crevice among the jagged rocks. The gap was damp and constricted, barely accommodating two curled bodies, shielded from the external chaos by several massive stones. Yet, the eerie cries and sounds of struggle resonated clearly. Xuechingi pressed her hands against her ears, trembling like a leaf in the autumn wind, her tears flowing silently. Chen Yuan leaned against the cold, slick stone. gasping for breath as the wound on his left arm reopened from the earlier sprint, blood dripping from his fingertips. Listening to the inhuman cacophony outside, a chilling realization gripped his heart. The malevolent stone tablet, the resurrection of bones, the ghostly green light, and the haunting cries. This hellish abyss was far more terrifying than he had anticipated. What had the dark prison triggered? What dark entity lay hidden within this cavern? Now, he and Xue Qingyi were trapped in this narrow fissure, the outside world filled with unknown horrors and possibly hostile soldiers, remnants of the dark prison, while within, they faced the injuries and overwhelming fear of Xue Qingyi. Their provisions were dwindling, and their strength was waning. Where could they find an escape? He felt the cold, hard metal plate and the shard still resting in his possession. Old Chai had mentioned that his father had managed to escape years ago because of what? Ah, yes, he had jumped into the dark river and was swept away by the current. The dark river, a torrent, reeking of sulfur. The downstream was an enigma, while the upstream led to the dark prison and its more sinister core. Yet remaining here meant certain death. Perhaps. The only gamble left was to leap into the dark river and follow the current, maybe finding a sliver of hope, just like Xue Qingyi, who, despite the danger, had survived upstream and been carried here. He glanced at Xue Qingyi, trembling beside him, then looked at the faint, ghastly green light seeping through the rocks, accompanied by the incessant, soul-piercing cries, his gaze hardening with resolve. "Can you swim?" he whispered to Xue Qingyi. She raised her tear-filled eyes, staring blankly at him. Then, understanding his intent, her face drained of color. Yet, she clenched her teeth and nodded slightly, a little. "But this river. Staying here is a death sentence," Qin Yuan interrupted, his tone resolute. "Hold on tight to me, hold your breath, and do not let go, no matter what happens. We will jump into the river and swim downstream." Downstream lay deeper darkness, unknown water passages, potential waterfalls, whirlpools, sharp rocks, and the lurking ghostly green light. Yet, it was the only viable path to survival. Qin Yuan tore a clean strip of cloth, binding his left hand and Xue Qingyi's right hand together in a secure knot. Then, grasping her firmly, he crawled out of the fissure, casting a glance at the hellish scene outside, the green light soaring, the wails of the damned, bones staggering, and the scarred leader struggling against the onslaught of several skeletons. Roaring in desperation, as shadowy figures from the dark prison flickered in the green light. No more hesitation. He pulled Xue Qingyi and dashed towards the turbulent, sulphurous dark river, leaping from a protruding rock at the riverbank. With a splash, the icy water, imbued with a strong corrosive odor, engulfed them instantly. The sheer force of the current, the swirling undercurrents, the bone-chilling cold, and the suffocating murkiness of the river surged into their mouths and nostrils, overwhelming them with sensation. All feelings collided as the world slipped into darkness, coldness, and roaring chaos. Qin Yuan clutched Xue Qingyi's hand fiercely, using his last vestiges of strength to drift downstream into the endless blackness. At the very moment they plunged into the water, within the heart of the cavern, atop the black monument radiating an emerald glow, a complex symbol resembling an eye suddenly illuminated, projecting a straight and solid beam of ghostly green light towards the upstream of the dark river, the direction from whence the thunderous sound emanated, as if to guide, yet simultaneously to summon. The blood-red symbols inscribed upon the steel spiraled in a frenzy, and the ancient characters recognized by Xue Qingyi, Min, He, and Qi, blazed on the surface like red-hot branding irons. The words "the one who dares to unlock shall eternally fall into the abyss" echoed hauntingly, morphing into an eerie lament that reverberated throughout the cavern, lingering endlessly. Chapter 34. The terror of the dark river. The frigid, bone-chilling water of the murky river surged forth like countless invisible hands, instantly enveloping Qin Yuan and Xue Qingyi, consuming them entirely. The immense force and swirling undercurrents rendered them powerless, as if they were mere leaves caught in an endless descent into darkness. The fetid river water, laden with the pungent scent of sulfur, filled their mouths and nostrils, igniting a searing pain and a sense of suffocation. The only sounds that remained were the muffled roar of the rushing water and the thunderous rush of their own blood. Qin Yuan clutched tightly to the wrist of Xue Qingyi, their hands bound together by a strip of cloth that tightened further as it soaked, almost embedding itself into their flesh. The wound on his left arm throbbed painfully from the icy water and violent impacts, yet the will to survive eclipsed all else. He forced himself to remain calm, striving to hold his breath and relax his body, allowing the current to guide him without futile struggles, curling up to shield his head and face while using his other hand to grasp Xue Qingyi's arm, signaling her to do the same. Xue Qingyi, evidently possessing some swimming skills, managed to suppress her initial panic and held her breath, her body rising and falling with the water. Though she occasionally trembled violently from choking on the liquid, the dark river roared through the underground cavern, the channel seeming to twist and turn, sometimes wide, sometimes narrow, sometimes high, sometimes low. They were swept along, colliding with the slick rock walls and submerged reefs, each impact bringing fresh pain. Chen Yuan felt as though he had been thrown into a colossal, rapidly spinning drum, the world spinning chaotically, disorienting him as he was engulfed in boundless darkness. The icy water, and the fear of being shattered upon impact. Time became indistinct. Perhaps only a few breaths had passed, or it could have been an eternity. Just as Chen Yuan sensed that the air in his lungs was nearly depleted and his consciousness began to fade, he felt the grip on Xue Qingyi's hand weaken. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted ahead. The water surged forward with newfound speed, plunging almost vertically downwards. It was a waterfall or a tremendous drop. Hold on. Chen Yuan silently screamed in his mind, though he could not vocalize it. Summoning his last reserves of strength, he yanked Xue Qingyi towards him while curling his body into a tight ball, using his back and relatively uninjured right arm to shield their vital areas. In the next instant, the sensation of weightlessness struck them. They plummeted along with the torrent of water from great heights. The impact was unimaginable, striking from behind like a wild bull crashing against his spine. Chen Yuan was momentarily blinded, a sweetness filling his throat as he nearly lost consciousness. The icy water pressed in from all sides with even greater force, flooding in. His awareness flickered like a candle in the wind, threatening to extinguish. Yet the primal instinct to survive compelled him to grit his teeth, and just before losing consciousness entirely, he desperately flailed his only movable right arm, while his legs kicked fiercely. He did not know where the surface lay, instinctively struggling towards the direction he sensed to be upward. At last, his head broke through the surface. The cold yet relatively fresh air rushed into his lungs, provoking a violent fit of coughing and retching, but he was alive. He gasped greedily for breath, his right hand thrashing in the water to maintain buoyancy. His left arm had succumbed to numbness, moving only mechanically with his body. Bound to him, Xue Qingyi also surfaced beside him, coughing violently, expelling the murky river water, her face as pale as parchment, her eyes glassy, clearly at her limit. Gasping, Chen Yuan surveyed his surroundings. They appeared to be in a vast underground lake or confluence of river channels, the water surface relatively calm, yet still shrouded in darkness, with only a faint, mysterious blue light emanating from afar, vaguely outlining the cavern's immense contours. The air remained thick with the stench of sulfur, now mingled with an even more stale and chilling odor. The thunderous sound of rushing water emanated from multiple directions, indicating that the dark river branched into several tributaries or that an underground waterfall continued to flow in. They were safe for the moment, but it was merely temporary. They needed to reach the shore immediately, lest they succumb to hypothermia or exhaustion and sink. Hold on, search, find the bank. Chen Yuan rasped to Xue Qingyi, his voice barely audible over the vast expanse of water. He discerned the general direction of the faint blue glow, which seemed to rise in elevation, and began to drag the nearly unconscious Xue Qingyi toward it, propelling himself through the water with his right arm and legs. Each stroke tugged at his wounds, especially the agonizing pain from his back and left arm, as the cold water continued to sap his body heat, his limbs growing increasingly stiff and numb. But he could not stop. To halt was to perish. Xue Qingyi seemed to regain a sliver of awareness, awkwardly aiding with her free hand to paddle through the water. Together, they supported each other, inching forward toward that flickering glimmer of hope in the icy dark river. It felt as though a century had passed when at last Chen Yuan's feet touched the riverbed, rough sand and stones. They had reached the shore. He felt a surge of spirit, exerting his final strength to drag Xue Qingyi, crawling and rolling onto the slick riverbank, collapsing onto the cold, hard rock, like two desiccated fish, their chests heaving violently as they gasped for breath. Overwhelmed by pain, uncertain of how long they lay there, until the biting cold of the rocks threatened to siphon away the last remnants of warmth from their bodies, Chen Yuan struggled to sit up. He first checked on Xue Qingyi. She was still alive, though her eyes were closed, her body trembling, her lips tinged with a purplish hue. clearly suffering from hypothermia and shock. He himself was not faring much better. The wound on his left arm had turned white and rolled back from prolonged exposure to the river water, looking grotesque and terrifying, while the bruises on his back throbbed painfully. Every part of him ached, as if his bones were shattered. Yet he knew he could not succumb. This place was not safe. He needed to find shelter from the cold, tend to their wounds, and ascertain their whereabouts, as well as any possible escape routes. Gritting his teeth, he used his functioning right hand to untie the soaked strip of cloth binding him to Xuechingi. Their wrists were raw and bloody from the binding. He retrieved a small pouch from his bosom, meticulously wrapped in oil paper for protection, containing a fire starter, tinder, and the last precious bit of kindling, specially wrapped in multiple layers of oil paper to shield it from moisture. Fortunately, it remained relatively dry. Trembling, he extracted the fire starter, attempting several times before finally striking a spark, igniting the tinder. A feeble glow flickered to life in the absolute darkness, illuminating a small radius around them, bringing with it unparalleled warmth and hope. He held the firebrand aloft, scrutinizing the surrounding environment with great care. They found themselves at the edge of a vast underground cavern, where the shoreline was merely a relatively flat gravel beach sculpted by the relentless flow of water. The cavern soared into an unseen height, its depths expansive and profound. In the distance, a faint azure glow emanated from a fissure between towering rock walls, exuding an otherworldly, chilling beauty. The air was damp and cold, the scent of sulfur significantly diminished, replaced by an ancient aroma reminiscent of dust and minerals, seemingly intertwined with the faintest hint of sandalwood. Chen Yuan's gaze fell upon the gravel beach, and his pupils constricted suddenly. Among the pebbles near the water's edge lay several stones, evidently shaped by human hands, alongside fragments of decayed pottery. Further along, in the shadows where the gravel beach met the rock face, there appeared to be several indistinct outlines resembling stone platforms or pedestals, seemingly hewn by human effort. This place bore the marks of human activity, and its antiquity was undeniable. A tremor coursed through his heart. Could it be that by sheer happenstance, they had stumbled upon the very core of Gui Jianchou, the fabled ancient altar? He leaned against the rock wall, struggling to rise, and with the firebrand in hand, he approached the nearest stone platform. Upon closer inspection, it indeed resembled a square pedestal constructed from neatly arranged massive stones, about half a person's height, its surface cloaked in a thick layer of dust and mineral deposits, yet faint carvings became discernible. The patterns were archaic and abstract, bearing some resemblance to the symbols on the steel, albeit more simplistic. Circumventing the pedestal, he discovered a relatively dry expanse behind it, paved with flat stone slabs, which also bore carvings that appeared to depict a vast, fragmented star map or some sort of ceremonial diagram. At the far end of the stone floor, the rock wall receded inward, creating a natural structure akin to a shrine or portal. The azure glow streamed from a narrow crevice above this entrance, illuminating the area before it. On either side of the portal stood two towering, severely weathered stone sculptures. Their humanoid forms were barely distinguishable, appearing as neither man nor beast, clad in archaic armor and wielding peculiar, broken weapons, their features obscured, leaving only hollow eye sockets, which appeared particularly sinister under the ethereal light, as if silently guarding the mysterious doorway behind them. Beneath the portal, on the ground, there lay a conspicuous circular depression, approximately 3 feet in diameter, at its center seemingly embedded with an object that reflected a muted sheen in the azure glow. Chen Yuan's heart raced involuntarily, and he fought through pain and exhaustion, inching closer. As he discerned the object nestled within the depression, his breath caught in his throat. It was a circular metal disc, as dark as ink, perfectly fitted to the surrounding rock. Its surface smooth as a mirror, yet at its center lay a peculiar, petal-shaped indentation that bore an uncanny resemblance to the dark red fragment he had obtained from Lao Chai Tu, the very piece he held close to his chest. It was as if this fragment were originally part of the missing center of the metal disc. Could it be that this fragment was a piece of the key to unlocking this portal? This thought struck Chen Yuan like a thunderclap in his mind. The half-piece of hide found by Lao Chai Tu's father, the fragment, the secret passed down by Granny Lu, the relentless pursuit of the Black Prison and the military, and the coveted inscription rubbings sought by Qin Zhonggui. All clues seemed to converge here, to this ancient portal hidden deep within the Gui Jianchou ravine, beneath the dark river. Key, blood key. The words that Xuechingi had relayed, as her father interpreted the inscriptions, echoed in Chen Yuan's mind. Was it possible that to open this portal, not only was this fragment required as a physical key, but also blood and soul as offerings or catalysts? Hence, the inscription warned that those who dared to unlock it would fall into an abyss. A shiver ascended his spine. This place was more sinister and dangerous than he had imagined. Cough. Cough. A weak cough resonated behind him. Chen Yuan turned to see Xue Qingyi struggling to sit up, her eyes wide with terror as she surveyed the surroundings, particularly the two fearsome stone sculptures and the azure portal. What is this place? Xue Qingyi's voice trembled, her arms wrapped tightly around her shoulders. I don't know, but it is highly likely that this is the very core of what your father and the Black Prison have been searching for, Chen Yuan replied, moving closer to her, positioning the firebrand so she could see the dark red fragment in his hand, gesturing towards the metallic disc depression below the portal. Xue Qingyi's eyes widened as she glanced between the fragment and the depression, her complexion draining of color. The key? Could it be that my father was forced to decipher the inscription to discover how to use this key to open that door? Very likely, Chen Yuan affirmed solemnly. The Black Prison would go to any lengths, even abducting your father, believing whatever lies beyond that door holds immense value. However, the inscription warns that those who dare to unlock it will fall eternally into the abyss. This door may not be so easily opened. What shall we do? Xue Qingyi asked helplessly. My father. Chen Yuan fell silent. The fate of Dr. Xue remained uncertain, but he feared he was likely in the hands of the Black Prison, perhaps even close by. Their own safety was paramount, let alone attempting a rescue. Their immediate priority was to tend to their wounds, regain strength, and find a way to escape this eerie place, or at least locate a more secure refuge. Let us find a sheltered, somewhat drier spot to treat our wounds and kindle a fire, Chen Yuan suggested, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. Though the area near the portal was relatively flat, it was too conspicuous, and the two stone sculptures along with the azure glow instilled a sense of dread. He turned his attention to the opposite side of the gravel beach, where the rock wall receded further inward, creating a larger shadow that seemed suitable for concealment. He assisted Xue Qingyi to her feet, and together they stumbled toward the recess in the rock wall. Indeed, it proved to be more concealed. The ground was dry sand, and the protruding rock layer above provided some cover. While still chilly, it was a significant improvement from being openly exposed by the water's edge and the portal. Chen Yuan, using his working right hand and his teeth, painstakingly treated the wounds on both their wrists caused by the binding strips, and tore off a relatively clean, not yet fully soaked inner lining to rewrap the ghastly wound on his left arm. Xue Qingyi followed his lead, tending to her own abrasions and frostbite. After accomplishing their tasks, both individuals found themselves utterly exhausted. Chen Yuan gathered some relatively dry twigs and moss scattered nearby, remnants likely washed ashore long ago, and with the last of his tinder, carefully kindled a small fire in the innermost recess of the rocky hollow, sheltered from the wind. The flickering orange flames sprang to life, bestowing precious warmth and light while dispelling some of the darkness that bred fear. The two huddled around the fire, curling up to greedily absorb its heat. Chen Yuan broke apart the last hard-grained cake, sharing a small portion with Xue Qingyi. The cake, swollen from soaking, had an odd taste. Yet they paid it little mind, nibbling at it in small bites, washed down with the last remnants of potent liquor in their water skin, miraculously unspilled. The food and warmth revived a modicum of strength in their bodies, yet the fatigue of spirit and the pain of their injuries remained ever present. Xue Qingyi leaned against the rock wall, gazing at the dancing flames with a vacant expression, lost in thought, perhaps worrying about her father's safety. Chen Yuan, on the other hand, remained alert, listening to the sounds outside, which consisted solely of the faint murmur of the underground river, while rapidly piecing together the events in his mind. Miss Xue, he suddenly spoke in a hushed tone, regarding the inscriptions on that stone tablet, and the blood key, soul guide, and altar core your father mentioned while he was compelled to interpret. What more do you know? Any detail could prove significant. Xue Qingyi snapped back to the present, struggling to recall, a pained expression crossing her face. I don't know much. That night, the people from Heiyu suddenly invaded my home and took my father. I secretly followed them outside the town and overheard them questioning my father, mentioning some. They said that a half of the altar map passed down from the Mo family and a fragment of the blood key were crucial to finding and unlocking the Eye of the Earth vein. The Eye of the Earth vein seems to be a node where the essence of the earth gathers beneath the ghost-seeking chasm, which is the altar core. To unlock it, a complete blood key and a specific soul-guiding ritual are required, the steps and warnings of which are inscribed on the tablet. My father seemed to recognize some of the characters on the tablet, but he was filled with dread, saying that the ritual is exceedingly malevolent, requiring the souls and blood of living beings as sacrifices to communicate with the netherworld, forcibly seizing the power of the earth vein in a bid for extraordinary strength or immortality. With a very low success rate and the potential to incite unpredictable calamities, rebounding upon oneself. The Heiau people refused to listen, pressuring my father to swiftly decipher the complete ritual method. The words sacrificing souls and blood, communicating with the netherworld, seizing the power of the earth vein, immortality, sent a chill through Chun Yuan's heart. This was no treasure hunt. It was clearly a sinister cult performing forbidden rituals. The Heiau organization was indeed profoundly malevolent, with grand ambitions and extreme madness. Aside from the fragment I possess, are there other pieces of the blood key? Chun Yuan pressed on. It seems there are a total of 3 pieces. The Mo family has one, which is the one you hold. The second piece is said to be in the possession of the commander of the ill-fated army that perished in the chasm years ago, possibly buried here with him. The whereabouts of the third piece are unknown. It may be lost or already destroyed. Xue Qingyi explained that Heiau seemed to have located the remains of the defeated commander and obtained the second fragment, which was why they were so eager to capture her father to interpret the tablet and seek the whereabouts of the third piece and the complete ritual. 3 fragments, with one in hand, one possibly in the possession of Heiau, and the third unknown. The metallic groove before the portal evidently required a complete blood key to unlock. No wonder Heiau sought Old Chai, the guide, pressured Granny Lu, the Mo family's heir, and abducted Dr. Xue, the interpreter. They were gathering all the necessary conditions and keys. Suddenly, Chun Yuan recalled that the military personnel seemed to be searching for the stone tablet and its contents as well. Were they opposing Heiau? Or did they also desire the power of the eye of the earth vein? And what of Manager Qin, who sought the tablet rubbings, clearly aware of some underlying truths? Whom did he stand behind? This situation was far too convoluted. We must leave this place, Chun Yuan said solemnly. The Heiau people are likely nearby and may have already found the portal with your father. Once they gather the fragments and perform that sinister ritual, who knows what might transpire? Remaining here is far too perilous. But how do we escape? Xue Qingyi looked around in despair, confronted by the darkness and the only exit, the rushing underground river. Can we jump into the river again? And my father? Chun Yuan fell silent. Retracing their steps into the underground river was perilous. Staying here, waiting for Heiau to come, was equally a dead end. It seemed that no matter the choice, they were cornered. His gaze turned once more to the distant, eerie blue portal. What if they could gain entry behind that door first? Would there be other avenues for escape? Or perhaps something that could restrain Heiau? But that thought was even more reckless, and not to mention the absence of a complete key. Even if they had won, the consequences of unlocking that sinister ritual were unimaginable. As he pondered, a sudden sound caught his attention. It seemed he heard an unusual splash from the direction of the underground river, not the natural sound of flowing water, but as if something larger was wading through or paddling closer. Someone was approaching. Were they from Heiau? Or remnants of that military group? Or perhaps something else entirely? Chun Yuan's expression changed, and he quickly began to kick the sand, extinguishing the fire hastily yet carefully, leaving only a faint ember. Simultaneously, he pulled Xue Qingyi deeper into the shadows of the rocky hollow, his right hand grasping his waist knife, while his left hand, though pained and weak, reached for the 3 remaining poison arrows in his crossbow. Hush! Do not make a sound, he whispered softly in Xue Qingyi's ear. The two held their breath, pressing against the cold rock wall, their eyes fixed on the direction of the rocky beach outside the hollow and the distant surface of the underground river. The splashing grew nearer, accompanied by heavy breathing and suppressed coughing. By the sound, it appeared there were multiple individuals, yet all seemed in a poor state. Moments later, several swaying, drenched shadows, supporting one another, struggled to climb up from the direction of the underground river, right near the slanted front of the rocky hollow where Chun Yuan and Xue Qingyi were hiding. Illuminated by the faint blue glow emanating from the distant portal, Chun Yuan discerned the figures of the newcomers, and his pupils dilated in shock. It was that group of soldiers. But only 2 remained, the scarred-faced leader and that pale scholar. Both appeared utterly disheveled, soaked to the skin, their clothing tattered, stained with blood and mud. The scarred leader bore a more menacing visage with the jagged line across his face. One of his arms hung limply at his side, seemingly broken, while he leaned heavily on a fragment of a spear with his other hand, struggling to remain upright. The pale scholar fared even worse. His complexion was ashen, and a deep wound on his chest, visible to the bone, bled despite hasty bandaging. He leaned almost entirely on the scarred man for support as they moved. Astonishingly, they had escaped from that hellish cavern. Yet, it was evident that they had paid a steep price. The dark-skinned man had not made it out. Once they crawled ashore, they appeared utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the gravelly beach, gasping and coughing violently for an extended period. The scarred leader scanned the surroundings warily, inevitably noticing the distant ethereal blue portal and the two stone sculptures, a flicker of shock and profound trepidation passing through his eyes. "Boss, is this the core of the altar?" The pale scholar inquired weakly, his voice faltering. "It should be," the scarred leader panted, his gaze fixed intently on the metal indentation beneath the portal. "The rabble from Heiyu must be nearby. They have taken the second fragment. Old Shue should be able to decipher the inscriptions. We are too late." A glimmer of reluctance shone in the scholar's eyes. "Forget it." The scarred leader gritted his teeth, his facial muscles twitching. To survive and carry the news back, that would be an achievement in itself. That green light, that ghastly thing. And those moving bones, they are simply not something mortals can contend with. Heiyu seeks to open this door and conduct that vile ritual. It is a path to self-destruction. We must find a way to escape. They too desired to flee. Moreover, they appeared equally terrified of the nefarious rite beyond the portal, seemingly intent on self-preservation rather than thwarting Heiyu. Chen Yuan's mind raced as he contemplated the situation. Though these two soldiers were adversaries, they now found themselves as fellow victims of fate. Their goals seemingly shifted from seizing the tablet or fragments to mere survival. Perhaps he could attempt to engage with them, collaborate in the search for an escape route. After all, they were elite troops, possessing far superior wilderness survival and combat experience than he, and two individuals, albeit grievously injured, still constituted a measure of strength. The risk lay in the possibility that they might not trust him, even resorting to silencing him or seizing resources such as food or medicine. Yet, in this dire predicament, any opportunity to enhance their chances of survival warranted the risk. Just as Chen Yuan hesitated on whether to reveal himself, an extraordinary event unfolded. With a tremendous splash, the surface of the dark river upstream erupted violently near the soldiers' landing site. A colossal shadowy form, accompanied by the jarring sound of metal grinding and chains dragging, slowly emerged from the depths. It resembled a massive, rust-covered bronze war chariot or an unusual sacrificial platform, ensnared by thick black iron chains, half submerged in the water. On the platform, indistinct figures stood, all clad in the distinctive black bodysuits of Heiyu, their faces obscured. Prominently in the center stood an elderly figure in a black robe, stooped and supported by two others. Dr. Shue. He appeared feeble, yet seemed to tightly clutch a scroll of parchment, perhaps a rubbing of the inscriptions. At the forefront of the platform, a tall figure clad in a similar black robe, exuding the aura of a leader, raised an object high above. In the dim blue glow, it reflected a strange interplay of dark red and obsidian hues, revealing a complete key fashioned from three fragments, resembling a flower petal. The main force of Heiyu, Dr. Shue, the complete blood key. They had traversed the dark river on this peculiar bronze platform, and it was evident they were headed towards this very portal. The expressions of the scarred leader and the pale scholar shifted dramatically as they struggled to conceal themselves, but it was clearly too late. The leader of Heiyu on the platform seemed to have spotted the collapsed soldiers on the shore, as well as the distant portal. He let out a hoarse, jarring laugh filled with fervor. "Ha ha ha, heaven aids me. The altar is at hand, the blood key in hand, the soul guide prepared. Men, ready the ceremony and welcome the sacred one's descent to unlock the earth's veins and seize the essence of creation." With his maniacal laughter, the other figures in black echoed in unison, their voices resonating through the cavern, imbued with a sinister fervor. They began to swiftly arrange themselves on the platform, igniting eerie green torches, setting out bizarre artifacts, and roughly dragging the frail Dr. Shue to the edge of the platform, facing the portal. The ritual was about to commence. Chapter 35. The blood sacrifice is about to begin. The raspy, frenzied laughter of the leader of the Heiyu reverberated throughout the vast underground cavern, crashing against the rock walls and stirring up layers of eerie echoes. A bronze platform partially floated on the murky surface of the dark river, the flickering light of ghostly green torches casting distorted shadows of cloaked figures onto the cavern walls and the two grotesque stone sculptures before the portal. Reminiscent of a chaotic dance of demons, Dr. Shui was roughly dragged to the edge of the platform, facing the distant, ethereal blue portal. The frail old man trembled in the grasp of the men in black, his pallid face devoid of color, his eyes filled with profound terror and despair, his lips quivering as if silently whispering something. In the hands of the Heiyu leader, the petal-shaped blood key, formed from 3 shattered pieces, reflected an uncanny sheen of intertwining ghostly green and dark red, pulsating as if alive, resonating with the shape of the metallic groove beneath the portal. The leader with the scarred face and the pale scholar, collapsed on the gravelly shore, became akin to wounded rabbits exposed to a pack of wolves. The two struggled to rise, seeking cover, but their injuries and exhaustion rendered them sluggish. One of the figures in black evidently noticed them and whispered a report to the leader. The laughter of the Heiyu leader abruptly ceased, his cold gaze sweeping over the 2 disheveled soldiers at the water's edge, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. 2 little bugs that slipped through the net, just perfect. The ritual still lacks a touch of fresh blood for the sacrifice. Bring them here alive. He waved his hand dismissively, as if instructing the handling of mere insects. Instantly, 4 black-clad figures leaped from the platform, wading through the knee-deep river, swiftly encircling the 2 wounded men. Their movements were swift and coordinated, clearly well-trained. Despite their slight hindrance in the icy water, they were more than capable of subduing 2 gravely injured individuals. A fierce resolve flickered in the scarred leader's eyes. He knew he could not be captured as a sacrificial offering. With a mighty roar, he grasped a broken spear from the ground with his still functional right hand, struggling to rise and shielding the pale scholar behind him. Scholar, go? Crawl behind that rock. I will hold them off. Boss, we should leave together. The pale scholar, coughing up blood, also seized a sharp stone, leaning against the scarred leader, his expression fierce, yet his trembling hands and ashen complexion betrayed his frailty. Less chatter. Follow orders. The scarred leader growled, brandishing the broken spear, confronting the approaching 4 figures in black. His towering form and fearsome scar evoked the desperate aura of a dying tiger. The 4 black-clad figures hesitated momentarily, exchanging glances, before simultaneously lunging forward. The flash of blades aimed directly for their vitals. Clang. Thud. The sounds of metal clashing and blades piercing flesh rang out almost in unison. The scarred leader, displaying unparalleled bravery, managed to parry 2 short blades with the spear, simultaneously crashing into one of the black figures, shattering their nose with his forehead. However, he was also slashed deeply by another's dagger beneath his ribs, blood gushing forth. He let out a muffled groan, staggering backward, losing grip of the spear, yet clinging desperately to the arm of the black-clad assailant, preventing them from withdrawing the blade. The pale scholar, too, felt a surge of desperation, heedless of the danger, swung his stone at another black figure's face, only to have it effortlessly evaded. A kick to his chest sent him flying, crashing against a rock, blood spewing forth, unable to rise again. Within a matter of moments, the 2 severely injured soldiers had completely lost the capacity to resist, left with the fate of either capture or death. Boss, I'm sorry for being a burden. The pale scholar gazed at the scarred leader, drenched in blood, on the brink of collapse, yet still holding on to the enemy, offering a sorrowful smile as he closed his eyes. The scarred leader felt his strength rapidly draining with the loss of blood, his vision beginning to blur. He looked at the grinning black figure before him, then glanced at the frenzied figures on the platform and the ethereal blue portal. An overwhelming sense of unwillingness and desolation surged within him. The general's mission, ultimately a failure, and the lives of his brothers lost. Just as the black figure's dagger was raised once more, poised to deliver a fatal blow to the scarred leader and drag the 2 away as sacrifices, a sudden whoosh pierced the air. 2 crossbow bolts, whispering through the air like the faintest breeze, shot forth from the shadows of the rocky walls, not aimed at the black figures, but rather at the edge of the platform, targeting the 2 torches burning with ghostly green flames. It was Chunyuan. In this moment of dire urgency, he chose to take action, rather than directly assault the black figures, which would immediately expose his and Shui Qingyi's positions and fail to alter the situation. He targeted the 2 torches, evidently pivotal to the ritual. He aimed to create chaos, delay the ritual, and provide an opportunity to rescue the two soldiers, who may become temporary allies. His archery skills were mediocre, and the distance was considerable, yet under the pressure of life and death, these two arrows struck with remarkable precision. One arrow struck the handle of a torch, sending sparks flying and causing it to tilt. The other arrow pierced directly through the flame of the second torch, causing the ghostly green flame to dim abruptly, as if grasped by an invisible force, yet it stubbornly reignited, its glow significantly weakened and flickering uncertainly. The sudden onslaught threw the Heiyu members on the platform into disarray. Even the frenzied leader whirled around, his cold gaze darting like a viper towards the shadowy wall from which the arrows had come. "Who dares? Seeking death," he roared. The disruption of the ritual, even the slightest tremor of the torches, incensed him beyond measure. Seizing this moment of chaos, Chun Yuan burst forth from his hiding place, not towards the soldiers or the black figures, but in the opposite direction, towards an area cluttered with rubble and decaying pottery, while exerting all his strength to shout hoarsely, "The third fragment is in my possession. If you wish to fully open the portal, come and take it." He raised his left hand high, firmly clutching the dark red shard. Under the faint glow of the ethereal blue portal and the flickering green flames, the shard emanated an eerie luminescence. The third fragment. On the platform, the Heiyu leader's pupils constricted sharply, fixating on the object in Chun Yuan's hand, then glancing down at the key he held. Indeed, his key was composed of 3 pieces, yet one of them appeared newer, with slight imperfections at the seams, suggesting it was a counterfeit? Or perhaps they had only found 2 genuine shards, with the third replaced by another material? Could it be that the true third shard lies in the hands of this suddenly emerged boy? Seize him. Take the shard. The leader instantaneously altered the priorities. The ritual could be slightly delayed, yet the complete blood key was of utmost importance. He commanded sternly, pointing in the direction of Chun Yuan. Immediately, 3 more figures clad in black leaped down from the platform, joining the 4 who had been assaulting the soldiers, having subdued the scar-faced man and the pale scholar, but now distracted by Chun Yuan's actions, totaling 7, encircling Chun Yuan. The others on the platform, aside from those holding Dr. Shui hostage and guarding the instruments, also armed themselves, vigilantly scanning the surroundings to prevent any further ambushes. This was precisely the effect Chun Yuan sought. He aimed to divert the majority of his enemy's attention towards himself, granting a fleeting chance of survival to the 2 soldiers, while also creating an opportunity for himself and Shui Qingyi, who remained hidden in the rocky crevice. Aware that escape was futile, with his stamina depleted and left arm grievously injured, being hunted by 7 well-trained individuals in black was tantamount to a death sentence. Yet, he still possessed one last card, his hand crossbow, which held merely 2 poisoned arrows, and the very enigmatic cave itself. He dashed toward the area piled with debris and shards of pottery, where the terrain grew more intricate, the variously sized stone heaps and collapsed ancient foundations forming numerous obstacles and cover. He deliberately chose the narrowest and most difficult paths to navigate, leveraging his familiarity with the terrain, having observed it moments earlier, and his relatively petite form to outmaneuver his pursuers. The black-clad figures incessantly fired crossbow bolts. Yet Chun Yuan narrowly evaded them by utilizing the stone piles as shields, the arrows embedding themselves into the rock and sparking upon impact. He resembled a fox pursued by hounds, dancing upon the brink of death. Each turn, roll, and concealment exacerbated the agony of his wounds, yet he remained oblivious, fixated solely on one thought: delay. The longer he could prolong this, the greater the variables. Separate. Encircle. Do not let him escape. It appeared that a minor leader among the black-clad figures was directing the others, his voice sharp and commanding. The 7 immediately dispersed, surrounding him from various directions. Chun Yuan found himself cornered behind a higher stone pile, his back against the cold rock, panting heavily, his vision blurring. He listened intently, footsteps encroaching from 3 directions, the closest one now less than 10 paces away. He abruptly thrust himself out from behind the stone pile, aiming his crossbow at the nearest shadow and pulling the trigger. Whoosh! The poisoned arrow shot forth. The black-clad figure reacted with remarkable speed, diving to the side just as Chun Yuan emerged, the arrow narrowly grazing his shoulder and instead striking another black-clad individual in the thigh. The man let out a pained scream, collapsing to the ground as his leg rapidly swelled and darkened, the poison taking effect. Yet, this action exposed Chun Yuan's position. The other two black-clad figures lunged simultaneously from either side, blades gleaming menacingly. Chen Yuan had no time to reload. He could only wield the hand crossbow as a club against the assailant on his left, while drawing his waist knife to parry the blade approaching from the right. Clang! The knife on the right was deflected, but the weapon of the left-hand attacker was already at his chest. Chen Yuan desperately leaned sideways, the blade grazing his chest, slicing through flesh and inflicting searing pain, simultaneously severing the leather strap that secured the hand crossbow, which flew from his grasp. Death! The two black-clad figures, emboldened by their advantage, lunged again with their blades. At this critical juncture, two dull thuds resonated, akin to heavy objects striking leather, echoing almost simultaneously. The two black-clad assailants charging at Chen Yuan suddenly froze, disbelief clouding their eyes as they slowly looked down to find crude spears, fashioned from beast bones and wooden sticks, protruding from their chests. Blood gushed forth as they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Chen Yuan turned in astonishment, noticing that the scar-faced leader had somehow struggled to stand, bloodied and resembling a vengeful spirit, his left hand clutching a deep, bone-revealing wound beneath his ribs, while his right hand gripped a rusted bronze dagger, scavenged from who knows where. Those two rudimentary yet lethal spears were cast by this very dagger. Though gravely wounded and near death, this seasoned warrior's desperate strike remained precise and lethal, eliminating the foes in an instant. Meanwhile, the pale scholar, gritting his teeth, summoned the last of his strength to hurl a sharp stone at another encroaching black-clad figure. Though he missed, he nonetheless created a distraction. The scar-faced leader glanced at Chen Yuan, his expression a complex blend of surprise, caution, and a hint of resolute kinship in dire straits. He bared his blood-stained teeth and hissed, "Kid, you've got some guts, thanks, but I owe no one. Let us slay this rabble together." Chen Yuan had no time to respond, as the remaining three black-clad figures, including the minor leader, had turned furious, roaring as they charged forward. The sudden demise of their comrades ignited both shock and rage, intensifying their assault. Chen Yuan, the scar-faced leader, and the pale scholar, three gravely injured individuals, found themselves backing against the stone pile, facing three fierce black-clad figures, preparing for their final desperate struggle. Blades flashed and spears glinted, blood splattered. Each clash resonated with muffled grunts and furious roars, unfolding the most primal and brutal battle beneath the eerie blue and sickly green light. On the platform, the black prison leader coldly observed the chaos below, his brow furrowed. He cared not for the lives of his subordinates, yet the ritual could not be delayed any further. He glanced at the blood key fragments in his hand, then at the distant portal, his gaze flickering. The emergence of the third fragment presented an unpredictable element, but perhaps a completely intact key was not necessary? A substitute might suffice to initiate, albeit with diminished efficacy and heightened risk. The hour was drawing near. He could wait no longer. He commanded, preparing for the blood sacrifice to open the portal, using the blood souls of the two soldiers and the old man as the primary offering. Instantly, the black-clad figures on the platform sprang into action. They forcefully pinned the weakened Dr. Shui against a stone altar etched with runes at the platform's edge, while others dragged the subdued, barely conscious scar-faced leader and pale scholar from the riverbank. Tears streamed down Dr. Shui's face as he gazed towards the direction where his daughter hid, perhaps sensing her presence, then looked towards the eerie blue portal, summoning his last vestige of strength to cry out, "Qingyi, run. Do not concern yourself with me. This door cannot be opened. If it opens, everyone will die. This is a trap leading to the underworld." His voice echoed with heart-wrenching despair throughout the cave. In the rocky crevice, upon hearing her father's desperate call, Shui Qingyi could no longer contain herself, tears gushing forth as she prepared to rush out, but was held back by Chen Yuan's previous stern gaze and admonition, forced to bite her lip until it bled, writhing in anguish within the shadows. On the platform, the leader of the black prison scoffed at Dr. Shui's warning. He raised the blood key high and began to chant the incantations inscribed on the steel in an ancient, convoluted, and sinister tone. As he intoned, the ghostly green flames on the platform surged dramatically, their tongues twisting as if imbued with life. The entire cavern began to tremble slightly, and the ghostly blue light emanating from the distant portal suddenly intensified, harmonizing with the eerie green flames. Beneath the portal, the center of the metallic basin began to emit a dark red glow, as if responding to the power of the blood key and the incantations. With blood as the key and souls as the guide, the earth's veins opened, and the netherworld unfurled. The leader's chanting quickened, his voice growing sharper, infused with fervor. Two men in black dragged the scarred-faced man and the pale scholar to the edge of the platform, their sharp blades pressed against their throats. Another aimed a pitch-black dagger at Dr. Shue's heart. The blood sacrifice was about to commence. At this moment of dire urgency, no one noticed the two grotesque stone sculptures guarding either side of the portal. From the depths of their hollow eye sockets, a faint light, mirroring the ghostly blue glow of the portal, began to awaken, as if the sentinels, having slumbered for millennia, were stirring in response to this malevolent ritual and the overwhelming scent of blood. Meanwhile, deep within the cavern, in the upstream direction of the dark river, the ghostly green stream that had appeared and vanished before re-emerged, seemingly converging toward the platform and the portal. Its approach was slow, yet carried an unsettling, icy gaze. In the midst of the struggle, Qin Yuan caught sight of the unusual gleam in the stone sculpture's eye sockets and the gathering light in the distance. A chill deeper than death enveloped him instantly. This ritual was likely far more complex than merely opening a door. What it awakened could be something far more terrifying and uncontrollable than the Black Prison could ever fathom. And all of them, including the Black Prison itself, might become the offerings to this awakened entity. Chapter 36. The Awakening of the Stone Sculpture with blood as the key and soul as the guide. The earth veins awaken, and the underworld opens. The fervent chant of the leader of the Black Prison reaches its zenith, the final syllable piercing and shrill like the hiss of a venomous serpent, reverberating through the vast cavern in layers of sinister resonance. In his hand, the blood key, forged from 3 fragments, one of which glimmers with a slightly fresher hue, suddenly erupts with a blinding dark red light, contrasting with the brilliant azure glow of the portal and the flickering green flames on the platform, casting the entire cave in a bizarre illumination akin to a ghostly realm. On the platform, 2 cloaked figures brandish their gleaming blades, ready to sever the throats of the scarred-faced man and the pale scholar. Another, wielding a pitch-black dagger, thrusts it fiercely towards Dr. Shue's heart. No. From the depths of the rocky recess, Xue Qingyi emits a heart-wrenching scream, disregarding Qin Yuan's admonitions, as she bolts from her hiding place, stumbling toward the platform, tears streaming down her face, her vision consumed by her father's dying form. At this moment, Qin Yuan also reaches his limit. The battle against the last 3 cloaked figures is brutal beyond measure. The scarred man desperately plunges a bronze dagger into one's chest, only to be mortally wounded himself by another's strike to the abdomen, collapsing with a pained smile. The pale scholar crashes into one, only to be slashed across the back, falling to the ground, his fate uncertain. Qin Yuan suffers a deep gash on his right leg, staggering backward, leaning against a massive stone, gasping for breath, his sword propped against the ground, barely standing. Darkness encroaches upon his vision as he watches the impending tragedy unfold on the platform, a chilling despair welling up within him, a sense of helplessness. Is this the end? Just as the bloodlight is about to burst forth, and the souls are on the verge of being extracted, an unexpected change occurs. It does not emanate from the platform, nor from Qin Yuan or Xue Qingyi, not even from the gathering green light in the distance. Instead, it arises from the 2 grotesque stone sculptures that have stood guard by the azure portal for countless millennia, silent and menacing. A low, resonant hum reverberates through the cavern, as if it originates from the deepest depths of the earth or from the friction of countless stones, echoing without warning. This sound is not shrill, but carries a weight and pressure that strikes at the very soul, instantly overpowering the leader's chant, the roar of the dark river, and the collective trepidation of all present. Then, from the hollow eye sockets of the 2 sculptures, which had only reflected the azure glow of the portal, 2 solid points of golden red light ignite, akin to a dormant volcano suddenly erupting. This luminance is neither the azure of the portal, nor the dark red of the blood key, nor the dimness of the green flames. Rather, it is a pure and fervent hue, reminiscent of molten gold mingled with lava, imbued with ancient majesty and an unfathomable wrath born of desecration. Boom. The 2 towering stone sculptures, standing at 3 zhang high, begin to move, not with the stiff, sluggish motions of mere corpses, but with the unstoppable force of a collapsing mountain. They step forward slowly yet inexorably. The heavy stone foot strikes the ancient stone slab before the portal, producing a dull, thunderous sound that reverberates throughout the cavern, causing it to tremble. Spiderweb-like cracks radiate from their point of impact. The thick layer of dust and moss covering the stone sculptures peels away, revealing the ancient, mottled, yet still fearsome patterns of their stone armor beneath. Their previously broken, odd weapons, neither spear nor halberd, swiftly grow and repair themselves under the infusion of golden red light, transforming into complete entities, ablaze with faint golden red flames. The flames are not searing. Instead, they emanate a purifying, almost painful heat that compels the nearby cloaked figures of the black prison to instinctively retreat, their faces contorted in horror. What is this? The Stone Guardians? Did the inscription not declare that their spiritual power had long since been depleted, leaving them in eternal slumber? The fervor on the leader's face freezes, morphing into disbelief and terror as he stares at the awakened giants, his hand clutching the blood key trembling uncontrollably. Clearly, what unfolds before him surpasses all knowledge gleaned from the inscription. To recklessly unseal the forbidden door, to profane the sacred altar, to offer up living souls in blood sacrifice, has angered the earth spirit. Judgment, a grand, cold, genderless voice, seemingly composed of the resonance of countless stones grinding together, reverberates within the minds of all living beings in the cavern. This is not heard through the ears, but felt as a soul-deep tremor and proclamation. This voice emanates from the two awakened stone sculptures, or rather, from some ancient presence controlling them. At the moment the word judgment is uttered, the left sculpture, with its long weapon ablaze in golden red flames, raises it, pointing directly at the black prison leader on the bronze platform, and the blood key glowing dark red in his grasp. No elaborate gestures are made. It is simply a thrust. A condensed, tangible golden red beam, as thick as a bowl, erupts from the tip of the weapon, tearing through the air with the heat and authority to purify all evil, instantly spanning dozens of zhong to strike the platform. No. The leader of the black prison feels a surge of dread as he senses the terrifying power contained within that beam, capable of vaporizing both him and the blood key. Instinctively, he raises the blood key in front of him, desperately channeling some strange power. As his black robe flares without wind, releasing thick tendrils of viscous black mist in an attempt to resist. However, the golden red beam seems inherently capable of countering these sinister forces. The black mist encounters the beam, like snow meeting the blazing sun, instantly dissolving and dissipating with a hissing sound, exuding a pungent odor. The momentum of the beam slightly diminishes, but still crashes fiercely against the blood key. Crack! The sound of shattering fills the air. The blood key, composed of 3 fragments, explodes under the purifying light of the stone sculpture. Especially the fragment with a slightly fresher hue, suspected to be a replacement, is reduced to powder. The other 2 authentic fragments, including the original of Chun Yuan's, dim and scatter, one spinning into the air, while the other, from the defeated commander, clatters to the ground, rolling a few times before coming to rest at the feet of the barely conscious Dr. Shui. Poof! The leader of the dark prison seemed struck by lightning, spitting a mouthful of dark crimson blood. His body flew backward like a broken kite, crashing violently against the central bronze pillar of the platform before sliding down softly. A charred gaping hole marred his chest, the edges flickering with golden red flames that defiantly crackled. The light in his eyes swiftly dimmed, filled with sheer terror, resentment, and confusion. As if he could not comprehend until his last breath why the stone sentinel inscribed in the monument had suddenly awakened with such formidable power. The leader was instantly gravely wounded. On the brink of death, the blood key shattered, and the ritual was forcibly interrupted. The remaining dark-clad figures of the dark prison were left dumbfounded, engulfed in overwhelming panic and chaos. Some attempted to seize the fallen genuine shard, others rushed to assist their leader, while many stood frozen in fear, gazing at the 2 stone sculptures that towered like deities, their eyes glowing with a golden red light, utterly at a loss. The earth spirits were enraged. The guardians had awakened. Flee! Flee at once! One of the dark-clad men screamed in despair, turning to leap from the platform into the dark river. However, the stone sculpture on the right also moved. It did not unleash a beam of light, but instead paused slightly, brandishing its long weapon engulfed in golden red flames towards the dark river. Boom! The surface of the dark river, close to the platform, suddenly surged with towering waves. No, it was not water waves. Rather, It seemed as though an invisible force had violently pressed the river water down to the riverbed, exposing the slick riverbed and jagged rocks beneath. Following this, the riverbed shook violently, splitting with gaping chasms that shimmered with earthen yellow light. Scalding geothermal energy mixed with the acrid scent of sulfur erupted forth, instantaneously engulfing several dark-clad individuals attempting to leap into the river to escape, their screams abruptly silenced, leaving only wisps of green smoke and the stench of charred flesh. The earth veins shifted, the water flow severed. This stone sculpture possessed terrifying power to control the local earth veins and water flow. The platform was isolated, the escape route cut off. The remaining dark-clad figures of the dark prison became trapped like fish in a barrel, a shadow of despair shrouding each one. After executing these actions, the two stone sculptures did not continue their onslaught against the terrified dark-clad figures on the platform. Instead, they slowly turned their gaze, burning with golden-red flames, sweeping across the entire cavern. Their gaze lingered for a moment on Chun Yuan, especially on the faint aura of the shard in his possession, on Xue Qingyi, who was struggling to crawl towards the platform, on the scar-faced man and the scholarly youth lying on the ground, and even on the genuine shard that had fallen to the edge of the platform. That cold, merciless voice echoed in everyone's hearts once more. The forbidden ground reopens. The duty of guardianship remains unfulfilled. The desecrator must be punished, yet remnants persist. The holder of the shard, step forward. The holder of the shard? Was it referring to the one with the fragment in hand? Chun Yuan's heart jolted. Instinctively, he touched the dark red shard in his possession. Was the stone sculpture pointing to him, or to the shard that had fallen to the edge of the platform? Or perhaps, both? Xue Qingyi had already tumbled to the edge of the platform, disregarding the panicking dark-clad figures, who were too preoccupied with their own safety to intervene. Throwing herself beside her father, who was gasping for breath and had a half-buried black dagger in his chest, the injury inflicted by a dark-clad man, interrupted by the stone sculpture's attack, preventing it from piercing his heart, weeping uncontrollably. Father! Father! Wake up! Look at me! It's Qingyi. Dr. Xue slowly opened his murky eyes, and upon seeing his daughter, a flicker of relief mixed with deeper anxiety passed through his gaze. With his last ounce of strength, he pointed a trembling finger toward the dark red genuine shard that lay not far from him, then directed it toward Chun Yuan, his lips moving as he whispered so faintly it was nearly inaudible. The key must return. The door must not open. Destroy it. Take Qingyi away. With that, his head drooped, and he fell into unconsciousness, his breath faint as a wisp of smoke. Father! Xue Qingyi cried, her heart torn. Chun Yuan observed this scene, then glanced at the two stone sculptures, which were watching intently, yet had temporarily ceased their movements, thoughts racing in his mind. Dr. Xue seemed to imply that the shard must return to its rightful place, to be placed back into the recess beneath the portal, but he had warned that the door must not be opened and that it must be destroyed. Was he referring to destroying the shard, or the portal itself? The stone sculpture had beckoned the holder of the shard to step forward. Was this a blessing or a curse? Would stepping forward lead to purification like the dark prison leader? Would refraining from stepping forward result in indiscriminate attacks from the stone sculptures? He cast a glance at the platform. The remaining 6 or 7 dark-clad figures, after initially succumbing to panic, seemed to have realized that the stone sculptures had no immediate intention to continue their assault. They began to regroup, their eyes flickering towards the genuine shard at the edge of the platform, as well as to the severely injured Chun Yuan, and also Xue Qingyi with her unconscious father. Clearly, even with their leader gravely wounded and the ritual failed, they had not given up. Perhaps they sought to seize the shard or take hostages. Meanwhile, the scar-faced man and the scholarly youth lay in a pool of blood, their fates uncertain. Chun Yuan, with his right leg severely injured, losing blood rapidly, his left arm incapacitated, and his strength utterly depleted, faced a dire situation. Xue Qingyi, a frail woman, was burdened with her dying father. The predicament had not entirely changed. It had merely transformed from the blood sacrifice of the dark prison into the judgment of the more mysterious and powerful stone sentinel, alongside the desperate counterattack of the remaining dark prison forces. Taking a deep breath, Chun Yuan forced himself to calm down. The awakening of the stone sculptures had interrupted the most perilous blood ritual, eliminating the strongest leader of the dark prison. This was an opportunity. The stone sculptures appeared to possess some special judgment or requirement for the holder of the shard, which might not necessarily result in immediate execution. The remaining dark-clad figures, still shaken, with their leader gravely injured, were in a state of utter chaos and vulnerability. Perhaps this was the only chance to break the deadlock. Enduring excruciating pain, he used his dagger as a makeshift crutch, supporting his body as he dragged his nearly incapacitated right leg, laboriously making his way toward the platform, toward the two awakened stone sculptures and the ethereal blue portal. He did not run. He did not shout. He advanced silently and resolutely. With each step, the wounds tore deeper, sweat mingled with blood rolling down his forehead. Yet his eyes remained clear, fixated on the movements of the dark-clad figures and the stone sculptures on the platform. His actions instantly captured everyone's attention. The golden-red flames in the eyes of the stone sculptures flickered slightly, as their cold intent seemed to lock onto him. The dark-clad figures on the platform gripped their weapons warily, slowly spreading out to form a vague encirclement, while one of them hastily moved towards Xue Qingyi and the fallen shard, clearly aiming to seize control of both before Chen Yuan could intervene. Xue Qingyi noticed Chen Yuan approaching, her eyes momentarily glimmering with hope, only to be swiftly engulfed by a greater dread. She clutched her father tightly, helplessly gazing at the advancing figures clad in black and the slowly approaching Chen Yuan. Stopping a mere 10 paces from the platform, Chen Yuan raised his left hand, which was barely capable of movement, bloodied and mangled. In his grasp was the dark red fragment of the blood key, a relic belonging to the Mo family heritage. He looked up at the two towering stone sculptures and, with a hoarse yet clear voice, proclaimed, "I am no defiler, nor do I wish to unlock the forbidden gate. I merely seek to lead my companions away from this place. If the gatekeeper requires this object, take it." He was taking a gamble, wagering that these stone sculptures possessed a rudimentary intelligence capable of discerning intent, hoping that their response to the fragment would not be limited to the destruction of its holder, and betting that their duty as gatekeepers might encompass cleansing intruders and handling the fragment. The stone sculptures remained silent, their golden-red gaze fixated on the fragment in Chen Yuan's hand, as if scrutinizing and sensing it. After a moment, a chilling voice echoed in his mind, seemingly directed solely at him. "The key of the Mo descendants, its essence is pure, untainted by blood sacrifice yet. There have been past intrusions. Surrender the fragment, undergo the trial of the earth's veins, and you may live. Resist, or harbor malevolent intent, and you shall be punished." What is the trial of the earth's veins? It sounded anything but pleasant. However, at least it was not an immediate execution. And it seemed to acknowledge his lack of blood sacrilege, which could perhaps be attributed to Dr. Xue's fervent attempts to halt the ritual, as well as Chen Yuan's own resistance against the Black Prison. "Very well," Chen Yuan replied without hesitation, realizing he had no choice. "But I must first ensure the safety of my companions." He gestured towards Xue Qingyi and her father on the platform, as well as the scarred man and the pale scholar lying in a pool of blood in the distance. "No defiler shall be executed for now. However, the secrets of the Forbidden Land must not be disclosed. After the trial, memories will be compromised, and each shall accept their fate." The stone sculpture's response was cold and mechanical, as if executing some predetermined rule. To erase memories? A sense of despair washed over Chen Yuan. Yet, it was preferable to immediate death. Perhaps there would be a chance? Nodding, he tightened his grip on the fragment and inquired, "How shall the trial be conducted? How do I surrender it?" At that moment, the figure in black, stealthily advancing towards Xue Qingyi and the fragment, had crept within 3 paces, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes as he lunged a short blade towards the defenseless Xue Qingyi's back, while simultaneously reaching for the fragment on the ground. "Be careful," Chen Yuan shouted fiercely, but he was too far away to intervene. In that instant, the stone sculpture on the right emitted a flash of golden-red light, not deploying any weaponry, but its fiery gaze swept over the black-clad assailant as if it were a tangible force. The attacker froze mid-lunge, his body rigid, unable to move. The next moment, a blinding golden-red light erupted from within him, transforming him into ash in an instant, falling to the ground without uttering a sound. Only the short blade clattered to the ground. Silence. An oppressive stillness enveloped the area. The remaining black-clad figures were struck with horror, retreating in fear, no longer daring to make a move. The power of the stone sculpture surpassed their comprehension, dispatching life in silence, leaving no possibility for resistance. Xue Qingyi, too, was rendered speechless by the sudden turn of events. Overwhelmed by a sense of survival, The cold intent of the stone sculptures swept over the remaining black-clad figures. Remnants, await your fate. Then turning to Chun Yuan, it commanded, bearer of the key, step forth, stand beneath the portal, beside the recess. Immerse the key in blood, touch the eye of the earth's veins, and undergo the trial of refinement. Afterwards, the fragment shall return to its rightful place, and you may leave. To immerse the key in blood, touch the eye of the earth's veins, and undergo the trial of refinement. It sounded extremely perilous. The eye of the earth's veins must be the true core beneath this portal, the very object the black prison sought to unlock through blood sacrifice. Now, they wanted Chun Yuan to willingly make contact and accept this so-called trial. Chun Yuan gazed at the dark red fragment in his hand, then glanced at his companions, whose fates hung in the balance, and finally observed the black-clad figures watching him warily, yet refraining from action. His gaze settled upon the ethereal blue portal, with its metal recess glowing faintly in dark red, and the stone sculptures standing like deities on either side. There was no turning back. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to move forward, dragging his injured leg, step by step, across the slick bronze plank that linked the shore to the platform, advancing towards the portal. Once he reached the portal, ignoring the fearful and complex expressions of the black-clad figures, and stood beside the metal recess emanating dark red light, an indescribable, ancient, and monumental aura enveloped him, simultaneously coldly repelling and intensely alluring. The petal pattern at the center of the recess fit perfectly with the shape of the fragment in his hand, as if it were a missing cog awaiting engagement. He turned back one last time to glance at Xue Qingyi and her unconscious father, at the scarred man and the pale scholar in the distance, and finally at the ominous, dangerous depths filled with countless secrets and lives lost. Then, he raised the dark red blood key fragment, and, with its sharp edge, sliced open the already scarred palm of his left hand. Warm blood flowed forth, dripping onto the fragment. The instant the dark red fragment touched the blood, it suddenly illuminated, as if awakened, emitting a faint, pleasurable tremor, with its ancient patterns shimmering with a mystical glow. Enduring the pain, Chun Yuan aligned the bloodied fragment with the petal-shaped recess of the portal, summoning all his strength to press it down slowly, yet resolutely. Click! A soft sound, a perfect fit. In an instant, an indescribable pillar of light, a blend of dark red, ethereal blue, and golden hues, surged upwards from the point where the fragment was embedded, reaching the cavern's ceiling. The entire portal burst forth with brilliance, the ancient symbols above swirling like a living galaxy. The eyes of the stone sculptures flared with golden red flames as they thrust their burning weapons into the ground. With Chun Yuan at the center, the solid ground beneath him instantly transformed into a sea of light. Countless ancient, chaotic, and colossal thoughts, images, and forces surged forth like a deluge unleashed, coursing through the bloodied fragment and along his arm, frantically flooding into his body and mind. Chun Yuan emitted a wretched howl, unrecognizable as human, as his eyes were suddenly filled with a myriad of radiances. His body trembled violently, as if innumerable serpents writhed beneath his skin. His veins bulged, and he was engulfed by a column of light, slowly lifting off the ground into suspension. The essence of the earth was being refined. Outside the luminous column, all onlookers were rendered immobile, paralyzed by the horrifying spectacle. Xue Qingyi clutched her father tightly, her tear-filled eyes gazing at the distorted silhouette within the light. The remaining figures clad in black trembled in fear. Two stone sculptures stood silently, akin to ancient judges of existence. No one knew whether, after this refinement, Chun Yuan would emerge alive or be reduced to ash, whether he would lose his memories and become a fool, or whether other unpredictable transformations would occur. The azure portal began to tremble gently under the impact of the light column, its surface symbols growing increasingly bright and rapid, as if it were on the verge of actual awakening. The voice of the stone sculptures resonated one last time in the hearts of all present, imbued with a subtle, imperceptible weariness and warning. The eye of the earth has opened. Refinement commences. Fortune and misfortune are self-attracted, and consequences are born. The forbidden door shall crack open, revealing the secrets long sealed. All that is seen and heard is both illusion and reality. Proceed with caution, proceed with caution. As the voice faded, only the towering column of light, the agonized figure suspended in pain. The quaking portal on the brink of opening, and deep within the cavern, the countless ethereal green glimmers, gathered silently and coldly, like a suspended river of stars, observed all that transpired. Chapter 37. Refinement and Secret Shadows. Light, boundless and ineffable, its color and texture indescribable, poured forth like a myriad of incandescent steel needles, reminiscent of a molten river of stars mingled with the fiery core of the earth. It surged into Chun Yuan's palms and the points of convergence, instantly submerging all his senses. Pain, an indescribable agony, not merely a torment felt in every inch of flesh, every bone, every nerve, as if countless tiny, scalding files were simultaneously scraping, tearing, and reshaping him. It was a profound anguish that tore at the very fabric of his soul, as a torrent of vast, chaotic, ancient information forced its way in, threatening to shatter his consciousness into oblivion. He hovered within the soaring column of light, his body convulsing uncontrollably, twitching like a fish thrown into boiling oil. His eyes had long lost focus, overwhelmed by a cacophony of violent luminescence, while the only sounds filling his ears were the rushing of blood and a grand, ominous hum. Beneath his skin, his veins bulged grotesquely, their colors bizarre, as if glowing lava coursed through them. His awareness, battered by ceaseless pain and the onslaught of information, felt like a fragile skiff, poised to capsize amidst monstrous waves. Yet, amidst this exquisite torment and chaos, fragmented, surreal images, sounds, and thoughts broke through the barrier of pain, imprinting themselves in the brink of his collapsing mind. He witnessed mountains crumbling, the earth splitting open with gaping jaws, and molten lava surging forth like blood, painting the sky a dark crimson. Countless ancestors clad in archaic garments, foreign to the present day, fled in terror from the calamity of lava and earthquakes, leaving corpses strewn across the land. Deep within the fissured earth, as the lava cooled, peculiar rock layers shimmered with a ghostly blue and dark golden hue, revealing the nascent form of an ancient, towering portal. The scene shifted. A group of enigmatic figures clad in strange black robes, their faces adorned with paint, mysterious in their aura, encircled the nascent portal and altar, engaging in a grand and bloody ritual. They offered human sacrifices, exotic beasts, and various rare minerals, chanting cryptic incantations in an attempt to commune with the chilling, vast presence beyond the portal. The symbols upon the portal ignited one by one under the weight of their offerings, emanating an ominous glow. Another vision unfolded. The portal appeared to momentarily part, releasing an indescribable force. The black-robed priests rejoiced, but chaos and disaster swiftly ensued. The unleashed energy tainted the earth, giving rise to twisted, distorted creatures and inexplicable phenomena. Within their ranks, greed and ideological rifts ignited infighting and slaughter. Ultimately, the remaining priests, at great cost, barely managed to seal the portal, erecting massive stone sentinels on either side, tasked with guarding and purifying, before scattering with fragments of knowledge and secrets, their lineage severed. Time flowed like water, scenes shifting rapidly. An ancient army, bearing unfamiliar banners and well-equipped, stumbled into this cursed place during their retreat. They discovered the remnants of the portal and altar, coveting the potential treasures or powers, and attempted to force the portal open, inadvertently triggering the stone sentinels and residual wards, resulting in their utter annihilation, their bones piling like mountains. Later, a gaunt figure resembling a herbalist, faintly reminiscent of Lao Sheda's father, cautiously approached the periphery, discovering a tattered piece of a leather altar map and a fallen dark red fragment, terrified to the point of flight, thereafter remaining silent about the place. The images quickened, becoming more chaotic. The ancestors of the Mo family, Lu Popo's lineage, inherited the remnants and fragments, dedicating generations to study. Yet, understanding its peril, they established strict prohibitions against probing further, leading to the gradual decline of the clan. The shadow of the organization known as Heiyu began to emerge, gathering scattered information over the ages, slowly piecing together the malevolent rites concerning the Eye of the Earth and the blood sacrifice needed to unlock the portal. Their ambitions swelling as they resorted to any means to seek the key fragments and those capable of deciphering the inscriptions. Finally, there were Chun Yuan's own experiences upon entering this desolate realm, his interactions with Lu Popo, Lao Chaitu, Shirtu, and Zhao Dahu, and the struggles against Heiyu, culminating in his plunge into the dark river until this moment, embedding the blood-stained fragment into the recess. Scenes flickered past like a revolving lantern, washed away, shattered, and reformed by the vast flow of light. Hold steadfast to one's heart. Do not be consumed. Refinement is not a blessing but a punishment, a trial. A faint yet clear thought, like a lighthouse amidst turbulent waves, suddenly resonated within the depths of Chun Yuan's nearly dissipated consciousness. This notion did not emanate from the two stone statues. It felt even more ancient, desolate, as if it drew directly from the earth beneath his feet, from a whisper of the vast and cold existence that slumbered behind the portal. Chun Yuan's remaining will clung to this thought like a lifeline. He ceased to resist the boundless pain and the barrage of information, instead laboriously attempting to comprehend, to untangle, to discern which energies were purely destructive and which contained ancient knowledge, perhaps even fragments of some primordial rule. Gradually, a strange sensation emerged. The once ferocious torrent of light that threatened to grind him to dust and melt him away began to yield a small portion of relatively gentle power, slowly seeping into his severely damaged body. The wound on his left arm, deep to the bone, the bruises on his back, the cut on his right leg, and countless minor abrasions and frostbites, under the influence of this strangely vital energy, began to feel a tingling coolness, visibly staunching the bleeding, closing up and generating tender new flesh. The fractured bone in his arm also emitted faint sounds, gradually realigning and mending. Yet, this restoration came at a cost. He could feel his vitality, or perhaps something more elemental, being consumed and transformed in the process. Strangely, some incomprehensible, fragmented ancient runic marks appeared to be imprinted deep within his bones, within his blood, bringing forth a subtle heat and a sense of alienness, as if something heavy and mysterious, foreign to him, had been forcibly inserted into his being. Simultaneously, the torrent of information flooding his mind began to shift. The scenes and thoughts, purely chaotic and maddening, have been largely filtered out, leaving behind a few relatively clear and crucial fragments. The Eye of the Earth vein is a remarkably unique spiritual node in this realm, harboring immense and primal earth energy, yet it also connects to a deeper, more perilous chasm. The three fragments of the blood key must remain intact and be guided by the essence of a specific living being's blood and soul to barely pry open a sliver of the portal, but the consequences of forcefully opening it are unpredictable, likely resulting in self-immolation and calamity. The core directive upon the creation of the Guardian Stone Golems was purification and banishment. Rather than the annihilation of all intruders, they can distinguish between desecrators and the unwitting, offering the latter a chance for refinement and oblivion. There are also scattered, vague cognitions regarding the topography of this mountainous region, the flow of earth energy, and certain specific properties of herbs and minerals. The refining process continues, yet the most tumultuous phase seems to be waning. Chun Yuan's body, suspended within the pillar of light, gradually ceased its convulsions. Though still enveloped in radiance, his demeanor bore a hint of indescribable tranquility. Even a peculiar sensation of faint resonance with the earth beneath him and the ancient portal. Beneath his tattered, bloodied garments, newly formed skin glimmered smoothly, with subtle golden patterns reminiscent of delicate veins, fleetingly visible. The fusion point in the palm of his left hand manifested a complex scar, woven with dark red and gold, mirroring the edges of the fragment. Outside the pillar, all present held their breath, fixated on this astonishing and eerie spectacle. Xue Qingyi clutched her unconscious father tightly, her tears now dried, leaving behind only endless worry and a flicker of faint hope. The remaining 4 or 5 figures in black gathered at a corner of the platform, their faces ashen, eyes filled with dread, stripped of their prior ferocity, consumed by a sense of survival and deep trepidation towards the figure within the light. The scarred face sprawled in a pool of blood seemed to stir, emitting a faint groan, while the pale scholar remained silent and motionless. The eyes of the 2 guardian stone statues burned with steady golden-red flames, quietly observing the pillar of light as if assessing the progress of the refining process. Time passed, perhaps a mere incense stick's worth, or maybe an hour. The soaring pillar, a blend of myriad lights, began to slowly contract and dim. The symbols swirling upon the portal gradually subsided, the ethereal blue glow returning to normal. At the center of the metal basin, the dark red fragment appeared even deeper and more subdued, seamlessly blending with the basin, its embedding no longer discernible. With a hum, the pillar completely vanished. Chun Yuan's body lost its support, gently plummeting from a height of 3 feet, landing with a thud upon the cold, hard stone slab. His eyes remained tightly shut, his complexion pale as parchment, yet his breathing was steady and prolonged. His chest gently rising and falling, as if merely caught in a deep slumber. His garments were in tatters, yet the exposed skin remained unscathed, exuding a subtle, jade-like luminescence. Only the peculiar scar on his left palm and a faint, almost imperceptible golden mark on his brow, resembling a symbol from the portal, testified that the recent events were not mere illusions. The refining process had concluded. The MO key returned to its rightful place. The memory imprint now sealed. A cold thought resonated from the left stone statue, reverberating throughout the silent cavern. This child possesses a commendable nature, untainted by blood sacrifice. The earth vein mark has been imprinted, and he bears his own karmic consequences. The remnants in black, the principal offenders of desecration, intent on blood sacrifice, must be punished. The thought from the right stone statue followed, its golden red gaze sweeping over the trembling figures on the platform. No, spare us. We were merely following orders. The key belongs to our leader, and he presided over the ritual. We know nothing. The figures in black pleaded in terror, kneeling and bowing fervently. Yet, the stone statues offered no mercy. Two concentrated beams of golden red flame shot forth from their eyes, alive in nature, instantly ensnaring the black-clad figures. Before they could even utter a scream, they were reduced to wisps of blue smoke, vanishing entirely, leaving no trace of clothing or weaponry, as if they had never existed. Only the gravely wounded leader of the black-clad faction, scorched and barely alive, remained sprawled at the center of the platform, gasping for breath. Yet the stone statue seemed to have lost interest in him, perhaps leaving his fate to the earth vein to decide. Having dealt with the black-clad figures, the stone statues turned their attention once more to Chun Yuan, Xue Qingyi, Dr. Xue, and the two soldiers in the distance. Intruders, the refining has concluded, and memories shall be veiled. You are to be sent from this forbidden place. All that you have seen and heard is but a dream. Should you exit, you shall forget. If you forcefully retain these memories, or reveal the secrets of this place, the imprint shall rebound, and your soul shall perish. The chilling warning echoed in the hearts of all, undeniable in its weight. As the words fell, both stone statues simultaneously drove their flaming long weapons into the ground once more. This time, it was not an attack, but a form of guidance. A soft white light enveloped Chun Yuan, Xue Qingyi, Dr. Xue, the scarred face, and the pale scholar, gently lifting them. Then, to one side of the platform, near the downstream direction of the dark river, the rock wall silently split open, revealing a passage radiating a soft white glow. The passage wound upwards, leading to an unknown destination. This is the path to life, directly to the outer valley. Go forth, do not look back. Xue Qingyi, both startled and overjoyed, hurriedly struggled to carry her unconscious father. Dr. Xue was surprisingly light. She glanced back at Chun Yuan, who still lay unconscious on the ground, gritted her teeth, and with all her might, draped one of Chun Yuan's arms over her frail shoulder, half dragging, half carrying him as she staggered toward the passage of white light. As she passed the scarred face and the pale scholar, she hesitated briefly, but upon seeing that both were also enveloped in white light, and that the scarred face seemed to have regained a flicker of consciousness, gazing at her with an expression of plea and despair, she ultimately could not bear to leave them behind. Gently, she nudged the scarred face with her foot, signaling him to follow. The scarred face struggled, using his bronze dagger for support, slowly rising, and with his functioning right hand, he laboriously lifted the unconscious pale scholar, leaving a trail of blood prints as he followed behind Xue Qingyi into the passage. The 5 figures, 2 conscious but weak, 3 unconscious, gradually disappeared into the softly glowing passage. When the last corner of their garments vanished within, the rock wall silently sealed itself, returning to its original state. As if the passage had never existed, the vast underground cavern fell silent once more. Only the ancient roar of the dark river remains unchanged, the faint azure glow of the portal, the golden red flames quietly burning in the eyes of the 2 stone sculptures, and the black prison leader on the platform, his chest charred, clinging to the last breath, emitting weak and painful gasps. Moments later, the 2 stone figures slowly rotate their massive bodies, returning to their positions beside the portal, resuming their prior stance as guardians. The golden red flames in their eyes gradually extinguish, leaving only hollow stone eye sockets that reflect the dim light of the portal. It seems as if the recent awakening, purification, judgment, and farewell were merely a fleeting dream. However, A faint and imperceptible energy circulates between the tips of the long weapons embedded in the ground and the dark red fragment at the center of the metallic disc, forming a secret cycle that appears to continuously draw something and while simultaneously suppressing something else. Deep within the cave, the countless ghostly green lights, which had remained silently suspended like a reversed galaxy, begin to drift slowly towards the portal, as if drawn by some invisible force. After Chen Yuan and the others depart, and the stone sculptures return to silence, they do not approach closely but hover quietly around the portal, above the dark river, and amidst the towering ancient soldier bones, circulating and emanating a cold, void-like aura that seems to encompass endless time and the essence of death. Above the portal, the words of the deluded initiator, eternally trapped in the abyss, appear even clearer and more profound than before. Meanwhile, in a secluded valley several dozen miles from the Gui Jianzhou rift, amidst a pile of jagged stones, a flash of white light heralds the sudden appearance of 5 disheveled figures, crashing heavily onto the thick snow and withered grass. These figures are none other than Chen Yuan, Xue Qingyi and her father, the scarred face, and the pale scholar. The biting cold wind and the long-awaited fresh air, albeit still frigid, envelop them instantly. Xue Qingyi shivers from the chill and hurriedly checks on Chen Yuan and her father. Chen Yuan remains unconscious, yet his breathing is steady, his body temperature normal, and his complexion appears even healthier than hers, the one who is awake. Dr. Xue still clings to life as well. The half-buried pitch-black dagger in his chest is alarming, yet the wound seems to be temporarily sealed by some force, preventing further bleeding. On the other side, the scarred face struggles to sit up, violently coughing up several mouthfuls of congealed blood, his gaze bewilderedly scanning the surroundings. The pale scholar also gradually awakens, groaning, his eyes vacant, seemingly unfamiliar and confused by everything around him. Where is this? How do we end up here? He weakly inquires, noting that the terrifying knife wound on his back has scabbed over, serious yet no longer life-threatening. The scarred face furrows his brow, straining to recall, but his mind is clouded, with only fragmented, blurred, and difficult-to-patch images. A dark cave, green flames, enormous stone sculptures, columns of light soaring to the heavens, and indescribable pain and fear. The more he thinks, the more his head aches, as if something is preventing him from delving deeper into his memories. No, I don't know. It seems we escaped? The scarred face rasps, glancing at his own horrifying wounds, then at his barely breathing companions, and finally at Chen Yuan and Xue Qingyi not far away, his eyes filled with greater confusion. Who are these people? Why are we together? What has happened? Xue Qingyi experiences a strong wave of dizziness and a haze over her memories. She recalls that she seemed to have ventured into a perilous place to save her father, and then encountered a severely injured young man, Chen Yuan. Experiencing many terrifying events together, and finally, a flash of white light? When she awakens, she is here. The specific details are obscured, like viewing through a thick fog, rendering everything unclear. Why is there a dagger embedded in her father's chest? What are the strange marks and scars on her wrist from that young man? She cannot remember it all. The warnings of the stone sculptures have come to fruition. All concrete memories regarding the depths of the Gui Jianzhou, the altar portal, the guardian stone puppets, the black prison blood sacrifice, and the refinement of the earth veins have been violently erased by an invisible hand, leaving only vague impressions and inexplicable physical traces. Forcing herself to remember only results in a splitting headache and a restless mind. Xue Qingyi shakes her head, compelling herself to cease pondering those unsettling voids. The most important thing now is to survive. She glances at her unconscious father and the similarly unconscious young man, then at the 2 men nearby who appear to be military personnel, both seriously injured, yet seemingly regaining some awareness, and grits her teeth. 2 military gentlemen. She gathers her courage, her voice trembling from the cold and weakness. We seem to have encountered a disaster, stranded in this desolate wilderness. My father and this brother are gravely injured and require medical attention. Can you move? We must quickly find a place to shield ourselves from the snowstorm. Light a fire to warm up, or else we will freeze to death here. The scarred face and the pale scholar exchange glances, seeing the same bewilderment and recognition of their circumstances reflected in each other's eyes. Regardless of what has transpired, the 5 of them, all severely wounded, are trapped in this snowy and wild mountain, and they must cooperate to have any hope of survival. As for their identities and pasts, they set those aside for the moment. I can manage. I can walk. The scarred face struggles to rise, though his wounds burst open, blood seeping out. Yet the soldier's tenacity compels him to hold on. Scholar, what about you? I'm not going to die. The pale scholar grits his teeth, sitting up, his face as pale as paper, yet his eyes regain some of the soldier's sharpness, albeit filled with confusion. Over there, it seems there is a cave in the cliff that can block the wind. The scarred face points toward a nearby sheltered cliff. The 5 of them, 3 conscious wounded and 2 unconscious severely injured, support each other, or rather, it is 3 relatively lightly injured individuals assisting the 2 severely wounded as they struggle through knee-deep snow towards the cliff. The howling cold wind whips up the snow foam, quickly covering their tracks and temporarily burying their sealed and heart-pounding underground experience beneath the ice and snow of oblivion. Shortly after their departure, near the pile of stones, a minute, almost snow-colored ice-blue crystal flickers unnoticed in a corner of the snow, then vanishes, as if merely a reflection of the snow's light. On the distant ridge, a hunched figure cloaked in white fur, nearly blending into the snowy landscape, lowered the brass telescope from his grasp. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold, withered smile, revealing sparse, yellowed teeth. So they have emerged? Remarkably, 5 still breathe? How intriguing. It seems the performance beneath Gui Jianzhou has yet to conclude. I must hasten to report to the master. The girl from the Mo family, the remnants of the border army, and that unidentified yet tenacious lad, all valuable pieces on the chessboard. The figures silently retreated into the shadows of the forest, vanishing without a trace, leaving behind only a few shallow tracks in the snow, reminiscent of a badger, soon smoothed over by the swirling winds. In the hollow of the mountain, the biting wind persisted as the twilight deepened. A desperate escape seemingly reached a temporary pause, yet the intricate web of fate firmly bound these survivors, stripped of crucial memories, yet marked by enigmatic imprints and scars, together, casting them toward an even more perplexing and perilous path ahead. Chen Yuan remained asleep by the campfire nestled within the cliff's recess. Unbeknownst to anyone, deep within the depths of his profound unconsciousness, a faint sensation, resonating subtly with the ethereal blue portal and the earth beneath him, akin to seeds buried beneath ice and snow, began to quietly germinate. Meanwhile, the scar on his left palm, a swirling tapestry of dark red and gold, flickered in rhythm with the firelight, as if, with his breaths, it too pulsed faintly, maintaining an imperceptible and mysterious connection to some distant, ancient realm. Chapter 38. The traces of a snowy night. The dusk was as dark as ink, drenching the undulating snow-capped mountains. The cold wind swept through the jagged rocks and dead trees, swirling fine snowflakes, as if countless specters whispered in the darkness. The hollow beneath the cliff was shallow, barely shielding against the biting wind and snow, yet inside, it remained painfully cold, with breath turning to frost. A few relatively dry stones blocked most of the encroaching cold wind, forming a rudimentary refuge. Xue Qingyi knelt on the frigid rocky ground, her hands, red from the cold and trembling slightly, carefully gathered twigs, moss, and the last remnants of dry tinder salvaged from Chen Yuan's possessions. After several attempts, the fire starter finally sparked weakly between her nearly numb fingers, landing on the dry moss and releasing a wisp of blue smoke. She leaned down, her lips already numb, gently and continuously blowing on the faint smoke. Each breath was a cloud of white mist, her lungs burning from the cold and tension. At last, a flicker of orange flame struggled to ignite, greedily licking the twigs and crackling softly, a miraculous sight in the cold, dark cave. It is done. Xue Qingyi exhaled deeply, feeling an overwhelming fatigue and chill wash over her, her teeth chattering uncontrollably. She hurriedly stoked the fire, adding a few thicker twigs, then quickly moved closer, greedily absorbing the meager warmth. After a while, her frozen hands and feet began to regain some sensation. The flickering firelight illuminated the small cave. Her father, Dr. Xue, lay against the wall at the back, covered with her already soaked outer garment, which was now half dried by the fire. The dark blade protruding from his chest remained a chilling sight. His complexion was ashen, breathing so faint it was nearly imperceptible, with only the slightest rise and fall of his chest confirming he was still alive. Xue Qingyi cast a glance and felt as if her heart were being tightly gripped, tears welling up again. Yet she bit her lip, forcing herself to remain composed. Now was not the time for tears. Chen Yuan lay on the opposite side of the fire, still unconscious. His complexion was significantly better than Dr. Shue's, even appearing somewhat too normal. In the flickering firelight, his skin bore a subtle, lustrous quality akin to fine jade, though a faint golden mark, resembling an ancient symbol, occasionally glimmered in the firelight, adding an air of mystery. Beneath his tattered clothing, the deep, gruesome wounds that once exposed bone had now miraculously healed, leaving only faint pink new flesh, the speed of healing almost unbelievable. Particularly, the knife wound on his left arm, which had nearly incapacitated him, now only bore a slender, dark red line. Almost indistinguishable from an old scar if Xue Qingyi had not witnessed its horrific condition herself. Only the peculiar scar on his left palm, intertwining dark red and gold, resonated with some vague memory, standing out starkly as if silently narrating a tale. The scar-faced officer and his companion, referred to as the scholar, leaned against the cave's entrance, providing some shelter from the wind while keeping watch outside. The scar-faced man was diligently cleaning the deep, bone-exposing wound on the scholar's back with a relatively clean strip of cloth torn from his tattered undergarment, dipped in melting snow. His movements were surprisingly steady and practiced, despite his own wounds seeping blood and his complexion pale from blood loss and cold. His gaze was focused, brows furrowed, displaying a resilience forged in the crucible of battle. The scholar lay on the icy stones, gritting his teeth, cold sweat beading on his forehead, yet he remained silent, his body occasionally twitching from the intense pain. Bear with it, the wound is infected. We must remove the dirt and blood clots, or it will fester. The scar-faced man's voice was hoarse and dry, yet calm, as if addressing a routine task. After tending to the wound, he took out a small, flat iron box from his pocket, opened it to reveal a half-filled container of a dark, medicinal paste that exuded a potent blend of herbal and sanguine scents. He scooped some with his fingers, applying it evenly to the scholar's wound. This is a military-grade ointment. It should suffice. Your injury looks grave, but it hasn't damaged the spine or internal organs. You won't die. The scholar managed to produce a muffled response from his throat, a semblance of gratitude. Xue Qingyi silently observed the scene. These two unfamiliar men emanated an instinctive aura of danger and distance, a demeanor characteristic of hardened soldiers accustomed to bloodshed and command. Despite their current state of disarray and injury, their memories hazy. Yet she sensed that they bore no overt malice toward her or her unconscious father. Chen Yuan, a tacit understanding among fellow wanderers in misfortune, compelled to cooperate temporarily. However, this understanding rested on a fragile foundation, susceptible to shatter at any moment due to the resurgence of memories or conflicts of interest. You. Xue Qingyi hesitated before speaking, her voice hoarse from the cold and fatigue. Are you soldiers? The scar-faced man's hand paused in applying the ointment. He did not respond immediately, but raised his gaze to Xue Qingyi, a sharp glint flashing through his bloodshot eyes, revealing scrutiny and vigilance. I don't know. He ultimately provided an unexpected answer, his tone flat, his mind in disarray, recalling only that he had been a soldier, had fought. Beyond that, he could not remember. He is my soldier, I believe. He gestured towards the unconscious scholar. And how did we come to be here? What about them? Xue Qingyi pointed towards her father and Chen Yuan, her eyes filled with confusion and urgency. My father is gravely wounded, and this brother as well. What exactly happened to us? Why can't I remember anything? The scar-faced man silently finished bandaging the scholar's wound and tended to his own injuries with remarkable efficiency for someone so badly hurt. Leaning against the cold rock wall, he closed his eyes, as if striving to recall, his brow furrowing tighter, the scar on his face twitching slightly. I can't remember. He finally opened his eyes, irritation coursing through him, his gaze darkening further. All I recall is a very dark place, with light, a great commotion, and danger, then just a blank. I woke up in the snow. As for you, he glanced at Xue Qingyi and her father, along with Chen Yuan. It seems we escaped together? But the specifics, why we are together, are completely lost to me. The wound on your father is a knife wound, executed with a professional's precision, yet with restraint, as it did not claim his life immediately. Otherwise, he would not have endured until now. This young man, his gaze settled on Chen Yuan, particularly on the scars that had already healed, and his peculiar complexion, revealing a flicker of suspicion and wariness in his eyes. The injuries on his body healed far too quickly, an abnormal rapidity. Moreover, I vaguely sense he is somewhat different. Xue Qingyi's heart sank. The words of the scar-faced man affirmed her intuition. Chun Yuan's recovery speed and the inexplicable aura he exuded were indeed extraordinary. And her father's injuries were deliberately left with some measure of care? Was it the work of the people from Heiyu, or was there another reason? My father is a doctor, Dr. Xue, from the Hui Chun Tang in the town. Xue Qingyi spoke softly, as if addressing the scar-faced man, yet also attempting to convince herself that they must save him. However, that dagger. She looked at the deadly weapon embedded in her father's chest, tears welling up once more. I dare not remove it, nor do I know how to handle it. There is nothing here. The scar-faced man rose and approached Dr. Xue's side, crouching down to examine him closely. He extended a finger, gently pressing around the skin surrounding the dagger, listening intently to Dr. Xue's breathing and heartbeat, his movements revealing a certain expertise. The dagger was positioned precariously close to a vital artery, yet it had indeed evaded the major blood vessels. The one who inflicted the wound displayed an adeptness, delivering a fatal blow while still leaving a margin for survival. The scar-faced man pondered, stating that it could not be extracted at this moment. Once pulled, blood would spurt forth, resulting in immediate death. They must first find a way to stabilize the wound, and only then seek a genuine physician or a safe place to regroup. Do you possess medical knowledge? I have learned a few rudimentary skills from my father, but Xue Qingyi gazed at her father's pallid face, her heart aching. She did have some knowledge of medicine, yet the present circumstances far exceeded her capabilities. First, try to keep him warm and offer some warm water, hoping to sustain his breath. The scar-faced man did not elaborate further. Returning to his position at the cave's entrance, addressing the scholar, "Scholar, tend to the fire, do not let it die. I will go out to see if I can find something to eat and scout the way. We cannot linger in this cursed place. Once dawn breaks, we must find a means to depart." The scholar weakly nodded, struggling to shift closer to the fire, adding another branch. Outside, the wind and snow howled fiercely. "You are injured." Xue Qingyi could not help but interject. Although she harbored reservations about the scar-faced man, he was the only one still capable of action. He will not die? The scar-faced man did not look back, picking up the rusted bronze dagger that had been brought from the abyss, weighing it in his hand, before securing his own waist knife, which he had not lost, tightening his tattered clothing, and then ducking out of the cave, quickly vanishing into the swirling snow and night. The cave fell silent once more, save for the crackling of the fire, the faint and labored breaths of Dr. Xue, the steady and deep breaths of Chun Yuan, and the unending wail of the wind and snow outside. Xue Qingyi remained by her father's side, occasionally moistening his cracked lips with melted snow, while also checking on Chun Yuan's condition. Chun Yuan remained unconscious, his body temperature normal, perhaps even slightly elevated, with a strong and steady heartbeat that belied the state of a severely injured and unconscious individual. He resembled one in a profound slumber. Only the golden mark on his brow would flicker faintly at certain rhythmic moments in his breathing, nearly imperceptible unless Xue Qingyi was intently watching. Her mind was increasingly burdened with questions. Who was this man? Why was he with her, her father, and those two soldiers? What had they collectively experienced that resulted in their memories being erased? Who had stabbed the dagger into her father's chest? What was the nature of Chun Yuan's peculiar transformations? And those two soldiers, could they truly be trusted? Her tumultuous thoughts swirled like the storm outside, crashing against the confines of her mind without yielding any escape. She felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue, a bone-deep coldness, and a paralyzing isolation. Time trickled agonizingly by. The fire dwindled, and Xue Qingyi was compelled to venture deeper into the cave, searching for any remnants of dry twigs. Just as she bent down to pick up a few slender branches, her foot seemed to kick something, producing a faint sound that was distinct from the stones. She lowered her gaze, clearing away the loose dirt and gravel, discovering a thin, rusted iron canister half buried in the shallow earth. The canister was small and light, sealed with wax, though the seal had long since cracked. Cautiously, she opened it, and a strange odor, a mixture of mildew and peculiar herbs, wafted forth. By the firelight, she discerned that the canister contained half a jar of dark brown, congealed substance, alongside a small roll of something carefully wrapped in oiled cloth. Was it something left behind by someone? In this cave? A spark ignited within Xue Qingyi, prompting her to hastily extract the oiled cloth package and unfurl it. Inside were a few rudimentary maps crudely sketched on rough tree bark using charcoal, along with a note inscribed with hasty handwriting on a similar material. The map was drawn in a rough manner, the lines crooked, yet it vaguely depicted the surrounding mountains' contours, marking several prominent peaks, valleys, and a winding path leading out of the mountains indicated by a dashed line. Near their current location, an X marked a spot, with nearly illegible words scribbled beside it, temporary shelter. The note's handwriting was even more disheveled, composed with a mixture of charcoal and a dark red pigment, like dried blood. The sentences fragmented and filled with anxiety and warnings. 3 days rations exhausted, severe injuries making travel difficult, temporarily taking refuge here. North wolves scenting, eyes to the east, cliffs to the west. Only the southern path may offer a chance. Remember, do not make a large fire, do not leave light at night. Footprints in the snow must be concealed. The old pipe smoker may still be lurking nearby. If you encounter individuals in black cloaks, flee swiftly, do not confront. Leaving this map and a small quantity of the traveling balm, may fortune favor those who find it. Mochi's signature. Mochi? Xuechingi felt a jolt in her heart. Mo? Was it mere coincidence, or was it related to the Mo family? Had this been left by those who had previously hidden here? Judging by the signs, it could not have been long ago, at most 1 or 2 months. This person also bore injuries and was being pursued, mentioning the old pipe smoker and individuals in black cloaks. Could their prior encounters be connected to this individual? Traveling balm. Xuechingi glanced at the dark brown paste within the iron canister. Could this be a secret remedy for treating external wounds used by the military? She dipped her finger into the substance, bringing it to the tip of her nose. Although the scent was peculiar, it bore the unmistakable aromas of several familiar hemostatic and tissue-regenerating herbs, albeit intermingled with unfamiliar ingredients. This was indeed a stroke of fortune. She hurried back to the fire, carefully melting a bit of the paste with the thawed snow, transforming it into a viscous medicinal liquid. She first tended to her father's skin surrounding the dagger wound, meticulously applying the herbal concoction. As the remedy touched the injury, Dr. Xue's body twitched slightly in his unconscious state, but the flow of blood appeared to diminish. She also applied some to several deeper scars on Chun Yuan's body, and finally, she treated her own frostbite and the marks on her wrist. The ointment brought a sharp, refreshing sting, soon followed by a soothing sensation. After completing these tasks, she carefully stowed away the map and notes, concealing the tin canister in her bosom, her heart settling somewhat. At least they were not entirely lost. There were clues and remedies left by those who came before them. Perhaps there truly was a path to survival? At that moment, the sound of footsteps crunching through the snow reached her ears. Startled, Xuechingi grasped the short knife she had found near Chun Yuan and anxiously turned towards the entrance. A scarred man bent low and entered, unexpectedly carrying a plump, frozen wild rabbit on his shoulder. His face was pale from the cold, lips tinged with purple, yet his gaze remained sharp. He tossed the rabbit by the fire and rubbed his numbed hands together. Luck was on their side. This foolish rabbit had frozen solid after crashing into a snowdrift. Noticing the absence of any nearby human presence, he hesitated, his eyes scanning the ground where Xuechingi had hastily concealed the notes, the disturbed earth still evident, before glancing at the short knife in her hand. A flicker of understanding crossed his eyes, yet he remained silent. Only stating in a grave tone, "I spotted some footprints on the eastern snow slope. They are quite fresh, not ours, nor from any beast. They belong to humans, at least 2 or 3 individuals, heading northeast. From the traces, they likely departed 1 or 2 hours before us. Moreover, it seems they were up to something." Xuechingi's heart raced at once. Someone was approaching. Were they friend or foe? Were they from Lao Yingguo or the masked figures in black? Or were they perhaps searching for them? "We must leave at once. We should set out at dawn," the scarred man proclaimed decisively, beginning to prepare the wild rabbit, skillfully skinning and gutting it, then skewering it with a sharpened stick to roast over the fire. "We cannot head northeast, south. Does the map you found indicate a path southward?" Xuechingi knew she could not hide the truth from him. Silently, she retrieved the map and notes, offering them to him. The scarred man took them, examining them closely in the firelight, his brow furrowing deeper with each passing moment. "Mochi, Lao Yingguo, the masked figures in black," he murmured, his eyes glinting with a cold light. "It seems we have stumbled into considerable trouble. The path marked on this map leading south is the only direction that might allow us to evade those watching us and any pursuers. However, given the terrain, it will be quite challenging to traverse, and we do not know where it leads. That is preferable to remaining here to await death or encountering those individuals," Xuechingi replied softly, her stomach growling at the aromatic scent of the rabbit meat roasting over the fire. Yet her concern for her father's injuries and Chun Yuan's unconsciousness loomed larger in her mind. But my father, and this brother here, will they withstand the journey? The scarred man tore off a well-roasted rabbit leg, offering it to Xue Qingyi while he gnawed on another. His gaze fell upon the still unconscious Chun Yuan, his expression contemplative. Your father's injuries pose a significant risk during travel, but remaining here while awaiting pursuers or beasts will guarantee death. We can only take a gamble. As for this fellow, he chewed the rabbit meat slowly. He gives me an unsettling impression. His wounds are healing too rapidly, and whenever I approach him, I feel a strange discomfort. Not hostility, but an inexplicable pressure, akin to being near a red-hot iron or a mountain that might awaken at any moment. Bringing him along might be a burden, or perhaps a variable. He glanced at Xue Qingyi. You decide. He is your acquaintance. Xue Qingyi tightened her grip on the warm rabbit leg, gazing at the flickering firelight illuminating Chun Yuan's tranquil profile and her father's pallid face. A flicker of indecision crossed her mind before solidifying into resolve. Bring him along. We leave together. Her voice was not loud, yet it held an undeniable strength. He did not abandon me in the snow. He helped me. Moreover, my father's injuries, the anomalies surrounding him, and the memories we've lost, the answers may lie with him. We cannot leave him behind. The scarred man said nothing further, merely nodding as he continued to gnaw on the rabbit meat, his gaze occasionally darting towards the inky darkness outside the cave, ears perked, alert for any unusual sounds. Inside the cave, the flickering firelight and the aroma of roasted meat temporarily dispelled the cold and fear. Yet outside, the winds howled. The darkness thick as ink, with fresh footprints, warnings from the past, unknown pursuers, and the slumbering secrets within Chun Yuan, all pressing heavily upon each heart. Dawn was fast approaching, and the perilous, uncharted path to the south awaited them. At that moment, Chun Yuan, who had been in a deep slumber, resting against Xue Qingyi's side, suddenly exhibited the faintest twitch in his left hand, marked with an unusual scar. The faint golden line on his forehead flickered with a brightness never before seen, although it vanished in an instant, as though a deeply buried string, connected to the pulse of the earth, had been silently plucked. Outside the cave, on a distant ridge, cloaked in the swirling snow, a glimmer of ice-blue light flickered once more in the snow, as if responding to something, before it disappeared entirely. Chapter 39. The southern crossroads. The biting cold, which penetrated to the very marrow of his bones, was the first clear sensation that enveloped Chun Yuan as he regained consciousness. This chill did not stem from the howling winds and snow of the outside world. Rather, it felt as though it originated deep within his body, seeping from his very limbs and bones, imbued with a damp, heavy sluggishness that rendered the flow of blood slow and viscous. In stark contrast, there was a persistent, subtle yet distinct warmth at the center of his brow, akin to a smoldering ember buried beneath his skin, pulsating in rhythm with his heartbeat, creating an unusual sense of presence. This warmth was not painful, yet it was impossible to ignore.